#C2454 not human at all. As soon as a word landed, the black shadow behind Chu Yan gushed out a large amount of demonic energy, with an ancient and domineering body, as tall as the sky, with powerful might, rushing into the sky and directly hitting the golden thunderclouds all over the sky. At this moment, the entire world, black and gold, compete for glory. The black light is like water, flowing like a stream, continuously blending into Chu Yan's body. The incorporation of every trace of black magic energy will make Chu Yan's fighting spirit become more majestic. The magic moved the 9 heavens, and the killing intent was unparalleled. Even the heaven and the earth trembled under this vast magic power. What? Emperor Lei Xiao, Emperor Tianwang, and other 8 Lei clan emperors all changed their expressions in shock when they saw this scene. Gathering all the power of the thunder system of the rest of the people, and using the ancient body protection token, the body of Lei Zhu, which was mobilized, was eclipsed in front of the body of the heaven and earth transformed by Chu Yan. The mountain-like body of Thunder Ancestor, holding a golden knife, looked at the same tall demon body in front of him. Even the golden thunder knife in his hand was frozen, with a look of astonishment on his face. First, Chu Yan screamed, the sound of magic rolled, and the entire body of the holy Rakshasa turned into a black sharp arrow, which slammed into Lei Zhu's body on the opposite side, and a huge golden fist condensed on the right fist, suddenly punched out. Wan Lai Dragon Gang! Boom! The golden fist roared out, and the golden dragon body was invincible, nothing could stop it at all. Even if it was just now, Lei Zhu held the golden thunder saber, and the terrifying sword glow that he cut out was also smashed to pieces under this punch. It instantly turned into nothingness, without even a spark, and disappeared directly. So what about Lei Zhu? This time, Chu Yan's holy Raksha possession is a new body training technique produced after breaking through the Great Emperor realm, Raksha Promise Art, and after being upgraded again, coupled with the fusion of the 5 elements of Daotu. If a body refining stream expert is here, he will clearly recognize that Chu Yan's current state is the ultimate form of the body training stream. Different from ordinary warriors, if a strong body refiner wants to break through the holy realm, he must become holy physically. This point is exactly the same as the situation of those ancient powerhouses in the holy tomb against the gods. And if you want to become holy in the flesh, you must first derive a different body of skills. But now, what Chu Yan is using is a variant of the skill. Although it is the first time to use it, the power displayed makes Chu Yan extremely satisfied. Therefore, without any hesitation, Chu Yan condensed his fist again, and punched out again. Boom, boom. The mountain-like body of Thunder Ancestor saw another fist strike, and suddenly his whole body exploded with thunder force. With the golden thunder knife in his hand, the golden thunder clouds all over the sky boiled at the same time. A large amount of thunder and lightning power fell from the sky, and the entire world was filled with endless thunderstorms. These thunderstorms gathered and merged into the golden thunder saber in the hands of Lei Zhu's body, turning into countless sword lights, piercing the sky and cutting the moon. Swish! The body of Lei Zhu, who was holding a thunder knife, rushed out, the thunder all over his body, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered. With one step, the ground shook in unison, and the violent thunder and lightning turned into a knife gang, slashing at Chu Yan heavily. Click! 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 Lei Zhu Daowei. The sword rises to thunder, and for a moment, apart from the light of the sword, there is thunder in the world, as if the whole world will be destroyed in the next breath. Chu Yan, who was transformed into the body of a holy Rakshasa, faced such a terrifying Lei Zhu formation, without the slightest fear on his face. War! With a long whistle, Chu Yan's whole body surged with momentum, punching one after another, blasting out violently, and at the same time facing Lei Zhu's body, he also rushed out violently. Boom, boom. When the two powerhouses met, the exploding air wave swallowed the sky and the earth, and the entire sky seemed to be destroyed. The violent vigor sent the 8 Thunder Clan emperors suspended in midair, flying 100 steps backwards, unable to stand still at all. The wind between the heaven and the earth became stronger and stronger as the battle broke out between the two mountain-like bodies. At this moment, facing Lei Zhu's body, Chu Yan didn't have any tricks at all. It was a showdown of strength. You punch, I punch, the punches collide and explode. It was as if two warriors who had just stepped into martial arts were engaged in a simple battle of strength. Lei Zhu's body held a thunder saber, but he didn't practice the way of the sword, and Chu Yan's Rakshasa body also only relied on fist strength. This kind of violent and primitive battle made not only Chu Yan, but even the Lei clan great emperor present, full of enthusiasm and fighting spirit. This is a duel of strength. What is fighting is true energy, but also combat power and will. After punching over 100 punches, the golden thunder saber in Lei Zhu's hand began to shatter. A series of black cracks appeared on the body of the knife. After barely bearing a few punches, the cracks became bigger and bigger. At this moment, the balance of the battle began to tilt towards Chu Yan. The power of the holy Rakshasa's body clearly gained the upper hand, and even the golden thundercloud in the sky became smaller and smaller. This is the demon god of heaven and earth. The true power of the holy Rakshasa, even if it has just been conceived, is by no means a trace of Thunder Ancestor's power, which can be resisted. The simpler the duel, the more powerful it is. The moment Lei Dao collapsed, Wan Lai Long's powerful fist finally hit Lei Zhu's body, shaking the opponent back more than 10 steps. Waiting for the 8 Lei Zhu great emperors to stabilize Lei Zhu's body desperately, and then looked up at Chu Yan, full of horror. This Hao Yan is really only the 5th heaven of the great emperor realm. Everyone felt the same shock in their hearts. They only felt that their scalps were numb and their fighting spirit began to dissipate. Not an opponent at all, even facing the strongest battle formation of Thunder Clan. Haha, a group of idiots, compare strength with Big Brother. In the stone palace in the distance, Situ Yang, who was cracking the restriction, turned his head to look at the battlefield. Seeing that the body of the holy Rakshasa transformed by Chu Yan was rushing towards Lei Zhu, he smashed it with his fist, and immediately grinned. However, even if it was Situ Yang, there was also a hint of shock in his smiling eyes. Although he knew that Chu Yan would not lose, he did not expect that his elder brother would be able to suppress the Thunder Clan's most powerful Thunder Ancestor power. Damn, it's not human at all. It's God. Situ Yang roared in his heart, his eyes were full of excitement. When he thought of Chu Yan conceiving the Dao map, condensing the Emperor's seal, and walking on the road of God with half a foot, the excitement in his heart could not be restrained. When the eldest brother reaches the God realm, I will definitely empty out all the treasure houses of the 7 great clans. The more Situ Yang thought about it, the more excited he became, and the smile on his face became extremely obscene. Bringing brother Shenjing to sweep through the treasure houses of all major forces, it's really cool to think about it. Okay. After breaking this restriction, the treasure on the altar is mine. Situ Yang turned his head and looked at the restriction in front of him. The speed in his hand became faster and faster. Under the handprints, the spirit patterns of the ancient restriction were extinguished one after another. Fatty, speed up. When Chu Yan threw his fist at Lei Zhu's chest, he turned his head to look at Situ Yang in the stone hall, and shouted loudly. #C2455 self-destruct. For Chu Yan, the situation here is set. Whether it is the 8 great emperors of the Thunder Clan or the power of the Thunder Ancestor, they are no longer enough. On the contrary, Chu Yan's main purpose at this time is that the animal cocoon, which is suspected to be the Shui Emperor, and the treasure in the ancient stone palace are important. Therefore, when Chu Yan bombarded Lei Zhu's body, he still didn't forget to remind Situ Yang. Brother, even if I am the #1 spirit pattern master in the world, this is still an immemorial spirit array and a restriction. What's the hurry? Situ Yang was watching the fun at first, but when he heard Chu Yan's urging, he immediately showed a reluctance on his face. He muttered softly, but he didn't dare to hesitate in his hands. He sped up the speed and put all the treasures on the cracked altar into the space. Hey, cool. With treasures in his arms, Xie Yang's face was full of joy, and his heart was extremely happy. Throwing down this altar, forward and rushing to the second altar, and continue to break the ancient prohibition and spirit array. This scene fell in the eyes of Emperor Lei Xiao, Emperor Tianwang and others in the distance. Their eyes were red like blood, their panting was like a cow, and their teeth were grinding. This is the ancient spirit treasure. If it wasn't for Chu Yan blocking it here, and that fat man, all these ancient spiritual treasures and resources would belong to them. If I can't get it, you can't even think about it. Emperor Lei Xiao only felt that his chest was stuffy, his breathing was a little unstable, and his whole body was going to explode with anger. The anger that spewed out from his eyes almost melted the void. Hao Yan, I will fight with you. Under the furious rage, Emperor Lei Xiao crazily raised his imperial prestige, almost draining the last 5 strands of true energy in the sea of energy. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A majestic bloody aura suddenly rushed from the stone hall, like a wave of air, sweeping all directions with endless cold air. Xie Yang, who was breaking the restriction and the immemorial spirit formation, was caught off guard by this bloody aura, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Damn it, this animal cocoon. He suddenly turned around and glanced over, but found that it was the animal cocoon that was emitting the breath. Not daring to hesitate in the slightest, Xie Yang crushed the defensive spirit patterns in his hands, and a large amount of the power of the spirit patterns gathered in front of him, condensing into a thick defensive spirit shield, completely covering his body. Boom. Boom boom boom. Almost when the defensive spirit shield had just been completed, that bloody air wave rushed towards it and hit the defensive spirit shield, making muffled noises. Xie Yang's body, being impacted by this bloody breath, retreated violently again and again, and the defensive spirit shield around his body was getting thinner and thinner. In less than 10 breaths, the entire defensive spirit shield collapsed directly, opening cracks, and it seemed that it was about to be abolished. Damn, how is this possible? Xie Yang's face was full of horror. He never expected that his spirit shield, which could defend against the attacks of the powerful in the Great Emperor realm, only lasted for 10 breaths. What the hell is in this animal cocoon? With an angry curse, Xie Yang once again sacrificed a defensive spirit mask, and at the same time his figure flashed, and rushed towards the beast cocoon. Originally, Xie Yang planned to collect the spirit treasure in the ancient stone palace first, and then collect the animal cocoon at the end, but now... no more. Give it to me. Xie Yang flipped the handprints of both hands, blasted a series of spiritual seals, and hit the huge animal cocoon. However, the handprint rushed 10 steps before the beast cocoon, and was directly blocked by the mysterious power around the beast cocoon and shattered one after another. What? Xie Yang's eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief that this beast cocoon had such a strong defensive ability. Fight with me, I am the #1 spirit pattern master in the world. Buddha has 3 fires, not to mention Xie Yang, with a look of anger on his face. Behind Xie Yang, the sky-eye martial soul erupted directly, and a soul power shot out from the blue pupils, covering the beast cocoon. Boom. That group of silent animal cocoons seemed to feel threatened. A more powerful bloody breath rushed out of the animal cocoon, and a large wave of bloody air, like a sea of clouds, erupted at the same time, just like a volcano, before erupting, exhaling a large amount of dust and smoke. These bloody cloud waves almost completely enveloped the entire ancient stone palace. I rely on it. Xie Yang's expression changed drastically, he turned around and ran away. Huh? What's going on? In the distance, Chu Yan, who was violently beating Lei Zhu's body, turned his head, his face stunned. The bloody power in this animal cocoon is actually so strong. In the outland continent back then, Chu Yan had a battle with the Xie Sage Emperor. At that time, the Xie Sage Emperor, although he didn't go all out and only wanted to protect the Mingzhu from escaping, his strength didn't seem to be so strong. Brother, I can't do it. This animal cocoon is too perverted. You can deal with it yourself. Xie Yang ran far away, and his figure disappeared in another hall. His spiritual consciousness transmitted the voice and told Chu Yan Dao. Although he spoke, his tone was full of depression. After all, Fatty, the self-proclaimed #1 spirit pattern master in the world, is now scared away by a ball of animal cocoons, unable to break through the defense at all. This was a big blow to him. Can't break it? Then I'll do it. Chu Yan nodded slightly, and didn't blame Xie Yang. After all, this animal cocoon was a bit weird, and he didn't want anything to happen to the fat man. In the eyes, the fighting spirit kept rising. Chu Yan withdrew his gaze, and looked at the 8 Lei clan emperors in front of him. Get rid of you first, and then collect the animal cocoons. After deciding on the main press conference, Chu Yan raised the Haoyan sword in his hand, and the sword intent rose, and he was ready to make a direct move. However, at this moment, the mutation regenerated. Boom, boom. The cave space he was in suddenly trembled, and the entire Lingfang, and even the outside world, trembled in unison. In this way, it was as if a huge earthquake had occurred, and the whole world was shaking. In the entire ancient stone palace, in the dilapidated and silent halls, there was an astonishing aura, as if ancient beasts were waking up from a deep sleep. At the same time, a palpitating sense of danger swept over everyone's soul. What happened? Even Emperor Lei Xiao, Emperor Tianwang and others who were in the battle had strange expressions on their faces, watching their surroundings nervously. Brother, the situation is not right. This ancient ruin is probably about to self-destruct. After all, Xie Yang is a spirit pattern master. Through the changes in the ancient spirit formations and restrictions around him, he found something amiss, so he quickly reminded Chu Yan Dao. What? Self-destruct? Chu Yan was taken aback. In this ancient ruins, it can even self-destruct. There are not too few relics and Jedi that Chu Yan has been to, but there has never been that relic that would self-destruct. However, looking at the power in front of this ancient stone palace group, if it really self-destructs, it is afraid that within a radius of 100 miles, it will be reduced to ashes. Hurry up, get the animal cocoon. Chu Yan's pupils shrunk in an instant, and he threw down the 8 great emperors of the Thunder clan, turned around and rushed towards the beast cocoon that was bursting into blood-colored clouds on the square of the stone temple group. Chu Yan has a feeling that the self-destruction of the ancient stone palace group may have a lot to do with the sudden change of the animal cocoon. #C2456 Heavenly King's Arrow. The true essence was driven to the extreme, and Chu Yan's figure, like a flash of lightning, flew across the swaying void and flew towards the ancient stone palace. Have the opportunity. Seeing Chu Yan leave, the eyes of Emperor Lei Xiao and the others suddenly brightened, and they all looked at each other, their faces full of joy. The battle just now was completely suppressed by Chu Yan. If it continues, it won't be long before the 8 of them will either die or be injured. In this case, not to mention taking treasures, but saving one's life is an extravagant hope. But now that Chu Yan left, their pressure disappeared instantly. As long as they take a breath, they can replan, find a way to get the treasure, and kill Chu Yan at the same time. In front of them, the sudden eruption of the ancient stone palace gave them a chance. As a strong man in the great emperor realm, they have walked countless times on the line of life and death. The 8 of them saw a turning point and hope almost at the same time. However, before they even started to plan and act, a cold voice sounded above their heads. Raksha Sanctuary. A large black mist, like a sea tide, surged from behind Chu Yan, instantly covering the figures of the 8 Lei clan emperors. What? Seeing that he was trapped, Emperor Lei Xiao and the others became enraged immediately, and they all shot together. Boom! 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 Attacking with one move, it surged out, and blasted on the black cloud waves in the Rakshasa domain, exploding the sound of air storms. However, these black holy Rakshasa domains seemed to be stimulated and bombarded by various attacks. The cloud waves became more violent, picking up nearly 100 feet of cloud waves and accelerating towards them. You are dreaming. Chu Yan turned his head, glanced at them, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, then ignored them, and flew towards the beast cocoon. This group of flies, Chu Yan naturally will not forget them. The current situation is not right, the Taiku stone palaces are about to be destroyed, and under the rush, although Chu Yan has no time to pay attention to them, he will not let them interfere with his actions. Although Raksha Sanctuary couldn't kill them, there was no problem in trapping them for a short period of time. Asshole! Emperor Lei Xiao and the others saw them swallowed and suppressed by the Rakshasa domain, and they were so angry that they cursed repeatedly. However, even if they gritted their teeth with hatred, there was nothing they could do about Chu Yan and the Rakshasa domain in front of them. Good, very good. The Heavenly King looked at Chu Yan's leaving figure with a pair of cold eyes, his face full of murderous intent. This is the first time that my Thunder clan is in the 10-direction starfield. The Thunder Ancestor battle formation I used was suppressed by a warrior of the Great Emperor realm. Now not only the faces of us are damaged, but even the face of the entire Thunder clan is completely lost. No. You must not be allowed to obtain such a treasure so easily. When this word landed, not only the Heavenly King Emperor, but also the Lei Xiao Emperor and other Thunder clan emperors, the fierce light in their eyes also skyrocketed. Heavenly King Divine Arrow, come out! The Heavenly King roared, and in his eyes, sharp arrows shot into the void. With a wave of his hand, a long black arrow behind him appeared out of thin air. Almost at the moment of appearance. Then it roared and shot straight at the ancient stone palace in the distance. This is an extremely powerful long arrow. There is no crossbow, but it is so powerful that it flies towards the ancient stone palace at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the sky sounded like a black lightning, breaking through all kinds of restrictions and spiritual formations in the ancient stone palace, just like breaking through a pile of bubbles all the way, traveling through everything without any hindrance. Break it! Seeing the black arrow coming, Chu Yan slashed out with a backhand sword, and the light of the sword crossed over the long black arrow, directly cutting it in half. What a fast sword! A look of surprise appeared on the face of the Heavenly King. His Heavenly King Arrow martial soul is the fastest existence among martial souls of the same level. He never thought that Hao Yan's sword was even faster than his martial soul. Hee, but it's useless. The corner of his mouth was lightly raised, and the Heavenly King just smiled lightly, then raised his hand, and in the distance, in mid-air, the black sky arrow that was broken into 2 pieces suddenly twisted, turned into 2 long black arrows, and continued to shoot away violently. The target of the 2 long black arrows was the animal cocoon that was releasing blood. Chu Yan originally thought that the Heavenly King was attacking himself with the black long arrow, but he didn't expect that he was going to attack the beast cocoon. However, if the Xuanhuan Emperor is in the animal cocoon, then Chu Yan still needs to press for the whereabouts of other Mingzhu people. During the battle on the Outland continent, the Xuanhuan Holy Emperor of the Ming clan fled with a large number of people. Since then, the Mingzhu in the 10-direction starfield seemed to have evaporated from the world, without any news. This has always been Chu Yan's heart disease. In the dark, Chu Yan always felt that the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor had some conspiracy, which made him uneasy. So this time, Chu Yan did not hesitate to find out the whereabouts of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor at the cost of 50 holy stones. He just wanted to take this opportunity to wipe out all the people in the Ming clan. So now, that Songshua Saint Emperor cannot die yet. Call out. Call out. However, just when Chu Yan was about to make another shot, suddenly, one of the two black arrows turned around suddenly, and shot straight at the fat Situ Yang, who was looking at the gate of a stone temple not far away. Oh my God! Seeing the black arrows shooting towards him, Situ Yang was so frightened that the hairs all over his body exploded. While turning around and fleeing, he waved his hands together, throwing pieces of spirit patterns continuously, hitting the long black arrow behind him. However, those spirit patterns seem to have completely different attributes from the black long arrows, and they can't stop them from flying into the void at all. Dao 2. Golden Sword, come out. Seeing that Situ Yang was in danger, Chu Yan yelled urgently, and the 9-sun sword Lotus Dao 2 pierced through the air behind him. The golden sword glow, like a round of sun, completely illuminated the entire sky of the ancient stone palaces into gold. Cut. Guided by will, with true energy in mind, he pointed both hands together, and swung suddenly. The 9-sun sword Lotus was raised, the golden sword was raised horizontally, and the point of the sword tip was exactly the long black arrow that was chasing Situ Yang. A golden sword light shot straight into the void, and directly struck the black long arrow, cutting it into fine powder. Huh. I'm scared to death. Seeing that the long black arrow chasing him had been chopped into pieces, Situ Yang's legs felt weak. He heaved a sigh of relief, his face was pale and sweat was pouring down like rain. After all, Situ Yang's cultivation was only at the peak of the Emperor Wu realm, and he couldn't resist the ultimate move of the 7th heavenly layer of the Great Emperor realm. Puff. At this moment, a muffled sound came from not far away. Chu Yan and Situ Yang's expressions changed at the same time, and they all turned their heads to look. But I saw that another long black arrow shot straight into the animal cocoon while Chu Yan was saving Situ Yang. Not good. Chu Yan's face was full of anxiety, and he turned around and flew away. His position is still a long distance from the beast cocoon, and it will be too late to make another move. Ah! Beast cocoon! Situ Yang roared anxiously. #C2457 group of garbage. The speed of the Heavenly King's long arrow was so fast that neither Chu Yan nor Situ Yang could react at that moment. Moreover, because another long arrow was shot directly at Situ Yang, it restrained both Chu Yan and Fatty at the same time. What a move, hit the east and the west. At this time, when the two turned their heads to look over again, the long black arrow had already shot into the animal cocoon, turning into a cloud of black air, and colliding back and forth in the animal cocoon. The entire animal cocoon was shaking violently, as if a person had been severely injured, swaying. Ha ha ha, Haotian, even if your fighting power is extraordinary, so what? Didn't expect that. My Heavenly King arrow is a single arrow with 2 arrows, attacking different targets at the same time. Besides, the reason why the Heavenly King's arrow is called the Heavenly King's arrow is because, as long as it hits the target, even the Heavenly King's father can't save it. It won't be long before this animal cocoon will turn into a pile of ashes. The triumphant laughter of the Heavenly King echoed in the sky. Not only him, but even Emperor Lei Xiao and several other Lei clan emperors all had expressions of excitement and complacency. From the beginning to the end, they were suppressed by Chu Yan to death, and now they can win a round. Of course they are very happy. Moreover, they have long seen that Chu Yan came to this blessed place just for this animal cocoon. Destroying the other party's most valued treasure is considered revenge. Court death. Chu Yan turned his head, and a pair of blood pupils looked directly at the complacent Lei clan emperors, and the murderous intent was constantly released on him. If before, Chu Yan still had the intention of fighting against these great emperors, then now, Chu Yan only has killing intent towards them. Beast cocoons are not important to Chu Yan, and naturally it is not like Emperor Lei Xiao and the others think. Chu Yan is to domesticate the giant Buddha in it. Although in the dark world of the Buddha, many great emperors were looking for this kind of animal cocoon, taking advantage of the critical period of the giant Buddha's advancement, they used special methods to domesticate it, and finally became their own help. In this way, in the dark world of the Buddha, his strength will increase greatly. However, Chu Yan is different, he is for the Mingzhu and the Songxue Emperor. If the animal cocoon turns into dust, then the clues that Chu Yan found with great difficulty will be completely cut off. After being in the 10-direction starfield for so long, Chu Yan used various methods, but he couldn't find any news about the remnants of the Mingzhu. Finally, in the dark world of the Buddha, through the old man of the Buddha, at the price of 50 holy stones, the clues found were cut off like this. At this moment, Chu Yan was full of anger. Ha ha ha, let's go. Seeing that Chu Yan's eyes were full of murderous intent, the heavenly king shivered and greeted everyone. If you don't leave, you are really courting death. Haha, okay. Let's go. Several Lei clan great emperors responded, turned around in unison, and prepared to leave. Brother, don't worry about them for now, take the animal cocoon into your space first. Situ Yang saw Chu Yan state, and quickly reminded him. Hearing Situ Yang's voice, Chu Yan was startled, and suddenly remembered that the Rakshasa space can restrain all power. Good. Although the Rakshasa space cannot store living people, any dead objects will be as locked in time after entering the Rakshasa space. The animal cocoon is a kind of existence between life and death. Putting it into the Rakshasa space may temporarily prevent it from disappearing. Hoo-hoo. Taking a few deep breaths, Chu Yan suppressed the killing intent in his heart, turned around again, and rushed towards the beast cocoon. For the time being let go of those Lei clan, after all, the beast cocoon is more important to Chu Yan. Swish. With a figure like electricity, Chu Yan pushed his speed to the extreme. After a short breath, Chu Yan landed in front of the beast cocoon, and with a wave of his hands, a large area of Raksha's true energy directly covered it. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan's Rakshasa true chi touched the beast cocoon, a large cloud of black gas erupted directly above the beast cocoon, completely rebounding Chu Yan's Rakshasa true chi. Resistance. Chu Yan's face was stunned. Unexpectedly, the animal cocoon was injured, and it was still resisting his own Rakshasa true energy. Although these Rakshasa Jinchi are very ordinary, they are only used to connect to the Rakshasa space and are not aggressive, but Chu Yan was a little surprised that the animal cocoon still had such a strong will to resist when it was injured. Damn, it's pretty awesome. Fatty Situ stood beside Chu Yan. Seeing this scene, he raised his hand and took out a piece of spirit pattern, ready to clean up the animal cocoon. However, at this moment, above the beast cocoon, the black cloud wave became more and more dense, and the speed of spreading towards the surroundings also increased crazily. Boom, boom. The group of ancient stone palaces trembled again, the shaking of landslides and ground cracks suddenly increased several times, and the stone palaces in the distance began to collapse. Up to now, the entire group of ancient stone palaces seems to have begun its final self-destruction. Not good. Brother, let's go. Seeing the situation around him, Situ Yang became anxious and said, Walk. Seeing that the animal cocoon could not be contained, Chu Yan glanced at the situation around him, knew that he had to go, gritted his teeth, swung his true energy around Situ Yang, turned around and flew towards the entrance of the cave. However, after walking not far, the 8 great emperors of the Thunder clan in front of them were already ready to wait. Sky thunder and magnetic storm. Thousands of fire and thunder. Broken heaven. 8 attacks, from the direction close to the entrance of the cave, bombarded Chu Yan, who was flying in midair. The great Emperor Lei Xiao and the Heavenly King saw Chu Yan flying towards them, and shot directly, all kinds of imperial techniques and attacks, bombarded Chu Yan and the ancient stone palaces behind him. Obviously, the 8 great emperors of the Lei clan wanted to block Chu Yan here, and were directly swallowed by the self-destructing Taiku stone palaces. "Get out!" Chu Yan yelled, and swung Haoyan in his hand, and a large piece of sword light slashed out, smashing all the imperial techniques and attacks that were blasting towards him. But those attacks on the ancient stone palaces behind him were too far away to stop them. Boom! 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 Those attacks hit the large group of stone palaces, causing the trembling ruins to shake violently, affecting the entire mountain, and began to shake even more violently. Above the sky, large pieces of falling rocks kept falling, and the whole world was on the brink of destruction. Because he had to break the attack and dodge the boulder falling from the sky, Chu Yan's flying speed dropped sharply. "Haha, Haoyan, you just wait here to die." Emperor Lei Xiao and the others laughed wildly, and they didn't stay for long. 8 figures rushed towards the entrance of the cave and shot away. In the blink of an eye, the figures of 8 people came out of the cave entrance. A group of garbage. Xie La Jiao was so angry that he cursed again and again, looking around with slit eyes. His face was pale, with fright at the scene of the imminent destruction. "Diin, open the way for me." At this moment, Chu Yan's whole body exploded with imperial prestige, and a purple gold emperor seal came out from behind him. #C2458 Anti-Chasing. Boom, boom. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan and Fatty rushed out of the cave, the entire Dao Peak began to collapse, like a huge snowdrift piled up with snow, collapsing and disappearing in an instant. Looking at Daofeng, which had completely disappeared before them, the corners of Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao twitched twice at the same time. If this slows down by half a breath, the 2 of them will be buried in this mountain. Even if they are cultivated to the sky, if a mountain falls down, they will be seriously injured if they don't die. Moreover, in the depths of the mountain, there is also an immemorial spirit array, which continues to explode. That power is definitely not something that a warrior's body can contend with. Bad, just a little bit. Xie La Jiao, who fell to the ground in shock, his eyes dull and surrounded by Chu Yan's true energy, retreated for 100 miles, and the mountains behind him collapsed, and he calmed down a little. Muttering in his mouth, Xie La Jiao felt like he was alive after a catastrophe. Damn it, never let it go. After landing, Xie La Jiao woke up suddenly with the feeling of his feet touching the ground. His eyes glared fiercely. He turned his hands over, took out a piece of spirit pattern, and threw it towards the sky. Snapped. The black spirit pattern flew up 10,000 feet into the sky, and exploded directly. A black air flow gushed out of it, circled in the air, then plunged into the sea of spirit clouds, and swam towards the northeast. Xie La Jiao gritted his teeth and gritted them. He looked up at the sky, the black air flow went away, and the fierce light in his eyes continued to flicker. Not far from him, Chu Yan was facing the direction of the collapsed mountain range, with a gloomy expression on his face. Still failed. The animal cocoon was first shot by the black arrow of the King of Heaven, and then completely swallowed by the collapsed mountain. It is impossible for it to survive. Now, all doubts have become unknowns. Regardless of whether the animal cocoon was the Xuanhuan sage emperor or a member of the Ming clan, they were all damaged now, and it was impossible to know the answer. And what he has been investigating, the remaining clues of the Mingzhu, have been broken again so far. Thunder Clan. Chu Yan clenched his fists tightly, killing intent surged all over his body. Not only because, this time, the 8th Emperor Lei Xiao ruined his important affairs. At the same time, of course, Chu Yan also thought that what Emperor Lei Xiao said in his mouth, the task of being ordered to hunt down, I am afraid that he was in the headquarters of Anai Shindao, after he became the 9 elders, the great law enforcement of the Lei clan, deliberately did it. If you want your own life, you must have the consciousness of death. But now, the 8 Thunder Clan Great Emperors have long since fled, and the Nuoda Futu Dark World, trying to find them is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Call. Chu Yan let out a long breath, turned to look at Situ Yang, and said, "Let's go back to Fengdu City." "Go back to the city?" "Brother, why are you going back to the city?" Situ Yang asked. "I think, in Fengdu City, there should also be a chamber of commerce that sells news. Let's see if we can find the whereabouts of those members of the Lei clan. Anyway, I want to look for the holy stone in the dark world of the Buddha. If there is any news, I will look for the Lei clan members, by the way." Hey. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Situ Yang grinned, his slit-like eyes flickered, he hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Brother, if I can find them, can we discuss it?" "Huh? Can you find it?" Chu Yan was startled, looked at Situ Yang, and then asked, "What are you discussing?" "Those bastards, just now, hid hundreds of millions of miles away in the Zifeng mountain range. Master Yao has already released tracking spirit patterns. As long as he doesn't leave the dark world of Buddha, he will never escape from my grasp." Situ Yang gritted his teeth and said harshly, "However, if we find them, the holy stone and all the resources, we will be divided." Situ Yang raised his head and looked at Chu Yan, with a charming smile on his face. After thinking about it, he was wrong, so he quickly added, "I'm 7, you 3. No problem." Chu Yan nodded directly. "Ah." To Chu Yan's blunt answer, Situ Yang's face full of smiles froze instantly, and his eyes were full of confusion. "What's the situation?" "This." I agreed. Fatty Situ has made a plan and is ready to bargain hard. If he can split the price into 5 or 5, he will be satisfied. After all, if you find the 8 members of the Lei clan, if you do it, it will all depend on Chu Yan. He is no match for any Lei clan Great Emperor. Therefore, for him, the 55% share is already very high. That's why Situ Yang offered a 7-3 share to ask Chu Yan to counter-offer. But he never thought that Chu Yan didn't care at all, and he agreed directly without thinking about it. How about we June 4th? This time, Situ Yang felt a little guilty, and took the initiative to step down. Whether it's July 3rd or June 4th, it doesn't matter. You can give them all. Right now, I just want to kill someone. In Chu Yan's eyes, killing intent was like ice. Looking at Situ Yang, the pores of his whole body exploded. The anger in my heart can't be appeased at all. For the Lei clan, from the very beginning to the Nishan Hall, and now the Futu Dark World, every one of them made Chu Yan's killing intent continue to condense. Now, since Situ Yang can find it, don't talk nonsense, kill him. Only by killing can Chu Yan's state of mind be completely calmed down. This may have a great relationship with the way of killing that Chu Yan practiced before. Even now, the way of killing and the way of self have been merged into a new one, forming a completely different way map, but Chu Yan's original heart has never changed. For Chu Yan, the 9 Suns Sword and Lotus Taoist map is an improvement of the Tao, not a change. Now, only blood can calm his anger. Okay. I'll take you there. Situ Yang looked into his eldest brother's eyes and got along with him for a long time, and soon he understood that the murderous intent in Chu Yan's heart could no longer be restrained. Stop talking nonsense, Situ Yang directly told Chu Yan about the Zishui mountain range, and also said that the tracking spirit pattern released before had found the location of several of them. Therefore, in the 10 Directions Starfield, no one is willing to offend a spirit pattern master. Spirit pattern masters can do many things that warriors cannot do. It seems that now, as long as Situ Yang has met people and sensed their aura, he can use special spirit patterns to find out the other party. Boom. On Chu Yan's body, Raksha's true energy exploded, and black waves rolled, directly wrapping Situ Yang, and his figure rose into the sky, heading northeast, and flew away. For a full hour, Chu Yan was flying at a high speed, and that speed across the sky would tremble in the void. Xie was so frightened by Chu Yan's speed that he almost lost his mind. You know, if it was him, a spirit pattern master in the upper martial emperor realm, with the help of the speed spirit pattern, I am afraid that he would not be able to reach 1/3 of Chu Yan's current speed. An hour and a half later, Chu Yan and Xie entered the Zhishui mountain range. This is an extremely dark forest. Emperor Lei Xiao, Emperor Tianwang, and 8 Lei clan emperors are holding a map in the forest, exploring and moving forward. The 8 Lei clan great emperors are still brooding about the fact that they didn't kill Haoyan and seize the treasure in Daofeng before. That Haoyan, I don't know if he died in Daofeng. The Emperor Tianwang frowned slightly and asked. Humph. The ancient relics are self-destructing, even those who are strong at the Saint Emperor level cannot survive. Emperor Lei Xiao snorted coldly. #C2459 kill. The Zhishui Mountains, located in the northeast region of the Fushu Dark Age, are famous for their darkness. This mountain range, which has existed for an unknown number of years, is home to the oldest forest in the dark world of Buddha. Every ancient tree is as old as the dark world of Buddha. Therefore, the dense forest completely covers the entire mountain range, and the sun does not see it for many years. Even, some dark monsters and plants grow very well in this forest, and at the same time devour the last ray of sunshine in this forest. Emperor Lei Xiao and others have been in the dark world of the Buddha for many years, and they are very familiar with this other world. And this Zhishui mountain range is where they often come to look for holy stones, and they will get something every time. Even if that Haoyan didn't die, he's probably seriously injured. Let's find a way to get out of the soil first, then let's talk. Hee. Emperor Wuxia had a cold smile on his face, and his liver still trembled when he thought of the terrifying combat power of Haoyan before. The 8 Thunder Clan great emperors even took out the Leizu token to save their lives, but they were still suppressed by the opponent, which made them extremely aggrieved. And that fat man seems to be a spirit pattern master. A look of worry flashed in Emperor Lei Xiao's eyes, and he seemed a little worried. After all, the special ability of the spirit pattern master is far beyond what they can imagine. If you meet a spirit pattern master who is good at the earth element, it is not too difficult to get out from the bottom of a collapsed mountain. Well, that fat man should have been killed at that time. The Heavenly King nodded, regretting that he didn't get rid of the opponent's spirit pattern master first. Why is it so quiet around here all of a sudden? Hey! No. While the few people were investigating and chatting, suddenly, someone looked around, noticed something was wrong, and reminded him. Almost at the moment these words landed, a chill rose in the hearts of several people at the same time. This bone-piercing feeling is exactly death. The appearance of death energy represents danger, enough to threaten their lives. Boom. Without waiting for the bodyguards on these people to activate, an incomparably bright sword energy descended from the sky above the sky, like the sword of divine thunder, and slashed at the great emperors of the Thunder Clan. An extremely strong sense of oppression suddenly weighed heavily on them like a mountain. Go back. Dispersion. Lei Xiao and the Heavenly King shouted loudly almost at the same time, wanting to remind their companions around them. At the same time, they waved their hands and blasted out a series of imperial arts attacks towards the terrifying sword light in the sky. Boom! Boom! The 2 powerful attacks collided with the sword light, as if a stone had been thrown into the sea, without even a ripple. 2 air storms exploded and dissipated in an instant. In the sky, after the sword light shredded all the attacks, it crashed down, and the range covered by the sword light completely covered the figures of the 3 Thunder Clan great emperors. Not even a trace of blood bloomed, and the bodies of the 3 Lei clan great emperors were directly reduced to dust. Boom, boom. The sword light fell to the ground, cutting out a huge sword hole with a radius of 100 steps on the ground, and the dust and mist that rushed up was a full 100 feet high. The surrounding towering trees were turned into sawdust under the wave of energy. All of a sudden, sawdust and broken leaves were flying all over the sky. In addition to Emperor Lei Xiao, Emperor Tianwang, and the other 3 Lei clan emperors who reacted faster, they escaped from the range of the sword light and recovered their lives. Not bad. The ability to escape is not bad. An icy voice sounded. 2 figures, one black and one fat, passed through the dense canopy, descended from the sky, and landed in front of the 5 Lei clan great emperors. Yu. Emperor Lei Xiao and the others saw the person coming. Their faces were full of horror. They raised their fingers and pointed at each other, and they couldn't speak clearly in horror. How could you not die? How did you find us? Emperor Lei Xiao and Emperor Tianwang exclaimed at the same time, as if they had seen a ghost. Not only them, but also the other 3 Thunder Clan great emperors all looked shocked, and there was even a trace of fear deep in their eyes. Just because Chu Yan didn't die, and didn't lose a single hair, and appeared in front of them alive, was enough to make them horrified. But now, they escaped a distance of nearly 100 million miles, and they were found by Chu Yan in less than 2 hours. This is even more terrifying than the impact that Chu Yan did not die and brought to them. Hey, everyone, let me introduce myself, Xie La Jiao, the #1 spirit pattern master in the world. Swinging his fat body, he took a step from behind Chu Yan, and appeared in front of several great emperors of the Lei clan. Xie La Jiao, who was full of mean smiles, said. Moreover, there was a trace of teasing in his smile, as if a cat was staring at a group of mice that had been cornered. Nyobi continue to Nyobi Wasn't it very proud of being in the Taiku Stone Palace on Daofeng before? Now one by one, why are they all cowardly? Haotian, I don't care who your real identity is. I can tell you that I am the nephew of the Lei clan patriarch. If you dare to touch me, I promise, you will die. The previous things were all misunderstandings. We originally wanted to hunt down a man named Chu Yan, but we just happened to meet you. So, let's discuss this matter, let's forget it. Emperor Lei Xiao looked at Chu Yan and kept explaining. By now, he was really scared. This Haotian is too terrifying. Not only the combat power and talent are terrifying, but other methods are also terrifying. There is no benefit in offending such a person. Forget it. Chu Yan sneered, looking at the other party. That's right. You also killed my 3 clansmen, and this matter is over. Emperor Lei Xiao nodded. Good. Good. Very good. The smile on Chu Yan's face became more intense. Then it's settled, What are you doing? Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Emperor Lei Xiao breathed a long sigh of relief, but before he could react, a dazzling sword light suddenly flashed out from the hand of the black-robed youth in front of him. It was a sword light, so fierce that it made people's pupils dilate instantly, and it was a terrifying sword light that surged with deadly energy. Block. Not good. Shoot. Thunder God's judgment. Stimulated by the death aura, several living Thunder Clan emperors, including Emperor Lei Xiao and Tianwang, made their moves in unison, using all kinds of trump card tricks at the same time. At the same time, their figures hurriedly backed away, trying to avoid the terrifying sword light. However, before they could rush out of the range of the sword light, the golden sword light suddenly exploded, turning into a large wave of sword intent, sweeping across the entire area like a wind and clouds. Amidst the 3 shrill and desperate screams, 3 flowers of flesh and blood bloomed directly. Except for Emperor Lei Xiao and Emperor Tianwang, the 3 Lei clan emperors were swallowed by the frenzy of golden sword energy and directly twisted into flesh and blood. Leizu token. Body protection. Seeing that the frenzy of sword intent swept in unabated after devouring the three companions, Emperor Lei Xiao was terrified, waved both hands, and took out 2 black tokens directly. Unexpectedly, Emperor Lei Xiao actually had a token of Lei Zhu on his body. #C2460 No chance. Lei Xiao Tian and the head of the Lei clan are close relatives, and the extra Lei Zhu token on his body is probably also a life-saving thing given to him. Boom. Boom. However, the 2 Thunder Ancestor tokens of the Dao exploded at the same time, and the burst of Thunder Ancestor's power was instantly turned into powder under Jian Guang's slashing, which did not play any blocking effect at all. Call out. On the contrary, in the exploding air waves, small sword spirits flew in all directions, and directly passed through Emperor Lei Xiao's chest, blooming a flower of blood. Emperor Lei Xiao was thrown backwards by the sword energy, hitting a big tree not far away. When his body slid down the tree and fell to the ground, he twitched a few times and then became silent. The sudden situation caused the Heavenly King to be terrified, and he turned his head to look at the lifeless Emperor Lei Xiao under the big tree in the distance. His eyes were full of horror. Puff. However, before he could react at all, the sword light in the sky finally descended, together with the bodies of the other 2 great emperors, the Heavenly King Emperor, as if melting ice and snow, quickly dissipated in the sword energy. In less than 3 breaths, a big battle is over. The 8 Thunder Clan Great Emperors who were above the 7th heavenly layer of the Great Emperor realm were all beheaded in the blink of an eye. To be honest, if they were given enough time and preparations, and they joined forces to use Thor's battle formation, it would certainly be impossible to lose so quickly. But, will Chu Yan give them such a chance? Of course not. In Dongtian Feudi and the Battle of Daofeng before, it was because the 8 great emperors joined forces to display the Thunder God formation that the beast cocoons that Chu Yan wanted were all swallowed by the collapsed mountain. Chu Yan will never make the same mistake a second time. Therefore, this time, under Situ Yang's tracking, Chu Yan found 8 people, and shot immediately without giving them a chance to react. But the facts proved that after leaving the Thunder God formation, Lei Xiao and the Heavenly King Emperor were not Chu Yan's one-shot enemies at all. Most of these powerful warriors rely on the trump cards and power of their forces. In terms of personal combat power, they are really not ordinary weak. After leaving the Thunder God formation, the 8 Thunder Clan Emperors were as weak as scum in front of Chu Yan. Hey, a bunch of idiots, I still want Big Brother to let you go. Situ Yang jumped out from behind Chu Yan, and rushed to the corpses, not far away. After flipping his fingerprints, he found the jade talismans stored in those corpses, one by one. Even if it was the storage jade talisman that had been chopped into powder by the sword energy, Situ Yang only needed a few spirit patterns to make those jade talisman powder scattered in the air gather together again and restore them to their original state. Haha, here it goes. Situ Yang opened the jade talismans with ease, as if those jade talismans belonged to him at all. The imprint of the original owner in the jade talisman did not stop him at all, and the holy stones and resource treasures in the base were taken out one by one and piled up in a pile in front of the fat man. 90 holy stones, 3 bottles of 7-turn gold pills, and a treasure map. Situ Yang directly ignored most of the various cultivation resources and ordinary treasures, took the most useful ones, and offered them to Chu Yan. These 7 great clans are really rich. Situ Yang's eyes were red. His breathing became rapid in an instant, and he kept thinking in his heart that one day he would loot all the treasure houses of the 7 great clans. Immediately afterwards, Situ Yang flashed his figure and rushed towards the other corpses, continuing to search. Hey! 70 holy stones, so poor. Fortunately, there are actually 5 treasure maps. It seems that this guy just changed the treasure map. Situ Yang checked the storage jade talisman he had just obtained, and sorted and counted all the different types of resources and treasures. And Chu Yan stood there, looking around, as if he was extremely curious about this Sishui forest. After some killings, Chu Yan's mood completely calmed down. Practicing the way of killing had a great impact on his killing intent, and just now, after Chu Yan killed 8 people in a row, he discovered that the 9 Suns sword art had regressed. Although he didn't retreat much, and was only weaker than a small realm, Chu Yan was a little surprised by the sudden sense of powerlessness. "Brother, count it up, let's divide it." Xie greeted Chu Yan excitedly, and at the same time shouted loudly. "The 100 holy stones belong to you, and the rest are mine. You can take whatever you like about these resources. The most important thing is these few treasure maps. Let's go around together later, hee, it's so cool." Xie handed Chu Yan a storage jade talisman. He was talking excitedly, but saw Chu Yan frowning slightly, as if he was meditating on something. "Fatty, is that Songshui Sage Emperor in that animal cocoon?" Chu Yan raised his head, looked at Xie and asked. "This?" Hearing Chu Yan's words, Xie was taken aback, and immediately didn't know how to answer. To be honest, even though he was also a spirit pattern master in Outer Land back then, his strength was very weak, and it was impossible to judge and lock him by his weak aura. Even now, facing a holy emperor, his spirit pattern has only a 50% chance of tracking it. "I can only be sure that it is the special blood soul breath of the Ming clan. I don't know if it is that Songshui Sage Emperor." Xie thought for a while and replied. "Ningzu. If you can track them, just stare at them." Chu Yan looked up at the fat man and said solemnly. "Okay." Xie nodded. Of course Xie is aware of the grievances between Chu Yan and the Mingzu, and of course he wants to help when Chu Yan speaks up. Although the netherworld aura in the animal cocoon is extremely special and has been somewhat mutated, coupled with the interference from the ancient stone palace, it is extremely difficult to track it. The most important thing is that now the entire Daofeng mountain range has completely collapsed, and all doubts are buried in the ruins. However, Xie will try his best to rely on the ancient spirit pattern technique to monitor all the people or objects related to the beast cocoon breath in the dark world of the Buddha. In Chu Yan's eyes, the killing intent remained undiminished, and he hesitated. Although, in the outer continent, the Hades were basically uprooted, but what they did to their relatives must not end here. Must kill them all, leave no one behind. "Hey, Songshui, it's unlucky for you, it's not good to provoke anyone, you must provoke my elder brother." Seeing the cold light in Chu Yan's eyes, Xie grinned and said nothing, only thinking about the tragedy of the Mingzu. "Let's go. Look at the treasure the Thunder Clan found, what good things are there?" After a while, Chu Yan took a deep breath and headed towards the depths of the mountains ahead. Xie threw out a jade talisman with spiritual patterns, looked around, and followed quickly. At this time, hundreds of millions of miles away, the headquarters of Anai Shindao, the Thunder Clan, is at the peak. Having just joined Anai Shindao, Lei Clan has many things to be busy with. However, as the chief law enforcement officer of Lei Clan, Emperor Lei Wu is busy with another matter. However, the development of this matter has exceeded his estimation. What? Lei Xiao is dead. #C2461 Sword Hingtian. In the majestic hall, Saint Emperor Lei Wu sat on it. His originally solemn face was full of astonishment at this moment. Because the news that the Thunder Clan elder standing by His Highness just said is really astonishing. However, what he didn't expect was that the elder's next words made him jump straight from the high seat. Not only Emperor Lei Xiao, but also Emperor Tianwang and the other 6 great emperors in the clan, all lost. The elder's words were like a sharp blade piercing the soul of Emperor Lei Wu, causing his cold eyes to shrink into needles in an instant. Who? A word, with a strong murderous intent, asked. In the dark world of the Buddha, there is a newcomer named Emperor Hao Yan. Emperor Lei Wu frowned instantly, contemplated for a long time, but couldn't remember at all that there was such a powerful newcomer on the list of Fengdu in the dark world of Buddha. However, the elder stood right in front of him, his expression equally gloomy. As one of the 7 great war clans, the members of the Lei clan who went out to practice were killed in groups. This kind of thing rarely happened. But now, it still happened. Where is it? Saint Emperor Lei Wu asked. Northeast of the Futu Dark World, Zishui Forest. The elder continued to answer. Every strong person of the Lei clan who goes out to practice will have detailed records and tracking, including the preservation of the life jade talisman. Although the 8 clansmen, including Lei Xiao, can be reborn using the life pattern, it will take at least a few years to recover their strength. And, most importantly, Lei clan's face cannot be desecrated like this. Therefore, upon receiving the news from Lei Xiao and other great emperors, before their loss, the executive elder immediately notified the chief law enforcement officer. It goes without saying that the person who dares to attack Lei clan must die. Walking with that Haoyan, there is also a spirit pattern master named Emperor Tianyan. Before Lei Xiao fell, only so much news came back. The elder looked up at Saint Emperor Lei Wu, and said deliberately. Hearing these words, the gloomy expression on Saint Emperor Lei Wu's face became more and more intense. If it was another clansman, it might be better, but this Lei Xiao is a close relative of the patriarch, so this matter is serious. I have issued a clan order to let the clansmen of the dark world of Futu approach the Zishui mountains. Even if the dark world of Buddha is turned over, we must find them. After pondering for a long time, Emperor Lei Wu finally spoke sharply. Yes. The elder took the order, turned around, and left. A chilling atmosphere spread in the Thunder Clan Hall. At this time, on the other side, the Buddha is in the dark world, Zishui Mountains. For a full 10 days, Chu Yan and Situ Yang searched the treasure maps obtained from Emperor Lei Xiao and the others one by one. These treasure maps are almost all in the Zishui mountain range, and the farthest one is also near the Zishui mountain range. It has to be said that with the treasure map, the speed of collecting holy stones has increased a lot. In 10 days, the number of holy stones on both Chu Yan and Situ Yang increased rapidly. Now, the number of holy stones on Chu Yan has reached 300, and the number on Situ Yang is about the same. However, before Situ Yang was deceived in Fengdu City, he exchanged most of the holy stones on his body for several extremely precious high-level treasure maps. Now, Chu Yan followed Situ Yang and was flying towards the place marked on the high-level treasure map. This is a boundless sea area. The two of them pressed against the sea surface, and their spiritual sense probed under the sea surface, and quickly passed by. The powerful aura soared to the sky, picked up 2 water lines, and continued to extend towards the distant sea. Huh! So fast. During the flight, Situ Yang's expression froze suddenly. He stopped abruptly, took out a piece of spirit pattern, penetrated with his spiritual sense, and sensed it carefully. What happened? Chu Yan also stagnated, suspended, beside Situ Yang, and asked. People from the Thunder Clan are approaching. Situ Yang put away the jade talisman, glanced to the southwest, and replied. Coming out of the Zishui Mountains, Situ Yang started to investigate the breath of the Thunder Clan, knowing that they would not stop there, so of course they had to be vigilant in advance. Since you're here, let's welcome you. Chu Yan grinned, waved his big hand, and the true energy gushed out, wrapped Situ Yang's body, and flew away in a southwest direction. At the same time, near the core of the Zishui Mountains, 10 Thunder Clan emperors were carefully searching and advancing. Ever since receiving the order from the clan, the Thunder Clan Great Emperor, with a total of 10 people in the Sky Zishui mountain range, has been extremely careful. Because they knew that Emperor Lei Xiao and Emperor Tianwang were extremely powerful among the emperors of the Lei clan. If even they can't deal with that Haoyan, it's useless for them to come here. However, their purpose is to investigate and search. As long as they find the trace of Hao Yin, they will notify other nearby clansmen to come over. A newcomer in the dark world of Buddha, but also wants to fight against the Thunder Clan. Huh. There's a powerful aura over there. A great emperor of the Thunder Clan suddenly stopped and looked to the northeast with a look of vigilance on his face. Although there are a lot of giant Buddha beasts in this Sishui mountain range, he can be sure that this breath is not the breath of beasts, but other strong men approaching at high speed. Then, in less than 10 breaths, the other 9 great emperors who were traveling together felt a sense of crisis at the same time. Thus, the 10 Thunder Clan great emperors gathered together as quickly as possible, preparing to use the Thunder God formation to deal with the upcoming threat. It really belongs to the Thunder Clan. Are you looking for me? Above the sky, a young man in black robe appeared, and beside him, a fat man smiled obscenely. Huh. How? Hao Yan. The 10 great emperors of the Lei clan followed the voice and looked up at the sky, but all they saw was an extremely bright golden sword glow, falling from the sky like the sun falling into the world. At the same time, a cold voice resounded through the sky. A sword that cuts across the sky. The sword energy all over the sky stirred up a storm of sword intent, causing the towering ancient trees in the forest within a radius of 10 miles to shake crazily. The sword field has been completed, and the ban is solid. What? The shocked souls of the Lei clan's great emperors almost flew out of their bodies. Because they didn't expect that this Hao Yin would appear directly in front of them and directly strike. Die. He didn't intend to talk nonsense to these Lei clan people at all. Chu Yan stepped forward, the power of Daotu all over his body, like a flood, suppressed downward, and golden dragon shadows swam in the torrent of Daotu. Violently fists, like raging beasts, bombarded them down. Quick, end. Thunder God battle formation. The leader of the Thunder Clan Great Emperor, seeing this scene, his eye sockets were cracked, and under the stern roar, the imperial power in his whole body exploded directly. The 9 Thunder Clan Great Emperors who were following him dared not hesitate, they all shot together, cast the Thunder God formation, and slammed into the fists falling from the sky. #C2462 Riza Law. This time, there are a total of 10 Thunder Clan Great Emperor powerhouses, although their cultivation bases are only around the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm. However, the Thunder Clan's Thunder God formation requires a much higher number of casters than the requirements for cultivation. To put it simply, the more people who cast the big formation, the stronger the power of the big formation will be. Back then, when the 8 Saint Emperors invaded the Thunder Clan dispatched 1,000 strong men of the Great Emperor realm, and the formation formed directly blocked the 8 Saint Emperors from the Thunder Clan mountain. Saint Rakshasa, possessed. Under Chu Yan's shout, the ghost of the Queen of Knowledge soared into the sky, the domineering as the sky, the holy Rakshasa deity like a mountain, broke through the air, and directly merged with Chu Yan's body amidst the roar. In an instant, the terrifying power of demons, like a flood, rushed to the heaven and earth, and the powerful pressure of demon breath severely suppressed the 10 Thunder Clan Emperors below. Not good. Hurry up and shoot with all your strength. Seeing that the situation was wrong, the leader of the Thunder Clan Great Emperor hurriedly shouted, and at the same time desperately urged the Thunder Ancestor token in his hand. The next moment, the other 9 Thunder Clan members all erupted, urging their respective Thunder Ancestor tokens to the extreme. Laser decree, 9 thunders will destroy the world. Laser decree, 9 thunders will destroy the world. Laser decree, 9 thunders will destroy the world. Laser battle formation, 9 thunders destroy the world, and reappear in the world. Amidst all kinds of roars, the illusory body of Lezu in midair explodes layers of lightning, and a large number of thunder lights gather together, turning into a thunder knife. The thunder sword, and the thunder gun, stretch across the sky. Burst. Chu Yan's long hair was fluttering, his black robe was like a flag, and his fighting spirit had exploded to the extreme. He strode out, punch after punch, and kept pounding out. The terrifying fist, like the roar of a golden dragon, swept across the sky with powerful force. Boom! 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 One after another, the sound of air explosions continued to explode, resounding in all directions. This time the battle was completely frontal and tough, and the strength of both sides exploded to the limit. In a battle of this level, the outcome was decided almost instantly. The body of Chu Yan's holy Rakshasa stands in the sky, like a demon god, shaking even the sky. The fist of the demon god, with the majestic dragon power, contains the power of the Taoist map of the Nine Suns Sword Lotus, will just condense. The body of Lei Zhu who came out was violently retreated again and again. This is absolutely suppressed. No matter how the thunder knives, swords, or spears condensed in the sky hit, they couldn't get close to the body of the holy Rakshasa. The comparison of power, at this time, has completely formed a gap, not at the same level at all. Terrible Dao Tu, what? I can also awaken. Xie La Jiao was suspended in the sky, his whole body surrounded by defensive spirit patterns, watching the battle below with a look of envy on his face. In the last battle, he opened those ancient spirit formations and restrictions in the ancient stone palace group. The distance was relatively far, and there was still work to do, so he didn't feel very clearly. But this time, from the beginning to the end, he could see clearly, and his whole soul trembled. And in mid-air, Chu Yan's eyes shone like stars, looking down at the 10 Thunder Clan great emperors below, and the Dao Tu behind him slowly rose into the sky. Wisps of Dao Tu power, like a stream, poured from the top of his head, flowed to his limbs, gathered on his fists, and condensed 2 golden dragons. Wan Lai Dragon Gang, destroy. The left foot stomped heavily, and the right fist slammed out heavily. The golden dragon gang burst out in an instant, and the sound of dragon sputum pierced the sky. Just like the sun falling, the golden dragon gang was dying all the way. Wherever it passed, all the thunder soldiers were reduced to dust. Heaven and earth demon god will destroy everything. Boom, boom. The continuous explosion sounded like the sky was about to explode, and the muffled sound echoed across the entire mountain range. Whether it is in the sky or underground, all kinds of condensed laser electric soldiers, in front of this golden dragon fist, there is no stopping power at all. What's more, the remaining waves of energy exploded, scattered in all directions, and bombarded the bodyguards of the 10 great emperors of the Thunder Clan below, erupting immediately. Ah! 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 The shrill screams rang out, and the bodies of the great emperors were sent flying upside down, crashing into the surrounding towering ancient trees. Trees fell all the way, sawdust flying, and straight passages were opened in the mountain forest. The battlefield is in a mess. The entire forest was trembling, flying sawdust and blood were scattered everywhere. This punch is the strongest combat power that Chu Yan has gathered all his strength to burst out. In a Dao map, including the power of the Emperor Seal, coupled with the terrifying power of the Holy Rakshasa, through the Dao map, they are perfectly integrated and burst out with all their strength. At this moment, Chu Yan finally had a complete understanding of the use of Dao Tu. The existence of Dao Tu is not to enhance power, its greatest function is to integrate. Transform your various powers into the purest power through the transformation of Dao Tu, and the most terrifying combat power is born from this. In the face of this kind of power, not to mention a few powerhouses of the Great Emperor realm, even those of the Saint Emperor realm would be wiped out in ashes. Call. Exhaling a long breath, slowly concentrating all the strength in his body, Chu Yan lowered his head and looked down. The 10 Thunder Clan Great Emperors were all over the place. With the power of one person, suppress the 10 Emperors of the Thunder Clan. Haha, Big Brother is doing great. Xie La Jiao rushed down from the sky, and without Chu Yan's greeting, he rushed straight down, and the Thunder Clan Great Emperors were all lying on the ground. A series of handprints were taken, covering the intact or broken corpses. Immediately afterwards, the jade talisman stored on the bodies of every Thunder Clan emperor kept flying out and fell into Situ Yang's hands. Huh. No holy stone. So poor. Damn, there are only more than 30 holy stones, how dare you hang out in the dark world of the Buddha? Treasure map. Sure enough, I have money. I bought so many treasure maps. Thank you. Hee hee. Oh my god. This guy is really rich. He has more than 100 holy stones on him, huh? There is also a high-level treasure map. Ha ha ha, post it, post it. Situ Yang was alone, jumping up and down, shuttling back and forth among the corpses. He was extremely busy. His face was full of excitement, and the fat all over his body was jumping for joy. Situ Yang, who was completely wrapped in happiness, had a pair of slit eyes, shining like stars. Compared with Chu Yan, who pursues martial arts, Situ Yang's pursuit is completely different. Call out. Call out. Call out. Just as Situ Yang was collecting resources, Chu Yan stood in the air, feeling the mystery of the Taoist map at that moment just now, when he was immersed in it. Suddenly, above the 10 Thunder Clan corpses, streaks of lightning shot out continuously, like a starlight, rushing towards the sky. Without waiting for the two of them to react, the 10 flashes of lightning disappeared into the sky. Thunder Clan message. Situ Yang was startled, and looked up at the sky. Unexpectedly, this time, the Thunder Clan team seemed to have made some preparations. It seems that the news of their killing will soon spread back to the Thunder Clan. #C2463 Kill as many as you want. Send a message back to the Thunder Clan before you die. Chu Yan raised his head, glanced at the thunder and light signals that disappeared in the sky, and the corner of his mouth lightly raised. Send it back, so what? This time, these Thunder Clan teams were obviously checking their whereabouts in the Zhishui Mountains. This shows that the Lei clan already knew about killing Emperor Lei Xiao himself. Moreover, before, Emperor Lei Xiao came to deal with him under the order of Emperor Lei Wu of the Lei clan. However, they still don't know that Chu Yan is Hao Yan, and Hao Yan is the Chu Yan they have been looking for. So, no matter what, the battle of Lei clan is inevitable. At least, in the dark world of the Buddha, I can fight well with the Lei clan as Emperor Hao Yan. When we return to Anai Shindao, or the 10 Directions Starfield, because of the restriction of the iron law of Anai Shindao, whether it is ourselves or the Lei clan, I am afraid it will be difficult to make a move. So, now in the dark world of Buddha, let's have a good kill. How many come, how many kills? In Chu Yan's eyes, there was a wave of killing intent, and the flames of war were raging. Why, they are the guys who come to calculate and set up a game against themselves. This time, he will take the initiative to kill the opponent first. Therefore, in this dark world of Buddha, Chu Yan made up his mind, no matter how many Lei clan come, he will kill one when he sees them, and he doesn't need to talk nonsense with them, and he won't have so many scruples. Brother, your share. After counting, Situ Yang threw out a stored jade talisman, his eyes narrowed into slits when he smiled. Situ Yang fully understood Chu Yan's thoughts when he saw those eyes. Kill. This gang should be killed, it's too late. Moreover, after killing them, there will still be a lot of holy stones and resources harvested. What a wonderful thing. Situ Yang welcomed this kind of initiative to die and give back the holy stone resources. Brother, I got 3 high-level treasure maps, let's go. Let's go and have a look. Situ Yang returned to Chu Yan with a wretched smile and bright eyes. The harvest of this trip is comparable to the sum of all the income of his avatar, who has been in the dark world of the Buddha for several years. Good. Chu Yan nodded, looked at Situ Yang, and said. Keep an eye on Thunder Clan, if you find it, tell me. Don't worry, big brother, I have set up surveillance spirit patterns everywhere in the Buddha dark world. As long as they get close, they will definitely not be able to escape my eyes. Xie La Jiao knew that Chu Yan was going to fight the Lei clan, so he nodded quickly and replied. Swish! Swish! As soon as the voice fell to the ground, the figures of the two rushed towards the sky like two bolts of lightning. In the next few days, Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao went through all the high-level treasure maps in their hands, and gained a lot. The number of holy stones on Chu Yan's body is close to 300. However, in the past few days, no members of the Lei clan appeared in Xie La Jiao's surveillance range, as if they suddenly gave up chasing and killing him. Suddenly, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, a sect message suddenly sounded. Elder Ninth, come back. Upon receiving this news, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, an Aishendao summoned him back. Fatty, you go to Fengdu City first, I'm going to go against the gods, there might be something wrong. Chu Yan could not disobey the call of an Aishendao. After all, he is now the 9th elder, and he can be regarded as one of the high-level Aishendao. Okay. Brother. Xie La Jiao didn't take it seriously, tapped it, and then took out a fixed-point teleportation jade talisman, which was directly teleported back to Fengdu City. And Chu Yan, who split the time and space, and his body got into the crack, also disappeared in the dark world of Buddha and returned to the 10 Directions starfield. In less than half a day, Chu Yan returned to the Nishendo Palace, sorted out the things in his hands, and headed towards the Nishan's main hall. Chu Yan, the young patriarch of the Hai clan, the great Emperor Hai Long, is here. Hurry to the main hall. As soon as he left the Lingfeng, where the Chaotian temple was located, Chu Yan received a summons from the white-robed chief. Emperor Hai Long. The third-ranked existence on the emperor list. Of course, Chu Yan had heard of this Emperor Hai Long, and he knew some things about him. In the 10 Directions starfield, in addition to the God list and the Star list, there are also ranking lists for each stage of cultivation, the Emperor list, the Saint Emperor list, and the Demigod list. Chu Yan has carefully read these lists, and almost has an impression of the top 10. Among them, the third place on the list of great emperors is the young patriarch of the Hai clan, Emperor Hai Long, who is said to be much stronger in talent and strength than his father, Emperor Tian Hai, and may become the most powerful person in the history of the Xi clan. The most powerful patriarch. For this Emperor Hai Long, Yan Ran became a legend in the 10 Directions starfield, with a great reputation. Interesting. Chu Yan smiled lightly, his figure was like lightning, and flew towards the main hall. Flying at the high altitude of an Aishendao, passing by one after another Lingfeng, Chu Yan found that an Aishendao, which had been silent for countless years, had completely changed now. On each spirit peak, a large number of members and elders were flying around, all of them seemed extremely busy. It seems that the day of counterattacking Xingtian Pavilion is getting closer. Chu Yan pondered in the sea of consciousness, and in less than a stick of incense, his figure fell in front of the main hall of Nishan. Stepping into the gate of the palace, Chu Yan found that many bigwigs had already gathered in the palace, and almost all other high-level officials were present except for the 3 great masters of an Aishendao. In this battle, it seems that the young patriarch of the Hai clan still attaches great importance to it. In the hall, the momentum was harmonious, and a young man in a blue robe standing in front on the left immediately caught Chu Yan's eyes. He is the great sea dragon. The owner of the sea dragon martial soul that comes out once every 10,000 years. Chu Yan looked at the blue-robed youth, and relevant information about the sea dragon emperor kept flashing in the sea of consciousness. Among the Sea clan, martial spirits are divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels, and there is also a supreme level martial spirit that surpasses the highest level, that is, the dragon martial spirit. According to the Hai clan's own statement, all dragons in the world are born from sea water. Therefore, among all the dragons and beasts in the world, Hai Long is the most powerful, and among the Hai clan, the one who can awaken Hailong's martial soul is definitely a genius among geniuses, surpassing all the dragons and beasts in the world, and the genius is peerless. However, at this time, the number one pride in the world, the young patriarch of the Hai clan, Emperor Hailong, looked extremely unhappy. His brows were slightly wrinkled, and his face was full of gloominess. The appearance of Chu Yan immediately attracted the attention of the big bosses in the palace. After hundreds of pairs of eyes swept over, the white-robed headmaster smiled all over his face and introduced to Emperor Hailong. "Young patriarch, this is Chu Yan, my newly appointed ninth elder against God." Ninth elder. Emperor Hailong turned his head to look, and a strange light flashed in his blue pupils. The Xie clan and the Lei clan joined together to fight against the divine Tao, the 9 great elders, and the Xie clan only won the position of 1 elder. The Holy Emperor Ling Shui naturally brought the news back to the Xie clan. "Fifth heaven of the great emperor realm. Will you be able to take the position of elder?" Behind Emperor Hailong, a Xie clan saint emperor sneered directly. #C2464 Great Emperor Supreme. As soon as the Holy Emperor of the Hai clan's words fell to the ground, a sneer appeared on Emperor Hailong's face. At the same time, the cultivation aura of the Great Emperor realm 9 layers heaven directly gushed out from Emperor Hailong's body, suppressing it towards Chu Yan. In an instant, the originally harmonious atmosphere of the hall suddenly became full of gunpowder. "You." The white-robed manager's expression changed. The sudden attack by Emperor Hailong caused all the God-defying bosses present to change their expressions. Originally, they didn't know the purpose of the young patriarch of the Hai clan, but now, as soon as Chu Yan appeared, he directly targeted Chu Yan, which seemed extremely bad. "Chu Yan, hand over the position of 9th elder, or die." Emperor Hailong completely ignored the white-robed manager and the big bosses around him. All his consciousness locked on Chu Yan, and he took a step forward, and his aura increased again. The berserk Great Emperor Jiuxiao swept towards Chu Yan like a tidal wave. As the number one arrogance of the Hai clan, as soon as he heard about Chu Yan, he was favored by the 3 supreme relatives and became the leader of the generation of young people who rebel against God. This made Emperor Hailong, how could he be convinced, and when he received the news, he came directly to an Aishan Dao headquarters. In his opinion, how different is a person from the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm from an ant in front of him, yet he dares to lead him. Dead. Chu Yan was startled, then grinned lightly. "One is more idiotic than the other, idiot." Chu Yan shook his head, the faint real energy in his body surged, facing the suppressing force coming like a wave. Chu Yan's body stood upright like a green pine, motionless, not affected at all. As the words fell, the entire hall fell into dead silence. "What?" he said. "How dare you?" Including Emperor Hailong, several bigwigs of the Hai clan were startled for a moment, and then all of them were enraged, with murderous intent on their faces. "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, it's a waste of time." Chu Yan turned around directly and walked towards the outside of the hall. "I am in the dark world of the Buddha, and I am very busy, but I ran back here because of this Emperor Hailong, who wanted to compete for the position of 9th elder. It was really a waste of my time." "If you waste all your training time on this, then you don't have to do anything. Fame and fortune. In this world of martial spirits, where strength is the most important thing, it's just a boring thing for the sons and daughters of aristocratic families to do. In the world of martial spirits, strength is the most important thing. Everything must be done with strength and fists, so what's the point of such a false name?" Walking out of the main hall, Chu Yan soared into the sky and headed towards the teleportation hall, with a speechless expression on his face. In an Aishan Dao, is it possible to kill people as soon as they say they want to? That Emperor Hailong, originally Chu Yan, thought that he could be ranked 3rd in the list of great emperors, so it shouldn't be too bad. But I didn't expect that it was another young master who relied on the power of the family. To call him idiot and idiot is already considered polite. If he had known this was the case, Chu Yan would never have come back. At the same time that Chu Yan was flying towards the teleportation hall, the main hall of Anai Shindao had already exploded. This Chu Yan? How dare you insult our young patriarch? Bold, seek death. You can't let him go, you must be severely punished. Roars filled with incomparable anger kept ringing out in Anai Shindao hall. The strong men of the Xie clan who came with Emperor Hailong all had red faces and bloodshot eyes, roaring and roaring like wild animals. Young patriarch, have you forgotten that this is the great hall of Anai Shindao? The white-robed manager looked downcastly, looked at the strong men of the Xie clan who were jumping up and down, and said in a deep voice. Huh. So what? Emperor Hailong looked at the white-robed chief, with a look of contempt on his face, and his whole body was full of the temperament of the second-generation ancestor. From the moment he was born, in the Hai clan, he was almost in existence under one person and above 10,000 people. At the age of 6, after awakening Hailong Wuhun, he stood out from the crowd of brothers and became the successor of the patriarch that his father favored. This kind of second-generation ancestor who lives on countless flowers and applause has great power in the Hai clan, and has never looked at anyone directly. Even today, when he is against the divine way, he still looks aloof. Against the divine way, it is strictly forbidden to fight among members. The white-robed supervisor looked at him. If it wasn't for the sake of his father and the entire Hai clan, this Emperor Hailong might not even have the qualifications to enter the Nashendo Hall. You are in the great hall of Anai Shindao, threatening me as the 9th elder of Anai Shindao. This is a capital offense. When these words landed, a group of bigwigs from the Xie clan who were jumping up and down just now froze on the spot, their faces full of astonishment. Nian joined me against the gods at the beginning of your Xie clan. This time, I will spare you once. Humph. With a heavy snort, Xingwei swept across and hit Emperor Hailong heavily, causing him to grunt, and retreated a few steps violently before standing still. There was a smear of blood at the corner of his mouth, overflowing, and at the same time, a pair of blood-red eyes stared fiercely at the white-robed manager. Not only the Emperor Hailong, but also several strong men of the Hai clan, all of them were livid, glaring at the white-robed chief, and burst into breath. This is a lesson. Let's go. The white-robed manager waved his hand, turned around, and headed towards the apse. Seeing this scene, the other god-defying bosses in the hall all glanced at the Hai clan and left together. To be honest, as the big bosses against the gods, they have some opinions on the Hai clan's arrogant behavior in the Hall of the Gods against the gods. It's just that, for the face of the Hai clan, it's not easy to get angry. The white-robed chief has already warned and punished. After all, the Xie clan has just joined, so it's not good to go too far. This is the end of a farce. Although it was infuriating for Emperor Hailong's capricious behavior, but for the sake of the Hai clan, the master against the gods did not care too much. However, this is only Anai Shindao's side, and the face of Emperor Hailong, who walked out of Anai Shindao's main hall, was full of haze and blood red. You all think that's all I can do? Humph. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Emperor Hailong raised his hand and waved. His figure disappeared immediately, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the gate of Nashendo Mountain. On the other side, Chu Yan entered the teleportation hall and set off towards the dark world of the Buddha. Now, collecting holy stones is more important to Chu Yan than those boring things. With the holy stone, you can quickly break through to the Holy Land. After breaking through the Holy Realm, the strength will increase by leaps and bounds again. At that time, whether it is facing the Xingtian Pavilion or the future god's domain, he will have the power to protect himself. In less than half a day, Chu Yan reappeared in the dark world of Futu and flew towards Fengdu City, preparing to join Situ Yang. On the other side of the Buddha's dark world, several terrifying auras also entered the sky. These few people are indeed the supreme emperors of the Sea clan and the Thunder clan. Of course, there is also the young patriarch of the Hai clan, Emperor Hailong, and the chief disciple of the Lei clan, Emperor Yanlei. This time, in order to deal with Chu Yan, they brought the strongest master of the Great Emperor realm of the two races, the Great Emperor Supreme. #C2465 Are you looking for me? The so-called Great Emperor Supreme is not just as simple as the peak of the Great Emperor realm, which is one level higher than the 9 heavens of the Great Emperor realm. Most of these powerhouses are very different from ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the Great Emperor realm when they can be crowned with the title of Supreme Emperor. First of all, after they broke through to the peak of the Great Emperor realm, because they had no chance to break through to the Saint Emperor realm, they have been stuck in the bottleneck of their cultivation for many years, unable to break through. Therefore, these people chose to give up the breakthrough, and started to practice instead, how to continuously improve and break through their combat power at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. As a result, other Great Emperor realm peak powerhouses are doing everything possible to dream of breaking through the Holy Realm, but they are busy improving their combat power. After a long time, although the cultivation realm is the same, the difference in combat power between the two can be said to be a world of difference. Legend has it that some powerful emperors can fight one-on-one with powerful saint emperors without losing the slightest bit. To put it simply, these great emperors are basically at the same level of cultivation, which means invincible. In the dark world of Buddha, only those who are below the Saint Emperor realm can enter. Therefore, the supreme power of the great emperor is the existence with the strongest cultivation and combat power in the dark world of the Buddha. On the other side, in Fengdu City, Chu Yan found Situ Yang at Fengdu Chamber of Commerce without any trouble. Situ Yang will get some resources, exchange them all, and buy a lot of high-level treasure maps. Just after finishing his work, Chu Yan came back. When the two met, they didn't talk too much nonsense, and headed out of the city directly according to the mark on the treasure map. Above the sea level, Chu Yan and Situ Yang were flying rapidly, but after flying for a long time, Situ Yang's figure stopped. He took out a jade talisman, felt it carefully, looked at Chu Yan, and said with a chuckle, "Brother, people from the Lei clan have appeared." Situ Yang always remembered Chu Yan's request, and even added some monitoring points after returning to Fengdu City. Therefore, when the supreme emperors of the Lei clan and the Hai clan, the two young patriarchs, appeared in the dark world of the Buddha not long after, they were discovered by Situ Yang and told Chu Yan in time. Huh. It really came. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and a cold flame flashed in his eyes. Huh. The breath coming back is very powerful. It seems that this time, they have brought a strong combat power. Situ Yang's expression changed, he looked at the jade talisman in his hand, and after confirming it, he opened his mouth and said, "Strong combat power." Chu Yan was slightly stunned. That's right. My surveillance spirit patterns are all top-notch, and I can accurately sense their cultivation base and strength. Compared with those Thunder Clan great emperors who came before, the strength of the ones who came this time may have increased several times. Situ Yang looked a little nervous, and quickly explained. Hee, it looks like there is a surprise. Since that's the case, this time, we'll wait for them to come to us. Chu Yan smiled slightly, and didn't care. There was an invisible aura exuding from his body, with a strong murderous aura. A lot of time has been wasted, let's find the holy stone first. Okay. Hee. Situ Yang, who was a little nervous at first. After seeing Chu Yan's expression, he quickly calmed down, and then a wretched grin appeared on his face. Maybe, he thought, the stronger the opponent's strength, it should represent the resources and wealth on him more. Thousands of miles away, Emperor Hailong and Emperor Yanlei, with the supreme emperors of the two races, flew towards Fengdu City while discussing plans to deal with Chu Yan. Like Chu Yan, they came prepared with a clear goal. When he was in Nishan's main hall, Emperor Hailong left a spirit mark on Chu Yan's body, locking his aura. Therefore, when they appeared in the dark world of Buddha, based on these auras, they quickly discovered an astonishing fact. Hao Yan is Chu Yan. Emperor Yanlei was stunned for a moment, and the bloodshot eyes began to bloom continuously. That Hao Yan completely killed the 18 great emperors of their Lei clan. But now, based on the locked information of Emperor Hailong of the Xie clan, it is discovered that Chu Yan, who was ordered to be hunted down by the Thunder clan law enforcement officer, is actually Emperor Hao Yan. Dead. He must die. The roar of Emperor Yanlei resounded through the dark world of Buddha, filled with hatred and murderous intent. However, unlike Situ Yang, they only knew that Chu Yan was in the dark world of the Buddha, but they couldn't find out where Chu Yan was. Everyone disperse, 9 ghosts, you are guarding at the gate of the city, if you find out, send a message immediately. Emperor Yanlei's eyes were red, and he began to arrange a plan to besiege and kill Chu Yan. Yes. Young Patriarch. The Supreme Emperor named Jiogui Dadi was wearing a one-piece black robe, his whole body was wrapped in the wide black robe, and no expression on his face could be seen at all. As the Supreme Emperor, this person is best at hiding and tracking. Then, Emperor Yanlei waved his hand, including Emperor Hailong of the Xie clan, all scattered, centered on Fengdu City Gate, and spread out in all directions. Anyway, they were waiting, and they took advantage of this opportunity to rob the holy stones of those warriors who returned to the city, and they could make a fortune. As a result, the entire city of Fengdu became a mess. The members of the Xie clan and Lei clan succeeded frequently and gained a lot, and the group was extremely excited. However, time passed slowly, and the day passed quickly. To their disappointment, Chu Yan did not appear around Fengdu City, and there was no trace at all. Impossible. That Chu Yan, it is impossible not to return to the city. The plan was made by Emperor Yanlei himself. Now, the strong men of the 2 clans have guarded here for a day, but they haven't even waited for a hair. Although those supreme emperors obeyed the orders of their 2 young patriarchs, there was already some impatience in their eyes. After all, other people harvesting the holy stone can help them break through the holy realm. But they harvested the holy stones, but they didn't have any use at all. To them, staying in the dark world of Buddha for a long time was a waste of time. Expand the exploration area. Emperor Lei Yan discussed with Emperor Hailong before issuing another order. So, a group of people followed the previous news, from the gate of the city, all the way to Zishui Forest in the northeast direction. After flying for nearly half a day, it was nearly 100,000 miles away from Fengdu City, and the surrounding area became more and more desolate. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Everyone, are you looking for me? A strong murderous intent surged from all directions, instantly covering all the great emperors of the 2 clans. Including Emperor Yanlei and Emperor Hailong, a sense of death and a strong sense of danger rose in everyone's heart at the same time, causing their entire scalps to explode instantly. While all kinds of qi erupted, everyone looked at the source of the sound vigilantly. With this glance, the eyes of everyone in the audience straightened instantly. Hao Yan. No, Chu Yan. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2466 one-hit counter kill. A deep shock appeared on the faces of all the strong men of the 2 races. How can it be? Everyone's eyes were full of astonishment, and they couldn't even imagine that the black-robed young man with a wretched fat man in front of him was actually the Chu Yan they were looking for. Of course they are, aren't they looking for each other? Why now, they were found by the other party first. Could it be that their whereabouts have been exposed from the very beginning, all under his family's nose? In other words, this Chu Yan has been active around here at all, and is planning to return to the city. All kinds of doubts flashed in their sea of consciousness, making them a little dazed for a while, and they couldn't figure out the situation at all. Now, you can die. Not bothering to talk nonsense with them at all, the aura on Chu Yan's body exploded instantly, and he stomped on one step. The strength he had accumulated for a long time gathered on his fists, and directly smashed down towards the group of people below. Boom, boom. The power of the fist is like a tide, the power of the dragon is soaring, and the violent power of Taoism, like a flood, envelopes everyone in an instant. Chu Yan, you dare, no good. Watching helplessly, the violent torrent descended from the sky. Hai Long, Yan Lei, and a group of masters were all so startled that their faces turned green. Originally, Hai Long wanted to take advantage of his identity to threaten or say something to support the situation, but he never thought that without saying a word, Chu Yan's fist directly smashed down. Quick, run. No. No, fast, stop. The death energy in the sea of consciousness continued to skyrocket, and Hai Long's whole body was like falling into a cellar of ice, with a pair of eyeballs bursting out of his sockets. Horrible. I have never seen that the attack of a warrior in the Great Emperor realm can be so terrifying. Moreover, the most important thing is that those attacks have not yet landed. A majestic coercion completely suppressed his body, and even the true energy could not flow smoothly. This Chu Yan, is he hiding his strength? He is, the Holy Emperor. Not only Hai Long, but also Yan Lei, his eyes were full of panic and his entire face was pale. However, no matter whether it was him or Hai Long, when faced with such a terrifying battle, in a panic, all kinds of orders were issued that were wrong. For a moment, the whole crowd seemed to explode. Some of the panic-stricken great emperors fled, some resisted, and some even froze in place with fright, unable to move at all. Not only because they were unable to defend against Chu Yan, who suddenly appeared and attacked, but also because their instinct would tell them almost the moment they saw the attack. This move is simply unmatched. Even Situ Yang, who was standing beside Chu Yan in the sky, changed his expression slightly when he saw the power of Chu Yan's attack this time. Pervert, really pervert. There is absolutely no one more perverted than my elder brother. Shocked all over his heart, Situ Yang did not expect that the power of Chu Yan's Dao map would be. After several actual battles, the power has almost doubled exponentially. This talent, this savvy, besides saying abnormal, can make Situ Yang, what else can I say? However, after all, Situ Yang has been with Chu Yan for so long, and he is somewhat adaptable to his abnormality, but the group below, the masters led by the second-generation ancestors, are not as easy to adapt to as Situ Yang. The overwhelming coercion of Dao Tu swept down, accompanied by two long-ling sky-shattering fists, the power of which was more than 5 times soaring, just like a thunderstorm, and smashed downward. Boom! 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 Whether they were fleeing, resisting, or standing still on the spot, they were all instantly crushed into powder like ants swallowed by a tsunami. Groups of flowers of flesh and blood kept blooming in the tsunami, releasing the last beauty of life. Pairs of bloodshot eyes, carrying endless fear, completely disappeared in the tide of destruction sweeping the world. This is the end. Situ Yang's face was dull, and he stared blankly at the messy ground, and those piles of minced meat, completely dumbfounded. Originally, I thought there would be a fierce battle, or that the opponent could at least last a few moves, but I didn't expect. Just one move, all destroyed. It's just the Great Emperor realm, it's strange if you don't die. Chu Yan turned his head, glanced at Situ Yang, withdrew the Taoist map, restrained his whole body, and replied calmly. But. Great Emperor realm. The corners of Situ Yang's eyes twitched twice, and his pupils tremblingly stared at Chu Yan. After a long time, he breathed a sigh of relief, and a wretched smile began to appear on his face. Swish! Situ Yang's body suddenly exploded to a speed that even Chu Yan was astonished, watching him rush towards the pile of flesh and blood corpses. It was as if, instead of a pile of smelly and disgusting broken corpses, there was some beautiful woman with her clothes off. Ha ha ha, post it. Post it. Seeing Situ Yang's hands flying up, searching for the stored jade talisman among the piles of flesh and blood, Chu Yan's eyes twitched twice, he shook his head slightly, and stopped talking. Turning around and looking in the direction of Fengdu City, Chu Yan's eyes were flickering. These Supreme Emperors, whose names do not match the reality, did not pose any threat to Chu Yan. On the one hand, it was because Chu Yan became more and more familiar with the use of Dao Tu, and continuously improved the potential and power of Dao Tu. At the same time, it was also because these Supreme Emperors looked down on him too much. The world of martial spirits is huge, and all kinds of powerful people emerge endlessly, just like the stars in the sky. Therefore, Chu Yan never thought that he was strong enough to despise everything, just like these corpses that turned into pieces of flesh, because the things in his mind were wrong, he finally lost his life. Fengdu City, Fengdu List. Chu Yan has a feeling that although the dark world of the Buddha restricts the entry of the powerhouses of the Saint Emperor realm, the entire world only has the powerhouses of the Great Emperor realm. However, it does not mean that there are no real strong men in the Great Emperor realm. Different from these Supreme Emperors, at least, those who are ranked high on Fengdu's list will definitely not be weak. Last time, when Chu Yan was in Fengdu City, he felt a few extremely powerful breaths sweeping over him. At that moment, the blood in Chu Yan's whole body was boiling, and his eyes were shining brightly. That kind of feeling is many times different from the battle with several waste supremes just now. I don't know why, but Chu Yan's combat power is constantly improving, and his desire to fight is getting stronger and stronger. Perhaps it has a great relationship with Chu Yan, who embarked on the road of cultivation, and has always broken through and improved himself in battle. Fatty, are you all right? Let's go. Chu Yan turned his head and took a look, seeing Situ Yang with an excited smile on his face, cleaning up the stored jade charms, so he said, "Okay. All right. Brother, let's go." As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan waved his big hand, wrapped Situ Yang, and disappeared in place. But at this time, on the other side, from the 10 Directions starfield, where the Thunder Clan and the Sea Clan were stationed, there was an earth-shattering roar. The two clans, the young patriarch, lost his body. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2467 Thor Protector. The loss of the physical body is of course not a real loss, but it is not much better. Just like the 18 Lei clan emperors who died in the hands of Chu Yan before, they all left life jade talismans in the Lei clan Holy Spirit Hall. And as the young patriarch, of course he has the highest level of life spirit patterns. By leaving a drop of blood and breath in advance, he can reshape his physical body and be directly resurrected. However, in terms of cultivation, at least one world realm must be lost. Even with the huge resources of the Thunder Clan and the Sea Clan, it would take at least 10 years to regain the cultivation base of this heaven and earth realm. These are nothing. Most importantly, the young patriarch of the 7 great war clans was actually killed by a strong man in the Great Emperor realm. Moreover, he also killed a group of supreme emperors in the clan. This time, the meaning is completely different. Humph. A bunch of trash. The great law enforcer, Sage Emperor Lei Wu, kept roaring in the Lei clan hall, like a ferocious beast, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was panting heavily. One by one, usually the cows go to the sky. What kind of supreme emperor, even a small 5th-level great emperor realm, can't deal with it? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it all. Thinking of being scolded by the patriarch just now, the law enforcement officer was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. Moreover, from the patriarch's words, he heard a layer of meaning. This time, things are completely messed up. Originally, it was just a conflict between him and Chu Yan, but now, because of the intervention of the second-generation ancestor of the young patriarch, the nature of the matter has completely changed. This second-generation ancestor is definitely the heart of the patriarch. In the past few decades, not to mention injuries, even hair loss has never happened. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that the second patriarch ran rampant, leading a group of supreme emperors confidently, thinking that he could kill that Chu Yan at will in the dark world of the Buddha. Who would have thought that he would be counter-killed with one move, and his body would be lost on the spot? The patriarch was angry, and his own troubles came. If he can't avenge the second patriarch, get back the face of the Lei clan, and at the same time, do it cleanly, so that even an Aishan Dao can't find any faults, then not only can't he keep his position as a great law enforcement officer, but he might even lose his life. No, I have to find a way. After venting, Emperor Lei Wu gradually calmed down, his dark eyes flickering continuously. Big law enforcement, we can't underestimate that Chu Yan anymore, did you send? In the corner of the hall, an elder shrank there in fright, mustered up his courage, and spoke. However, he only spoke halfway before he was stopped with hesitation on his face. Hearing the sound, Emperor Lei Wu suddenly turned his head, and the moment he saw the elder, his originally astonished eyes suddenly brightened. Because, that elder holds a special position in the Thunder Clan. You mean, send out Thor Guardian? When Emperor Lei Wu spoke, the smile on his face began to slowly bloom. At the same time, there is a touch of bloodthirsty light. As a great law enforcement officer, of course he knows that Thunder Clan's secret weapon, Thunder God's protector. In the 10-direction starfield, no matter which force it is, how could it not have its own trump card? Just like against God, there are the Holy Tomb and the 8 dragons, and the Lei clan, one of the 7 great clans, naturally has its own cards. That is the Thunder God Guardian. Legend has it that in the ancient times, the first ancestor of the Lei clan, who was the first founder of the Lei clan, was so powerful and invincible in magic that he made the entire 10-direction star field prostrate at the Lei clan's feet. And the one who protects and carries forward the glory of the ancestor of the Thunder Clan is the Thunder God Protector who guards him like a heavenly general. These terrifying combat forces who have been selected from hundreds of millions of people since they were young, and have never been in contact with the outside world, are almost all killing machines. They are the Thunder Clan, the last reliance and confidence. Of course, every Thunder God Protector must at least have the strength above the Saint Emperor realm. However, the elder who huddled in the corner of the hall and made this suggestion is in charge of all the reserve-level Thunder God Guardians. The cultivation bases of these Thunder God Protectors are all in the Great Emperor realm. Although it is not an official Thunder God Protector, its combat power is not weak at all. This time, I don't believe that I can't kill that Chu Yan. Looking at the elder, Emperor Lei Wu's face was filled with grimaces, and violent blood filled the entire hall. 3 days later, Lei clan and Hai clan sent people again to go to the dark world of Buddha. This time, the leaders were replaced by elders of the 2 clans. Regardless of their experience, they were much better than the previous great emperors and second-generation ancestors. The strongest combat power, coupled with calm experience, this combination, believe it or not, can't win Chu Yan. However, the powerhouses of the 2 clans seemed to be crazy, and they were tumbling about Chu Yan's whereabouts in the entire Buddha dark world. 3 days passed, but even Chu Yan and the fat man's hair were not found. How can it be? The leader of the Lei clan, with a face full of astonishment, kept checking the jade talisman in his hand. This time, they brought the highest-level investigation spirit treasure, just to find Chu Yan in advance and take the initiative. However, that Chu Yan seemed to have evaporated from the world, and there was no news at all. It doesn't make sense at all. The dark world of the Buddha is said to be a world of different time and space, but to put it bluntly, it is a public training ground for all major forces. Not only the 7 great clans, but also the most powerful sects in the 10 directions starfield have operated in this area for endless years. Therefore, basically, the monitoring spirit patterns like Situ Yang's are well arranged by the major forces. As long as it is the person they are looking for, and they bring the corresponding spirit treasure, they will never find it. But today, it failed. That Chu Yan seemed to have never been to the dark world of Buddha. The 2 elders looked bewildered. Behind them, the Thunder God Guardian and the Sea Demon Warlord stood like javelins, and a powerful aura kept rushing to the surroundings. Such a fierce soldier in the world has no use at all. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Everyone, are you looking for me?" The voice was icy cold and terrifying. The 2 elders trembled for no reason, and the cold air rose in their bodies, and they suddenly turned their heads to look. You are Chu Yan. How did you find us?" The eyes of the High Clan elders were full of horror. The enemy was beside them, but they didn't notice it at all. Inadvertently, the positions of the cat and the mouse were switched. This is not the main reason that makes their whole body go numb. The most frightening thing is that now, the cat, with its eyes shining with a faint light, is staring at them closely. It's like staring at a group of dying prey. Die. As before, Chu Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, no matter who the other party was. As long as it was confirmed that they belonged to the Thunder Clan and the Sea Clan, that would be enough. The 9 Sun Sword Lotus Taoist map, shining with purple gold light, rises like a sun. Where the light shines, the prestige of the Taoist map envelopes the audience. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2468 Antarctic Sea Forbidden Area. The sudden appearance of Chu Yan made the elders of the 2 clans caught off guard. What's even more frightening is that when the word Chu Yan landed, the attack was released directly. The overwhelming Taoist attack scared the 2 elders out of their wits. Too suddenly. There is no preparation at all. In addition, from the very beginning, they thought that they had taken the initiative and Chu Yan was avoiding them. But unexpectedly, in an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed, and they fell directly into a deadlock. Thor Protector, attack. Sea Demon Warrior, block. Shouting hysterically, with incomparable panic, the 2 elders ran away, and at the same time ordered loudly. Boom! Boom, boom. The warriors of the 2 races standing like javelins, without any hesitation, soared into the sky together, bursting out with imperial prestige. All kinds of attacks were shot at the same time, facing the sky-filled Dao to prestige, and the Golden Dragon Fist, backhand attack. Although they acted according to orders, they were the strongest fighters of the 2 races, but after all, they were also human beings. Even Situ Yang could see that Chu Yan's attack might not even be able to block the attack by the strong in the Holy Realm. And the fighters of these 2 clans are all at the Great Emperor realm, so they naturally understand that they are not opponents at all. With fear deep in his eyes, he still gritted his teeth and fought back, but in the end, as if the sky was falling, one after another chicken eggs hit the mountain, and any warriors of the 2 clans who collided with the terrifying power of the Daodu were directly crushed into powder. Flowers of flesh and blood bloomed one by one, and each life continued to end. This kind of battle is not what they are good at all. Whether it is the Sea Demon Warrior of the Sea Clan or the Thunder God Guardian of the Thunder Clan, the reason why they are strong depends on the battle formation. However, Chu Yan's sudden attack made the 2 commanding elders lose their minds, and they only cared about running for their lives, and let the soldiers of the 2 clans go up and serve as cannon fodder. Therefore, almost at the moment when Chu Yan made a move, the outcome of the battle had already come to an end. Puff. 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 Sea Demon Warriors and Thunder God Protectors, under the power of the Dao map like a frenzy, their bodies burst like watermelons, and they were lost on the spot. And those two elders, of course, couldn't escape. When Chu Yan shot, he had already calculated their reaction, and the power of Dao Tu swept away, so he would naturally focus on taking care of the two of them. Chu Yan, my Thunder Clan won't let you, help. The two elders were damaged, and a large piece of minced meat fell down, spilling all over the ground. Still the same as the previous battles, with one move, all of them were wiped out, leaving no one behind. However, this time, the fire in Chu Yan's eyes was no longer so strong, but a little more flat. The excitement and passion brought to him by the fusion power of Dao before has slowly faded away. To be honest, Chu Yan has basically mastered the mystery of the Dao map, and this power is enough to sweep below the Saint Emperor realm. All strong. Therefore, in this dark world of the Buddha, it is almost equivalent to an invincible existence. It can also be said that, including the 10 directions starfield, Chu Yan's current strength has definitely reached the level of Invincible Emperor Wu. Invincible Emperor Wu means invincible below the Saint Emperor realm. I'd like to see how many people the Thunder Clan and Sea Clan can send to die. Chu Yan looked up at the sky, then turned his head, and snarled at Xie Yang with a dull face. That means, obviously. Brother, you are really, more and more perverted. Xie Yang suddenly woke up from his sluggishness, his fat face twitched, and he stared at Chu Yan and said. However, I like it. Hee. With a swish, Xie Yang rushed towards the pile of broken corpses below, and began to collect holy stones and resources. However, this time, the harvest was obviously much less than the previous 2 times. Except for those 2 elders, those Thunder God Guardians and Sea Demon Warlords didn't have many holy stones on them, but they had a scary amount of cultivation resources. Brother, there are 60 holy stones in total, half of us. With a smile all over his face, Xie Yang flew back to Chu Yan, handed a jade talisman to Chu Yan, and at the same time stuffed his own into his arms. Although there are not many of them, compared to when they searched all over the world in the dark world of Buddha, the harvest is still much better. Moreover, this kind of initiative sent by others is like a moving treasure house. With Chu Yan here, one move to kill the group, collecting holy stones and resources, this efficiency is really cool, don't want it. The body is damaged. The news should be discovered by the Thunder Clan and the Sea Clan soon. Next time, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Chu Yan glanced at the jade talisman in his hand, put it away casually, and said. Fatty, let's go. Okay. Brother. The fat man responded, and the two flew towards the distant sky. Just as Chu Yan expected, the successive blows dealt a great mental blow to the Lei clan and Hai clan. At this moment, the atmosphere in the main hall of the Thunder God headquarters in the 10 directions starfield was dull. Saint Emperor Lei Wu listened to the report of the elders below. His face was so dark that ink could be squeezed out, and the veins on his forehead kept throbbing. 5 Thunder God protectors, plus 1 elder, 1 move, all of them are wiped out. Seemingly for reconfirmation, or because he couldn't believe it at all, he stared fiercely at the elder below, and Saint Emperor Lei Wu asked. Yes. It also includes 5 sea demon gods of war and an elder. Standing in the middle of the hall, the deacon elder, who was pale and nervous, his legs were shaking with fright, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly replied. Damn it. Bastard. Finally unable to bear it, the Emperor Lei Wu, who had completely erupted, roared hoarsely, and the whole hall was buzzing and trembling. It has been 3 times, and all the people sent to deal with Chu Yan are all dead. Not a single one was left alive. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, they didn't give them any chance at all, as if it was a black hole that swallowed all life. The sea of consciousness of Saint Emperor Lei Wu was slightly shaken. Can this Chu Yan really be killed? At the very least, at present, it seems that the powerhouses of the Great Emperor realm can't pose any threat to him at all. Moreover, it's not just a question of strength, this Chu Yan also has extremely high wisdom, and can always find it, attacking the weakest place, as if controlling everything. What to do? How to deal with him? Emperor Lei Wu frowned and kept thinking. The whole hall fell silent. But at this time, on the other side, in the dark world of the Buddha, Chu Yan and Situ Yang, one behind the other, flew towards a place where the treasure map was located. Seeing that it was about to arrive, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Chu Yan, 8,000 miles ahead, the Antarctic Sea has been opened, you must go. In the Sea of Consciousness, the voice of the green-armored giant resounded like thunder, shaking Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness, buzzing. Nanchi Sea area. Must go. Chu Yan was stunned, a little confused. How could this blue-armored giant jump out suddenly? However, when Chu Yan wanted to ask again, the aura of the green-armored giant had already been completely heard. Boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, at the edge of the sky ahead, a blue light shot up into the sky, and the vision of heaven and earth suddenly appeared. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2469 Golden Day, Kuan. The Antarctic waters are well known in the dark world of Buddha. When Chu Yan mentioned to Situ Yang that he was going to the Antarctic waters, Situ Yang's mouth directly opened into an O shape. Brother! Did you know that in the dark world of the Buddha, there are 10 forbidden places? 10 forbidden places. Yes, big brother, in the dark world of the Buddha, the most famous thing is the breeding of holy stones, and besides this, there is another thing that really attracts the strong, and that is the 10 forbidden places. Knowing that Chu Yan had just arrived in the dark world of Buddha, Situ Yang was completely ignorant of the situation, so he carefully explained it to him. The 10 forbidden places are all passed down to the ancient times. Brother, you also know that the 10 Directions starfield has experienced a war between ancient gods and demons, and almost all the ancient relics have been excavated or destroyed. So at present, apart from the God realm, I am afraid that in the starfield of the 10 Directions, there are only ancient relics in the dark world of the Buddha. It is precisely because of this that those young top geniuses of the big forces will go to the dark world of the Buddha to practice and retreat when they reach the bottleneck of the great emperor realm. On the one hand, it is for the holy stone, and at the same time, it is also for the opportunity of these 10 forbidden places. These two kinds of opportunities are the only chances to break through the holy realm. Currently, including this Antarctic Sea area, 3 of the top 10 forbidden areas have been opened. I believe that it won't be long before the emperors of the entire Buddha dark world will receive the news, and everyone will go there by then. After some explanations, Chu Yan finally had a little understanding of the 10 forbidden places in the dark world of the Buddha, as well as the Antarctic Sea area. However, the attraction of the Antarctic waters to Chu Yan is also growing. The blue-armored giant made himself have to go to the Antarctic waters, and it seemed that he wanted to help him. Brother, you also know that there are countless strong people on the Fengdu list. We have been away for so long, and we haven't met any of the top 100 emperors. It's because they are all practicing in seclusion in the 2 forbidden areas opened earlier. So, now that the Antarctic waters are open, it will. Boom. Before Situ Yang could finish speaking, a dull thunderclap suddenly sounded in the sky of Futu Dark World. Chu Yan and Situ Yang were startled at the same time, and looked up at the sky. The dark world of the Buddha, the 7th-ranked Antarctic Ocean, is open, and anyone who pays 100 holy stones can enter. This voice was obviously the voice of the Buddha receiving and guiding the emissary. The old man who received Chu Yan with a smile on his face at the gate of Fengdu City even announced the news of the opening of the Antarctic Sea to the world. 100 holy stones. Chu Wei was a little surprised. In this way, what Situ Yang said should not be wrong. I am afraid that it will not be long before the great emperors and powerhouses who have produced 100 holy stones in the entire Buddha dark world will flock to the Antarctic Sea like a tide. In the dark world of Futu, holy stones are extremely precious. Those who can afford 100 holy stones will definitely not be weak in identity and strength. Let's go. Let's hurry. Now that it has been determined, a large number of strong people will come soon. Chu Yan naturally didn't want to waste any more time. With Xie La Jiao, the two of them moved forward, and the cyan beam of light that soared into the sky flew away quickly. Like a sharp sword out of its sheath, it shoots straight into the sky. At the same time, the entire dark world of Buddha was completely boiled because of the news of the old Buddha. The powerful auras hidden in the dark world of the Buddha one by one turned their eyes to the sky, that blue beam of light rising into the sky. Everyone's eyes are shining brightly. What's more, when the news spread to the 10 directions starfield, the great emperors and powerhouses of all major forces all woke up excitedly from the retreat, and hurriedly gathered towards the dark world of the Buddha. A shocking storm sweeping across the dark world of Buddha and the starfields of the 10 directions is gaining momentum. Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao are the closest to the Antarctic Sea among all the strong men who are ready to go. Therefore, within half an hour, the two fell in front of the blue beam of light and stopped. I saw that a vast ocean surrounded the entire land, and the edge could not be seen at a glance, as if it reached the horizon, and even the sky was completely swallowed. In the middle of the originally blue water, now 100 miles away from the sea, 3 huge golden altars are floating above the sea. The oars of the 3 altars are connected, and in the middle area, it evolves into a giant cyan koan, suspended above the sea, releasing a towering azure aura, soaring into the sky. Like a pillar of optimism, straight into the sky, connecting the sky and the sea together. The cyan beam of light that Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao saw in the distance, before was the aura released by this huge koan. Huh! Someone is coming. Suddenly, Chu Yan was stunned and turned his head to look. I saw, on the sky in all directions, little black dots were flying at high speed, rushing towards here. 5 at the peak of the Great Emperor Realm, 8 at the 9th heaven of the Great Emperor Realm, and 20 at the 8th heaven of the Great Emperor Realm. Counting in detail, nearly 100 Great Emperor Realm powerhouses are lowering their bodies towards the sea. Damn, how did these guys come so fast? Xie La Jiao looked at the figures falling from the sky, gritted his teeth, and said. Originally, he thought that since they were close, they could take a step ahead and gain a certain advantage, but now, the speed of these people far exceeded his expectations. These big forces have been operating in the dark world of the Buddha for many years, and I am afraid that they have already established various teleportation arrays to connect various places in this world. Chu Yan was not surprised. He glanced at the crowd around him, then turned his head to look at the giant koan in the distance, and then said. Go. Let's go in first. Chu Yan jumped up and flew towards the 3 altars. No matter whether there is competition or not, it has no effect on him. With a swish, Xie La Jiao followed Chu Yan and flew towards the 3 altars. When Chu Yan's figure flew into the range of the blue light beam, suddenly, an extremely powerful force suppressed them, directly pressing down the figures of the 2, and landed on the body of the giant koan. Huh! No flying! Chu Yan was taken aback. The forbidden area in the Antarctic Sea will be opened in an hour. No one is allowed to use any real energy here, otherwise it will be wiped out. This old and majestic voice sounded directly in the sea of consciousness of Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao, giving me a strong sense of soul trembling. The forbidden area of the ancient ruins is really extraordinary. The huge golden koan turned his head to look at Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao, and then released a powerful force, rushing towards the 3 altars. This power is so powerful that even Chu Yan feels a sense of palpitation. Obviously, this giant golden koan is the guardian of the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea. Its cultivation is so powerful that even the pupils of the unicorn cannot see through it. 1 hour. Chu Yan looked at Jiuxiao and nodded. Since it's not time to open it yet, it's time to wait patiently. Just in time, take this opportunity to check out those strong men who came. With a glance, 2 figures with extremely deep aura immediately caught Chu Yan's attention. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2470 The Great Emperor. The rules of the dark world of Buddha are that everyone will change. That kind of chaotic tattoos spread all over the body, not only changing the breath, but even the appearance is different from the outside world. Therefore, Chu Yan couldn't recognize who the 2 people standing there were. However, Chu Yan can be sure that these 2 people are definitely not unknown people in the 10 Directions starfield. The spiritual consciousness penetrated into the high-level Buddha token, and then looked at those 2 people, and their information immediately appeared in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Emperor Bliss. Emperor Spirit Snake. The emperor titles of the 2 were firmly remembered by Chu Yan, and at the same time, a trace of spiritual consciousness was separated to lock the 2 of them. Behind these 2 people stood a few powerhouses from the 8th and 9th heavens of the Great Emperor realm, who were only slightly weaker than the 2 of them. The strength of this group of people is obviously much stronger than those Thunder Clan and Sea Clan emperors who came to deal with them before. Moreover, Chu Yan can feel that there is an extremely mysterious and powerful force dormant in the aura of the cultivation base of these 2 people. Otherwise, with the cultivation base of the 2 of them, the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, how could it be possible to have the 8th level of the Great Emperor realm? The powerhouses of heaven and 9 heavens followed. This chaotic tattoo is so powerful, I am afraid that even people who are familiar with the outside world, it is impossible to know each other. Chu Yan glanced around, pondering in his heart, even if he knew, there must be someone he knew among the hundreds of great emperors, but he couldn't recognize them at all. Humph. Get the hell out of here. At this moment, a cold snort sounded, and the powerful aura, like a tidal wave, pushed the dense crowd together. The faces of all the great emperors suddenly changed, and they all turned their heads to look. I saw a strong figure with the title of Emperor Xuanhuan striding forward from the sky, and the tyrannical aura on his body swept across the audience, making everyone's eyes tremble. This person's cultivation has reached the peak of the Great Emperor realm, and he is probably only half a step away from being a semi-sage. Emperor Xuanhuan. Isn't he an elder of Xingtian Pavilion? Situ Yang's expression changed, he looked at Chu Yan, and the corners of his eyes twitched twice. After all, in the dark world of Buddha, most people will change their titles to distinguish them from the outside world. However, this Emperor Xuanhuan didn't take it seriously at all, and still used the title of Emperor in the 10 Directions starfield, obviously to show his identity as Xingtian Pavilion. Xingtian Pavilion. Holy light. Hee. Chu Yan smiled lightly, shook his head slightly, and didn't care about this Emperor Xuanhuan. Although Anai Shindao and Xingtian Pavilion are in a state of hostility, and Xingtian Pavilion has dealt with him several times, but Chu Yan has no intention of openly fighting Xingtian Pavilion in this dark world of Buddha. After all, Chu Yan knows that within 5 years of Anai Shindao, he will have a decisive battle with Xingtian Pavilion. At this time it is better to keep a low profile. I have met Elder Xuanhuan. Junior Flying Star, you are being polite here. A heavy voice sounded, and behind the crowd not far away, a young man in golden armor flew towards Emperor Xuanhuan while bowing his hands in salute. The person who made the sound, the golden armor is shining, and the golden dragon sword is on his back. With a smile on his face, he greeted the elder of Xingtian Pavilion. Ha ha ha, I never expected to meet Elder Xuanhuan. On the other side, there was another thunder-like sound, the voice was so loud that it made people's ears ring. Everyone turned their heads to look, but they found that the person who came was actually Tianhu Emperor. The tall figure, wrapped in a strong wind, walked like a dragon and a tiger, and with a few powerful steps, he stepped in front of the crowd and stood on the ground. In front of Elder Xuanhuan. At this time, the cultivations of the Flying Star Emperor and Tianhu Emperor who had just appeared, were at the peak of the Great Emperor realm, just like Elder Xuanhuan. The three gathered, and three powerful auras immediately suppressed the audience. What a powerful momentum, the three great emperors. It's scary. How long has it been? In less than an hour, three giants at the peak of the Great Emperor realm have come. Wait any longer, I'm afraid there will be more and more. This time, the Antarctic Sea is open, and it's lively. That's right, look, apart from the three of them, there are no less than 50 of those from the 9th heaven and 8th heavens of the Great Emperor realm. Tut tsk. In all directions, those strong men who have been watching the surrounding situation like Chu Yan, saw this scene, all of them were shocked, and their mood was instantly excited. After all, in the dark world of Buddha, it is extremely rare to gather so many strong men at one time. But among the crowd, some strong men around the third level of the Great Emperor realm were all extremely nervous and solemn. Facing such a powerful lineup, they, the weaker emperors, might not be able to take advantage of it at all. On the contrary, they were always shocked by the powerful aura rushing from all sides, impacting the body's body and soul. More than. In the world of martial spirits, the strong are respected. Each of them looked at them with a hint of contempt. In this dark world of Buddhas full of great emperor realm powerhouses, they are almost the lowest level of warriors, and no one can look down on them. This Flying Star Emperor seems to be the head of the 7 great war clans and one of the 10 elders of the Ghost clan. There is also the Emperor Tianhu, one of the 3 major forces, the Supreme Emperor of the Linglu. I didn't expect that these 2 big men who have been in retreat for a long time will appear here. Including Xingtian Pavilion, this time. Situ Yang's eyes turned into a bluish-white color, and as he swept across Emperor Flying Star and Emperor Tianhu, he actually saw through their identities completely. Huh. You also know pupil technique. Chu Yan looked at Situ Yang in surprise. Hey, these 2 guys are very famous in Fengdu City. I have done business with them. The fat man replied with a wretched smile. Have you done business? Have you been cheated by you? Chu Yan smiled lightly. The 2 chatted casually, constantly watching the surroundings, seeing more and more powerful people in the Great Emperor realm coming. Among the rushing powerhouses at the peak of the Great Emperor realm appeared one after another. In less than a stick of incense, there were as many as 8 people at the peak of the Great Emperor realm, and the total number of Great Emperor experts on the scene had reached more than 200. Moreover, there are still some strong people below the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm. When they first arrived at the scene, they were shocked when they saw the situation in front of them. After a moment of hesitation, they left directly. Otherwise, I am afraid that the number of people will directly break through to 300. Everyone, don't be slow, I am late. Suddenly, a magnetic voice resounded from the clouds in the sky, and a figure slowly descended from the sea of spiritual clouds above. This voice, almost everyone present, felt a little familiar, and the originally noisy scene suddenly fell silent. I saw, in the sky, a man wearing a mask descended from the sky with his hands behind his back, calm and composed. Around him, there are 5 great Emperor-level 9th-layer powerhouses accompanying each other, each with a strong aura. This person is called the Great Emperor Wuxiong. In the dark world of Futu, who had already concealed his identity, he was still wearing a mask. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2471 number 1 in the world. Not only the strong emperors in the audience, but also Emperor Xingguang, Emperor Feixing and Emperor Tianhu turned their heads to look. Isn't this Emperor Wuxiang retreating in Fengdu City? Among the crowd, there was a strong man who knew Wuxiang the Great, and he spoke in doubt. Not long ago, Emperor Wuxiang publicly announced that he was going to attack the semi-holy realm in Fengdu City and decided to retreat. Everyone in Fengdu City knew about it. But now, less than 2 months have passed since he announced the news, and he actually appeared in the Antarctic Sea again. Elder Xingguang, you are polite. Emperor Wuxiang glanced across the crowd, and finally landed on the three of Emperor Xingguang, bowed his hands immediately, and said, "You." Elder Xingguang also obviously looked puzzled. "Hee, there is no rush to retreat. I heard that the Antarctic Sea is extremely strange, so I came here to check it out." Emperor Wuxiang is also a fine person. Seeing Elder Xingguang's face, he naturally understood and explained. While speaking, his tone was calm, and he couldn't distinguish between the primary and the secondary. It was obvious that he had a great weapon and Xuanhuan, giving people a feeling of good temperament. Emperor Wuxiang. Is it really him? The one wearing the mask, the entire Fengdu City, he's the only one. Is there no rush to retreat? Could it be that he stopped retreat just to enter the Antarctic Sea? In the crowd, there was a burst of noisy discussion, and everyone looked at Emperor Wuxiang with a look of astonishment. One must know that it is the dream of all the great emperors in this dark world of the Buddha to retreat and attack the semi-sacred realm. It can also be said that it is the most important thing for all the powerhouses in the great emperor realm. However, this Wuxiang great emperor actually stopped such an important matter, but also came to the Antarctic Sea. No phase. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and his consciousness swept across the Wuxiang great emperor wearing a pure white mask. His eyes flickered with brilliance. Of course he had heard of the name of Emperor Wuxiang. 10 Directions Starfield, the top 10 existences on the heavenly list. It is said that in the past 2 years, his cultivation has skyrocketed, and he will definitely be able to enter the top 3, and it is even possible to compete with Bu Jingtian, who is ranked first in the heaven list. Bu Jingyun, Qin Yuyao, and Yun Huashan, all 3 are among the top 3 in the heavenly list. Basically, it is also a 10-direction star field, ranking the top 3 in the sky list. Chu Yan has always been very interested in the top 3 on this day's list, but it's a pity that he has been in the dark world of Futu for a long time, but he has never seen these 3 people. Not to mention the top 3 in the celestial list, even the top 100 in the celestial list, you have never seen any of them. Now, this Wuxiang great emperor actually appeared. It is said that the step is shocking, the martial spirit is against the sky, and it crushes all the strong people in the Tianbang, so it can always maintain the first place in the Tianbang. This Wuxiang great emperor, with his breath card, even with the unicorn pupil, can't see through it. It seems that the breath of this person is always changing, and there is no normality at all. Really? Something different. Constantly looking at the Wuxiang great, in Chu Yan's eyes, the fighting spirit was burning, and the blood in his whole body boiled uncontrollably. Compared with the elder Xingtian, Chu Yan is more interested in the Wuxiang great emperor who has the strength to hit the top 3 in the heaven list. Moreover, the Antarctic Sea is open, and there may be a chance to have a battle with this Wuxiang great emperor. Brother! What are you doing? Situ Yang, who was standing beside Chu Yan, was taken aback by Chu Yan's fighting spirit, and hurriedly said, "Ha, it seems that I am not too late." At this moment, a thundercloud rumbled in the sky, and above the cloud head, a figure was flying towards it. The wild laughter that trembled in the sky, with arrogance and dry clouds, made people's eardrums hurt and their hearts trembled. Again, a big boss has arrived. Almost everyone's expressions changed. Chi looked up. But I saw a figure jumping down from the cloud, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in front of the crowd. That speed is so fast that it surpasses everyone's senses, as if any movement at random is traveling through the void and teleporting. He didn't even activate his true energy, yet his movement speed was so fast. Behind him, there are 8 strong men in the 9th level of the Great Emperor realm. The lineup is far more powerful than the previous 3 giants, Xingguang, Feixing, and Tianhu. A group of people descended from the sky with momentum like a tide, and the sound of thunder was rolling, as if the whole world was trembling. He is the Emperor Tianzuan. Among the group of great emperors present, many of them recognized this big boss who had just arrived, and they all said in surprise, "Emperor Tianzuan." Chu Yan's eyes flashed, staring at the other party. This person gave Chu Yan a very powerful feeling, and even made Chu Yan's soul tense. It can make Chu Yan feel something, it can only show that this person, extremely strong. "Brother Step, I didn't expect you to come too." The mask of Emperor Wuxiang trembled slightly, then smiled. "Bujing Tian, it's really late for you to come." The elder Xingguang, who had been staring coldly at the audience with a proud face, saw the person coming, but spoke directly with an extremely enthusiastic tone. "Shocking Step. He is the number 1, Bujing Tian." The faces of the group of great emperors and powerhouses present all changed drastically, and they all looked at the young Tianjiao in unison. At this moment, the hundreds of great emperors and powerhouses present were all shocked in their seas of consciousness. According to legend, Bujing Tian, the number 1 emperor of heaven, the number 1 genius in Xingtian Pavilion, Bujing Tian, who has the world's most heaven-defying martial spirit, surpasses all the stars in the 10 directions, and Bujing Tian, who is above all geniuses, unexpectedly, came. You know, this is the strongest existence in the entire 10 directions starfield, known as the first genius. The best genius in the world. This title represents the supremacy, what a noble status. Otherwise, this step is shocking, how dare you give yourself the title of Heavenly Emperor? Damn, what a shocking step. This awesome guy is here. Situ Yang's slit eyes were rarely opened, and he stared into the distance. The young man in white robe standing in front of Elder Xingguang had a look of astonishment on his face. After all, Situ Yang can be considered a young genius, so how could he not be surprised to see Bujing Tian, who is known as the number 1 genius among young warriors? He is so shocking. Chu Yan's eyes looked at each other, and after a long time, the corners of his mouth raised and curved. This time, during the trip to the Antarctic Sea, there were too many accidents, or surprises, and even Bujing Tian was there in person. Bujing Tian. The first genius in Xingtian Pavilion, it's interesting. In Chu Yan's eyes, a sharp and fierce light flashed out. If we say that at this time, apart from the Holy Stone, it can even be said that there is something absolutely attractive to Chu Yan that surpasses the Holy Stone. I'm afraid, it's going to be an extremely exciting battle with Bujing Tian, who is number 1 on the day's list. Whether it's the Wuxiang Great Emperor or the Bujing Tian in front of him, they are all now ranked close to the top 3 existences on the heavenly list. However, they would never have imagined that among the crowd, there was a young man in black robes, watching them excitedly. Because now, everyone's eyes are focused on that Bujing Tian. It seemed that at this moment, because of Bujing Tian's appearance, all the shining stars in the audience dimmed. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C24725 5-man team. Time passed quickly, and more great Emperor realm powerhouses gathered towards the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea. Among them, not only some well-known powerhouses, but also quite a few powerhouses from the heavenly ranking list rushed over. After all, the forbidden area in the Antarctic Sea was opened for the first time, and the first batch of people who entered it didn't need to think about it, and they would definitely get the greatest benefits. Seeing that the aura of the 3 altars became stronger and stronger, gradually, everyone's eyes turned to the giant golden koan in the middle of the 3 altars. Huh? How Yan? Suddenly, a voice of astonishment sounded, making Chu Yan startled. Although he had been in the dark world of Buddha for some time, he didn't know anyone except Situ Yang. How could anyone know himself? Including Situ Yang, they all looked puzzled. They looked back and glanced over, but found that several great emperors flew towards the two of them. The emperor titles of these three people are Lei Hun, Huitian, and Xuanhuan. You are. Chu Yan looked at the three of them and sized them up, because the other party had no reason to arouse his true energy, and nothing could be seen from the appearance alone. Hey, Haoyan, you still dare to appear here? The headed Emperor Thunder Soul, with a stern look in his eyes, looked at Chu Yan, and his true energy began to move. Killed so many people from my Thunder clan, let me bump into you today, and you will die. When the words fell to the ground, Emperor Lei Hun exploded with true energy, clapped his palms with both hands, and slapped Chu Yan fiercely, and even struck directly. This palm was extremely powerful and seemed to be a random strike, but in the palm of his hand, a spirit pattern radiated brilliantly and moved rapidly. When the palm movement takes shape, that spirit pattern will explode completely, and its power may not be much weaker than the full blow of a strong person at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Huh? Who's making the move? In an instant, following the attack of the Thunder Soul Emperor towards Chu Yan, the powerful fluctuation of the Emperor's prestige immediately attracted the attention of other people around, and they all looked sideways. After all, this is the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea, and every strong person who enters it has received a notice from the giant Golden Kuan. In Antarctica, the use of force is prohibited. Unexpectedly, someone would dare to be so arrogant and challenge the majesty of the Golden Giant Kuan. Those who do it will be killed without mercy. At this moment, a thunderous Sanggu sound suddenly resounded, like a thunderbolt, exploding on the spot. Not good. The shout of the giant Golden Kuan slammed heavily on Emperor Lei Hun's soul, shaking his whole body. His body swayed suddenly, and his face turned pale. Take back the attack just launched, and the spirit pattern on the palm is instantly extinguished. Because of seeing Chu Yan's relationship, under the impact of excitement and killing intent, he suddenly forgot the rules that strictly prohibit the use of force in Antarctica. Therefore, when the giant Golden Kuan issued a warning, his entire scalp was numb from fright. You know, even the elder Xingguang and Bujing Tian, who were present, could not see the cultivation of this giant Golden Kuan. It is definitely a very terrifying ancient and powerful existence. If the slap just now was really slapped, and the Golden Giant Kuan punished him, the consequences would be disastrous. Senior, this son has a big enmity with me. I am in a hurry. If I offend you, I hope Hai Han. As the elder of the Lei clan, Lei Hun is so shrewd, he quickly restrained his breath, and bowed to the giant Golden Kuan. Snort. The Golden Giant Kuan snorted coldly, glanced at Lei Hun, and said nothing more. Thank you so much, Senior. Although he didn't say a word, but just that one look, Lei Hun's whole soul almost collapsed, his whole body was sweating like rain, and his legs were shaking with fright. Haoyan, you are lucky. Wait, as long as there is a chance, I will let you know what life is better than death. Lei Hun's eyes looked at Chu Yan, full of viciousness and killing intent. If it wasn't for this Chu Yan, how could he be so embarrassing in front of the major forces? Not only the Emperor Lei Hun, but Huitian and Xuanhuan beside him also looked at Chu Yan with murderous intent, their faces full of rage. As the great emperor of the Thunder clan, so many strong men died at the hands of this Haoyan. But the Thunder clan's team had turned the entire Buddha dark world upside down before, but they couldn't find him. Unexpectedly, he would appear here. With the power of the Lei clan in the dark world of Futu, as long as Chu Yan appears, there will be no chance of survival under the siege of a large number of Lei clan powerhouses. It was because Chu Yan could not be found that the strong men of the Lei clan were killed by him one by one. Among them, the young patriarch is also included. Snort. After a cold snort, the three Thunder clan great emperors turned and left. During the opening of the Antarctic Sea, no one is allowed to do anything here, so it is meaningless for them to stare at Chu Yan here. This is troublesome. Thunder Clan and Sea Clan, I'm afraid they won't let this go. Xie Yang reacted with nervousness on his face. After all, it is not an easy thing to be locked by a group of powerful people in the Great Emperor realm and their spiritual consciousness. After all, Xie Yang only had the cultivation level of the upper martial emperor, and he was almost the weakest among all the people present. On the other hand, Chu Yan, with a calm face, didn't take it lightly at all. It's just the three great emperors. If you really want to make a move, Chu Yan can still kill them all with one move. From the beginning to the end, among the hundreds of great emperors and powerhouses present, the only one who could arouse the fighting spirit in his heart was the Wuxian Great Emperor, who was so shocking. A farce did not cause too many waves. Everyone withdrew their gazes and looked at the giant golden Kuan and the three altars, because they knew that the time was almost up. At this moment, the golden giant Kuan slightly turned his head, with a pair of huge Kuan eyes, he looked around the audience, and said like thunder. Everyone, welcome to the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea. This sound resounded, and the originally noisy scene became quiet instantly, including Elder Xingguang, Wu Xiang, Bu Jingtian and others, all looked at the giant golden Kuan. Chu Yan and Xie Yang were also stunned, and quickly turned their heads to look. The forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea will be opened immediately. While there is still some time, announce the first rule. All those who enter the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea must form a team of 5 people, otherwise, they are not allowed to enter. The golden giant Kuan's words made everyone in the audience stunned at the same time. Form a team of 5. Everyone was a little confused. After all, the great emperors present had countless experiences, and they had never heard that the forbidden area was to be entered in a team. Ha ha ha, good. It's also good to form a team. There are still 2 people here, who will come. Bu Jingtian was the first to react, and while laughing loudly, he announced. Originally, he brought 9 people here, but now he has recruited 2 people. It seems that there is a deacon of Xingtian Pavilion who does not intend to enter. I'm short of 3 people. The great Emperor Wuxiang also reacted and announced loudly. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2473 rating. Immediately afterwards, the Flying Star Emperor, the Tianhu Emperor, the Bliss Emperor, the Spirit Snake Emperor, the Wuxiang Emperor and other big names all opened their mouths and announced the recruitment to the audience. All the great emperors and powerhouses became excited when they saw this scene. Although they don't know the rules of this forbidden area in the Antarctic Sea, what is the later stage, but they all know that being able to form a team with the big guys will definitely have great benefits. And those who are weaker have pale and heavy faces. Under this rule, the strong will only become stronger and the weak will become weaker. Those big bosses will naturally choose the strongest emperor to form a team with them, while those who are weak can only form a team with someone of similar strength. In this case, the weaker and the weaker, of course the weaker. 3. Are you enough? Chu Yan turned around, looked at the 3 nearest, the great Emperor Zongshan with a gloomy face, and asked. There are only 3 of us, not enough. The leader replied. There are 2 of us, and we add up to exactly 5 people. How about it? Chu Yan asked. He didn't think about it at all. Looking for a team with strong strength, Chu Yan believed that those with weaker strength would get along better. The 3 great emperors glanced at Chu Yan with their spiritual consciousness, and immediately found that one was a great emperor at the 5th level, and the other was a high-ranking martial emperor. What a joke! With such strength, entering the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea, wouldn't it be death? Moreover, the 3 great emperors of the Lei clan had conflicts with Chu Yan before, and the audience saw it. The 3 Thunder Clan members have the strength of the Great Emperor Realm 9 Heavens, if there is any trouble at that time. The leader, the Great Emperor, withdrew his consciousness, frowned slightly, and was about to refuse. Hey, keep your eyes open, don't even think about it. What did the 3 Thunder Clan guys say to my elder brother? Xie Yang stepped forward, facing the 3 of them, with his nostrils upturned, and said arrogantly. My elder brother, he killed more than a dozen great emperors of the Thunder Clan. Think about his strength. What? Really? The 3 great emperors were startled and asked with surprise on their faces. If it is true what the fat man said, then this Chu Yan's combat power is extremely powerful. One person can kill so many strong men in the 7th or 8th level of the Great Emperor Realm, and his combat power may have reached above the 9th level of the Great Emperor Realm. If you form a team with such a person, there is definitely a huge advantage. But now, with the 3 of them and their cultivation at the 4th level of the Great Emperor Realm, it would be a high incense to find a team at the 5th level of the Great Emperor Realm. However, just when the 3 of them were about to agree, suddenly, a thunderclap resounded throughout the audience. Everyone, the Thunder Soul Emperor of the Thunder Clan. I have something to announce. This sound immediately attracted everyone in the audience to look sideways. Thunder Clan. It is the 7 great war clans, and it is an absolutely powerful force in the 10 Directions starfield. Everyone has just seen that Hao Yan and my Thunder Clan are enemies of life and death. I hope you will give my Thunder Clan a face and don't form a team with that Hao Yan. Thank you. Emperor Lei Hun said a word, and bowed his hands to the audience. At the same time, his eyes passed through the crowd and fell on Chu Yan, with a grin on his face. Including Emperor Huatian and Emperor Xuanhuan beside him, they also looked at Chu Yan with a joking smile on their faces. This time, they came to the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea. Of course, they were going to enter it and get benefits. However, he ran into Chu Yan by accident, and according to the order of the Lei clan seniors, he must kill this person with all his strength. In this way, if they searched for Chu Yan everywhere, it would be a waste of time, and it would be extremely inconvenient for them to obtain the treasures in the forbidden area of the South China Sea. Therefore, after hearing the rules announced by the golden giant, Kuan, they quickly negotiated a plan. Of course they knew that Chu Yan went to the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea to hunt for treasure. As long as no one teamed up with him, he would not be able to enter. In this way, even if he can't be killed, he won't be able to get fart. Since Emperor Thunder Soul has spoken, I will of course give face. No problem, we will abide by Lei Clan's words. Of course, we won't form a team with him, he's just a 5th heaven of the Great Emperor Realm. Hearing the words of the Thunder Soul Great Emperor, all the Great Emperor powerhouses present nodded in agreement. You know, these 3 Thunder Clan Great Emperors have reached the 9th level of the Great Emperor Realm, and they are only 1 step away from the peak of the Great Emperor. What's more, behind them, there is this behemoth of the Thunder Clan. Who dares to offend such a person? Of course, there are many other powerful sects and powerful people present, but no one will form a beam with the Lei Clan for a Chu Yan. You too, let's find someone else to form a team. The 3 great emperors who had already been moved just now looked at Chu Yan, the corners of their eyes twitched twice, and they refused. Even if they couldn't find anyone to form a team and couldn't enter the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea, they wouldn't dare to be an open enemy to the Thunder Clan. 3 idiots, idiots. Xie Yang looked at the backs of the 3 of them who were so frightened that they turned around and fled, and cursed fiercely. Others don't know, but Xie Yang knows best. As long as he is with Chu Yan, that time, he won't make a lot of money. Everyone, next to Hao Yan, I have something to say. Chu Yan's face was calm, he took a step forward, faced the crowd, and said directly. Lei Hun, Huatian, and Xuanhuan were stunned when they heard the words, and they all looked at Chu Yan. Not only the 3 of them from the Lei clan, but also the other powerhouses, looked at Chu Yan with interest, listening to what he was about to say. They all wanted to know what was so special about someone who dared to go against the Lei clan at the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm. This time in the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea, if anyone forms a team with others, I promise to lead him to avoid all the prohibitions and spiritual formations, and minimize the danger. Moreover, the goal is the core of the forbidden area. Chu Yan was so angry that his voice resounded through the audience. However, when his words landed, the originally silent scene burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, dodge all the restrictions and spirit formations. The core of the target. This Haoyan, is there something wrong with his brain? Aren't you funny? What does he think this forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea is? This is an ancient ruin. That's right, the prohibition and spirit formations inside are all ancient restraints and spirit formations. How could it be possible to dodge them all? Ignore him, he must have been driven crazy by the Thunder Clan. All the emperors and powerhouses in the audience laughed and mocked, and even looked at Chu Yan with contempt. Even Bu Jingtian, Emperor Wuxiang, Elder Xuanhuan, etc. all had smiles on their faces and didn't care at all. Dodge all the ancient prohibitions and spirit arrays. In this case, even a few of them would not dare to say such a thing, let alone Haoyan, who is in the 5th heaven of the Great Emperor realm. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2474 made me look bad. The Antarctic Sea Forbidden Area is, after all, an ancient forbidden area. How terrifying are the restrictions and formations in it. If you want to avoid it safely, it turns out to be a fool's dream. Moreover, this Antarctic Sea Forbidden Area ranks in the top 3 among the top 10 forbidden areas in the dark world of Buddha. Even the Thunder Soul Emperor, Tianhua, and Blood Kuang in the Thunder Clan just wanted to test the core. I don't dare to hope that I can really enter it, and those who dare to say this, I am afraid that there are only Bu Jingtian present, not a few big bosses. But now, the big shots didn't speak. How dare this Haoyan be so arrogant? Humph. What a bunch of idiots. When Situ Yang saw the expressions on everyone's faces, his face flushed with anger and he clenched his teeth. Now, it's a little troublesome. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and when he saw everyone, he almost looked at him as if he saw a plague god. Before, the green-armored giant had told him in detail the route and method of walking in the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea. However, if no one teamed up with him, he and Situ Yang wouldn't even be able to get in, and it would be useless to have the blue-armored giant's route instructions. My 3 brothers are willing to form a team with you. At this moment, suddenly, a voice sounded, which shocked the crowd who were originally laughing. Turning his head to look, he found that it was Emperor Bliss and Emperor Spirit Snake. All of them stared at them in astonishment. Ji Lu, do you dare not give me Thunder Clan face? Emperor Lihun's face was livid, staring at Emperor Bliss and Emperor Spirit Snake, and shouted in a cold voice. Why do you give your Thunder Clan face? Do you think that everyone is afraid of you? Humph. The words of Emperor Ji Lu made Lei Hun's face turn purple with anger, like a pig's liver. Moreover, his identity is the young patriarch of the Mongolian tribe, and he brought 2 people to try his luck in the Antarctic Sea. Therefore, although he didn't know Chu Yan's identity, but seeing that the Lei clan was targeting him, he was naturally willing to be angry with him. After all, the Mongolians belong to the Dark Temple, so no one is afraid. Okay. Bliss, Spirit Snake, my 3 brothers, remember you. When Lei Hun saw the other party, he didn't give him face at all, and he still said a cruel word, so he stopped talking, just a pair of eyes, looking at Chu Yan and Ji Lu, full of violent killing intent. However, after thinking about it, Lei Hun's face suddenly showed a look of sarcasm. Ji Lu, you don't hesitate to offend my Thunder Clan, and you have to form a team with this Haoyan. Are you going to let him, take him, and avoid all the restrictions and formations? These words, and the smirk on Thunder Soul Emperor's face, were obviously meant to be ridiculed. As soon as these words came out, all the great emperors and powerhouses who were watching the excitement all smiled, and some even shook their heads slightly. Humph. Lei Clan's ability to talk nonsense is not bad. Emperor Ji Lu obviously didn't care, sneered, then turned his head, looked at Chu Yan and Situ Yang, and said seriously. Hao Yan, Tian Yan, are you two willing to form a team with me? Looking at Chu Yan and Situ Yang. Emperor Bliss is obviously seeking the opinions of the two of them. Of course. The two of us join. Situ Yang answered anxiously, smiling all over his face, and nodded vigorously. The thought that the Antarctic Sea Forbidden Land would appear in front of him immediately made him extremely excited. That is an ancient spirit treasure, absolutely valuable. Originally a difficult situation, because of the appearance of Emperor Bliss and Emperor Spirit Snake, it was immediately resolved invisible. Chu Yan and Situ Yang also successfully joined their team and completed the team formation. Thank you for your help. Once you enter the Antarctic Sea, what I just said will not let you down. Chu Yan's brow stretched, his heart was happy, he bowed his hands as a salute, and thanked him. If it wasn't for the appearance of the two of them, this time, Emperor Thunder Soul and the others might have really been effective in preventing him and Situ Yang from entering the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea. You're welcome, I just can't see through it. Emperor Ji Lu shook his head and replied with a light smile. It is one thing to fight against the Lei clan, but another to believe in Chu Yan. Although Bliss and Spirit Snake invited Chu Yan to join, it does not mean that they will take what Chu Yan said before. In their view, it was just a big talk that Chu Yan let out at will in a hurry. Seeing the expressions of the two, Chu Yan naturally understood the joints, so he stopped talking. After a small turmoil ended, the great emperors around them also started to form their own teams, preparing to enter the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea. Although, in the dark world of Buddha, there is chaotic aura, because of the existence of chaotic tattoos, no one knows the identity of the other party. However, with the Buddha token, everyone can clearly see the strength of the other party. Therefore, the speed of everyone forming a team is very fast. Teams with strong strength and weak ones will basically not appear, and the situation where the strong are willing to form a team with the weaker. So, in less than a stick of incense, all the hundreds of great emperors and powerhouses present formed a team. It's time. The Antarctic Sea Forbidden Area, open. The sound of the giant golden koan sounded again, causing the eyes of all the great emperors to turn red. The three altars began to tremble violently, casting a golden light at the same time, colliding with each other in mid-air, forming a golden portal. At the same time, the giant golden koan transformed into a middle-aged man with blonde hair in a golden robe. He greeted the crowd, but stepped directly into the golden portal. Go. Let's follow. Seeing the giant golden koan enter the golden portal, the steps were shocking, the elder Xuanhuan and others hurriedly followed. Chu Yan, Situ Yang, Bliss and Spirit Snake also joined the crowd towards the golden portal. After everyone passed through the golden portal, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. I saw that there was a golden ocean in front of my eyes, and on the surface of the sea, there were densely packed golden kuns, floating on the surface of the sea, looking up at the people who came in. However, the volume of these golden kuns is obviously much smaller than that of giant golden kuns, but each one is the size of a house. On the opposite side of the golden sea, surrounded by sea fog, covered a continent. Here, there are a total of 900 celestial kuns, all of which are primordial spirit species. The golden giant koan walked to the beach, pointed to the hundreds of golden sky kuns on the sea, and continued to introduce. For each of your teams, you can choose one to ride on. However, they will take you to different places. With different routes, the difficulties and dangers will naturally be different. Luck is also a part of strength. Everyone, let me emphasize once, each of your teams has only one choice. The golden giant Kun explained the rules in detail, and every emperor present could hear them clearly. Senior, may I ask, what is the use of the extra golden sky Kun? Someone counted them, and found that there were about 900 golden sky Kuns on the Golden Sea. And there were only 400 to 500 people at the Great Emperor realm present, and after forming a team, there were only about 100 teams. Under such circumstances, there were nearly 800 extra golden sky Kuns. Since you don't need it, why prepare so many? Is there any mystery in this? Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2475 pointing. The question raised by the strong man was not only his own doubts, but also the other great emperors present. Including Chu Yan, all the great emperors present all looked sideways at the giant golden Kun. After all, it is totally unreasonable for a team of about 100 to prepare hundreds of Tiankun. The Golden Sky Kun was conceived in the forbidden land of the Antarctic Sea, and contains the laws of heaven and earth in the Antarctic Sea, which have the same root and origin as the Forbidden Land. The giant golden Kun seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and explained in a leisurely manner. The extra golden sky Kuns, if you can subdue them and get their Kun's will, then in the forbidden area, part of the dangers and restrictions will be offset. Speaking of this, the golden giant Kun smiled lightly, and then said, "Of course, there are other effects, you can experience it yourself. Offset danger and prohibition." All the great emperors in the audience tightened their faces at the same time, and the brilliance in their eyes flickered in unison. If it is true as the golden giant Kun said, then we must do our best to subdue more golden sky Kuns. Everyone, let's start choosing. The giant golden Kun pointed to the Golden Sea and announced, "After all, you don't have much time. You only have half an hour to choose. Remember, you only have one chance. After you choose, you are not allowed to change it." As soon as the words landed, the giant golden Kun waved his hand, and a stream of golden air rushed out, evolving into a huge hourglass of time in midair. Almost at the same time as the golden hourglass appeared, the time had already started. In other words, the choice this time is time-forced, and if the time passes, you may not even have the chance to choose. A tense atmosphere began to dissipate in an instant. Tianqin plays yin and yang, and all dharmas come together. Act. Bu Jingtian's reaction was absolutely top-notch. At the same time that the golden giant Kun fell to the ground, a powerful aura rose from his body. At the same time, a martial spirit appeared behind him. This is a weapon spirit, but it is in the shape of a spoon as a whole, and there is a tray underneath, which looks very much like a compass. This Bu Jingtian, according to the legend, he has more than 3 heaven-defying martial souls, presumably, this is one of them. However, his martial soul is obviously a special martial soul, like Situ Yang's Sky Eye martial soul. This heavenly spoon martial soul has an extremely powerful function of communicating with heaven and earth. Not only is it an amazing auxiliary effect for cultivation, but it can also connect to a trace of heaven in the dark. Under the urging of Bu Jingtian, the handle of the spoon on the heavenly spoon martial spirit began to rotate rapidly, and a trace of mysterious aura rose from it, spreading towards the void in all directions. Heavenly spoon martial soul, communicating with heaven and earth, yin and yang evolve, extremely mysterious. Heavenly light illumination. 7 money turtle, come out. The law moves the world. One line, slower than Bu Jingtian, Elder Shengguang, Emperor Wuxiang. The Flying Star Emperor, the Tianhu Emperor and many other powerhouses took action one after another, and various imperial techniques and secret techniques emerged one after another. Those present were all great emperors, and almost half of them had the backs of powerful forces and sects. To be able to cultivate to the great emperor realm, there is no need to doubt the strength at all. Their own capital and means are definitely not comparable to those in the martial emperor realm. Wait a minute, you two, just follow me and Spirit Snake. Emperor Bliss said something to Chu Yan and Situ Yang, then turned around and walked to Emperor Spirit Snake, and after discussing with the other 3 emperors, he began to display an ancient secret technique, evolving a piece of mysterious light, divided into dozens of them moved towards the nearest 10 golden sky kuns. Brother, what did he say? Let us follow him. When Situ Yang heard the words of Emperor Ji Lu, he immediately raised his brows and said with a face full of resentment. They still don't believe in Big Brother. Why don't we separate from them and choose a Tianquan ourselves? When the time comes, we will definitely get more Tianquan wool than them. Smiling, Situ Yang's eyes were full of sparkles, and he squinted at the 3 of them, the Emperor of Bliss, with a look of contempt on his face. You, a Shangwu emperor, actually looked down on the great emperor realm. Chu Yan looked at Situ Yang, laughed jokingly, and joked. At the same time, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, Chu Yan is carefully studying the roadmap given by the Qingjia giant. After half a sound, Chu Yan withdrew his consciousness, the pupils of the unicorn turned, and looked at the hundreds of golden sky kuns by the sea. At a glance, the golden lines of each golden sky kun lead directly to the location of the opponent's continent, as well as the prohibition and magic circle on the line, all of which were seen through by Chu Yan. 3. The 681st golden kun is not bad. Chu Yan turned his head, looked at Emperor Bliss and Emperor Spirit Snake, and said. Emperor Ji Lu was taken aback, and looked at Chu Yan. Number 681 golden kun is not bad. This Chu Yan just glanced at it, and didn't even use the Emperor technique and Lingbao. Isn't this a random choice? You two, if you want to try your luck, I won't stop you, feel free. Emperor Ji Lu was busy performing his secret calculation skills. When he heard Chu Yan's words, he replied casually with a look of contempt on his face. I didn't see the surroundings, even the shocking Tianxiao Wuhun didn't calculate the most suitable Jin Kun, that Chu Yan, why? In less than 100 breaths, there are nearly 1,000 golden kuns by the sea. That's so easy. I would like to advise you, this is one of the top 10 forbidden places in the ancient times. The Antarctic Sea is not comparable to any third-rate or fourth-rate place. If you go indiscriminately, you will be damaged at any time. Jilu Dalu thought about it, but still held back his temper and persuaded him. Because, he suspects that Chu Yan may have some spiritual treasure on him, and he can see some ways. After all, he should not be too reckless to survive the Thunder Clan's pursuit. As the patriarch of the Mongolian minority, I have seen too many secret skills of spirit treasures, but among these things, how many are reliable? Okay. Chu Yan nodded, having made a decision in his heart, glanced at the seaside, and agreed to speak persuasively. If you are willing to believe me, number 9, number 87, number 155, number 307, number 400, these golden kuns are all good. Then the 2 of us, go ahead. Chu Yan knew what Emperor Bliss was thinking, so he didn't say much, and led Situ Yang towards the beach. Anyway, Emperor Bliss had helped him before, and he couldn't just ignore him because he didn't believe in him, so he still opened his mouth and named out the best batch of golden kuns. Of course, they are all sound transmissions with spiritual consciousness, and only the 5 people in the same group can hear them. What should be done has been done, whether to talk or not is up to him, and whether to listen or not is up to others. What happens is out of your control. In everything, just do it with a clear conscience. It is almost impossible to be perfect. After all, this is also a choice between life and death. It is impossible for them to achieve a high level of trust when they meet for the first time. Chu Yan and Situ Yang walked to the beach and walked straight towards number 681, Huang Jinkuan. Now, all the great emperors are deducing, and no one has started to choose. Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao were the first, and no one competed with them. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2476. Is this a coincidence? Seeing Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao leave, the eyes of the spirit snake emperor were full of sneers. Young patriarch, this Chu Yan is really arrogant. He even wants to show you the way. You really don't know the heights of the heavens and the earth. That's right. If I knew this, I shouldn't have helped him just now. Another great emperor also spoke in agreement. The two Mongolian emperors standing next to Emperor Bliss were full of contempt for Chu Yan. Whether it's Chu Yan's cultivation base or time, it's only 100 breaths. Even if he is amazing, it is impossible to deduce the results so quickly. Therefore, this Chu Yan is simply blind. Don't worry about him, let's deduce quickly. Emperor Xie La looked away from Chu Yan, his face sank, and after scanning for 2 days, he spoke directly. Yes. Young patriarch. Originally, he just didn't like Lei clan, so he helped Chu Yan. Now that he has entered the forbidden area of Antarctica, he doesn't bother to care what Chu Yan wants. Moreover, a fifth heaven of the great emperor realm is too weak, so it is better to lead by himself, otherwise it will be a bit troublesome to take care of him along the way. Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao walked to the beach without stopping, and walked directly to number 681 Golden Kuan. Because they were the first, no one competed with them, but it was also because they were the first that immediately attracted countless eyes. That Haoyan, the eyes of the sky. When everyone saw that the first ones to choose Huang Jinkuan were Emperor Haoyan and Emperor Tianyan, who were at odds with the Lei clan, they were all surprised. However, just a little stunned, the expressions of everyone changed immediately. Humph. This Haoyan and Tianyan dared to choose in less than 100 breaths. Are you looking for death? How dare you mess around with such a thing? I see, they don't know how to choose at all, so just throw a shoe and choose one at random, of course it will be fast. Ha ha ha, that's okay. Regardless of whether it was Emperor Leihun or other emperors, all of them looked at Chu Yan with sneering and teasing expressions. You know, before this Chu Yan, he announced to everyone that whoever forms a team with him can avoid the restriction and formation. Could it be that this is the way to avoid it? In this case, any of the hundreds of great emperors present would know how to do it. Simple as a joke. If he wanted to enter the core of the Antarctic Sea, he might be banned by the Golden Sea and be blasted to pieces within 100 steps. All kinds of ridicule and disdain, and laughter, sounded out. Mainly the Thunder Soul Emperor of the Thunder Clan, all of them looked like they were watching a joke. These voices were directly heard by Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao without any disguise at all. However, Chu Yan didn't react at all, and jumped directly onto the back of number 681 Golden Kuan. The golden giant Kuan who has been standing by the sea. In the eyes, a golden light burst out, and the blurred face was full of astonishment. These two people actually chose each other in less than 100 breaths. Humph. Wait to die. Emperor Thunder Soul sneered, cursed in his heart, then withdrew his gaze, and continued to push his deduction method. All around, the expressions of the other great emperors were almost the same as that of the Thunder Soul Emperor. With a sneer, they each withdrew their gazes, and hurriedly displayed their respective imperial techniques and secret techniques, and stopped paying attention to Chu Yan. Time flies by, and half of the huge golden hourglass in midair has disappeared. On the seashore, there are constantly strong emperors waving a large amount of profound light, sweeping towards the golden kuns, and every subtle change will attract the emperors to rush towards the seaside. Deduction of imperial techniques and secret techniques, in addition to strength, all kinds of mysteries, will lead to different results. When the golden hourglass passed most of the time, Bu Jingtian had been silent for a long time. A ray of light burst out from his body, and the Tianshao Wuhun behind him finally stopped, pointing at a golden koan by the sea. Immediately afterwards, Elder Xingguang, Emperor Wuxiang, Feixing, Tianhu, and other great emperors were almost only one step slower than Bu Jingtian, and all kinds of imperial techniques and profound lights locked on a golden koan one after another. Swish! 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 Several figures rushed towards the beach, each targeting a different golden koan. Bu Jingtian and the others have chosen. All the great emperors around, including Emperor Ji Lu, were all shocked, and they all turned their heads to look. After all, every move of Bu Jingtian, Elder Xingguang, these top emperors and powerhouses, will attract everyone's attention. Bu Jingtian's speed was the fastest, like a thunderbolt. He rushed to the seaside in just a few steps, and his eyes were directly locked on the 9th golden koan. Following him, a few steps away, there was a sound of breaking through the air. Emperor Wuxiang, Feixing, and Emperor Tianhu rushed to number 87, number 155, and number 307, respectively. Speed up, otherwise, the good golden koan will be gone. Choose the right one, but it can improve your chances of surviving. Quick! Seeing that the top bigwigs have already started to choose, the other great emperors who have not yet finished their deduction are burning with anxiety. After all, for this golden koan, the good ones are definitely much less than the bad ones. If every top emperor chooses one of them, there will be one less among the few good kuns. Even, some impatient ones exploded their cultivation and stretched their bodies to the extreme, wanting to directly compete for Tian Kuan, the target of some top bosses. This method of snatching is the most practical. After all, some people are not good at deduction, but they are good at body speed. These golden kuns seem to be. Emperor Bliss looked at the top emperors, his gaze swept over their target, Huang Jingkuan, and his face was startled. Let's go one step ahead. Wuxiang the Great jumped onto the 155th golden koan, his expression relaxed immediately, and he shouted with a loud laugh, his tone full of complacency. After all, after this choice, I am afraid that many great emperors will be lost in this sea of gold. Number 155. Emperor Bliss glanced at the number of the golden koan under Emperor Wuxiang, and immediately frowned. Beside him, the Spirit Snake Emperor and another emperor also frowned, as if they were thinking about something. This is... Suddenly, the three of them reacted at the same time, and they all exclaimed in surprise. Number 9, number 87, number 155, number 307, and number 681. Aren't these all the golden koan numbers that Chu Yan reminded them of before? Now, they were all directly selected by the top bosses after deduction. Is it a coincidence? Of course it can't be a coincidence. If it is a coincidence, then it's too much of a coincidence. Could it be that Hao Yan really? The three of Emperor Bliss had trembling eyes, thousands of thunder and roars in the sea of consciousness. At the same time, their eyes were round and their mouths were wide open, completely dumbfounded. Although the facts are already in front of them, their faces are still full of disbelief. That Hao Yan, who was only at the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, actually only took 100 breaths of time to select the best of the thousands of golden kuns. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2477 Golden Continent. Such a result caused the three of the Great Emperor Bliss to suddenly fall into a sluggish state. Oh my God, what that Chu Yan said is true. Emperor Ji Li's pupils trembled slightly, his face full of disbelief. Young Patriarch, then we. The Spirit Snake Emperor and the other emperor also looked shocked. When they thought that the good golden koan would be picked away by others, they immediately felt extremely depressed. The point is, before that, everything was clearly in front of them, and it became someone else's in a blink of an eye. This feeling almost made their hearts bleed. You know, if they had taken the number 681 golden kuan with Chu Yan before, it would definitely be better than the golden kuan chosen by Bu Jingtian's top bosses. But, the best one, they turned it down abruptly. There are still some of what Haoyan said, hurry up. Emperor Bliss, upon hearing the words of the two spirit snakes, immediately reacted and said quickly. The next moment, the three of them rushed towards number 451 golden kuan. Just now, the three of them jointly performed the deduction secret technique, and the final result also showed that the 451st golden kuan is excellent. However, when the three of them rushed to the beach, and before they got close to number 451 golden kuan, a figure rushed ahead of them and jumped onto number 451. What? The three of the Great Emperor Bliss looked up and found that it was the Thunder Soul Great Emperor team of the Thunder Clan. In desperation, he had no choice but to turn to the next golden kuan. Fortunately, Chu Yan told them the numbers of more than a dozen golden kuns. At present, there are not many people robbing them. Next, the great emperors and powerhouses on the scene began to select the golden kuan one after another in units of squads, and then rushed to the endless golden sea. The golden hourglass in mid-air, when the last grain of golden sand fell, those hesitant emperors all gritted their teeth, chose a golden kuan, and rushed into the golden sea. In the end, there was only the giant golden kuan left on the coast. This time, I hope that the person mentioned by the Emperor's master is among these people, otherwise, the opening of the Antarctic Sea Forbidden Area will be wasted. While the golden giant kuan was talking to himself, he looked at the golden sea, a large area of disappearing shadows, sighed, and his figure slowly dissipated. At the same time, number 681 golden kuan entered. Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao rode the wind and waves all the way at an astonishingly fast speed. The sea in front of them was calm all the way, and they didn't encounter any decent restrictions or formations to stop them. Even if there were, it was only a few weak restrictions. Chu Yan's unicorn pupil swept away and took a peek ahead of time. As long as he stomped his feet, the golden kuan under him would actively avoid it. Huh. Golden kuan, there are 10 of them over there. On the left, there are 8 heads on the left. Damn, there are so many, there are also. Xie La Jiao is on the back of the golden kuan. Running around, observing the surrounding sea, from time to time, one can find golden kuns cruising in the sea. These unselected golden kuns return to the golden sea and flow around. As long as they are encountered by the strong, they only need a wave of true energy to directly turn into a golden light, become a golden bead, and fall into the strong hands. This golden bead is exactly what the golden giant kuan said before, the will of the sky kuan. This thing is of great benefit to exploring the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea. The more you collect, the greater the benefit. Taking the lead, Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao, who were the first to enter the golden sea, encountered more and more golden kuns along the way. Obviously, in the entire golden sea, there are definitely not only thousands of golden kuns, but many others, which have not been summoned, but are in the sea. As for the number 681 golden kuan chosen by the two of them, the number of golden beads on the wandering route was unimaginable. Even Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao had to slow down a little to facilitate collection. Brother, the situation is wrong. Xie La Jiao, who was full of gold beads, was excited when suddenly he saw a golden kuan breaking through a huge wave on the distant sea, rushing to the front of them, even surpassing them. However, just a few kilometers away, there was another layer of huge waves, picking up waves tens of feet high and slamming them down. The golden kuan that surpassed them encountered restrictions one after another, but was still far ahead of them. Our golden kuan has less danger of restraint and more gold beads, but the route to travel is relatively long. Chu Yan also found the golden kuan that was dozens of miles away, and there happened to be 5 people on its back, a small team. You don't need to compare with them. The route is different, and the location to reach the Golden Continent is also different. However, we may spend several times more than their time at sea. Chu Yan kept his hands, waved his true energy around, and collected all the big and small golden kuns that appeared like fish schools in the nearby sea area, and explained at the same time. Hurry up and collect the gold beads, we will speed up when there are more gold beads. After the words fell to the ground, Xie La Jiao also looked away, and began to focus on collecting gold beads. In this scene, not only Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao were like this, but also the entire vast and boundless Golden Sea, with hundreds of golden kuns on their backs, and the battle teams composed of great emperors. While resisting the outbreak of the prohibition and formation, at the same time frantically collecting gold beads, and rushing quickly. The entire Golden Sea has become a field of competition, with hundreds of golden kuns, all heading towards the Golden Continent, frantically moving forward. However, because each person chooses a different golden kun, the situation they encounter is completely different in all aspects. After a full day, people finally started to arrive at the Golden Continent. And the Golden Continent is the forbidden Antarctic Sea, where it really is. Among the first group of people to arrive, including the Thunder Soul Emperor of the Thunder Clan, when they jumped off the Golden Kun and stepped onto the ground of the Golden Continent, they were immediately startled by the sight in front of them. I saw that in front of them was a golden plain. It's as if this continent is completely made of gold, and on this golden land, whether it's trees or mountains, all appear red or black. Various powerful and terrifying auras overflowed from these trees and mountain peaks, containing a palpitating sense of danger. Not only that, above their heads, in the endless sky, sky kuns of various colors are swimming in the sky. Their bodies are extremely huge, with a length of thousands of feet. Every time they twist the body of the kun, it will cause a large area of the sky to tremble. These day kuns are obviously much stronger than the golden kuns in the Golden Sea. According to legend, kun is a powerful sea beast that was born in the sea, but will eventually travel to the sky. What's more, Tian Kun's top-level existence is comparable to the terrifying existence of dragon beasts, and even more powerful. Sky kuns hovered in the sky, completely occupying the entire sky. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2478 3-color Tian Kun. On top of the large sky kun, on the top of Jiuxiao, a huge purple sky kun with a body length of nearly 1,000 feet is suspended above all the sky kuns, like a king. And farther away from the Golden Land, in a group of mountains, there are also a large number of sky kuns suspended. Above the 10,000 zhang sky, there is a huge black sky kun nearly 7,000 feet long. In 4 directions, there are 4 giant kuns, each of which has a terrifying aura, as if it is suppressing all corners of the world, and the world is prehistoric. Even standing by the sea and looking at these 5 terrifying kun kings would make one's soul tremble, and fear abounds in his heart. There is a road over there. A great emperor who was good at pupil art held his strength and watched for a long time, and finally found that there was a vague road between the mountains, extending towards the mountains. Hearing the sound, Emperor Thunder Soul and the others hurriedly turned their heads to look. Those who caught the eye were blurred, and apart from the terrifying aura that filled the air, they couldn't see anything clearly. In desperation, Emperor Lei Hun and the others had no choice but to mobilize their true energy and use their eyesight to the extreme. Only then did they finally see clearly that there was a black road deep in the mountains. It seems that this road is the road leading to the core of the Antarctic Sea Forbidden Area. A great emperor said. The core place. When the Dragon Soul Emperor and the others heard it, their eyes flashed brightly, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces. It seems that the golden kun they chose this time is still excellent, and it directly brought them to the place where the main road is. However, look at the Tian Kun in the sky. The great emperor seemed to know some secrets about the Antarctic Sea, and then explained. As you saw just now, Tyankins of different colors and sizes guard completely different areas, and there are different levels. Red at 5,000 feet, blue at 6,000 feet, and purple above 7,000 feet. They are divided into grades 1, 2, and 3. The highest grade is the third grade. If you want to enter, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. According to the records of the ancient times, among the ancient strongmen who entered the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea in the ancient times, almost every batch of those who entered the Third Order Road, the lost Great Emperor's peak powerhouse accounted for half of them. When this word fell to the ground, it was like a thunderclap, causing everyone's expressions to change at the same time. What? Half of the Emperor's peak? Emperor Leihun, Emperor Tianhua, and Emperor Blood Madness all looked shocked. If even half of the Great Emperor's peak would be lost, then the Great Emperor below the Great Emperor's peak state would have no way out at all. When the Great Emperor's present looked at the 7,000-foot purple sky Kuan and the purple sky road below, a look of fear appeared in everyone's eyes at the same time. After all, among the great emperors and powerhouses present, only the Thunder Soul Emperor of the Thunder Clan has reached the 9th heaven. According to the commentary just now, it is equivalent to saying that if these people choose the Third Order Purple Road, they may die. Just a golden continent, it's too scary. Is there any way? Someone asked. The greater the danger, the greater the harvest. The great emperors present, who have broken through thousands of forbidden areas. Of course I know this truth. Therefore, looking at the purple road, his face was full of unwillingness. According to the previous rules, I'm afraid there are only gold beads, which can reduce some dangers. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned, and the number of gold beads he had harvested in the sea of gold flashed across his sea of consciousness. Everyone, let's go first. The great emperor who had been explaining seemed to have thought of something, and in a hurry, he left directly. When he turned around, he waved his hand, and more than 100 golden beads, like a golden star, floated around his body, releasing powerful willpower. With these golden beads, the great emperor rushed directly towards the first-level red road. This move immediately made the others look stunned. However, in less than a breath, everyone reacted. Good. Even if it is the lowest-level red road, if you can be the first to rush into it, the rewards will be absolutely astonishing. Since the level cannot be improved, it can only be accumulated by quantity. If you go late, I'm afraid you can't even increase the number, it will be really miserable. The next moment, several great emperors waved a large piece of golden beads and rushed towards the red road with full energy and speed like lightning. However, when they rushed halfway, the emperor who set off first had already rushed into the range of the red road. Immediately, a large block of restraints and formations were activated at the same time, stirring up a large wave of attacks, which instantly swallowed the figure of the great emperor completely. In this large wave of prohibition, the great emperor, like a fallen leaf, drifted with the current, as if the fire was eroded by the wind and would be extinguished at any time. And those golden beads suspended around his body, the Kuan force released, weakened most of the forbidden attacks approaching the emperor's body. Let him be in a safe state for the time being. The role of these golden beads is like the body protection of the warrior. It has a strong defensive effect on the various prohibitions and formation attacks controlled by the 5,000-foot red sky Kuan in the sky. However, after a period of time, the light of those golden beads became weaker and weaker. There are some golden beads, after the Kuan force is exhausted, they split open and disappear completely. This scene fell into the eyes of those great emperors who had not yet entered the red road, and the corners of their eyes twitched, their faces full of shock. It really is extremely dangerous. Let's go. The Thunder Soul Emperor, the Skyfire Emperor, and the Blood Mad Emperor, the three Thunder Clan Emperors, are all of the 9th level of the Great Emperor realm. Compared with the one who rushed in just now, whose cultivation base is only the 6th level of the Great Emperor realm, he is much stronger. Therefore, the confidence of the three of them should be much stronger. At the same time, the amount of gold beads harvested by the three of them was much more than others. With a wave of his hand, more than 300 gold beads completely wrapped everyone's body, protected them, and rushed into the Red Road. The reason why they didn't choose the second-level Blue Road was because the three of them believed that the emperor who entered before was likely to be lost in the Red Road. After all, he only has more than 100 gold beads, and his cultivation is only at the 6th level of the Great Emperor realm. And the three of them, each with more than 300 gold beads, have reached the 9th level of the Great Emperor realm. Even if that Great Emperor had any means to survive, the Thunder Clan trio wouldn't mind, and they would help him so that he would stay on the Red Road forever and turn into withered bones. In short, Emperor Thunder Soul decided to be the first to rush into the area behind the Red Road, the forbidden area of Antarctica, and harvest the first batch of resources and treasures. Seeing the three of Lei Hun rushing into the Red Road, some other great emperors present also took action one after another. Sacrifice the golden beads, mobilize the true energy and the body protection, one by one, or a team of emperors rushed towards the Red Road. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C24790 gold beads. As more and more people entered the Red Road, the frenzy of attacks on the entire Red Road increased. The red sky Xuanhuan flying above the sky, with a body length of nearly 5,000 feet, seemed to have noticed that many intruders had come to the Red Road guarded below. So, at the next moment, the huge body of the red sky Xuanhuan suddenly twisted, and from its irregular roaming posture, it swooped down instantly. In an instant, a large number of berserk sky Xuanhuan coercion, like a mountain torrent, ruthlessly suppressed towards the Red Road below. Clap clap. This wave of powerful impact immediately caused the golden beads suspended around the emperors who were on the Red Road to explode indiscriminately. A large number of gold beads, in order to defend against this wave of powerful attacks, shattered a large piece. Basically, there were nearly 30 gold beads around each person's body, which turned into golden starlight and dissipated into the void. 30 golden beads were shattered in one impact, which was almost fatal to those great emperors who only had 100 golden beads. However, there is no other way at all, except to frantically stimulate the true energy and continuously increase the speed of his body, hoping to pass the Red Road as soon as possible. There is nothing he can do. However, up to now, all the great emperors present finally understand why the rules say that gold beads are very important. Just like the three of them, Thunder Soul Great Emperor, each of them had 300 gold beads to protect their bodies, and they lost more than 30 gold beads, which only accounted for 10%. Although there was an impact, the loss was not big. Time passed quickly, and the strong men, such as the Thunder Soul Emperor, were rushing on the Red Road, constantly bombarding the forbidden spells and formations around them, trying to minimize the loss of gold beads, and at the same time speeding up and moving forward. However, with the return of the Red Tian Xuanhuan, the pressure on the entire Red Road suddenly skyrocketed. Even though he tried his best to mobilize his true energy, his speed still dropped sharply, as if he was stuck in a swamp, unable to move an inch. At this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly sounded. The sudden abnormal noise immediately attracted everyone to turn their heads to look. However, on the Blue Road dozens of miles away, figures rushed out from a crack in the void. This is a newly opened void passage, and someone came out of it. However, what people didn't expect was that it was Bu Jingtian, Elder Xingguang, Emperor Wuxiang, Feixing, and Emperor Qianhu. These are almost the top wave among the great emperor powerhouses this time. Here, it turns out to be a blue road. The Flying Star Emperor landed, just like Bu Jingtian and the others, seemed a little astonished, looked around, and quickly recognized the surrounding situation. In the distance, the Thunder Soul Great Emperor and the others who were on the Red Road suddenly had envious expressions on their faces. Unexpectedly, the golden Xuanhuan of their big brothers actually sent them to the Second Order Blue Road. This group of people also included 3 people, including Emperor Bliss. After they landed, their faces were full of surprises. Great! This time, thanks to Hao Yan. If it weren't for Chu Yan's guidance, they would not have been able to choose a good golden kuan. Directly reach the second-order blue continent. At least, now they are on the same starting point as Bujing Tian and a group of big shots. Huh. Over there, is the first-order purple road. Elder Xuanhuan turned his head and looked further away, at a first-order road filled with purple mist. His eyes glistened with brilliance. Obviously, although Elder Xuanhuan was satisfied with choosing the second-tier blue road, in his heart, the most ideal goal should be the highest-level purple road. I go first. Looking back, Elder Xuanhuan waved his big hand, and more than 900 gold beads shot out, covering his whole body. Immediately afterwards, Elder Xuanhuan rushed towards the blue road in front of him like lightning. Elder, don't worry. Let's go together. Accompanied by the sound of excitement, Emperor Flying Star and Emperor Tianhu burst out their breaths, and a large area of golden beads flashed around their bodies. There were nearly 700 pieces of them, and they also rushed out and set foot on the blue road. Go. Hurry up. The 3 of Emperor Bliss, not to be outdone, rushed forward. Although I don't understand why Chu Yan and the 2 were not seen at the scene, Emperor Xie La determined that it was only a matter of time before Chu Yan reached the blue road by means of Chu Yan. What a blue sky kuan! This road should be able to reach people in the forbidden area. Bujing Tian followed closely, and while striding, he turned his eyes to the Wuxiang Great Emperor, and said, Wuxiang, how about the 2 of us come and compete to see who is faster and pass this blue road? While speaking, Bujing Tian was full of aura, constantly improving, and full of fighting spirit. Although he is ranked first in the heavenly list, he also knows that this Wuxiang Emperor has been gaining popularity recently and claims to be in the top 3 of the heavenly list. Now is the opportunity. Good. Of course, Emperor Wuxiang would not refuse, and even wanted to propose it, so when he heard Bujing Tian's words, he immediately nodded and agreed. Boom. Boom. The aura of the 2 of them soared in an instant, and the Berserk Dewey stirred up a wave of void in front of the blue road. At the same time, there were 1,200 golden beads on Wuxiang Great Emperor, like a golden hurricane, sweeping the audience. My God, 1,200! Exclamations from all around rang out, and among the great emperors present, almost no one could exceed 1,000 coins. However, Emperor Wuxiang actually collected 1,200 gold beads, which is too powerful. The next moment, Bujing Tian's eyes also flashed a look of astonishment, and then he smiled lightly and waved his big hand. Crash! As if a golden tide was rushing by, a total of 1,400 gold beads rushed out. Such a huge amount of golden beads gathered together, dyed half of the sky golden. Look, Bujing Tian actually has 1,400 pieces. It's worthy of being the number 1 in the heaven list. This strength. Amazing. Too strong. Everyone was surprised when they saw the number of gold beads of Bujing Yun, but because of the number of gold beads of Emperor Wuxiang before, they were not particularly surprised when they saw the number of gold beads of Bujing Yun. After all, being number 1 on the list is not a fake. But on the other side of the Red Road, the 3 Thunder Soul Emperors of the Thunder Clan looked shocked. You know, they only have more than 300 gold beads, but this Bujing Yun and Wuxiang Great Emperor have about 5 times as many as them. Moreover, there are so many golden beads, even if you close your eyes, you can pass through. Thinking of this, the faces of Thunder Soul Great Emperor and the others were full of envy and jealousy. Next, Bujing Yun and other big brothers rushed into the Blue Avenue one after another and began to move forward quickly. Along the way, the strength shown by the big guys and the strong is really amazing. Under all kinds of imperial techniques, those prohibitions and array attacks were all smashed by them, and they could not stop their advancing speed at all. However, with the continuous advancement, after rushing to the depths of the blue road, the pressure began to appear. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xie mobile version reading URL. #C2480 Road. Moving forward, Bu Jingtian and other top emperors also began to show solemn expressions on their faces. The restrictions and formations on the Blue Road were even more terrifying than they expected. Even if they are the powerhouses at the peak of the Great Emperor, if they are a little careless, they will also be seriously injured or even lost. However, at this moment, above the sky, the blue sky Kuan, which had been roaming all the time, trembled suddenly and began to turn around. Bu Jingtian, Elder Xuanhuan, Emperor Wuxiang and others have been paying attention to the blue sky Kuan in the sky. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed, and they all looked up. Could it be that this blue sky Kuan is about to start guarding it? Roar. A thunderous Kuan roar resounded through the world. The entire golden continent trembled slightly amidst the earth-shattering roar. A series of Tian Kuan wills poured down from the sky, and in an instant, on the Blue Road, countless prohibitions and formations were activated at the same time, spewing out a large number of killing intent and attacks. Not good. The faces of the great emperors present changed drastically. However, what made them even more unexpected was that this change did not end. Because, no matter whether it is the first-level red sky Kuan or the second-level blue sky Kuan, while the whole body of the Kuan is exerting great force, the colossal Kuan body suddenly stops, and the two pairs of Kuan eyes turn their heads in unison. Look to the other side. That direction is exactly the sky area where the third-order purple sky Kuan is located. Everyone was stunned, and followed Tian Kuan's gaze to look at the purple area. But I saw that in front of the third-order purple road, a golden light shone, evolved into a void crack, and suddenly opened. In the gap in the void, two figures strode forward and walked out. Huh. Someone. Seeing this scene, the expressions of all the people present changed. Could it be that someone has reached the third-order purple road? Including Bu Jingtian, Elder Xuanhuan, Wuxiang, Great Emperor, and others, all looked shocked. Because, according to the records of their major forces, no one has ever reached the third-order purple road directly from the Golden Sea in the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea. Okay. Very good. Someone is stronger than me. On Bu Jingtian's face, a smoldering look suddenly appeared. His eyes were fixed on the two figures that came out of the golden crack in the void. Among all the emperors in the audience, only Emperor Bliss suddenly changed his face, as if he had thought of something. Could it be, hiss? Sudden gasping, the three of them, Emperor Bliss and Emperor Spirit Snake, glanced at each other. Deep in each person's eyes, was full of deep shock. Next, under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, two figures came out from the crack in the golden void. However, when they landed and the golden light on their bodies was still dissipating, everyone's pupils shrank instantly, and the expressions on everyone's faces froze instantly. How? Yan? This moment. The eyes of everyone in the audience trembled, even if it was shocking. The top bosses like Emperor Wuxiang were all stunned and opened their mouths wide. They never expected that Yan, who was only at the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, and who was talking nonsense before, would directly reach the third-order purple road. How can this be? How on earth did he do it? Chu Yan and Situ Yang stepped out of the crack in the void, glanced around, and suddenly saw Bu Jingtian, Elder Xuanhuan, Emperor Wuxiang and everyone else staring at themselves with their mouths wide open, as if it's like eating people. What are they doing? Chu Yan raised his eyebrows and spoke suspiciously. I just got out of the Golden Sea, and I still can't react when I travel through the cracks in the void. Hey, this kind of appearance is in line with my temperament. Situ Yang, on the other hand, looked proud, with his chin raised high, like a superior, His eyes swept over all the great emperors around him, and he was about to fly into the sky. Although, I don't know much about this golden continent, the forbidden Antarctic Sea. However, they glanced over, saw the situation in the distance, and the environment of the emperors. Of course they could see some rules. Therefore, this empty purple road should be the highest level. Not bad. Very good. Haotian, you really are not easy, you can directly reach the third-order purple road. On the farthest first-order red road, Emperor Thunder Soul had a dark face at first, but soon turned into a sneer and teasing face, and said directly. Haotian, don't think that it's a good thing that you got lucky, and got on the purple road. When these words landed, the other people were stunned, and they all turned to look at Emperor Lei Hun. What do you mean? The purple road, among the three roads, is the highest level of existence. In other words, this purple road leads directly to the core of the forbidden area, and of course it has the most treasures and resources. How come this Emperor Thunder Soul would say that it is not a good thing for Haotian to reach the purple road? Haotian, for others, the purple road is a great opportunity, but for you, the Emperor of the Five Heavens, it is the road to hell. As long as you dare to step on the purple road, you will definitely be directly banned and blasted into scum. Ha ha ha. The maniacal laughter of Emperor Thunder Soul resounded through the Golden Land, causing everyone to be stunned at the same time. Yes. Although the purple road is high level, leading to the core, there are many treasures and resources, but the prerequisite is that you must pass it first. You know, it is extremely difficult for an ordinary great emperor's fifth heaven to pass even the first-order red road. Not to mention, Xiangbu Jingtian, Elder Xingguang and Wu Xiang Great, those who are at the peak of the great emperor realm, are all struggling on the second-level blue road. Now, Haotian, who is in the fifth heaven of the great emperor realm, appears on the third-order purple road, which is simply the road to death. And Emperor Lei Hun's face was full of jokes. He looked at Chu Yan, and waited until all eyes were on him before continuing. Moreover, you cannot return to the position you are in now, and it is impossible to leave. So, now, in addition to entering that third-order dead end, or you are in front of that road, wait to die. Ha ha ha. When the words fell to the ground, the others finally reacted, and the eyes they looked at Chu Yan changed suddenly. It makes sense. It's a mortal situation. Let me just say, what kind of shit luck is there? I simply chose the worst one and sent him directly to the dead end. Hey, that's right, this Haotian is only at the fifth level of the Great Emperor realm. Facing the third-order purple road, at most 3 steps, he will be blasted into scum. Ha ha ha, this golden Kuan is also naughty. The astonishment on the faces of all the great emperors disappeared in an instant, replaced by sneers and gloating. Before they came, most of them were among the forces, and had checked the information on the Antarctic Sea forbidden area. Although most of the information is incomplete and there is not much information, many people know that the Antarctic Haitian continent connected by the Golden Sea can only enter and exit. Basically, either pass through and enter the next level, or fall into the forbidden area. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2481 must die. You can't go forward, you can't retreat, there is no way to go except to sit there and wait for death. This isn't a dead end, what is? If Haotian really chose the best Golden Kuan, how could it be possible for the Golden Kuan to send him to such a dead end? Therefore, everything that was said before is still arrogance. Ridiculous. Bu Jingtian's face showed arrogance, he whispered, turned around, and continued his attack on the blue road. Just that moment, he lost nearly 100 gold beads, which was really a waste. It's not worth losing so many gold beads for an arrogant guy who wants to die. Death situation. The 3 of Emperor Bliss, upon hearing Emperor Lei Hun's words, frowned slightly, but shook their heads lightly. Compared with other people, the 3 of them know much more about Chu Yan. If he said it now, Chu Yan, who they chose to reach the second-order Blue Road, had clearly told him the number one by one before. I don't know if these people would think that what Chu Yan was facing was a game of death. It can be said that if Chu Yan wants to, he can choose any one of the three roads. Therefore, the actual situation is completely different from what the Thunder Soul Emperor guessed. Since that Haoyan has chosen the best golden kuan, he must have confidence. Moreover, Emperor Thunder Soul overlooked one point. Before setting off, the Golden Giant Kuan once said that the best golden kuan can not only reach the core of the forbidden area, but also benefit the most from the Golden Sea. Must die. Chu Yan sneered, and glanced at the clown-like Thunder Soul Emperor. He didn't bother to pay attention to him at all, turned around slowly, and looked directly at the purple road behind him. According to the route that the green armor giant told him, through this purple road, you can reach the deepest part of the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea. Let's go. Chu Yan opened his mouth. Although he didn't turn his head, he was obviously greeting the excited Situyong. This fat man, in the eyes of other great emperors, is even more courting death among courting death. A high-ranking emperor Wu dared to come to the Antarctic Sea ban, and he followed that ignorant Chu Yan. If Chu Yan can still hold on to the distance of 3 steps on the purple road, then this fat man may not be able to hold on for half a step. If he is full of fat, he will all turn into fat and debris in front of the purple road. Hey, good. Situyong was impatient for a long time, with an expression of eagerness to try. Boom. Boom. The next moment, 2 powerful auras erupted from Chu Yan and Situyong at the same time. The Berserk Emperor Wei and the fierce power of the Spirit Pattern Master swept out like 2 dragons turning into wind, completely enveloping their bodies. Huh. That fat man is actually a Spirit Pattern Master. Those who were waiting to watch the fun kept staring at Chu Yan, and suddenly found that the fat man following Chu Yan turned out to be a Spirit Pattern Master, and they immediately looked surprised. Spirit Pattern Master, in the 10 Directions Starfield, is also an advanced profession. Moreover, the cultivation level of a Spirit Pattern Master is completely different from that of a warrior. Like this fat man, as a Spirit Pattern Master, his cultivation level has reached the Upper Martial Emperor, which is almost a very powerful existence. It's a pity for such a strong Spirit Pattern Master. Some people shook their heads with sighs all over their faces. Spirit Pattern Masters in the Upper Martial Emperor realm, in the 10 Directions Starfield, any major force is in existence at the level of worship. But now, it's a pity to follow Chu Yan to die. However, before these people could finish shaking their heads, the next moment, 2 rounds of golden sun rushed out from the purple road. Hum. Hum. The sky, the earth, the golden continent, and all the void are trembling crazily. Because of the 2 rounds, the sudden appearance of the golden sun and the terrifying power that erupted caused the whole world to tremble. Even the 3 mighty sky kuns in the sky suddenly turned their heads and looked at the 2 golden suns. In the sky above the golden continent, countless sky kuns roared in unison, and their sound moved the sky. What's the situation? The sudden change made everyone in the audience startled, and quickly turned their heads to look over. I saw that in front of the purple road, Chu Yan and Situyong were surrounded by large pieces of golden beads, densely packed together, wrapping them tightly, almost to the point that no water could enter. A large number of golden beads, because there are too many, are crowded together, and it looks like a golden sun from a distance. Hiss. 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 This scene fell in the eyes of all the great emperors around, causing their pupils to constrict and gasp at the same time. Because, whether it is Haoyan or that fat man, the number of gold beads around the 2 of them has reached more than 3,000 pieces. Add up, that's nearly 7,000 pieces. What a concept. You know, even if it is shocking, it is only 1,400 pieces. But now, the number of gold beads harvested by Chu Yan in the Golden Sea has reached double that of Bujingtian. Who is Bujingtian? That is the supreme being who is number 1 in the heaven list and number 1 in the emperor list. But now, this Haoyan has twice as many gold beads as him. What a joke! Moreover, the other great emperors present, even if their cultivation had reached the 9th level of the great emperor realm, like the 3 Leihun great emperors, only 300 gold beads could be harvested. It is equal to 1/10 of this Haoyan. With so many golden beads, if they were on the first order red road, wouldn't they need to make a move at all, just close their eyes and take a casual walk, and they would be able to pass easily. Even the second-tier blue road can greatly reduce the pressure on people. This guy is really shit luck. Even the mighty flying star emperor, the corners of his eyes twitched at this moment, and he said suspiciously. Not only him, but also the other great emperors, at the same time, such a doubtful voice flashed across the sea of consciousness. Humph. What a big deal. That's right, so what if you have more gold beads? It's just an aid. If you want to pass the purple road, you still have to rely on your own strength. That's right. This Haoyan's cultivation base is too weak, and the purple road is extremely terrifying. Even if there is a force of restraint and formation, passing through the protection of the golden beads and bombarding him, it will directly kill him. It's useless. Up to 100 steps, the gold beads will be exhausted, and he will still die. Not bad. A momentary look of astonishment and a strong sour smell began to spread in the air. An atmosphere of if you can't eat grapes, the grapes must be sour spread around the scene. After all, no one hoped that Chu Yan would pass through the purple road safely and reach the core of the forbidden area. Treasures, take them all away. You must know that more than half of the great emperors present are already in the first-level red road and the second-level blue road. They have personal experience of the horror of these two roads. Therefore, they guessed that the purple road might not be able to pass at all, just like the legend records. Those peak emperors who wanted to pass through the purple road in the past were almost all lost. It can be seen that the purple road is not human at all, it can pass through it. Perhaps only God can pass. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2482 God Emperor Martial Arts Arena. The First Order Red Road can only be passed through at least the 8th heaven of the Great Emperor realm. And the Second Order Blue Road is obviously prepared for the powerhouses at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Even the first in the list like Bujingtian, there is a lot of pressure in it. Therefore, it is easy to imagine what will happen to the highest level purple road. 100 steps. Well, you three, open your eyes and see clearly. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and then, striding away, he walked towards the purple road, and Situ Yang followed closely behind him. Originally, he didn't care what other people said at all, but Chu Yan didn't mind that Thunder Soul repeatedly provoked him, and let him gain insight. Ah! He really dares to enter. Someone exclaimed, watching Chu Yan's back rushing into the purple road, exclaiming again and again. In the eyes of everyone, this is courting death. Stay where you are, can't live, maybe think of a way to escape. However, as soon as he stepped into the purple road, he would definitely trigger the restriction and formation. Even with the golden bead protection, it would not be able to last for a long time. Boom. 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 In the astonished eyes of everyone, the figures of Chu Yan and Situ Yang entered the purple road, and in an instant, thunder and light overflowed, and the sky was violent. All kinds of restrictions and attacks, like a mountain torrent, evolved into a large piece of purple light, such as pieces of shocking soldiers, swords, spears, halberds, and axe dragons. The fierce soldiers and heavenly power released made people tremble. Horrible. Terrible. It is impossible to pass through such a powerful purple road. The Emperor's training ground. Bu Jingtian, Elder Shengguang, Emperor Wu Xiang and other top bosses, when they saw the vision in the Purple Road, their faces changed drastically, and a thought flashed in their hearts at the same time. According to the legend, the place where the generals of the primordial Protoss performed their military exercises was actually in this Purple Road. The primordial Protoss, every time there is a big battle, they must be here, resolutely prepare their troops, order kings and generals. The endless years, the accumulation of killing aura, how amazing! Although the times have changed, after the ancient times, the ancient gods and demons came into the world, and after countless years, this God Emperor's military training field has long lived up to its former appearance. However, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. After all, this is the God Emperor's training ground of the ancient gods. Boom! 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 Waves of purple light exploded into the sky, giving rise to wisps of golden light, surging and moving. All kinds of magical soldiers and generals came out with sky blades, and instantly crowded a wide purple road to the brim. This is the God Emperor's personal guard. Bu Jingtian, Elder Shengguang, and Emperor Wu Xiang and others all had faces full of horror, and their pupils shrank suddenly. Unexpectedly, the souls of soldiers in the God Emperor's training ground were not ordinary God race warriors, but the highest rank of God Emperor's personal guards. At a glance, there are tens of thousands of personal guards of the Emperor, armed with various divine weapons, glaring at each other. At this moment, the whole world suddenly fell silent. Regardless of the purple sky kuan in the sky or the ground. The great emperors with faces full of astonishment, even the sound of breathing became extremely small. The rumbling purple road was also terrifyingly calm, as if, before the storm was approaching, the moment of silence gave me an extremely depressing feeling. Everyone knows that this is the Purple Road, which is gaining momentum. Once the momentum is completed, the power that erupts will probably become extremely terrifying. Ha ha ha, Hao Yan, let's see how you die. On the red road in the distance, Emperor Lei Hun laughed wildly and shouted excitedly. This Hao Yan wanted to die by himself and chose the Purple Road. They didn't need to bother at all, and they would soon become scum. At this moment, Chu Yan's figure moved. Swish! Like a bolt of black lightning, Chu Yan's figure rushed out in an instant, rushing straight to the Purple Road, guarded by countless divine soldiers. Swish! 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 Flying like lightning, passing through like gaps, Chu Yan dodges and moves in various ways among these divine soldiers, pulling out long phantoms that cannot be seen clearly with the naked eye. This scene happened so suddenly that even the souls of the soldiers couldn't react at all. In the next moment, every bodyguard of the Emperor's body trembled, and the expressions on their faces became extremely distorted. It was as if they had been immobilized by some powerful imperial technique. Unable to move their souls, even with all their strength, they couldn't move a single bit. It's too late, then soon. In less than a blink of an eye, Chu Yan's figure has surpassed the densely packed guards of the gods, like an elf in a raging sea. When everyone's eyes followed the afterimage and finally fixed the frame, they saw that Chu Yan punched a soldier's soul directly into powder, then landed and stood firm, and his figure rose into the sky like a dragon soar into the sky and go straight to Jiuxiao. At this time, he completely passed through the God Emperor's training ground in the entire Purple Road. What? How is this possible? This is past. Bu Jingtian, Elder Shengguang, and Emperor Wu Xiang stared straight at their eyes, their faces twitching, and they couldn't believe what they saw with their own eyes. And in the distance, within the red road, the excitement on the faces of the three Thunder Soul Emperors instantly froze. Fake. Such a terrifying God Emperor's army training field, with tens of thousands of soldiers and souls, how could it be so easy to rush past it like playing games? Could it be that there is something special in this Purple Road? However, without waiting for everyone to react, Chu Yan's figure rushed out violently, and continued to charge forward. Boom! Boom! Boom. On the purple road, a large section of void collapsed directly, turning into a sky-filled void, an endless black world, like a vast sea of stars. In this collapsed void, in the vast starry sky, countless stars are shining, from weak to strong, getting brighter and brighter. The starlight made a sharp whistling sound, and as the light became brighter and brighter, it finally revealed its original appearance. This is a blood-colored long spear with a handle, with a monstrous military power and a bloody aura. It stabs straight at Chu Yan's figure from all directions. There are so many, no matter which direction it is, the blood guns that are comparable to the sky full of stars almost completely fill the entire world. Forest of blood guns. This extremely terrifying immemorial restriction is called the Forest of Blood Guns. Although in terms of power, it is not as good as the God Emperor's guards that can evolve into battle formations, but there are so many important ones. When sealing the world, people have no way to escape and cannot resist. It was as if the sky was full of stars, turned into sharp guns, and fell overwhelmingly, not to mention humans, even gods. I am afraid they would not be able to resist. Break! Seeing the spear stabbing blood all over the sky, Chu Yan's face did not change a bit. He raised his right hand, put his fingers together, and waved his hand like a sword. Boom, boom. The sword energy pierced through the air, like a shocking rainbow, and the moment it was cut, it directly evolved into a golden dragon, roaring into the sky. The dragon's power was like a tide, and the dragon's breath released from its body, like 10,000 swords, slashed in all directions. All the blood guns exploded when they collided with the sword energy of the dragon's breath, and even the vast dark sea of stars also collapsed. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2483 shock the audience. A powerful purple road prohibits destruction, but Chu Yan's fighting spirit is getting stronger and stronger. Go! With a soft shout, a clone shot out from Chu Yan's body, rushing wildly towards the road ahead. This avatar is like an arrow that leaves the string. Wherever it passes, there are terrifying auras, like a sleeping beast, suddenly awakening, releasing a monstrous destructive momentum, and it is released instantly. Restrictions one by one, formations one after another, bloomed like flowers on the purple avenue. All running together, bursting out at the same time. At this moment, no matter whether it is the sky or the earth, there is a rumbling sound, as if the sound of thunder is thundering, and an earthquake strikes. The whole world is trembling and shaking. My God! Is he crazy? Seeing this scene, the great emperors suddenly twitched the corners of their eyes, and their faces were full of inexplicable horror. In one go, activate all prohibitions and formations. Moreover, all the restrictions and formations of the third-tier Purple Road are the most terrifying. Facing such power, even they who are as strong as the emperor feel like ants, insignificant. There is no doubt at all, whoever dares to enter this place will die. Swish. Among the hundreds of astonished gazes, Chu Yan shot out directly, like a black dragon, rushing towards the stormy sea. At this moment, Chu Yan's figure is like lightning, his fighting spirit is like a tide, his eyes are flashing with colorful pupils, and his footsteps are full of lotuses, like a god possessed. Clang! Clang! Almost when he rushed to the first barrier, the Haotian sword in his left hand and the Duantian sword in his right hand were unsheathed at the same time, and the unparalleled sword energy swung out like water. In an instant, it seemed as if the heavens and the earth were frozen together, and the whole world was completely frozen. Everyone could clearly see that Chu Yan in the front and Situ Yang in the back, like a god and a demon, rushed towards the sky full of restrictions and formations without any fear. Those prohibitions and formations that seemed to be irresistible even to those at the peak of the great emperor realm were either cut to pieces or avoided by them directly, unable to hurt them at all. The time of a stick of incense has passed. The fierce sword light, with the power of thunder and lightning, slashed down fiercely, and directly smashed the last restriction into fine powder. Amid the mighty waves that exploded, Chu Yan held two swords and strode forward, his black robe flying, and stood at the exit of the Purple Avenue. It's done. Xie was wrapped in spirit patterns all over his body, followed behind Chu Yan, and the moment he stepped out of the Purple Road, his face was full of ecstasy. Although, I knew for a long time that I would definitely be able to break through, but when I thought about the dangerous and terrifying killing all the way just now, I was still a little scared. The prohibition and formation all over the sky, if you are a little careless, it will definitely be the result of being blasted to pieces. Roar. Above the sky, the purple sky Xuanhuan roared with its mouth open, and the sound burst into the sky, and the sky was full of spiritual clouds, rolling crazily. Two purple gold rays of light descended from the sky, like two beams of light, completely enveloping the figures of Chu Yan and Xie. The purple gold rays of light gathered on the bodies of the two, continuously twisting and evolving, and finally derived two purple robes, wrapped around the bodies of the two. These two purple robes are bordered with gold silk, and embroidered with a majestic sky Xuan roaring to the world. Tianquan Divine Robe. Two powerful auras were released from Chu Yan and Xie at the same time, sweeping the audience like shock waves. The Tianquan God Robe of these two repairs is the reward for the two of them successfully crossing the Purple Road. Of course, not everyone who passes the Purple Road can get such a reward. And it is necessary that people who have crossed the Purple Road at the specified time, that is, half an hour, will be rewarded with the Tianquan God Robe. What? Looking at Chu Yan, Xie, Bu Jingyun, Elder Xingguang, Emperor Wuxiang and others who were shining brightly, all of them were full of horror and disbelief. In less than a stick of incense, he broke through the third-order Purple Road abruptly. What a concept! You know, if a general strongman at the peak of the Great Emperor realm steps into the Purple Road, let alone break through, it is considered a miracle if he can survive a stick of incense time. Even if Bu Jingyun is number one on the list this day, if he breaks in personally, he might be able to get halfway there, which would be against the sky. But now, Chu Yan and the two have actually done it. Moreover, just now, the two of them were on the Purple Road, facing the sky-filled restrictions and formations, killing all the way, and the scene of rushing past made everyone's faces turn green with shock. This is real combat power, and it is definitely not due to luck. After all, on the Purple Road, facing countless terrifying restrictions and formations, what kind of luck is there? At this moment, looking at Chu Yan and the two standing at the exit of the Purple Road, all the great emperors and powerhouses seemed to have thought of something, and they all looked stunned and shocked. In this way, the golden Xuan chosen by Chu Yan is really the best of all Xuans. From the very beginning, this Chu Yan had the means against the sky, counterattacked all the way, and directly crossed the Purple Road. You know, this Chu Yan's cultivation is only at the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm. The only explanation is that this Chu Yan must have detailed information about the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea, or a map. Otherwise, it is simply impossible to do it. Hao Tian must have a detailed map in his hand, otherwise, it would be impossible to do it. This map not only indicates Jin Kuan's choice, but also lists the weak restrictions on the Purple Avenue, and the way to pass it. So, before this Hao Tian said that he could lead people to avoid all restrictions and formations, it was because he had this map that he had such confidence. Exactly, otherwise, you dare to say that without even seeing the Purple Road? No mistake, there must be. The great emperors, after pondering, exclaimed again and again, their faces twitching. Under the waves of all kinds of voices, pairs of red eyes looked at Chu Yan, and his breath became heavy. Before, when the Thunder Soul Emperor asked everyone to give the Lei clan face and not team up with Chu Yan promised that anyone who teamed up with him could take it with him to avoid all the restrictions and formation attacks in the Forbidden Area, go straight to the core of the Forbidden Area. At that time, no one believed. Even, everyone is mocking and laughing. But now, facing the ending, these great emperors trembled in the sea of consciousness, full of regret. You know, if you agreed to Chu Yan and formed a team with him at that time, then now, it is equivalent to crossing the Purple Road with Chu Yan. It was as if the fat man next to Chu Yan was only at the martial emperor level. Bliss, do you need a way to pass the Red Road? Chu Yan turned around, looked at the dull-faced Emperor of Bliss on the Red Road, and smiled lightly. What? How to pass the Red Road? The three of Emperor Ji Lu were stunned when they heard the words. They couldn't believe that Hao Yan actually told them such precious news. And such a good thing. #C 2484 Chapter Request. Emperor Bliss looked at Chu Yan with astonishment, his face full of confusion. Before, the three of them didn't believe in Chu Yan at all, and even despised their words and deeds. But now, Chu Yan took the initiative to help them. Now you are on the right side, walk 7 steps, trigger the formation, smash it, and a spirit pattern will appear on the ground, stand on it, and you can directly cross the Red Road and reach the Blue Road. Chu Yan glanced at the pupils of the unicorn, and at the same time, in the sea of consciousness, the information provided by the green-armored giant appeared. With the combination of the two, he will directly say it through the method of going through the Red Road. Thank you, fellow Taoist Hao Yan. Emperor Bliss was full of surprise. He didn't expect Hao Yan to really say it, and the Spirit Snake Emperor, behind him, had already acted. Walking 7 steps to the right, a thunder and fire restriction was triggered, and under the spray of 8 fire dragons, they were blasted by the Emperor Spirit Snake's several imperial techniques. After that, the 8 fire dragons fell to the ground and turned into 8 connected spirit patterns, faintly forming some kind of mysterious array. Real. The Spirit Snake Emperor and the other emperor had joyful faces at the same time. Hao Yan, if there is any need in the future, I will give my full support and will never break my promise. Emperor Blissful Joy said. Immediately, the three of them stood on the spiritual formation, the mysterious light flickered, and the figures of the three disappeared immediately, and when they reappeared, they were already in the middle of the Blue Road. Not far from them is the Wuxiang Great Emperor, and in front of them are Elder Xingguang and Bujing Tian. Continue to move forward, 3 to the left, 7 to the right, 4 to the right, and 5 to the rear. Stop, break this 1,000-soul restriction, speed up, and continue to the right. Chu Yan stood at the exit of the Purple Road, with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction of the Blue Road, pointing to Jiangshan. Under Chu Yan's guidance, the speed of the 3 great emperors of Bliss soared, and they were driven to death all the way, as if entering a land of no one. Except for occasionally breaking a few restrictions and formations, most of the time, they only rely on their body. Zhou's golden beads are enough for them to pass. In less than 100 breaths, the figures of the 3 of them surpassed Bujing Tian in the front, taking the lead. All the great emperors in the audience were shocked when they saw this scene, and at the same time, their faces were full of envy. If they were the ones who helped Chu Yan at the beginning, maybe now they are the ones who can cross the road so quickly, even surpassing Bujing Tian. However, until now, the last trace of doubt in everyone's hearts has completely disappeared. This Hao Yan must have a detailed map of the forbidden area of Antarctica in his hand. Ha ha ha, what a Hao Yan! Bujing Tian, who was overtaken, suddenly laughed loudly, turned his head to look in the direction of Chu Yan, and said, I don't know, if you can tell me the way to announce the Blue Road, I owe you a favor. With eyes full of brilliance, how could Bujing Tian be willing to stay behind and directly through a huge bargaining chip? Fellow Taoist Hao Yan, please tell each other, in the future, in the dark world of the Buddha, or in the starfield of the 10 directions, if there is anything I can use, I will never refuse. The great Emperor Wuxiang also opened his mouth, clasped his fists, and saluted. Brother Hao Yan. Please pass. Brother Hao Yan, can you? Master Hao Yan. One after another, the great emperors and powerhouses present, especially those top bosses, spoke one after another and promised various conditions, hoping that Chu Yan could tell them the method of passing. Although before, Chu Yan's behavior of crossing the Purple Road in one fell swoop made them, those who looked down on Chu Yan, feel ashamed. However, face is nothing compared to the prevailing law. After all, if others take the lead, all those resources and treasures will be gone, and the loss will be too great. Damn it! Bastard! Among the great emperors, only the 3 Thunder Soul emperors of the Lei clan did not speak, and stared fiercely at Chu Yan with ferocious faces. Obviously, they also want to get the way. If Chu Yan opens his mouth and tells other people the way to pass, then everyone's speed will increase dramatically. In this way, when the 3 of them cross the road to reach the forbidden area with all their efforts, I'm afraid there won't even be any scum left, and they will reap a fart. Moreover, in this case, Chu Yan made friends with everyone in this Antarctic forbidden area at once. If everyone were to attack the 3 of them, they would probably stay here even if they died. The situation was reversed in an instant, and the uneasiness in the hearts of the 3 Thunder Soul Emperors rose wildly. Everyone, the method of notification is simple, but can you do me a favor next time? Chu Yan said softly. When this sentence fell to the ground, everyone's faces were suddenly ecstatic. Help! What is that? They were afraid that Chu Yan would refuse, and they would go to the forbidden newspaper alone, swallowing all the resources and treasures. But now, Chu Yan's words obviously have a chance. As long as you help me, kill Thunder Soul, Sky Fire, and Blood Madness, and I can tell everyone the way to go. Chu Yan's conditions were directly issued. What? You. Sure enough, Emperor Thunder Soul's face twitched instantly. If you are really afraid of anything, you will come here. This Chu Yan really wants to use the hands of everyone to get rid of the 3 of them. Isn't it a surprise? Chu Yan sneered. All along, others have been plotting against him. This time, Chu Yan wants to repay him with the same way. Just like the 3 Thunder Soul Emperors, in the past, relying on the strength of the Thunder Clan, all the emperors did not form a team with themselves. Now, Chu Yan is going to use the common method to let everyone do it, and kill the 3 of them directly. Ha ha ha, how difficult is this? Little friend Hao Yan, leave trivial matters to me. Do it. Cut. Hearing Chu Yan's conditions, the emperors almost didn't even think about it, so they agreed directly. Then, eyes full of murderous intent looked at the 3 of Thunder Soul Great Emperor and the others in unison. You. A puff of cold air, mixed with dead air, rose from the soles of the Thunder Soul Emperor's 3 people's feet and rushed straight to the back of their heads. In the next moment, countless Emperor techniques and attacks overwhelmingly blasted towards the position of the 3 of them. These people, making a move is a killer move, and it really wants them to die. Although the Thunder Soul Emperor came out of the Thunder Clan and has a powerful back, but the big brothers present, which one is not the most powerful force? Moreover, this time everyone attacked together. Even if the Lei clan wanted to take revenge in the future, they might not be able to tell which attack killed the 3 of Lei Hun. I can't, let's go to war with the entire 10 Directions Starfield and all the powerful sects. For the sake of Lei Hun and the other 3, make enemies of the world. I'm afraid Lei clan can't do such a thing, it's not worth it at all. Run away. The Thunder Soul Emperor and the 3 of them were so frightened that their souls flew away. With a loud roar, the 3 of them turned around and retreated. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them fled along the blue road towards the entrance. Along the way, all kinds of restrictions and formations were knocked away by them. These prohibitions and formations collided with the Emperor Art, blasting from behind, and immediately exploded. #C2484, The God's Request. Emperor Bliss looked at Chu Yan with astonishment, his face full of confusion. Before, the 3 of them didn't believe in Chu Yan at all, and even despised their words and deeds. But now, Chu Yan took the initiative to help them. Now you are on the right side, walk 7 steps, trigger the formation, smash it, and a spirit pattern will appear on the ground, stand on it, and you can directly cross the red road and reach the blue road. Chu Yan glanced at the pupils of the unicorn, and at the same time, in the sea of consciousness, the information provided by the green-armored giant appeared. With the combination of the two, he will directly say it through the method of going through the red road. Thank you, fellow Taoist Hao Yan. Emperor Bliss was full of surprise. He didn't expect Hao Yan to really say it, and the spirit snake emperor, behind him, had already acted. Walking 7 steps to the right, a thunder and fire restriction was activated, and under the spray of 8 fire dragons, they were blasted by the emperor spirit snake's several imperial techniques. After that, the 8 fire dragons fell to the ground and turned into 8 connected spirit patterns, faintly forming some kind of mysterious array. Real. The spirit snake emperor and the other emperor had joyful faces at the same time. Hao Yan, if there is any need in the future, I will give my full support and will never break my promise. Emperor Blissful Joy said. Immediately, the 3 of them stood on the spiritual formation, the mysterious light flickered, and the figures of the 3 disappeared immediately, and when they reappeared, they were already in the middle of the blue road. Not far from them is the Wuxiang Great Emperor, and in front of them are Elder Xingguang and Bujing Tian. Continue to move forward, 3 to the left, 7 to the right, 4 to the right, and 5 to the rear. Stop, break this 1,000-soul restriction, speed up, and continue to the right. Chu Yan stood at the exit of the purple road, with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction of the blue road, pointing to Jiangshan. Under Chu Yan's guidance, the speed of the 3 great emperors of bliss skyrocketed, driving them all the way to death, as if entering a land of no one, except for breaking a few restrictions and formations occasionally. Most of the time, they only rely on their bodies. Zhou's golden beads are enough for them to pass. In less than 100 breaths, the figures of the 3 of them surpassed Bujing Tian in the front, taking the lead. All the great emperors in the audience were shocked when they saw this scene, and at the same time, their faces were full of envy. If they were the ones who helped Chu Yan at the beginning, maybe now they are the ones who can cross the road so quickly, even surpassing Bujing Tian. However, until now, the last trace of doubt in everyone's hearts has completely disappeared. This Hao Yan must have a detailed map of the forbidden area of Antarctica in his hand. Ha ha ha, what a Hao Yan! Bujing Tian, who was overtaken, suddenly laughed loudly, turned his head to look in the direction of Chu Yan, and said, I don't know, if you can tell me the way to announce the blue road, I owe you a favor. With eyes full of brilliance, how could Bujing Tian be willing to stay behind and directly through a huge bargaining chip? Fellow Taoist Hao Yan, please tell each other, in the future, in the dark world of the Buddha, or in the starfield of the 10 directions, if there is anything I can use, I will never refuse. The great Emperor Wuxiang also opened his mouth, clasped his fists, and saluted. Brother Hao Yan. Please pass. Brother Hao Yan, can you? Master Hao Yan. One after another, the great emperors and powerhouses present, especially those top bosses, spoke one after another, promising various conditions, hoping that Chu Yan could tell them the method of passing. Although before, Chu Yan's behavior of crossing the purple road in one fell swoop made them, those who looked down on Chu Yan, feel ashamed. However, face is nothing compared to the prevailing law. After all, if others take the lead, all those resources and treasures will be gone, and the loss will be too great. Damn it! Bastard! Among the great emperors, only the 3 Thunder Soul emperors of the Lei clan did not speak, and stared fiercely at Chu Yan with ferocious faces. Obviously, they also want to get the way. If Chu Yan opens his mouth and tells other people the way to pass, then everyone's speed will increase dramatically. In this way, when the 3 of them cross the road to reach the forbidden area with all their efforts, I'm afraid there won't even be any scum left, and they will reap a fart. Moreover, in this case, Chu Yan made friends with everyone in this Antarctic forbidden area at once. If everyone were to attack the three of them, they would probably stay here even if they died. The situation was reversed in an instant, and the uneasiness in the hearts of the three Thunder Soul Emperors rose wildly. Everyone, the method of notification is simple, but can you do me a favor next time? Chu Yan said softly. When this sentence fell to the ground, everyone's faces were suddenly ecstatic. Help! What is that? They were afraid that Chu Yan would refuse, and they would go to the forbidden newspaper alone, swallowing all the resources and treasures. But now, Chu Yan's words obviously have a chance. As long as you help me, kill Thunder Soul, Sky Fire, and Blood Madness, and I can tell everyone the way to go. Chu Yan's conditions were directly issued. What? You. Sure enough, Emperor Thunder Soul's face twitched instantly. If you are really afraid of anything, you will come here. This Chu Yan really wants to use the hands of everyone to get rid of the three of them. Isn't it a surprise? Chu Yan sneered. All along, others have been plotting against him. This time, Chu Yan wants to repay him with the same way. Just like the three Thunder Soul Emperors, in the past, relying on the strength of the Thunder Clan, all the emperors did not form a team with themselves. Now, Chu Yan is going to use the common method to let everyone do it, and kill the three of them directly. Ha ha ha, how difficult is this? Little friend Hao Yin, leave trivial matters to me. Do it. Cut. Hearing Chu Yan's conditions, the emperors almost didn't even think about it, so they agreed directly. Then, eyes full of murderous intent looked at the three of Thunder Soul Great Emperor and the others in unison. You. A puff of cold air, mixed with dead air, rose from the soles of the Thunder Soul Emperor's three people's feet and rushed straight to the back of their heads. In the next moment, countless Emperor techniques and attacks overwhelmingly blasted towards the position of the three of them. These people, making a move is a killer move, and it really wants them to die. Although the Thunder Soul Emperor came out of the Thunder Clan and has a powerful back, but the big brothers present, which one is not the most powerful force? Moreover, this time everyone attacked together. Even if the Lei clan wanted to take revenge in the future, they might not be able to tell which attack killed the three of Lei Hun. I can't, let's go to war with the entire 10 Directions Starfield and all the powerful sects. For the sake of Lei Hun and the other three, make enemies of the world. I'm afraid Lei clan can't do such a thing, it's not worth it at all. Run away. The Thunder Soul Emperor and the three of them were so frightened that their souls flew away. With a loud roar, the three of them turned around and retreated. In the blink of an eye, the three of them fled along the blue road towards the entrance. Along the way, all kinds of restrictions and formations were knocked away by them. These prohibitions and formations collided with the Emperor Art, blasting from behind, and immediately exploded. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2485 Kill Step Jingtian. The three of Lei Hun fled to the entrance of the main road, and if they wanted to chase them down, it would be difficult. If everyone chased it, it would be equivalent to walking the blue road again. If it was an ordinary forbidden passage, it would be fine, just a waste of time. However, this blue road is different. Without gold beads, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to pass. All the great emperors, walking to the current position of the blue road, most of the gold beads have been consumed by more than half, and if they turn back, the gold beads will continue to be consumed. At that time, even if there is a way to pass, it will be useless without gold beads. Therefore, seeing the three of Lei Hun escape, none of the great emperors went after them. However, for the three of Lei Hun, even if one life was recovered, it would be completely useless. Also without the golden bead, it would be impossible to cross the purple road again. Brother Haoyan, I'm waiting on the Blue Road. The 3 Thunder Souls have escaped. It may be troublesome to kill them. Bu Jingtian looked at Chu Yan and said, I don't know, if there are other conditions, you can bring them up, and I will never refuse. For this universal method, Bu Jingtian was determined to win, so he hurriedly asked. In his heart, his goal is not just the Blue Road. He has long been extremely jealous of the Purple Road where Chu Yan is. After all, there are currently only Chu Yan and the fat man on the Purple Road. If they pass by, all the wealth and resources in the core of the forbidden area will belong to them. However, if he passes through the Blue Road, and then uses some hole cards to pass through the Purple Road, at that time, as long as he kills Chu Yan and Fatty, then everyone's wealth will belong to him alone. With flickering eyes, he has been staring at Chu Yan closely, his face full of anticipation. Can. Chu Yan glanced at Bu Jingtian, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and then said. Everyone, since Lei Hun can't kill him, let me mention one more person. If you still can't kill him, then our agreement will be terminated here. For these people, they all kept a hand in private, and they were unwilling to do their best. How could Chu Yan not know? 90% of them are pretending to be fake, conserving their strength, and putting on a show. Otherwise, how could it be possible for hundreds of emperors to attack together, without even hurting the 3 of Lei Hun? There is also that Bu Jingtian, with eyes full of greed and coldness. I am afraid that he is not only targeting what can be done. Therefore, Chu Yan pondered for a while, then changed his goal. Please tell me, friend Haoyan, who is it? Yes, whoever we kill this time, we will never let him escape again. I'm sorry, I just didn't have enough time to mobilize my true energy just now. This time it will definitely not happen. Say it. The faces of the great emperors were slightly red, and when they heard Chu Yan's words, they naturally understood what Chu Yan meant. As for their slack action just now, it is really unreasonable. After all, hundreds of great emperors attacked together to deal with 3 people, and let the other party escape completely. Don't talk about Haoyan. Even a fool can tell that they didn't try their best. Then this time, you all do it together and kill. Chu Yan looked around the audience, swept across the great emperors, and finally landed on a person, grinning lightly. As he uttered these words, the rumble of true qi burst out in the audience, and everyone stared at Chu Yan closely, while constantly mobilizing the whole body's true qi. Can't miss it anymore. Otherwise, at that time, if that Haoyan gets angry and really doesn't say the way to go, it will be a big loss. You know, among the hundreds of great emperors here, at least half of them are not sure about passing the Blue Road or the Red Road. In that case, not only would they get the wealth in the forbidden area of the South China Sea, but they would also have to leave their lives here. Therefore, when Chu Yan said nothing, how dare they think carefully? Shocking step. When the words landed, everyone in the audience was startled at the same time. What? Step shocking. You, Haoyan, you have no grievances, why did you deal with me? Bu Jingtian was completely bewildered, and he didn't know when he offended Chu Yan. Even before, when the Thunder Soul Emperor and the others targeted Chu Yan, he didn't say a word, and he didn't express anything at all. No reason. It's just seeing you, displeased. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, without any fluctuations. What? I don't like it. Bu Jingtian was completely dumbfounded. This can also be called a reason. However, when waiting, Bu Jingtian turned his head, he found that there were hundreds of pairs of red eyes in all directions, like a pack of wolves, all staring at him. Brother Step, I'm sorry. No way, I can't help myself, don't be offended. Haha, number 1 in the heaven list, let me see, what are your 3 heaven-defying martial spirits? Everyone, let's go together. Bu Jingtian didn't expect that these people didn't even hesitate, and they were really ready to attack him. What a joke. I am number one on the list of emperors, and also the number one genius in Xingtian Pavilion. How dare these people? Before Bu Jingtian could react from his astonishment, countless attacks came from all directions, like a tidal wave. Different from the three Thunder Soul Emperors, when everyone joined forces to attack, the three Thunder Soul Emperors were on the Red Road, still some distance away from the Blue Road. Therefore, it will take some time for everyone's joint attack to reach the Red Road from the Blue Road. Moreover, most of the masters are on the Blue Road, and the emperors on the Red Road are much weaker. But now, on the Blue Road where Bu Jingtian was, more than half of the masters gathered, and the distance was very close. Compared with the three of Lei Hun, Bu Jingtian had no reaction time at all. The attack like a rolling wave shook the world, and the entire Golden Continent was trembling. Hao Yan, you are courting death. I won't let you go, just wait for me. Bu Jingtian's face was completely distorted, he clenched his teeth, and roared ferociously. The next moment, the torrent of attack like a huge wave of a flood completely swallowed his body. Facing the joint attack of hundreds of strong men with similar cultivation bases, even if it was shocking, they would have no resistance at all. Even without any reaction time, it was directly swallowed by the terrifying torrent of attacks. Nourish! 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 A streak of lightning flashed in the tide, and the shocking figure collapsed and disappeared like a bubble. Huh! Clone! Situ Yang, who was standing beside Chu Yan, opened his mouth in surprise when he saw this scene. What? Bu Jingtian is a clone. Chu Yan turned his head and looked at Situ Yang. Not bad. Situ Yang nodded. Immediately, Chu Yan's face darkened slightly. Unexpectedly, this shocking step has such a means. Like Situ Yang, he got the clone into the dark world of the Buddha, and he really deserves to be the number one in the big list. The means and secret skills are not comparable to ordinary people. #C2486 Forbidden Core. After 10 breaths, the Blue Road gradually calmed down. That flood-like attack wave, wherever it passed, seemed to destroy the world, let alone shocking the sky, including many restrictions and formations, all collapsed directly. Originally, Chu Yan thought that because of Bu Jingtian's status, these people would hesitate before doing anything. But I didn't expect them to act so decisively. However, after Chu Yan thought about it, he understood their thoughts. Bu Jingtian, with astonishing strength and astonishing status, can be regarded as the strongest among all of them. On the one hand, no one wants such a powerful person to compete with them for the treasures and resources in the forbidden area. At the same time, for this Bu Jingtian, number one in the sky list, it is a very cool thing to have the opportunity to destroy him. Therefore, the whole process was not as complicated as Chu Yan thought. Hundreds of great emperors joined forces, and the 10-breathing man, Bu Jingtian, was directly turned into powder. However, what disappointed Chu Yan was that Bu Jingtian, like Situ Yang, only used a clone to come to the dark world of Buddha. It seems that Xingtian Pavilion has protected their first genius very well. No wonder that Elder Xingguang, as the elder of Xingtian Pavilion, also attacked Bu Jingtian so happily. It seems that he should know that Bu Jingtian is just a doppelganger, and if he kills him, he will be killed. It will have no effect on the deity at all. At most, he will only lose one chance to compete with him for the wealth of the forbidden area. The first genius in Xingtian Pavilion. In Xingtian Pavilion, all kinds of resources are inexhaustible, so it's no wonder that other people are not jealous. Everyone, this is your way of passing. Chu Yan didn't break his promise either. With a wave of his big hand, one after another divine consciousness shot out like lightning, flying towards the bodies of everyone, and directly submerged into the sea of consciousness of hundreds of great emperors. Of course, it is impossible for Chu Yan to tell them the way to pass the Purple Road. Except for Emperor Bliss, Emperor Spirit Snake, and his team, all the other emperors only received the method announced by the Blue Road. Thank you Haoyan Daoist. Elder Xuanhuan, Emperor Wuxiang, Feixing, Tianhu, and other great emperors looked at the route in the sea of consciousness in detail, and all of them immediately looked happy, and bowed their hands in thanks. Although there is no way to pass through the Purple Road, but there is a Blue Road, which saves them a lot of effort. If they want to enter the core of the forbidden area after passing the Blue Road, they can only rely on their own strength, and then go to the Purple Road. However, I am afraid that most people will choose to go directly to the outskirts of the forbidden area after crossing the Blue Road. In this way, the danger will be minimized and the harvest will not be too bad. Next, the great emperors began to act one after another. Under the outbreak of various forces, their speed in the Blue Road increased significantly. Some big bosses, jealous, Chu Yan, all kinds of hesitation and threats, want to get the way to pass the route of the Purple Road. However, Chu Yanli didn't bother to pay attention to them and just ignored them. Chu Yan and Situ Yang stood at the exit of the Purple Road, waiting patiently. Whoosh! 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 After half an hour, the three of the Great East Emperor rushed all the way, according to the road map given by Chu Yan, directly crossed the Blue Road and the Purple Road, and appeared in front of Chu Yan. Above the sky, the purple sky Kuan let out a roar, and cast two beams of purple light, which landed on the three of Emperor Bliss. Different from Chu Yan and Situ Yang's Tiankuan God robe, the three of them only got one spirit seal each, which was embroidered on their chests. It is also the spiritual seal of a golden sky Kuan, which probably has considerable power and special effects. 3. Let's go. Chu Yan smiled and nodded at the three of them, and then strode towards the vast palaces in front of him. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the three people in Jidong were stunned. They didn't expect that Chu Yan not only gave them the way to pass the Purple Road, but also waited for them here. Obviously, Chu Yan is preparing to lead them through the prohibition and formation of the palace group in front. This is exactly the same as the promise Chu Yan made before entering the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea. However, before, the three of Emperor Bliss did not believe in Chu Yan at all, but now, of course, it is different. Good. The three of the Great Eastern Emperor, with joyful expressions on their faces, quickly nodded in agreement and followed closely behind. Hey, baby, here I come. Situ Yang was full of excitement, and rushed out first, surpassing Chu Yan in a few steps, looking impatient. 5 people, after crossing the Purple Road, there is a flat land in front of them, with nothing, it is extremely safe. Obviously, this is a set safety zone, and it should be for the healing and recovery of those who have crossed the Purple Road. But for Chu Yan and the others, none of them were injured at all, and their true energy was not consumed too much. It was enough to swallow a few golden pills, and there was no need to deliberately adjust their breath to recover. After walking halfway through this flat land, in the void, waves of powerful coercion began to appear. The 5 people were heavily suppressed, causing their speed to drop drastically, and even made it difficult for them to move forward. However, the 5 people's cultivation bases are not weak, and they can walk normally when they circulate their true chi, but they can't fly. Slow down all the way, be wary of your surroundings. The 5 of them walked for almost an hour, and they were about to reach the majestic palace complex. And behind them, on the Blue Road, several top bosses, including Emperor Wuxiang and Elder Xuanhuan, started to enter the Purple Road. Some other great emperors, after crossing the Blue Road, directly gave up on the Purple Road and headed for another mountain range. The 5 of Chu Yan stopped in front of a huge archway. At the end of this road, there is this huge archway made of black jade, with 4 big characters of Shenhuang Tiangong. Above the archway, there is a golden light shining, carrying a strong and powerful pressure. It's here. The 3 of them, the Emperor of Bliss, had sparkling eyes and made noises of surprise. After going through all kinds of difficulties and dangers, I finally arrived at the entrance. Through the gate of the archway, I can clearly see that a few miles away, the magnificent palace complex is extremely majestic. That's what it says on the archway, God Emperor's Heavenly Palace. There must be countless treasures and resources in such a group of palaces, with awe-inspiring aura, maybe even the inheritance of ancient strongmen. Wait a moment. Just when Ji Lu and the others were about to step on their feet, they passed through the archway and headed towards the heavenly palace of the Divine Emperor. Suddenly, Chu Yan opened his mouth, and immediately, a pair of unicorn pupils kept scanning the ground around the archway. Break! After uttering one word, Chu Yan pointed at the sword like lightning, and slashed out fiercely. The fierce sword chi slashed on the ground, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out. Roar! A small golden skykuan suddenly sprang out from the ground, smashed the sword energy completely, and collapsed in an instant. Immediately afterwards, on that piece of ground, golden spirit patterns surged around like a stream of water, and soon evolved a mysterious formation. This is the ancient spirit formation. Teleportation formation. Situ Yang's eyes brightened instantly, and he rushed forward. #C2487 Rare Netherprint. Chu Yan was not in a hurry, just watched quietly. Situ Yang pouted his big butt, and studied the formation on the ground with a face full of excitement. After all, Situ Yang is a spirit pattern master, and he is more professional in these things. Along the way, I encountered too many restrictions and formations, so it's better to be sure. Seeing that Chu Yan didn't speak, the three of Emperor Ji Lu didn't dare to say much. They all stood quietly and looked at Situ Yang. For a moment, all four pairs of eyes stared at Situ Yang, lying on the ground with his butt pouted. The scene was extremely embarrassing. Fortunately, not long after, Situ Yang jumped up from the ground and said to Chu Yan excitedly, "Brother! That's right, it's a teleportation array, and it's very safe." Very safe. Chu Yan frowned slightly. The restrictions and formations in the Antarctic Sea are still safe. Whether it is the three of Emperor Bliss or Chu Yan, they have been bombarded countless times by those formations on the Blue Road and Purple Road, so there is one who is safe. Absolutely safe. Seeing the expression on Chu Yan's face, Situ Yang became anxious, and quickly explained. Above this teleportation spirit array, there is only the power of time and space spirit patterns, a pure one, and no other spirit patterns are mixed. That is to say, it exists independently, and there can be no traps and dangers. As Situ Yang, who aims to be the world's #1 spirit pattern master, how can he endure doubts? Moreover, the teleportation spirit formation is the most basic of all formations, and it cannot be wrong. It seems that this teleportation array is the one that really leads to the core of the forbidden area. Chu Yan nodded, turned his head to look behind the archway, and smiled slightly at the magnificent palace complex. The plan to bloom on the tree. Creating a huge and beautiful scene to deceive the opponent is a tactic that is easy to see through. God Emperor Heavenly Palace. Just because of this name, ordinary strong men would rush in impatiently when they saw it. Go. Let's go together. Chu Yan smiled slightly, looked away, and said to the three of Emperor Bliss, and immediately raised his foot and walked directly towards the teleportation formation. Good. Of course, Emperor Bliss would no longer doubt it, and hurriedly followed Chu Yan and stepped into the teleportation formation. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. An incomparably terrifying murderous intent erupted instantly from the teleportation spirit array, sweeping the audience. Including Chu Yan, the faces of the 5 people present all changed. Such a terrifying aura cannot be resisted by a strong person at the Great Emperor realm, even if it is at the Saint Emperor realm, it is absolutely impossible. This momentum is at least a power above the demigod level. Fatty man, didn't you say that there is no danger? Chu Yan turned his head and shouted at Xie La Jiao. Impossible. Obviously. Xie La Jiao, who was full of grievances, twitched the corners of his eyes twice, feeling extremely depressed. This primordial spirit formation looked much more mysterious than he had imagined. Those who do not have the Tiankuan God robe do not enter the Emperor's heavenly palace. Otherwise, die. Just when Chu Yan was about to kick the fat man, a majestic voice sounded from the teleportation array. Huh. Tiankuan divine robe. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned. Only he, Xie La Jiao, and Emperor Ji Lu had Tiankuan robes, and they only got a Tiankuan spirit seal. In this way, only he and Xie La Jiao can enter, and the three of them, Emperor Bliss, cannot enter. Brother Haoyan, if that's the case, then let's run around in this God Emperor's heavenly palace. Emperor Ji Lu didn't care too much. With a smile on his face, he bowed his hands to Chu Yan and said, "We are very content to be here. Thank you very much." After all, although this is not the core area, it is still inside the forbidden area. Compared with those who cross the Blue Road and can only reach the outer mountains of the forbidden area, I don't know how many times stronger. And all of this was achieved by Chu Yan leading them. Therefore, the three of Emperor Bliss did not complain in their hearts, but were extremely happy. On another level, although this piece of God Emperor Heavenly Palace may seem fake, there must be many treasures and resources in it. And now, only the three of them entered, and Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao were about to enter the teleportation array. In this way, as long as the speed is fast enough, everything in this God Emperor's Heavenly Palace may belong to the three of them. Oh well. Chu Yan didn't say anything more, nodded, and bowed his hands in return. The rules are limited, the fate is the end, non-human can force it. Moreover, Chu Yan brought them, which can be regarded as fulfilling the promise. Fellow Taoist Haoyan, fellow Taoist Sky Eye, the green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. There will be a period later. The three of Emperor Bliss bowed their hands in salute again, turned around and left, passed through the black jade archway, and left in front of the majestic heavenly palace of the divine emperor. Watching the three leave, Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then looked away, Xie La Jiao nodded, and the two walked towards the teleportation formation. Swish! Swish! As soon as the figures of the two entered the teleportation array, the golden light burst out suddenly and disappeared instantly. Strange power enveloped the two of them, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in a whole new world. Looking up and looking around, Chu Yan was stunned. I saw that there are thousands of feet high peaks all around, without any vegetation cover, all brown rocks. Surrounded by cliffs on all sides, the place where the two are located is a basin valley with a radius of several miles. Looking around, there is no valley exit at all. In this valley, extremely thin mist filled it. In the mist, with a strong hostility, it seems extremely irritable and aggressive. Faintly, one can also feel the will of Tiankuan like the golden continent outside, and above the sky, little black shadows pass by from time to time, leaving behind screams and piercing sounds. Above the sky, there seems to be some powerful monster roaming. If I guessed correctly, it should be Tiankuan. The hostility in the valley was extremely strong, making people's temperament a little irritable. Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao did not dare to be negligent, and at the same time operated their spiritual consciousness to protect the sea of consciousness. At this moment, Qinglian in the sea of consciousness trembled slightly, but gave an instruction. There. Chu Yan raised his hand and pointed, looking at the surrounding cliffs, one of the highest cliffs. Running the pupil of the unicorn, penetrating through the layers of mist, Chu Yan could clearly see that there was a stone gate of a cave under the cliff. This stone gate was obviously built artificially, just for one person to pass through. Behind the stone gate, there is a dark cave passage, without a trace of light. It's just that, around the stone gate, there is a rare piece of green plants, all of which are high-level spiritual grasses. Huh. There are spirit patterns on this stone gate. Unlike Chu Yan, who paid attention to those spirit grasses, Xie La Jiao saw a large number of immemorial spirit patterns engraved on the stone gate of the cave at a glance. After just a few glances, a strange look suddenly appeared on Xie La Jiao's face. Brother, the situation is wrong. I don't even know any of these spirit patterns. Chu Yan was taken aback by Xie La Jiao's words. #C2488 Ancient Battlefield. Apart from surprise, Xie La Jiao also had a trace of fear on his face. This time, on the way to the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea, I saw a lot of ancient spirit arrays, each of which was powerful, and had a great impact on Xie La Jiao. Fortunately, most of those spirit arrays belong to the attack spirit array, and the spirit patterns formed in them can be roughly recognized by combining the ancient spirit patterns. But Xie La Jiao didn't even know a single spirit pattern in the ancient spirit array in front of him, so he couldn't figure it out at all. Brother, the spirit pattern on this formation is very aggressive. Xie La Jiao took a closer look and reminded Chu Yan seriously. Go and have a look. Chu Yan nodded, and then the Rakshasa Jinchi surged on his body, and after blessing the bodyguard, he walked towards the stone gate of the cave. Now that we have arrived, it is impossible to stop there, we can only be more careful. Entering the stone gate of the cave, a black passage, extremely dim. The dark passage was not long. After walking about 1,000 steps, the eyes suddenly opened up. Chu Yan was startled when he saw the scene in front of him. I saw that there was a huge space in the cave. The ground cracked, and there were huge cracks and ditches cut out by swords everywhere, as well as densely covered pits, and there were all kinds of blood stains all around. Some of these blood stains have dried up and turned dark brown, while others still maintain their original color, red, purple, and so on. Some corpses with completely different shapes remained around, some remained intact, and some had collapsed. Some of these corpses were as tall as hills, although they were damaged, they still couldn't stand upright, exuding a strong beast power and killing intent. Obviously, there was a battle here, and those hilly bones should be Tianquan. 31 heads. Xie La Jiao glanced over, and within the range of his eyesight, there were more than 30 Tianquan corpses of different sizes. Moreover, the tallest one among them obviously carries a divine breath, and the demon cultivator is at least half-step divine. This is terrible. His face changed slightly, and Xie La Jiao couldn't believe how terrifying the battle was at that time. Strangeness. Chu Yan's will to martial arts is much firmer. After all, he has experienced countless life and death battles. Regarding the battlefield in front of him, even with the powerful aura of the demigod and demon realm, he cannot be shaken at all. What makes Chu Yan a little strange is that in this huge battlefield, there are only Tianquan's corpses, and there are no enemies at all. The battle in the ancient times, this is even longer than the ancient battle between gods and demons. Xie La Jiao swung out one after another of the spirit patterns, hitting those Tianquan bones, and constantly calculated various information about them. There are some detection spirit patterns, which can be used to calculate the time and cultivation level, before the loss through the remaining breath. This is Tianquan. Xie La Jiao's eyes were reddish, and his eyes sparkled as he looked at the corpses of Tianquan all over the ground. As we all know, among demon cultivators, the dragon is the most respected, followed by Tianquan and Dapeng. They are definitely at the top of the pyramid among monsters. For human fighters, monsters are precious resources from skin to bone. The higher the level of the monster, the greater the value of the corpse. There are even many warriors who often hunt and kill monsters in exchange for cultivation resources. Tianquan, in the world of monsters and beasts, there is no one with the largest body size. As powerful monsters who can compete with dragons, what they are most proud of is their size. Even an adult dragon, in front of them, is like a big snake in front of a hill. Although the dragon clan is powerful, its combat power is astounding, and its aggressiveness is the strongest among all monsters. Because of this, it has always maintained the throne of the number one combat power among monsters. But this does not mean that Tianquan is inferior to Julong. The strength of Tianquan comes from its mountain-like animal body, and extremely powerful bones are needed to support such a huge animal body. Therefore, for those warriors who hunted monster beasts, the bones of Tianquan were the most precious among all the corpse materials of monster beasts. Now, in front of Xie Yang and Chu Yan, there are more than 30 corpses of Tianquan, including those in the demigod state. This is almost a huge fortune. These bones are precious materials for making all kinds of top spirit weapons, and the bones of the demigod Tianquan can even make a 100% magic weapon. Or, use the bones of Tianquan to make battle armor according to the skills that almost all craftsmen in the 10 Directions Starfield know. Tianquan battle armor, known as the invincible defense of the same level, is the absolute best defense among spiritual treasures. Fatty, come back. Seeing Xie Yang rushing towards the corpses of Tianquan, Chu Yan shouted coldly. Ah! Brother! Xie Yang was taken aback by Chu Yan, and froze in place, turning his head to look at Chu Yan. Don't move these bones, we don't know why they were damaged. Chu Yan said. But... Xie Yang probably understood what Chu Yan meant, but after glancing at more than 30 Tianquan corpses, Xie Yang's eyes were full of reluctance. Let's go ahead and have a look. Chu Yan didn't say any more, and walked away. In his opinion, it is extremely unlikely that Tianquan these days is a guardian who died in battle to resist the invasion. Monster beasts, the strong are respected. They respect the strong, and respect glory even more. These monsters who died in battle against the invaders are worthy of respect. As for the monster clan, they are extremely angry at human fighters who use the corpses of monster beasts to make various materials. For them, this is a kind of blasphemy against the warrior and the strong. Chu Yan and Little White Bear have known each other for a long time, and they are very clear about the nature of monsters. Therefore, Chu Yan has no plan to move the bones of these Tianquan, whether it is a magic weapon or an invincible armor. It does not mean much to Chu Yan. Let these heroic souls who defended the dignity of the race and died bravely rest in peace. Continue to move forward, and keep walking through this huge battlefield. After walking for half an hour, what surprised Chu Yan and Xie Yang was that this battlefield was extremely huge, and at the same time, the degree of damage was astonishing. In the entire battlefield, not a single blade of grass grows. Even after so many years, all kinds of forces are flooding this space, and they are still destroying everything. The terrifying breath of will roams irregularly in the void, like wisps of dead souls. After walking for an hour, they climbed over a mountain range and finally walked out of the battlefield. What appeared in front of the two of them was a scene very similar to the outside world. Mountains, forests, rivers, sea of spiritual clouds, everything is available. Brother, there is a palace over there. Xie Yang saw at a glance that at the foot of a mountain not far away, on the edge of a dense forest, a purple golden palace stood. A clear green river bypasses this palace and flows further into the depths of the mountains. Swish! Swish! The two turned into two bolts of lightning and headed towards the purple, golden palace. In less than a moment, the two stood in front of the palace and looked up. God Palace! The three golden characters shone brightly, making the eyes of the two of them brighten up instantly. #C2489, Shameless World Number 1. Outside, the place where the three of the blissful emperor went was called the Xuanhuan Tiangong. And now the one in front of the two of them is called Xuanhuan Palace. According to Chu Yan's previous speculation, the God Emperor's heavenly palace, where the three of them went, should be an illusion deliberately created. In other words, it doesn't have to be the emperor's heavenly palace. Then, the one in front of you is very likely to be real. In the ancient times, a powerful man named God Emperor lived in the palace. Damn, no way. God Emperor. Xie looked at the huge golden plaque with astonishment on his face. You actually call yourself the emperor, either you are number one in the world, or you are shamelessly number one in the world. With a face full of disdain, he sneered directly. You know, this forbidden area in the Antarctic Sea exists in the dark world of Buddha, and it is also one of the top 10 forbidden areas in the dark world of Buddha. In other words, according to the rules of the dark world of Buddha, only those who are strong in the Great Emperor realm can enter it. In the entire dark world of Buddha, the strongest is no more than the peak of the Great Emperor realm. But now, the palace in front of him is actually called Xuanhuan Palace. God Emperor, at least God realm first. And to be called emperor, that is basically an invincible existence in the divine realm. According to this calculation, this self-proclaimed God Emperor, could it be that he is the ninth heaven of God realm? However, how could a strong man in the divine realm be able to enter the dark world of the Buddha and even build his own palace here? There are various signs to speculate that this God Emperor is probably bragging. It's as if Chu Yan and Xie, after reaching the Great Emperor realm, will have to proclaim themselves emperors when they enter the dark world of the Buddha. Like Chu Yan, who called himself Emperor Haoyan, although Xie did not reach the realm of the Great Emperor, but in order to enter the dark world of the Buddha, he also took the title of Emperor with sky eyes. But no matter what, their self-proclaimed title of Emperor is also the Great Emperor. In the world of warriors, fish and dragons are mixed, and rule-abiding people like Chu Yan and Xie are the majority, but the forest is so big that there are all kinds of birds. Some great emperors exaggerated in various ways when they titled themselves. Such as Invincible Emperor, Undefeated Emperor, Number One God under Heaven, Lord of Myriad Realms. There are countless wonderful titles. Xie, who had been in the dark world of Buddha for a while, was no stranger to this situation. Therefore, when he saw the Xuanhuan Palace in front of him, he naturally thought of those strange things. Boom, boom. At this moment, in the sea of spiritual clouds above the sky, a muffled thunder suddenly exploded, startling Chu Yan and Xie. Click! The vast expanse of spiritual cloud sea was tumbling crazily, picking up the 1,000-foot cloud waves, and a thick purple lightning struck down fiercely towards the figures of the two people below. Damn it! Thunder tribulation! Looking at the thunder and lightning in the sky, Xie was so frightened that his face turned green. What's the situation? They didn't do anything. Why did thunder tribulation suddenly appear? Break! Chu Yan's eyes flashed, he put his fingers together and raised his sword, and a sword chi slashed towards the falling purple thunder and lightning. Lei Jia, Chu Yan has seen too much, there is no threat to himself at all. However, when that sword chi slashed at the purple thunder and lightning, even Chu Yan's face changed instantly. Boom! The sword energy exploded, and the purple thunder and lightning trembled suddenly, but it was only a tremor, without the slightest stagnation, and it still fell down hard. In the blink of an eye, the lightning had already landed above the heads of Chu Yan and the two of them, less than 10,000 steps away. What? Chu Yan never expected that this thunder disaster was completely different from the ones he encountered before. A sword energy of his own can't shake it at all, this thunder calamity is so strong. Fatty, flash! Chu Yan yelled violently, and the emperor's prestige all over his body exploded instantly, ready to attack with all his strength. But at this moment, behind Chu Yan, a blue light suddenly appeared. The blue sky lotus brought a large piece of blue light, dyeing half of the sky blue. At the same time, powerful aura and power surged in all directions like a tide. Snort! A cold voice, with supreme majesty, suddenly sounded, and the figure of the green-armored giant appeared behind Chu Yan. The green-armored giant, who looked like a mountain, with his hands behind his back, raised his head to look at the falling purple thunder, and raised his hand to slap it out. Boom, boom. The cyan palm print collided with the purple thunder and exploded in an instant, turning into a wave of energy hundreds of feet high, rushing in all directions. That terrifying thunder calamity finally dissipated. Scared me to death. Xuanhuan, who had escaped nearly 10,000 steps, ran over from a long distance and returned to Chu Yan. His face was completely pale. Looking up at the back of Chu Yan, Xuanhuan was full of astonishment in the eyes of the incomparably towering figure of the giant in green armor. Although Xuanhuan had seen this terrifying existence before, and knew that he was a powerful person living in Chu Yan's body. But I didn't expect this almighty to be so powerful. Fatty, shut your mouth. In midair, the blue-armored giant looked at the sky, and the sea of spirit clouds gradually returned to calm. He suddenly turned his head and glared at Xuanhuan. His blue eyes were full of coercion. He shouted heavily. "Ah! Senior, I." Hearing this voice, and those eyes staring straight at him, Xuanhuan's whole soul almost collapsed. A pair of legs, shaking directly into sieves, almost urinating directly. Before Xuanhuan could react, the green-armored giant turned his head to look at Chu Yan, nodded, and turned into a blue light, which returned to the blue sky lotus, and passed back into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Everything returned to calm, as if the scene just now had never happened. Not only Xuanhuan, but even Chu Yan were a little surprised. The terrifying thunder tribulation and the sudden appearance of the green-armored giant seemed as if they had never happened. The Xuanhuan palace in front of them was still completely calm as when they had just arrived. What did I just say? Xuanhuan was so frightened that he couldn't recover at all. His voice was trembling. He turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and asked in a trembling voice. It seems that there is a powerful will in this forbidden land. Chu Yan ignored Xuanhuan, looked up at the Xuanhuan palace in front of him, and then looked up at the sea of spirit clouds in the sky. His eyes were shining. At least, the appearance of the blue-armored giant, and before leaving, he nodded to himself. These are all illustrating one thing. That is, I should have found the right place. From the opening of the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea, to crossing the Golden Sea and the Purple Road all the way, from beginning to end, it was the blue-armored giant who pointed the way for himself. When the forbidden area in the Antarctic Sea was opened, the green-armored giant said to himself, "You must come here." But now, I have walked all the way to the core of the Antarctic Sea forbidden area, and the green-armored giant also appeared. So, this is the place. However, just as the heat in Chu Yan's eyes continued to rise, suddenly, the Xuanhuan palace in front of him suddenly began to vibrate. #C2490 God of War. The Xuanhuan palace, which was originally silent, suddenly launched an attack. Under the rumbling tremors, it was like a dormant beast that was erupting. Moreover, this tremor became more and more intense, and the berserk power spread out in the void. Not good. Chu Yan's face changed instantly. After experiencing the thunder calamity incident just now, Chu Yan knew that this piece of God Palace is far stronger than he imagined. Especially that violent breath rushed through Chu Yan's body, causing his pores to dilate and his hairs to stand on end. Even with Chu Yan's current strength, he felt a strong sense of danger. This feeling makes people feel like falling into an ice cellar, and their spirits tremble. Big brother, what kind of power is this? I can't stand it anymore. Xuanhuan's whole body trembled, his face was covered with sweat, and his face was purple. The true energy in his hands was entwined, and he seemed to want to activate the spirit patterns, but his strength was suppressed, making it difficult to move. His cultivation is only at the level of the upper martial emperor, so he can't bear it at all. Not to mention him, even Chu Yan, the fifth heaven of the great emperor realm, was suppressed and couldn't move at all. This power has definitely surpassed the Saint Emperor realm and reached above the divine realm. The residence hall of the Emperor is something you mortal ants can desecrate. The majestic voice resounded through the world. Every word, with the sound of rolling thunder, together with the entire palace, it even makes people feel that the sky and the earth are trembling together. This is. Chu Yan's soul trembled, and a large amount of consciousness gushed out like a tide, wrapping the entire sea of consciousness, desperately resisting the coercion. But Xie spent a lot of effort, and finally took out a few pieces of spirit patterns from his arms, crushed them fiercely, and the light of large pieces of spirit patterns flickered, also covering his whole body. The 9-sun sword lotus Dao too was buzzing, and it didn't need to be disturbed by Chu Yan at all. It released the power of the purple gold Dao too, and quickly poured it into Chu Yan's whole body. At this moment, in order to protect the soul, Chu Yan almost played all his cards. Under the hard support, the body and soul continued to collapse, and a large amount of dead energy rolled out from the body, making the two of them feel that they would be lost in the next breath. Snort. Just when Chu Yan and Xie felt the danger of life and death, behind Chu Yan, a cyan sky lotus soared into the sky. Big meatball, it's been so many years. It's still stubborn. The voice of the green-armored giant sounded, and a mountain-like figure also appeared, looking towards the direction of the Divine Emperor Palace, and said, "Ha ha ha, it turned out that Lord God of War came here in person, what a joke." "What a joke." "It's just that no one has come for a long time, it's really boring, so, seeing these juniors, I can't help but make a joke." "Don't be surprised." The moment the sentence sounded, the terrifying coercion that shrouded Chu Yan and Xie disappeared in an instant. Call. Call. Chu Yan and Xie exhaled at the same time. Once the pressure was lost, the whole body instantly paralyzed. Powerful. Too strong. So strong that it is terrifying, so strong that it is impossible to resist. Knowing that I'm here, you still dare to do this. Are you looking for a beating? Or do you need a beating? Just right, I haven't done anything for many years, and my forehand is itchy. The Qingjia giant didn't seem to intend to just let the big meatball go, and continued speaking with a 3-point cold tone. "Ah. Brother, I was wrong. Don't dare again." He was extremely arrogant just now, but instantly became extremely well-behaved, constantly apologizing and begging for mercy. After this conversation, all the aura of coercion in the entire world disappeared, and there was no more pressure. "Ah. Senior." Chu Yan and Xie looked up in astonishment at the blue-armored giant with a cold face, completely dumbfounded. "War. Lord God of War." Chu Yan never thought that the green-armored giant would have such a cool title. Moreover, that terrifying existence just now is very likely to have a great relationship with this piece of God Palace, at least it is also a great power of the ancient gods. However, this mighty god realm almighty even called himself Master God of War when facing the green-armored giant, and still bowed his knees so humbly. Then what exactly is the identity of the green-armored giant? "Hey, two little brothers, I was just joking just now, don't mind." In the depths of the divine palace, that terrifying and powerful voice sounded again. "Please, please." While speaking, the gate of the Xuanhuan palace, which was originally closed, creaked and opened directly, and it was directly and completely open to Chu Yan and Xie. A streak of colored mysterious light spilled out from the open gate, making the entire palace extravagant and extravagant. This piece of God Palace is the core of the Antarctic Sea Forbidden Area. It seems that the gate of this palace is also a difficulty. If the guess is correct, ordinary warriors who come here and want to enter it may be as difficult as climbing the sky. Do not mind. Xie glanced at the fully opened palace door, then looked into the depths of the palace, the corners of his mouth twitched twice. What a joke. Just now, he and Chu Yan almost hung up here. In the end, this guy was just joking, don't mind just finishing it like this. You know, just a breath before the blue-armored giant appeared, he was almost scared to pee again. Situyang, stop talking, let's go in. Hearing Fatty's words, and glancing at his suffocated face full of anger, Chu Yan quickly stopped him. You must know that Situyang said something wrong before, but it directly attracted Lei Jia. Although there is a green-armored giant here, who knows if the power deep in the palace will go crazy again. With a wave of his big hand, directly wrapping around Situyang, Chu Yan walked towards the palace gate. However, when they entered the palace, they were shocked by the sight of the palace just now. What kind of spirit pattern is this, what secret technique? Situyang's eyes were slit wide open in shock, and he looked at the square in front of him in astonishment. I saw that on the square of Nuada, there were more than a dozen altars lying horizontally, releasing flashing lights of various colors. However, these altars alone are certainly not enough to surprise Chu Yan and Situyang. The key is that on these altars, there are pieces of jade talismans, and above each piece of jade talismans, there is a row of golden characters suspended. Heavenly Sword Absolute Shadow. Myriad Souls. A Wave of Promise. Emperor Skywave Technique. Break the universe and shake the sky. Blood Character Dao Gang. One of the martial arts, Emperor Art, is extremely powerful, just by looking at the name. What's more, Situyang saw that one of the Emperor's arts called Nine Heavens Divine Art turned out to be the ultimate move used by the famous giant god Emperor in the legend. If this Nine Heavens Divine Art appeared in the 10 Directions starfield, it would probably cause all the forces to fight frantically. Not bad. You have to take a look at these imperial techniques. Chu Yan's eyes sparkled when he heard Situyang's introduction from the sound transmission of his spiritual consciousness. Ever since I broke through the Emperor realm, bred the Dao map, and condensed the Emperor seal, the previous martial arts and Emperor techniques have been somewhat insufficient in power. It just so happens that now you can look for a few combat skills that suit you. Swish. Swish. Chu Yan and Situyang looked at each other, turned into 2 bolts of lightning, and rushed towards the palace behind the square. #C24919 Wing Jinping. These palaces are arranged in a row, extending towards the distance, continuously. The latter one is always taller than the former one, so the 9th palace is extremely tall and majestic. Chu Yan and Situyang reached the 4th palace in less than an hour. Originally, on the square altar, those legendary skills and combat skills were already extremely shocking. However, after entering the Divine Emperor's palace, from the 1st hall to the 4th hall, almost every hall has a lot of shocking resources and wealth. All kinds of spirit treasures, pills and spirit patterns are innumerable and precious. Any one of them, if taken to the 10 Directions starfield outside, would probably cause a great sensation, and any strong person would be envious of it. This piece of Xuanhuan Palace can be renamed Shenbao Palace. It's almost to the astonishing extent that there are spirit treasures everywhere, and the palace is full of wealth. Moreover, every resource here is left over from the ancient times, and its quality is not comparable to the current resources. You 2 little brothers, are you satisfied? In the palace, the voice of the big meatball sounded again, with an extremely kind tone. These are worthless things, you 2 are free, you're welcome, hee hee. The resources and wealth that made Chu Yan and Situyang's eyes glow were actually called worthless by this powerful man. Of course, they will not be polite, just like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, where they passed, the halls that were originally full, were swept by them, and they were as clean as if they had been washed. Chu Yan, just ahead. At this time, the voice of the green-armored giant in the Sea of Consciousness also sounded at the same time. Chu Yan was stunned, and looked up into the distance. Through the gate of the apse of the 4th hall, one could see that a few miles away, in the fifth hall, a mysterious light wrapped around the entire hall, which was obviously stronger than that of the previous halls, much more gorgeous. Is this there? His eyes flickered, and Chu Yan immediately set off and flew towards the fifth hall. Chu Yan wanted to know what it was that the Qingjia giant specially asked him to come to this forbidden area in the South China Sea. It was so important. Boom, boom. As soon as he stepped into the fifth hall, a vast and incomparably terrifying aura surged from the hall in an instant like a volcanic eruption. Holy Rakshasa bodyguard! Chu Yan, who had been prepared for a long time, had twinkling eyes, and with a wave of his hand, a large black light shot up behind him. The mountain-like holy Rakshasa deity roared to the world, releasing endless devilish energy, and sent Chu Yan and Situ Yang to the whole body. Protect. Boom. 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 The two breaths collided in an instant, making earth-shattering explosions of air. However, what Chu Yan never expected was that Saint Rakshasa, who had never been an opponent before, under the impact of this terrifying air wave, only lasted for less than 3 breaths, and then began to tremble violently, revealing signs of a crash. The entire fifth hall was empty, without any resources or wealth. Only in the middle of the hall stood an altar with a huge skull on it. At first glance, this skull is not the skull of a human warrior, but the skull of a monster. It's just that Chu Yan can't be sure what kind of monster it is. At least, in Chu Yan's cognition, he has never seen or heard of such a monster. Perhaps, if the little white bear passed on its memory here with its ancient blood, it might be able to recognize the origin of this monster. What is this? Situ Yang turned pale. He felt that the powerful and terrifying aura in the entire hall was released from this monster skull. If it weren't for the support of Chu Yan's holy Rakshasa bodyguard, I am afraid that in less than half a breath, this breath could swallow his whole body, including the belt and flesh. This is the 9-winged golden roc. In the sea of consciousness, the voice of the green-armored giant resounded, with a dignified and ancient tone. A powerful monster that was extinct before the ancient times. It is rumored that this 9-winged golden roc feeds on dragons, and is the only existence in this world of martial spirits that can threaten the powerhouses of the gods. So, after millions of years, all the powerful gods came out and killed all the 9-winged golden rocs. In the ancient times, only a few 3-winged or 2-winged golden rocs were occasionally found, but after the war between gods and demons, there is no record of any golden-winged rocs. Chu Yan and Situ Yang's faces were all surprised by the explanation of the giant in green armor. This turned out to be one of the 3 great demon venerables in the demon clan, Golden-Winged Roc. No, I heard that this golden-winged roc was born with the earth. If it is damaged, its whole body will turn into a golden auspicious cloud and merge with the heaven and earth. It is impossible to preserve its body or bones. Situ Yang was startled suddenly thought of something, and said in a startled voice. As a spirit pattern master, he knows almost everything about the world of martial arts and all kinds of rare treasures. Therefore, when the blue-armored giant uttered the word golden-winged pung, Situ Yang also recalled some relevant information about the 3 gods of the monster race in his sea of consciousness. Not bad. But, there are exceptions. The blue-armored giant nodded, gave Situ Yang an approving look, and continued. Perhaps, this golden-winged pung bone is the last and only bone in this martial arts world. Having said that, the green-armored giant looked at Chu Yan with piercing eyes, as if he was thinking and deciding something. After pondering for a moment, he finally spoke in a deep voice. Chu Yan, the final decision on this matter is up to you. What decision? Chu Yan was stunned and asked. Golden-winged pung, the reason why it can become a threat to the ancient gods is because of its particularity. You have to know that the primordial Protoss are the real Protoss, but not now. The gods in the heaven realm are comparable. So, you have to know that as one of the 3 supreme monsters of the monster race, golden-winged peng also has the biggest advantage of monsters. You should know, what is the advantage of the Yaozu? The Qingjia giant rarely became extremely patient, and introduced it to Chu Yan, carefully. Physical strength, speed, and fighting strength. Chu Yan answered without hesitation. From the moment he stepped into martial arts and hunted every monster, Chu Yan knew clearly that monsters had unique advantages over human fighters. That's right. These three are the three major strengths of the Yaozu, and the three supreme beings of the Yaozu represent three of them. For example, the Dragon Clan represents super-level combat power. And the Tiankuan clan represents the ultimate physical strength. And the golden-winged peng. The blue-armored giant stopped at this point, looked at Chu Yan, and raised the corner of his mouth lightly. Speed! Chu Yan exclaimed in shock. Yes. It's speed. Extremely fast. Even close to the limit of speed in the world of martial spirits. The limit of speed. Chu Yan's face suddenly revealed a look of astonishment. This is the first time he has heard that a certain attribute can reach such a terrifying level. #C2492 Extreme Wind. The words of the Qingjia giant gave Chu Yan a new understanding of the animal bone in front of him. Of course, what shocked Chu Yan the most was, of course, the first time he came into contact with the ultimate power of this martial spirit world. Wuhun world, 5 elements and 9 elements. Representing the speed, the golden-winged rock beast bone of the highest order, unexpectedly appeared in front of him like this. Chu Yan. It's up to you to refine this animal bone. The Qingjia giant has already told Chu Yan everything clearly, and the next step is up to Chu Yan himself. Senior, thank you very much. In Chu Yan's eyes, there was a flash of brilliance, and he thanked the green-armored giant, and then his consciousness gushed out, and he went towards the animal bone to investigate. Chu Yan's consciousness just touched the altar and the animal bone placed on it, and instantly sensed something, releasing a mysterious breath, like a tentacles, tentatively moving towards Chu Yan's consciousness. In an instant, two forces separated by tens of millions of years touched together. The majestic wind force burst out instantly like a torrent, sweeping out from the altar. In the entire hall, violent gale, fierce hurricane, strong storm, and even gentle breeze all exist in one space at the same time. Various wind powers made Chu Yan's consciousness instantly turn into dust and disappear completely. This power is too strong. Chu Yan's pupil shrank suddenly. He never thought that the power on the golden-winged peng beast bone, after such a long time, is still so strong. The most important thing is that what Chu Yan practiced was the way of swordsmanship and the way of killing. Strictly speaking, he had never practiced deeply in the wind system. Therefore, in front of such pure wind power, Chu Yan's consciousness instantly turned into scum. This gap is really too big. Although, not long ago, Chu Yan had just awakened Dao Tu and Di Yin, and the attributes of the 9 elements had great breakthroughs and changes. Even among warriors of the same level, Chu Yan is now almost invincible in all aspects, whether it is strength, speed, physical body, will, etc. However, in the face of the real powerful ultimate power, it is still not enough to look at. This wind power is more pure than the wind spirit patterns I collected. How is this possible? Situ Yang's face was also full of astonishment. You must know that the 9 lines of power in the spirit pattern can only become spirit patterns after being tempered, purified and blessed by the spirit pattern master. Compared with the primitive power of warriors and monsters, the power of spirit patterns is much more pure, so it has great power. But now, the wind power of the beast in front of him made Situ Yang completely dumbfounded. Unfortunately, if my spirit pattern technique breaks through to another level, the power in this animal bone can be tempered. Situ Yang had a look of pity. He could only look at such precious materials in front of him. Although most spirit pattern masters spend their whole lives looking for all kinds of natural treasures and rare spiritual objects, there are still a few of them who can really find the top materials. To know. The practice of a spirit pattern master is different from that of a warrior. The more precious the material is, the process of making the spirit pattern is also the process of improving the ability of the spirit pattern master. Humph. Fatty, stop delusional. Just when Chu Yan and Xie were astonished, the voice of the big meatball sounded again in the hall. This golden-winged Pung beast bone has spent countless resources and effort on the part of the emperor just to maintain his spiritual power for hundreds of years. You are a mere emperor-level spirit pattern master, and you want to play with him. Don't dream. Besides, including that kid, if it wasn't for the sake of Lord God of War, do you think that with him, a mere great emperor Wu Hongshan, he would be able to see the top attributes of the Wuhun world? Chu Yan and Xie were astonished at the words of the big meatball with strong disdain. In the eyes of this big meatball, who claims to be the emperor-level spirit pattern master is not worth mentioning, and the emperor-level warrior is even more unbearable. This statement is also correct. After all, a spirit pattern master is more noble than a warrior. However, warriors in the Great Emperor realm are considered to be very powerful in the 10 Directions star field. But in the eyes of this big meatball, it turned out to be only a mere level. It seems that this big meatball that calls itself the Emperor is very likely to belong to the ancient era, just like this piece of golden-winged Peng's animal bone. Not to mention the ancient times, even in the ancient times, there were as many great emperors and holy emperors as there are cow hairs, which is as many as the number of powerful emperors in the 10 Directions star field. Moreover, he himself said just now that the spiritual power of this golden-winged Pung beast bone has been maintained for millions of years. Therefore, this big meatball is very likely to be the owner of this god palace, the legendary God Emperor. You. Xie looked angry. After all, as a spirit pattern master, he was turned into mere by the other party. Moreover, the animal bone of the golden-winged rock in front of him could only be seen but could not move, which made him extremely depressed. In anger, Xie was ready to open his mouth to scold directly. However, without waiting for him to speak, at the next breath, an extremely vast force surged through the entire palace complex of the God Emperor. The entire palace was trembling, powerful power continuously overflowed from the sky and the earth, and they all gathered in the 5th hall where they were. This kind of power, like the vast ocean, is not only a sense of vastness, but the most important thing is to make Chu Yan feel like facing an abyss. A golden light group condensed in the 5th hall. Under the twisted evolution, an extremely huge Kuan body is rapidly condensing. Chu Yan and Xie stared at the huge Tian Kuan beast body, completely dumbfounded. It seemed that this big meatball couldn't bear it anymore, and wanted to show up directly in front of him. Or, it was because the golden-winged bird's bone was so important that the big meatball, which claimed to be the emperor, had to come in person. Since entering this forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea, it has almost been a different world of Tian Kuan. From the very first host, the giant golden Kuan, to the entire golden sea, countless sky kuns, and the red, blue, and purple sky kuns on the Third Order Avenue on the Golden Continent. Therefore, according to Chu Yan and Xie's guess, this big meatball, who claims to be the emperor, is very likely to be the emperor of the ancient Kuan clan. If the 10,000 zhang purple gold sky kuns are just guards guarding the Third Order Road, then in the ancient Kuan clan that respects strength and size, how big will the Kuan emperor be? As the golden light group continued to condense, the astonishment on the faces of Chu Yan and Xie became more and more intense. Because, the golden light ball is not the Kuan body at all, but the powerful aura released by the deity Kuan body in the center. And the real Kuan body, wrapped in the golden light ball, had already condensed into shape, and it fell in front of Chu Yan and Xie with just a jump. A pair of purple gold Kuan eyes looked straight at the two of them. In that gaze, there was an obvious aura of a superior, as if looking down on the two humble ants under the throne. You can't be polite when you see me. #C2493 burn you. Chu Yan and Situ Yang's eyes twitched suddenly at the big meatball's words. Ben Huang. I want them to salute. Even if it was just now, Chu Yan and Situ Yang, who were trembling by the terrifying power and impact, could not believe it when they heard the words of the big meatball who had appeared in front of them. Originally thought, how to put it, with such terrifying power, as the emperor of the primordial Kuan clan, he would be such a terrifying existence. It is absolutely possible that when the physical body suddenly appeared, the entire fifth hall would collapse directly. Only in this way can he be worthy of the status of one of the three supreme beings of the Yao clan and the emperor of the Kuan clan. But now, what appeared in front of the two of them was a golden Kuan the size of a palm. Of course, calling it Kuan, originally Chu Yan and Situ Yang thought he was the emperor of the Tiankuan clan, and the power of his appearance on the stage was quite bluffing. But now, the Emperor Kuan appeared in front of the two of them. No matter how you looked at it, he looked like a golden carp. Floating in front of the two of them, a pair of goldfish eyes looked at them with arrogance, as if it was really the ancient Xuanhuan. Just like this, the golden carp that is too small to braise in a plate is the ancient Xuanhuan. Chu Yan and Situ Yang looked at each other. Their eyes were almost identical, and they were full of jokes. Due to their huge size, even according to legend, there have been Tiankuan tribes as huge as the ocean, and their emperor will be this palm-sized golden carp in front of him. Hey, you two, why don't you salute? After waiting for a long time, there was no movement. Emperor Kuan, who was looking up at the sky, finally couldn't help it, and lowered his head to glance at the two of them. Under this glance, of course, I saw Chu Yan and Situ Yang's faces full of jokes, and there was a strong look of suspicion and contempt in those eyes. You two guys, what kind of eyes are these? Could it be that the Xuanhuan's body size must be huge? That's all the intention of you masters. The eyes and expressions of Chu Yan and Situ Yang completely offended Emperor Kuan's dignity, and he shouted loudly. This emperor was in the ancient times, even in the god realm, he had to be terribly afraid. Ordinary gods have to be polite when they see this emperor. Carp raised its chin, and the proud Xuanhuan spoke. But before he finished speaking, Situ Yang snorted softly and interrupted it. Ha ha ha, even a carp is afraid. It seems that this Protoss is just a small shrimp, isn't it good? When the words fell, Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan were startled at the same time. Isn't dried shrimp food for fish? When Situ Yang said that, it was tantamount to saying that Emperor Kuan was a carp to his face. You dare to desecrate the majesty of the emperor. You are courting death. The golden aura on his body trembled with anger. Emperor Kuan suddenly rushed into the air, releasing a strong wave of golden air from his whole body, like an angry beast, charging straight towards Situ Yang. Hey, come on. See if I don't burn you. Situ Yang was not afraid at all, and with a big wave of his hand, the power of the spirit pattern surged. At this moment, in the hall, the two men were at war with each other, and they all had murderous looks on their faces, and a big battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, two blue lights shot out from Chu Yan's brows, blocking the two of them. Stop messing around. Go about your own business. The green-armored giant intervened. Whether it was Emperor Kuan or Situ Yang, it was naturally impossible to fight. Both sides stopped and stared at each other fiercely. Fatty man, you are lucky. Today, the Emperor, for the sake of Lord God of War, let you go. Emperor Kuan flicked the fish's tail, turned around and swam towards Chu Yan. You're lucky, otherwise, there would be braised fish. Situ Yang snorted twice, and walked towards Chu Yan. Humph. Smelly carp. Humph. Fatty. The two looked at each other, spoke at the same time, their eyes met, sparks exploded in the air. Big meatball, talk about serious business. The voice of the green-armored giant sounded again, obviously a few degrees higher. Hearing this sound, Emperor Kuan finally withdrew his gaze from staring at Situ Yang, turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and said with a smile on his face. Chu Yan, my Majesty Kuan, you can call me your Majesty. His Majesty. Chu Yan's expression froze immediately, and he looked at Emperor Kuan in astonishment. There is an essential difference between an emperor and an emperor. Just like the martial emperor realm in the realm of martial arts cultivation, you can also call yourself an emperor. But that's just the realm of cultivation, the title of the same level. It is completely different for those who dare to call themselves His Majesty, like the Kuan Emperor in front of him. This shows that this Xuanhuan is really the supreme existence of the Tiankuan clan, and the real master of a powerful force. I have something to discuss with you. Seeing that Chu Yan did not speak, Emperor Kuan hurriedly continued. What's the matter? Chu Yan reacted and asked. My lord, I want to restore the power of the demon soul in your sea of consciousness. It may take decades. Xuanhuan said. What? In my sea of consciousness, restore your demon soul power. Chu Yan was stunned, completely dumbfounded by Emperor Kuan's request. That's right. Lord God of War has told me about your situation, and at present, only you can help me. Xuanhuan said with great certainty. I am a human warrior, and you are a demon emperor, this. Chu Yan was full of doubts. Of course I won't treat you badly. This piece of golden-winged Pang's animal bone is considered as a thank you gift. After the matter is completed, as long as my demon soul recovers and returns to my physical body, I will give you a big thank you. When Emperor Kuan said this, his body released a strong aura of majesty, which made people jump, as if the golden carp in front of him was the master of Wan Kuan, the supreme monster. That's right. Chu Yan, what it said is true. At this moment, the voice of the green-armored giant also rang in the ears of several people at the same time. The primordial Kuan clan is a vassal race of the God clan. After the God clan disappeared, the primordial Kuan clan failed to counterattack the God realm. The Emperor Kuan was suppressed by the gods of the God realm. The demon soul was separated from his body, and he was severely injured. Your martial spirit is quite special, and it has a great nourishing effect on the powerful monster clan. Especially for demon souls. Originally, in this world, there is no special means to recover demon souls. Only time can be used to restore them slowly. So, I told Emperor Kuan about your situation, and he begged me to let you help him. However, everything is up to you. The blue-armored giant's tone was calm, and he quickly finished his explanation. Speaking of which, in this world of martial arts, there are no strong men who lived in the same era as him, and the primordial Emperor Kuan is one of them. Among them, of course, there is also the green-armored giant who wants to help Emperor Kuan. Isn't it? This braised carp is really the Emperor Kuan. Situ Yang was stunned, pointing at Emperor Kuan in front of him in astonishment, and exclaimed. Fatty, can you say another word about braised and soy sauce? Emperor Kuan was furious immediately, and a powerful force of will surged out, and there were bursts of thunder in the sky outside the palace. It was just before that Situ Yang blasphemed the owner of the divine palace outside the divine palace, which caused a terrifying thunder calamity. Can? Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then nodded. After listening to the giant in green armor's explanation, Chu Yan already fully understood that it was because of the Wuhun of the 5 divine beasts that Emperor Kuan came to him. Especially after I merged with the Dao map, all the 5 gods and beasts broke through to war beasts, and the fusion of the 5 elements was almost perfect. For monsters, there is no power that can be stronger than the power of divine beasts. #C2494, the Emperor covers you. Chu Yan's Wuhun is the only way for Emperor Kuan to recover the demon soul. Only by recovering the demon soul can one break the suppressing seal and regain control of one's physical body. For this, Emperor Xuan paid a huge price. For this request, Chu Yan just pondered for a while, and then directly agreed. "Senior, I believe in you." Chu Yan turned around and looked at the green-armored giant with a calm expression on his face. Of course, Chu Yan would not object to the request of the Qingjia giant to help me between life and death. Moreover, the golden carp in front of him is the existence of the primordial Emperor Xuan, one of the three supreme beings of the monster race. Although it is very fragile now and has no power, if it really recovers, how terrifying it will be. There's absolutely no harm in giving him a hand. Senior Xuanhuan, since you are now a damaged demon soul body, where is your physical body? Chu Yan turned his head, looked at the golden carp, and asked, curiously. My Emperor's Xuan body is intact, it's just sleeping temporarily. Humph. Those damn aliens, God sticks, even if my Emperor's demon soul leaves my body, they will still take my body. There is nothing they can do except seal it. When Emperor Xuan said this, his fish eyes were full of anger, and the Xuan's breath around him trembled violently. As for where is the Emperor's body? You will know later. Before on the Purple Road, I saw that the body of the Zijin Tianquan was 7 or 8,000 feet long, so your body? Chu Yan asked. The three supreme monster clans, the dragon power of the dragon clan, the physical body of the Xuan clan, and the speed of the golden-winged Peng, each almost represents the ultimate. Therefore, Chu Yan is very curious, how big is the body of the Emperor of the Xuan clan? You know, among Chu Yan's 5 divine beast spirits, the Xuanwu battle spirit's soul body is extremely huge. After turning into a battle spirit, its soul body is nearly 50 miles in size, nearly 5 times larger than the Zijin Tianquan. Then, how does the Xuan Emperor's Xuan body compare with the Xuanwu battle spirit? You said Zai. It is only a third-order Tianquan. Compared with a 9th-rank Tianquan, it can only be regarded as a just adult Tianquan. The Emperor's Xuan body has existed for hundreds of millions of years. How can it be then? Humph. God sticks, just wait, when I regain my body, I will crush them all into slag. Xuanhuang's eyes suddenly brightened, and amidst the roar, the void trembled. God stick. Chu Yan was a little surprised when he heard this term, and turned his head to look at the green-armored giant. The term magic stick has been heard several times from the mouth of the green-armored giant before. Obviously, the current controllers of the God realm, not only the green-armored giant, but also Xuanhuang, one of the 3 supreme beings of the demon clan, do not approve at all. Damn God stick, a group of villains, if it weren't for the slow speed of my Tianquan army, we wouldn't be one step too late. Having said that, a look of guilt and sadness flashed across the face of the golden carp. The mood dropped instantly. The bloody battle of the Xuan clan that day, the tragic song of heaven and earth that day, even after tens of millions of years, until now, they are as clear as before. All the adult Tiancans of the Tianquan clan died in battle. Since then, the Xuan clan has declined, and the whole clan has been hidden from the world. It was also from that day that no more Tian Xuan appeared in the world of martial arts. And this is not just one of the Xuan clan, but the other 2 of the 3 supreme beings of the primordial monster clan, although the dragon clan is slightly stronger than his Tian Xuan clan. But the golden-winged roc, because of the speed talent, the strong of the primordial Protoss, all like to use the golden-winged roc as their mounts. Therefore, the entire golden-winged Peng monster clan was lost almost along with the loss of the primordial god clan. Up to now, the only evidence that can prove the existence of one of the 3 supreme beings of the monster clan, the golden-winged Peng clan, is the animal bone in front of us. Who is this magic stick? Chu Yan pondered in his heart. However, if Xingtian Pavilion is so bad as the spokesperson of the current God realm, the God realm as their master is probably not much better. Okay. Let's not talk about the past. Since you agree, from today on, the Emperor will show mercy and take care of you for a while. Jean Carp changed his decadent expression, looked into Chu Yan's eyes, and said arrogantly and domineeringly. With my Emperor's care, you can be as arrogant as you want in the 10 Directions Starfield and the Martial Soul world, ha ha ha. Amidst the wanton laughter, Chu Yan's face was covered with cold sweat. Arrogant at will. How is it possible? Wait. Looking at the arrogantly proud Emperor Kuan, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Just now, the Kuan Emperor said that among the Kuan clan, the Zijing Tian Kuan's nearly 10,000-foot-long body is considered to be just an adult. Then what a colossal monster the Kuan Emperor's Kuan body would be. Could it be that, as in the legend, it is bigger than an ocean? Wouldn't it be cool if this Emperor Kuan became his mount? When Chu Yan thought of this, he was immediately stimulated by his consciousness, and the blood in his whole body boiled. Among the 3 supreme monster clans, the Golden-Winged Pun clan, which is the most suitable mount, has been completely destroyed, and the Dragon clan is too proud to accept it as a mount for a warrior. Only this Kuan clan is the most ideal. Moreover, the one in front of him is Emperor Kuan, and now he still has something to ask of him, and there is a giant in blue armor behind him. So now is definitely a golden opportunity. Just do it when you think about it. This is Chu Yan's consistent character, and he will never procrastinate, so Chu Yan smiled lightly, looked at the golden carp in front of him, and said. Meet, Senior Xuanhuan, I have something I want to discuss with you. Chu Yan took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said. What's the matter? Tell me. The golden carp's chin was upturned, and it was extremely beneficial to Chu Yan's attitude, and the arrogance on his face was even stronger. If I help you recover your demon soul and return to your Kuan body, then, can you sign a spiritual contract with me? Chu Yan fell to the ground with a word, staring at Emperor Kuan closely, with a nervous expression on his face. What? Sign a spiritual contract with me. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, Emperor Kuan's whole fish jumped up directly, making a roar that shook the sky. Bold! How dare you blaspheme the majesty of the Emperor? I want to chop. The golden carp was completely enraged, and it exploded at Kunwai like a tide, so that Chu Yan and Situ Yang's bodies couldn't stand at all, and they staggered to this side. Boom, boom. In the sky outside the hall, large expanses of thunderclouds continued to gather, making the sound of rolling thunder that shook the heavens and the earth. This scene was much more horrifying than the scene where the terrifying thunderstorm fell outside the Divine Emperor's palace. Snort. At this moment, behind Chu Yan, the giant in blue armor let out a heavy snort. On the blue sky lotus, a large piece of blue light shot into the sky. Wherever it passed, the violent Kunwai calmed down instantly. Master War God. I was wrong. Emperor Kuan was taken aback, and looked up to see the gloomy expression on the face of the blue-armored giant, and he hesitated for a second. Chu Yan, do you know that millions of years ago, the Emperor led an army of 100,000 Kuns to attack the God Realm, and with the strength of a clan, he forged the entire God Realm. The dignity of the monster race is even higher than life and everything for us. And I, as one of the 3 supreme monster clans, the Emperor of the Kuan clan. Even if my soul is gone, it is absolutely impossible to desecrate the glory of the Kuan clan. #C2495 Tian Kuan is the seat. As these words came out, an incomparably domineering aura surged from the golden carp Emperor Kuan. The surrounding void buzzed and trembled, as if shocked by its aura, everyone was trembling. How domineering is the power of the 3 supreme monster clans, the Tian Kuan Emperor. Although just now, the heavy snort of the blue-armored giant extinguished his fury, but it didn't mean that his will would really yield. Because he is the Emperor Kuan. The ancient Tian Kuan clan, the real emperor. Even though Kunkan has been in decline for tens of thousands of years and its momentum is no longer there, the glory of the Kuan clan will never be lost. This is his last dignity as the emperor of the Tian Kuan clan. Senior, don't get excited. I'm just discussing with you. Chu Yan didn't expect that his own words would cause such a big reaction from Emperor Kuan, and he almost ran away immediately. For Chu Yan, since he got to know Little White Bear, his attitude towards the monster clan is completely different from that of other warriors. Other warriors regard monsters as resources, objects of cultivation, or slave beasts, and even better, they only see them as assistants. However, Chu Yan is different. He has always regarded monsters as partners and friends. This point is most evident in the deep relationship between him and Little White Bear. Sometimes, even if some precious resources are rarely used or not used by him, he still has to keep them for Little White Bear. Therefore, after following Chu Yan, Little White Bear's demon cultivator has increased in speed, and I am afraid that in the current demon world, it is absolutely monstrous. Therefore, if he can take this opportunity to subdue the Kuan Emperor, it will definitely be of great benefit to himself and the Little White Bear as the Empress of the ancient Kuan clan. Just when Chu Yan was completely disappointed, Emperor Kuan's voice sounded, making Chu Yan startled suddenly. It's okay to discuss. Emperor Kuan's face gradually calmed down, and his fish eyes shone brightly. Can discuss it. Chu Yan was full of astonishment. That's right. My Kuan clan has a great enmity with the God realm. I swore an oath before the Holy Spirit, as long as anyone can avenge me and revive my Kuan clan's prestige, I will spare no expense. Listen clearly, it costs everything. Emperor Kuan stared at Chu Yan with a serious face, as if he was saying something extremely important. Because this matter is very difficult. If the Kuan clan wanted revenge, it was tantamount to going against the God clan, and it was even more difficult to revive the reputation of the Kuan clan. Such a thing, even the green-armored giant known as Lord God of War by Emperor Kuan, would not be able to do it. It can even be said that in this martial spirit world, it is impossible for anyone to do it. However, in any despair, there is hope. Just like Lord God of War chose to parasitize in this sea of consciousness of Chu Yan, waiting for the rumored heavenly curse. Since the green-armored giant pinned his hopes on this Chu Yan, perhaps it was worth a try. No problem. Even if Emperor Kuan's tone was aggravated, Chu Yan still didn't even think about it. He directly agreed. God realm, I'm going to go sooner or later. Chu Yan looked at Emperor Kuan with the same serious expression. Since the goal is the same, there is no problem. You mean what you say? Chu Yan asked with a smile. Of course. What the Emperor said represents the Kuan clan, so there is no need to doubt the integrity of our monster clan. What's more, I am the Emperor of the Tian Kuan clan. Emperor Kuan's answer was equally straightforward. Hearing Emperor Kuan's answer, Chu Yan's mind was settled, and in this way, the problem would not be a big one. The agreement between Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan had just been reached. Situ Yang, who was standing beside him, looked at Emperor Kuan with a charming smile, and said with a wretched smile. My Lord Kuan Emperor, I have already seen that you are wise and powerful, you are the dragon of the Kuan, the overlord of heaven and earth. I doubted you just now, it was my fault. It's all my fault. I don't know. Your Kuan clan still lacks gatekeepers. I, Situ Yang, will never say anything, especially in terms of spirit patterns and spirit arrays. I don't mind any ancient spirit arts. Now, Situ Yang finally confirmed that the golden carp he despised before him was the emperor of the Tiankuan clan. Moreover, for him, the most important thing is that it is the boss of the primordial Kuan clan. What a concept! Even in the 10 Directions starfield, no matter whether it is the 3 major forces or the 7 great clans, none of them can compare. How to put it, They are also powerful clans from the ancient times, and the historical precipitation and accumulation are by no means comparable to the current trend of these powerful clans. Therefore, if you have a good relationship with this Emperor Kuan, the benefits will be less. What's more, he and Chu Yan entered the forbidden area of Antarctic Sea this time, and it turned out that the core area was their bedroom. In other words, all the treasures and resources in the Divine Palace belong to others. This is not something that has no owner, and people can give it to whoever they want. Before, Xie was almost struck by lightning because he said something wrong at the gate of Xuanhuan Palace, but now in front of him, he bullied him for his weak soul and body, saying that he wanted to burn him in red. This offended him to death, and if he wants to ask for treasures from him, is it possible? Humph. Fatty, didn't you say that the Emperor is shameless and wants to burn the Emperor? The golden carp snorted arrogantly, raised its chin, and looked at Xie with displeasure. Chu Yan, calm your mind and open up your sea of consciousness. This Emperor is going to put up a fight with you. Turning his head, Emperor Kuan said to Chu Yan. Show me off. Oh, good. Chu Yan was startled, then reacted casually, nodded, looked at Xie and smiled sympathetically. This Emperor Kuan is big enough to drive, so he will save face. It seems that Xie has offended him, and if he wants to come back, he probably has no hope. Chu Yan, that heavenly Kuan robe, you can use my Emperor's Kuan aura to fuse it later, and use it as a defense for your physical body. This can be regarded as the first benefit that the Emperor gave you. It's a trivial matter, so there is no need to thank you. After finishing speaking proudly, as if rewarding Chu Yan with great benefits, Emperor Kuan glared at Xie, turned into a golden light, and flew towards Chu Yan's brow. A powerful terrifying aura exploded as soon as it came into contact with Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Thousands of golden lights exploded, and countless sky kuns roared sharply. An astonishing power swept across like a flood. Even if it was Chu Yan, who was swept by this power, his whole body trembled and his soul was terrified. Although this Xuanhuan's demon soul has been weakened to the limit, even this remnant of power has such terrifying power. If it was in its heyday, even a shock of the Kuan Emperor's will might break his soul. Even so, this is still in the case of his own Dao map and Emperor Seal body protection. If it is replaced by other emperors, his soul will be wiped out on the spot and he will be taken away directly. Sense of God, open. With a soft shout, Chu Yan circulated the Dao diagram, protected his body, and opened a gap to allow the demon soul of Emperor Kuan to enter. #C2496 scared the king. It was almost the demon soul breath of the Kuan Emperor, and the moment it connected with Chu Yan's consciousness, the Tian Kuan battle robe on Chu Yan radiated a dazzling light. One after another Tian Kuan spirit seals seemed to come alive in an instant, cruising out of Chu Yan's robe, and hovering in the surrounding void. It seems that the Tian Kuan transformed by these spiritual seals is guarding the fusion of Chu Yan and Kuan Huang. Roar! 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 Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, silver, and golden colors, 9 sky kuns in 9 colors, roamed in the sky, and the raging Kuan energy released scattered in all directions. After 10 breaths of time, the 9 heavenly kuns roared together, turned into 9 streams of light, and rushed straight towards Chu Yan. Hum. A series of 9 different lights burst out in various ways on Chu Yan's body, and the 9 heavenly kuns turned into 9 heavenly Kuan spirit seals, which directly merged with Chu Yan's physical body. At this moment, Chu Yan's physical body was filled with incomparably rich Kuan power, which made him feel that his power had skyrocketed by more than 5 times. What's more, a breath of the supreme beast overflowed from his body. Even Xie was startled suddenly. I thought that Chu Yan was about to transform into a monster, flying straight to Jiuxiao, just like those Tian kuns. The incomparably domineering Xuanhuan breath overflowed from Chu Yan's body, causing tens of thousands of kuns above the 9 heavens to roar in unison. From the moment these spirit patterns merged with his physical body, Chu Yan felt that his physical body had completely changed. What a strong sense of power! The physical strength has been doubled. Chu Yan's face was full of joy. The last time I conceived the Tao map and condensed the Emperor's seal, my cultivation level directly rose from the Wudi realm to the 5th heaven of the Great Emperor realm. With such a huge improvement in cultivation base, Chu Yan didn't have time to cultivate his physical foundation. Right now, with the blessing of this Kuan body, the strength of the physical body will directly increase by 3 times, which is much better than the effect of his cultivation. The point is, this is faster. Moreover, this is the power of the Emperor of the Sky Kuan. In the world of martial arts, it is the most extreme blessing of physical strength. With this Xuanhuan body, not to mention the Great Emperor realm, even the Saint Emperor realm, it is impossible for someone to break through Chu Yan's physical defense. Damn, God, divine beast. Fuck me, what the hell is this? Demon God Tianzuan. Also, and this, what is this? It can't be the soul of Lord War God himself. Damn it, what kind of Tao map is this? You are only in the Great Emperor realm, so you have a Tao map. Oh my God. This is the Emperor's seal. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, Emperor Kuan's exclamation was like thunder, making Chu Yan's sea of consciousness tremble continuously. This exclamation sounded with a shrill scream, as if the Emperor of the Tian Kuan clan was frightened to the point of madness by something extremely terrifying. Then, there was a long silence, a deathly silence. Xuanhuan, who was staying in the sky above the sea of consciousness, looked at the terrifying existence in the sea of consciousness. Xuanhuan was completely stupid. The whole body is stiff there. It's like petrification. However, not only because of shock, but also for other reasons. After all, not everyone can enter and exit Chu Yan's sea of consciousness casually. Emperor Kuan rushed in swaggeringly, and as soon as he landed, before he could stand still, 5 gods and beasts rushed towards Wuhun mountain, surrounded him in all directions, and 10 pairs of beast eyes stared fiercely at him. With him. If it was an ordinary beast spirit, seeing Emperor Kuan would definitely scare the shit out of him, but now, in front of the 5 divine beast spirits, Emperor Kuan is at most a small follower. Just these 5 big bosses almost made Emperor Kuan's weak demon soul collapse in fright. But before he could react at all, a holy Rakshasa who was as tall as a mountain and released a monstrous evil energy all over his body took a step forward and arrived in front of Emperor Kuan. Looking down with a pair of gold and silver demon god eyes, he immediately snorted coldly with disdain, just the 2 snorts, followed by Men Kuan who turned dozens of times behind him. The power of the 9 Sun Sword Lotus Dao too followed closely, a violent killing intent and sharp cold air almost froze him into an ice sculpture. If it wasn't for his smiling face and showing no hostility at all, Jiuxiao Dao too might have cut him into pieces with one blow. The blue sky lotus of the blue-armored giant can be said to be the friendliest to him, but at such a close distance, let him face the Lord War God of the primordial Protoss, the coercion almost made him suffocate. Originally, I thought that after arriving at Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, he only needed to release a little bit of Emperor Kuan's will to frighten all of Chu Yan's martial souls, so that he could become the king here and continue to be his emperor. But he didn't expect that he didn't have a firm foot, and under repeated heavy blows, his demon soul was almost crippled. It's no wonder Lord God of War has taken a fancy to this kid, he really has a clue. The next moment, when the surrounding elders lost interest in Emperor Kuan and dispersed, the calm Emperor Kuan suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Didn't scare you? Chu Yan was a little worried, turned into a body of divine consciousness, returned to the sea of consciousness, and appeared in front of Emperor Kuan. If Chu Yan hadn't arrived in time, the Wuxin Wuhun and Saint Raksha would certainly not let the Emperor Kuan go so easily. After all, they were very upset by Emperor Kuan's arrogant attitude outside just now. Scared? How is it possible? My emperor. Roar. 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 Before Emperor Xuan could finish speaking, several low growls and roars sounded from Wuhun Mountain in the distance, and the pagoda hall not far away. Cough cough. Ben Xuan can be regarded as having seen a face, a strong man from the ancient times. What scene has he not seen? While speaking, Emperor Xuan kept gazing into the distance with a pair of fish eyes, and lowered his voice for fear of being heard by those big shots again. However, no matter what, Emperor Xuan is now dependent on others, so it is necessary to lower his posture. Senior Xuanhuan, I think there are many combat skills and techniques in that square. Can you see if you can? Chu Yan smiled lightly and asked. Now, the main task has been completed. Next, it should be time to harvest. After all, Emperor Xuan is about to lead this piece of God Palace. Wouldn't it be too wasteful for these resources and wealth to stay here? Those are worthless. You can do whatever you want. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Emperor Xuan, who had shrunk his neck, immediately became proud, waved his hand, and said with disdain. Haha, Lord Halilwang is too awesome. What about the ancient spirit patterns and treasures in this palace? Xie has always been connected with Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, and when he heard Emperor Xuan's words, he immediately spoke. Do whatever you want. It's your reward. But, fat man, let me remind you that these ancient spirit patterns are very powerful. If something happens, and the damage is here, don't blame me. Bye, these things are too bad, and I don't bother to clean them up. Some spirit patterns and treasures are still dangerous. In fact, Emperor Xuan was unable to deal with those powerful treasures after the demon soul was damaged, so he kept them in the warehouse and did not dare to touch them. Of course, don't worry, leave it to me. Xie was extremely excited when he heard it, and quickly slapped his chest loudly. Don't be afraid that those spirit patterns are strong. If the ancient spirit patterns are not strong, Xie won't be interested. So, next, Chu Yan and Xie began to sweep the entire God Palace. #C2497 Kunyu Leifa Temple. The Divine Palace is divided into 9 halls. Starting from the 5th hall, all kinds of resources and wealth are piled up like a mountain. Although Chu Yan has never seen the treasure houses of the powerful sects in the 10 Directions Starfield, he firmly believes that the resource treasures in the Divine Palace absolutely surpass any powerful forces. After all, almost half of the treasures and wealth harvested in front of him are ancient treasures. Just the word immemorial can increase the value of any treasure several times. Moreover, the wealth in the Divine Palace was accumulated by the Tianquan clan for countless years, and it all made Chu Yan and Xie cheaper. Speaking of which, Xie gains from this trip were much greater than Chu Yan's. After all, the Tianquan family is a monster, and they don't collect many training resources and treasures for warriors. On the contrary, various spirit lines and arrays that can assist in improving combat power and speed are the best of all the monsters. Sweeping all the way, Xie mouth was crooked when he smiled, and he hardly closed his mouth for 3 whole days. After working with Xie for a day, Chu Yan didn't bother to care about it anymore, and threw the work of harvesting wealth and treasures to Xie. He went straight to the square in front of the 1st hall of the Emperor's palace, came to the altar group full of combat skills and emperor techniques, and began to practice. The fusion of Tianquan's robe and the physical body has greatly increased the strength of Chu Yan's physical body, and it is extremely necessary to consolidate the foundation. However, these combat skills and imperial techniques in front of him made Chu Yan full of excitement. Titled the Great Emperor, conceived the Tao map, condensed the Emperor's seal, it can be regarded as a complete step into the cultivation base of the Great Emperor, but Chu Yan's real Great Emperor's combat skills have not been touched at all. Now, here's a great opportunity. Although the Tianquan family cannot practice the Emperor skills of warriors, since the ancient times, the collection of emperor skills is not too much. But what is certain is that each of the emperor skills here is definitely the batch with the highest value after selection. Chu Yan sat cross-legged in the middle of a large altar, urging the Rakshasa true energy, while tempering the body. He kept reaching out, grabbing scrolls of emperor skills from the sacrifice, and carefully read them. From this point of view, it took a whole month, and Chu Yan was completely immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. It's not that these emperor skills are so mysterious and profound. For Chu Yan, who has the blessing of the white tiger's fighting spirit, any mysterious emperor skills are nothing to worry about. It's because the current Chu Yan, no matter which book of emperor skills he reads, the 9-sun sword lotus Dao map in the sea of consciousness will shoot out a mysterious light, rejecting these emperor skills from appearing in the world of sea of consciousness. Warriors practice emperor skills, they all evolve and comprehend in the world of the sea of consciousness. If the information of the emperor skills cannot enter the sea of consciousness, of course they cannot practice in depth. Chu Yan tried to communicate with 9-sun sword lotus, and finally understood the intention of 9-sun sword lotus. Because the will of the 9-sun sword lotus is to let Chu Yan integrate all kinds of skills and create his own emperor skills. Moreover, this requirement is mandatory. As long as the 9-sun sword lotus exists, Chu Yan will not be able to practice any ordinary emperor skills other than self-created emperor skills. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Waking up from practice, Chu Yan has the Haotian sword in his left hand and the broken heaven sword in his right hand, standing like a pine tree on the altar square, tall and straight like a mountain. The face is indifferent and confident. "Brother! Come on." Just after waking up from training, Situ Yang's voice sounded. Following Situ Yang's voice, Chu Yan flashed and turned into a purple sword light, cutting across the void like lightning, and disappeared instantly on the spot. When he reappeared, he was in a hidden palace in the Xuanhuan Palace. This hall named Kunyu Leifa Palace is next to Xuanhuang's original residence hall, and its location is extremely important. Together with Situ Yang, there is also the incarnation of Emperor Xuan, who is introducing something to Situ Yang with a proud face. For the Thunder Palace of the Xuan domain, it is my ancient Tian Xuan clan. Every adult Tian Xuan needs to go through the test when they break through to become a battle Xuan. Only a Tian Xuan who has passed the test, and his body has experienced 99,900 lightning strikes, can become the body of a Zhan Xuan. So, my Xuan family has a huge physical body, which is by no means comparable to that of ordinary monsters. Just like the Zhan Xuan who came from here, even if we fight against the Dragon Clan, even if we stand there, with 10 moves, the Dragon Clan can't break through my Zhan Xuan's physical defense. This is just physical defense, without any Kunli blessing. Emperor Xuan looked at Situ Yang and Chu Yan with a look of surprise and a smug smile on his face. "Walk into." Chu Yan's eyes were shining, and a wave of true energy enveloped Situ Yang, and he rushed directly into the purple gold hall. Boom! 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 It was almost the figures of the two people, and the moment they disappeared in the hall, the sound of terrifying thunder explosions came from the hall. "Mom! Brother, save me!" Damn it, this is even scarier than the previous thunder tribulation. Situ Yang is a spirit pattern master, and his physical strength is completely different from that of martial artists of the same rank. Such a terrifying thunder field is simply not something he can bear. To be precise, even the most common lightning in the thunder field can directly turn his body into dust. However, of course Chu Yan knew this, and at the same time, it was also the reason why he was drawn into this Kunyu thunder technique practice. Chu Yan was dressed in a black robe, and his whole body was full of electric light. He stood in front of Situ Yang, bathed in the bombardment of thunder, and the Suzaku war spirit flew into the void, tightly protecting Chu Yan and Situ Yang. Starting from a thunderstorm, Chu Yan began to practice, and the rest of the thunderstorms were directly swallowed by the Suzaku martial soul. And Xie Yang, hiding behind Chu Yan, began to try to temper those blasted lightning bolts and fuse them into his own body. This time in retreat, the time is longer. Half a year later, when Xie Yang came out of the hall of Kuan Yu Lei Fa, 7 colors of thunder flashed in his slitted eyes, and the thunder all over his body made even the Kuan Emperor look stunned. Hey, from now on, my young master can be regarded as half of the sky. Xie Yang, who had a wretched smile on his face, raised his hand and squeezed it suddenly. The void in the palm of his hand was directly crushed by him and exploded, completely reduced to dust. After practicing this time, his physical strength has increased by nearly 100 times. 100 times? That's right, it's 100 times. The shortcoming of the spirit pattern master's weak body has been completely reversed in him. Now, his physical strength is definitely weaker than that of the Holy Emperor. It is definitely not bragging to say that he is the spirit pattern master with the strongest physical body in the 10 directions starfield. Continue to work. Xie Yang let out a long breath, glanced at the somewhat sluggish Kuan Emperor in front of him, chuckled, then turned his head, glanced at the Kuan Domain Thunder Law Hall behind him, and the corners of his eyes twitched twice. Brother, what a pervert. #C2498 ups and downs. Xie Yang left because, according to his cultivation, he had already reached the limit after experiencing the 7-fold thunder method. And Chu Yan, who is experiencing the 8th level of lightning at this time, is far from the limit of the physical body. Both of them are warriors who are fused with the Tiankuan divine robe and have a Kuan energy in their bodies. This piece of Kuan domain lightning technique can make their physical bodies undergo qualitative changes. Of course, the prerequisite is that the realm of cultivation is the foundation. Therefore, even if it was the Kuan clan in the ancient times, the Tian Kuan who were qualified to enter this Kuan domain thunder art practice were all adult Tian Kuan. Xuanhuan, let me see the treasure house of your Kuan clan. Xie Yang stood in front of the hall, looked at the stunned Emperor Kuan with a smile on his face, and said with a smile. Clan library. Impossible. Xie Yang's expression changed his face in shock. Xuanhuan refused without thinking. Just kidding, the clan library is the foundation for the survival and development of their monster clan. How could it be possible for outsiders to enter at will? The treasures and resources in the 9 halls were wiped out by these 2 guys. Although it hurt the Emperor Kuan a little, after all, these were not used by their Kuan clan. But in the family library, it is completely different. Although the Tiankuan clan is now in decline, if it can be revived one day, the resources and treasures in this clan's treasury will be the foundation. Therefore, Emperor Kuan regards this family bank more than his own life. However, when he said a word, and saw Xie Yang's wretched smile on his face getting bigger and bigger, the corners of his eyes twitched suddenly, and he regretted wanting to slap himself a few times. This Xie Yang is obviously a fraud. Originally, he didn't know whether the Kuan clan had a group treasure house, and seeing that he was a little lost, he just opened his mouth to test it. This time, it really made him test it out. As the saying goes, if you are not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid of thieves thinking about you. This time, let this fat man know the existence of the treasure house of the Kuan clan, and at the same time, the 9 palaces are all empty, so it's no wonder he doesn't think about it. Hey, Emperor Kuan, do you know that being alone is not as good as being happy with all? In front of the Leifa Hall in the Kuan domain, Xie Yang began to bombard the Kuan Emperor spirit. Anyway, if he is idle, and Xie Yang will never give up. At the same time, the Antarctic Sea is forbidden. A group of experienced emperors and powerhouses began to return to the dark world of the Buddha one after another. During this trip to the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea, the great emperors gained a lot, and some even got the ancient inheritance, and their cultivation level was raised to a higher level. And someone found a valley of holy stones in the mountains outside the forbidden area, and there are thousands of holy stones in it. After a great battle, the 1,000 holy stones were divided by many great emperors and powerhouses. All kinds of adventures and gains made half of the hundreds of great emperors return home satisfied. On the other side, another forbidden area in the Buddha Dark World was opened 3 months later, and immediately attracted a large number of warriors. After that, there were less than 10 great emperor powerhouses who remained in the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea. Among them, Bujingtian, Thunder Soul Emperor, and the 3 who went back and forth, searching everywhere in the forbidden area. Of course, they were not looking for treasures and holy stones, but people. Especially Bujingtian, whose face was full of anger, and who was struck by lightning, as if a moving volcano was about to explode in an instant. On Xie Avenue before, his clone was killed by Chu Yan, which caused him a great loss. How could this enmity be endured? Who was Bujingtian? That is number 1 on the list of great emperors, an existence that is invincible in the world. After being killed by Chu Yan, Bujingtian's deity came directly to smash that Chu Yan's corpse into thousands of pieces. And the 3 Thunder Soul Emperors who had the same fate and pity each other, directly turned into shocking dog legs, and also searched for Chu Yan all over the forbidden area. With Bujingtian here, the 4 of them join forces and have a good chance to kill Chu Yan. However, after searching for several months, I didn't even find a ghost. After searching for another month, Bujingtian and Lei Hun the Great left the Antarctic Sea forbidden area with depressed faces, and returned to their respective sects. And during this period, an earth-shattering event happened. For Anai Shindao, the news that the 2 great clans of the alliance were preparing to go to war finally spread. As the spokesperson of the God Realm, Xingtian Pavilion, how could it be possible to sit back and watch? The 3 holy emperors flew out of the holy mountain and made the first move. On the list of gods, a total of 18 one-star sinners were killed by the 3 saint emperors of Xingtian Pavilion. All of a sudden, Megatron star fields in 10 directions, all the forces were silent. At the same time, the completely changed atmosphere of the 10 directions starfield made everyone feel a faint killing intent wandering between heaven and earth. Every strong trend, all tense up. Sensing the imminent war and the changing atmosphere of the world, the major sects are all trying their best to cultivate their own forces and enhance their self-protection power. In the 10 directions starfield, whether it is the star list or the ranking of the sky list, drastic changes are taking place. At the same time, in the Nishan Dao headquarters, in the Nishan Great Hall, Aoki Sword God, Wuji God Emperor, Xuanhuan God Emperor, including the white-robed chief steward, Ouyang Nantian, and other core figures against the Tao of God. They were gathering together, discussing something with solemn faces. Ha ha ha, it's so lively this time. Over at Xingtian Pavilion, some people can't sit still. Ouyang Nantian was full of complacency, and said with a smile. That's right. It seems that they already know about the opening of the holy tomb of my God-defying way. The act of killing the sinners ordered by the gods is for us to see. The white-robed chief nodded. Declaration of force, control the 10 directions, star field. Qingmu Jianshan said in a deep voice with no expression on his face. That's right. Show off your muscles, and tell us that there are other forces, they are the bosses of the 10 directions starfield. Emperor Xuanhuan smiled all over his face, and said disdainfully. Humph. Let them dance, we will do as we want. Ouyang Nantian snorted coldly. Suddenly, in front of the Wuji God Emperor who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, on a black compass, thousands of stars flashed, and a large area of star brilliance instantly filled the entire hall. There is a result. When the vision happened, all the bosses turned their heads and looked at God Emperor Wuji. Just now, the promised God Emperor deduced the movement of the heavens and wanted to predict the changes in the rules, but what appeared in front of them now was the result of the deduction. The sea of stars floats and sinks, all souls return to heaven. The promised God Emperor's face darkened slightly, and he sang something in a low voice. After a while, he got up and looked at Aoki Sword God. Brother, it's almost there. It's completely chaotic. This sentence was said in a mess, but when all the bosses heard it, they nodded in unison, with a faint smile on their faces at the same time. Xuanhuan, let's do it. Aoki Sword God said. When these words landed, the eyes of Sword God Aoki swept over every big boss present, and said with a deep expression. This time the secret is opened by Chu Yan. Whether he can break the rules of gods and demons and return to the origin of the martial arts world depends on him. And we, do what we should do. Hearing this, all the big bosses nodded in unison, took out the jade talisman one by one, all of them entered a consciousness, and passed it into the jade talisman. In an instant, dozens of messages spread out like a net in the sky of the dark temple of Nashendo, towards the world of the 10 Directions star field. #C2499 Aliens. Time goes by, undercurrents are like tides, and wind and cloud meet. 9 Heavens Outer Heaven, the supreme gate of the God realm, the valley of sealing demons. The fairy spirit is fluttering, the spiritual source is cruising, and the peace is better than the heaven on earth. Being in it, you are like a fairy in the mountains. A fairy in a green dress appeared, lingering in mid-air, walking under the light lotus. She passed 10,000 steps, and landed in front of an old man. A smile appeared on her delicate face, and said, Master, now that my cultivation base has broken through, can I go down to the lower realm? Hearing what the fairy in the green skirt said, the old man with long beard sitting cross-legged on a golden lotus leaf slowly opened his eyes and looked at the woman. The world is impermanent, the way of heaven is ever-changing, the lower realm called is no longer the previous lower realm. The long-bearded old man shook his head slightly, but sighed lightly, looking at the large black valley ahead. His face was thoughtful. People like them are the lowest existences in the God realm, otherwise they guard the 9 passages and large borders of the God realm. Such tasks and responsibilities are lifelong and even hereditary. It has been passed down from generation to generation, and there is no end at all. Although there are oracles in the God realm, people who have made great achievements can still have the opportunity to be promoted to become citizens of the God realm. However, one day in the mountains, thousands of years in the world. It is absolutely impossible to make great achievements by guarding the demon sealing valley that has been silent for hundreds of millions of years. Therefore, for tens of thousands of years, the only fun is to take advantage of the opportunity to go down to the realm and play while the evil energy in the sealing demon valley is thin. This is the only joy in life for a foreigner. Master. The fairy in the green skirt looked anxious, and wanted to plead again. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Master, something has happened. Something big has happened. Amidst the hasty shouts, a figure in green robe rushed towards him from the mountain range of sealing demon valley in front of him. It's not good, Master. The green-robed young man jumped dozens of miles in less than a few breaths, and landed in front of the old man, gesticulating in a hurry. News came from the outpost. In the 7th district, time and space collapsed, and a road-like crack appeared. What? The 7th district. This is coming back. The old man's calm face just now was full of astonishment and shock in an instant. He leaped down from the golden lotus leaf, raised his hand towards the sky, and shot out a golden aura, which flew thousands of feet away and exploded. Swish! 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 Countless figures, wearing golden armor, received an alarm from the surrounding mountains and flew towards them. In less than 10 breaths, nearly 1,000 golden-armored generals, armed with long soldiers, gathered in front of the old man in an orderly formation. The first team, surround the valley of sealing demons. Be alert. The second team, go to the 7th area, investigate the space-time collapse, investigate the details, and report back as soon as there is news. The third team, block the 6th and 8th districts, be alert. Order after order was issued. Teams of golden armored generals led the way. Soon, thousands of gold-armored generals all soared into the sky and flew towards the opposite of the Fangmoga mountain range. Master, what happened in the 7th district? What is coming back? Seeing the excited expression on the old man's face, the woman in the green skirt couldn't help asking curiously. The absolute divine path connecting the God realm to the lower realm has finally returned. Now is our perfect opportunity. I've been waiting for 1,000,000 years. It's finally here. Ha ha ha. Get ready. When the absolute territory divine path returns, it will be the day to be promoted to the gods. The old man's emotions, because he was too excited, said a lot at once, and even his excited body trembled a little. At the same time, the scene that took place at the gate of the God realm, the Valley of Sealing Demons, shocked the 10 Directions starfield and all major forces. The 3 major forces, the 7 great war clans and other powerful clans were all shocked by the sudden change in the 10th star field. You know, the 10 Direction star field, that is, the 10 Direction star field, as we all know, there is only the 9 Direction star field world. And the 10th star field, which has been in the state of the primordial star sea for a long time, is like a sea separated by mountains, which cannot be reached at all. But today, the 10th star field is rumbling continuously, and a 7-color spacetime tide stretches out from the Hongming star field and connects towards the 9th star field. It's as if a drifting continent suddenly changed its direction and moved in, completely covering the original natural dangers, and they were about to be connected together. Wuhun world, the legend about the 10th star field, although there are countless versions, but one of them is the same. That is, when the 10th star field is opened, it is the time when the Forbidden God Absolute Domain returns. Forbidden God Absolute Territory. According to the legend, it belongs to a forbidden area in the God realm. At this moment, in just 3 days, the entire 10 Direction star field, like a frenzy, whipped up shocking waves. All major forces, powerful people from all sides, even those who are secluded cultivators, all of them have red eyes, their consciousness is like a tide, and the blood in their whole body is boiling with excitement. Brother, hurry up, send someone to Shifeng, it's urgent. Notify the Elder Hall, go to the main hall to discuss matters quickly, and those who are late will be expelled from the long hall. Go. Order, all the elite disciples of Shenglongtang, assemble. Those who go out rush back to the sect immediately. Report to the Supreme Elder that the vision of the forbidden land of the Star Sea in the 10 Directions has occurred, and there seems to be a sign of return. Send people and go to the 10 Directions immediately to find out all the information and pass it on to the sect. Everyone, act now. The sect forces are the main ones, and only some forces with a little strength, all of them move upon hearing the news, and the whole sect joins them. Forbidden Land of the Gods, the legendary Forbidden Land of the Gods. For the major sects, each strong person represents countless precious resources such as spiritual treasures, exercises, emperor arts, etc. You must know that this is a forbidden area connected to the God realm, and the resources and wealth produced are by no means comparable to the forbidden area of the 10 Directions starfield. No matter who it is, if they get these, their strength will be greatly increased and they will soar into the sky. Now, the opportunity is at hand. No one wants to miss such an opportunity, and is even more unwilling to see that other sect forces or strong people get it before themselves, or get more. Therefore, a large number of people, as the first mover, were continuously sent to the 10th star field to investigate the exact information. Whether it was the Hunyuanzong, the Dark Temple, the 7 war clans, or even the Xingtian Pavilion and Nishendo, all the top leaders of the top forces were alarmed. All kinds of urgent high-level boss meetings were hurriedly held at the same time as the people who set out to investigate. For these omen bosses, if any forbidden land and absolute domain were opened within the 10 directions star field, it would be impossible to cause such a big shock. Because, for the cultivation of these bigwigs, the forbidden area in the 10 directions star field is no longer attractive to them. Now, only breaking through the divine realm can truly move their souls. This forbidden god territory, which has returned for millions of years, is exactly such a place with the vague hope of a sudden divine realm. This is the place of hope to break through the divine realm. #C 2500 10th Party Star Field. The storm sweeping across the 10 directions of the star field is constantly brewing, and everyone is waiting. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. The first batch of spies who went to the land of forbidden gods began to pass various news back to the sect. The land of forbidden gods appears, and the outer outline can already be seen. For up to 10 days, the land of forbidden gods will be connected to the 9th world. This is true. Dragon Shadow. The real phantom of the divine dragon. According to the records, this is the place where the gods are forbidden, and it is a sign to choose the one who forbids the gods. It's so powerful, this is the breath of God. It's too strong, it's impossible to get close, we can only wait for it to connect slowly. One piece of news was sent back to the various sect forces, and all the bigwigs began to get excited. The news is true. The land of forbidden gods is really coming back. For the major powerful sects, all the historical records about the land of forbidden gods have all been searched out from the dusty classics. Combined with the news sent back by the spies, all the bigwigs carefully checked the records of the ancient times, and finally came to the same conclusion. The purpose of returning to the land of forbidden gods is to select the forbidden gods. Forbidden God, the ancient war between gods and demons, the most terrifying existence among the third-party forces, left an indelible memory for all forces and warriors. Of course, since it is a god-forbidden person, it must first be a strong person in the divine realm. Great! It's great to return to the forbidden god land. Opportunity. As long as you can enter it and be recognized, you will have the opportunity to break through to the divine realm. However, the selection of the land of forbidden gods is very strict, and there are only 3 places. Notify the whole sect, all elite disciples, the land of the forbidden gods is back, everyone is ready to become the heirs of the land of the forbidden gods. Open the treasure house and give priority to the supply of the Holy Child Hall. No matter what, this opportunity must be ours. Let all the disciples of the Buddha Dark World come back, don't waste any more time, the land of forbidden gods is the big deal. Never miss it. After confirming a lot of information about the land of forbidden gods, the bigwigs of all the major forces began to examine their sect members. Those top elite disciples who had a glimmer of hope were all called back to the sect. At this moment, the entire 10 directions starfield is in motion. The opportunity to soar into the sky, even the big bosses of the sect, let alone these elite disciples. You know, this is an opportunity to hit the divine realm. In addition to all the talented warriors, the great Emperor realm powerhouses of all major forces also began to gather and prepare. Because, in the land of forbidden gods, there is an extremely peculiar place. In that place, if you can get benefits, you can directly break through the bottleneck of cultivation and take a step forward. Many of these great Emperor realm powerhouses have been looking for opportunities to break through the bottleneck throughout their lives. But for the countless great Emperor realm powerhouses in the 10 directions starfield, such opportunities should be rare at all, and they may not be true or false. Now, the appearance of the God-forbidden land made their previously silent hearts agitated in an instant. More and more people, after receiving the news, began to look at the changes in the 10th star field, and all of them had bright eyes. Such a big event shocked not only the major sect forces, but even some terrifying existences woke up one after another. Above the 9 heavens Lingyun, in the endless void of stars, a figure sits cross-legged and floats up and down. Hey, the land of forbidden gods is about to be born. After millions of years of dormancy, I finally lost my patience. The old man in black robe opened his eyes, first took a look at the huge sky in front of him, then grinned, and turned his gaze to the side, where there was a large cloud of dazzling dragon energy beyond the starry sky hundreds of millions of miles away. A pair of eyes without pupils, only the light of stars, flickering and flickering. This old man in black robe is the envoy of the heavenly list of the 10 directions starfield. Thought that the current world is the same as it was a million years ago. Wishful thinking. Since you've come out, I'm not going to be polite. It just so happens that I have a good son. This time, I'll accept your forbidden god inheritance. Boom, boom. Just as the old man in black was whispering, above his head, a large piece of majestic mysterious light suddenly appeared, and an illusory figure appeared and spoke in a low voice. The land of forbidden gods is different from other places. Beware of Xingtian Pavilion and that person. Use this opportunity to break through our seal, and prepare countermeasures in advance. The mysterious figure who spoke was actually an envoy from the heavenly Tao of the 10 directions starfield, and his voice was extremely low and cold. Yes. Brother, don't worry, I will personally watch. No matter what they do, I will not let them succeed. When these words came out, the illusory envoy of heaven, with a pair of star eyes, flickered. In any case, the way of heaven in the 10 directions starfield must never be desecrated or destroyed. On the other side, the 100,000-mile holy mountain towers to the sky. The aura of the Shengtiange mountain range is like a giant beast, spanning the continent. With the momentum of suppressing the world, it bows down to the entire Wuhun world. Are you ready for the return of the land of forbidden gods? The heavy and majestic voice resounded through the main hall of the holy mountain. It's ready. This time, the land of forbidden gods returns, no matter who it is. As long as they dare to block our holy mountain, they will be killed without mercy. On the holy mountain, there was an echo from the sacred monument that had stood for endless years, and he replied sharply. Okay. I'll leave everything to you. The voice in the main hall of the holy mountain replied. Yeah. The Holy Stone Holy Spirit nodded. Regarding the return of the land of forbidden gods, from the first breath of receiving the news, the Holy Spirit of the sacred tablet began to arrange it, using countless magical powers, and the cost was extremely high. Whether it's Aoki or the heavenly Taoist, these people are not important. The important thing is to cut off their hopes, and don't let the person they value have any chance. The voice in the holy mountain pondered for a moment before reminding me. Of course, said the sacred tablet. A conversation, with a gloomy and hostile voice, returned to silence. However, the undercurrent of the 10 directions starfield is constantly brewing and accumulating, and various hidden forces and terrorist existences are beginning to prepare one after another. At this time, in the dark world of the Buddha, in the God Palace in the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea, Chu Yan was practicing in seclusion. In the Kunyu Thunder Palace, a large area of lightning gathered into a ball of lightning, covering Chu Yan's whole body in it. In this ball of thunder and lightning, the dense thunder and lightning continuously bombarded Chu Yan's body, and just the overflowing thunder power shattered the void around him. It is unimaginable how terrifying Lei Wei is in that ball of lightning. This is a kind of grinding experience. The physical body is almost reborn in the thunder, light and fire, and has completed a complete transformation. Especially in this ninth order thunder method, Chu Yan's original physical strength is not worth mentioning at all, and it is completely supported by the Kuan body formed not long ago. Not only the physical body, but even the 9 Sun Sword Lotus Dao map, and the Emperor Seal are all following the tempering of the Kunyu Thunder method. #C2501 closed out. Chapter 2501. Being in the thunder method of the Kuan domain, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, and purple-gold lightning bolts burst out from his eyes. The electric light in front of his eyes was directly blasted into powder, and it was cleared up in an instant. Kunya Leifa, it really is a good thing. Chu Yan stretched out his hands, and with a firm grip, a ball of lightning exploded, and the shock wave was like thunder, sweeping out in an instant. In the ball of thunder and lightning with a radius of 1,000 steps, the originally densely packed columns of lightning and light were instantly swept and crushed by this shock wave, turning into large sheets of countless electric sparks, overflowing and spreading. Even the layer of thunder and lightning surrounding Chu Yan's body suddenly exploded a few cracks, showing signs of collapse. No. Such a good opportunity can't be wasted, let's practice again. Chu Yanlei's eyes were like God's, and he looked around, and found that there was a sign of collapse in the Kunya Leifa domain, so he quickly restrained his whole body. You know, this is the 10-direction star field, the top-level physical body cultivation place. It's too wasteful for a fool to end it so early. Kuan body lightning method, between the strongest attack and the strongest defense. In the next breath, Chu Yan's pupils opened slightly, his spiritual consciousness sank inward, and he muttered words, and soon he was immersed in cultivation again. The earth shaking outside, for Chu Yan at this moment, he didn't know it at all, and couldn't disturb him in the slightest. Time flies like a white horse, and 10 days pass in the blink of an eye. Boom! A golden thunder suddenly exploded in the hall, and the sizzling thunder light scattered and rushed in all directions like ripples. Boom, boom. Bursts of muffled thunder exploded in Chu Yan's body at the same time, as if there was a mighty thundercloud in his body. The whole 3 months. How quickly! When the words landed, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and the terrifying power rushed out at the same time, sweeping all directions. This moment has finally arrived. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the 9-sun sword lotus released a myriad of mysterious lights, and the 4th lotus seed fell from the sky and landed firmly on the lotus plate of the white lotus, embedded in it. A bolt of purple thunder fell at the same time, smashing into the 9-sun sword lotus Dao diagram, exploding a circle of terrifying air. Dao 2 has finally improved. The original 3rd order Dao map has been upgraded to 4th order, and Chu Yan's 9-system fusion has taken another step forward. Swish! Taking a step forward, Chu Yan appeared directly outside the main hall from the Kunya Leifa hall, and looked around. Fatty, I'm out. The sound of thunder rolled like the wrath of a god, and the entire god palace and all the main hall shook together, as if the sky was falling apart. Ah! Big brother. In a black hall in the distance, Xie Yang was in a wretched figure, shuttling through an ancient restriction, when he was suddenly startled by the thunderclap, his body trembled. Immediately, the immemorial restraint at his feet was touched, and there was a loud explosion. Huge boulders shot out from the ground and slammed into Xie Yang's body fiercely. Call out. Hit by this blow. Xie Yang's body seemed to be hit by a big mountain, and his whole body was shot backwards towards the gate of the Black Palace, behind him like a cannonball. Flying out of the hall and rolling on the ground more than a dozen times, Xie Yang got up from the ground covered in dust, raised his head and stared fiercely, revealing the figure of King Kuan in front of the black hall with a smile on his face. You have the guts, just wait. Xie Yang couldn't help but gnaw at the Kuan emperor, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to sneak into the Kuan clan's treasury more than a dozen times. Brother is out. That's great. Turning his head and seeing the black-robed figure standing in front of the Kuan Yulei Fa hall in the distance, Xie Yang was full of joy, and ignored the joking Kuan emperor, and rushed towards Chu Yan with a dodge. Brother, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you for almost half a month. Xie Yang rushed in front of Chu Yan, danced with his hands and feet, and said excitedly, You don't know, it's going to explode outside. Oh. What happened outside? Chu Yan was stunned and asked. You don't know? In the past half a month, I have received dozens of messages. The forces of various sects are now staring at the 10th star field. I heard that the land of forbidden gods has returned. Xie Yang's eyes were shining brightly, and he explained anxiously. Look at your identity jade talisman, and I Shindao should have sent you a lot of messages. He took out the identity jade talisman, untied the seal, and took a look. Sure enough, there were more than 30 summons, all urgent. Before practicing in the Kunyu Thunder Palace, Chu Yan retreated, so he sealed all the jade talismans of communication. This method is used by most strong people when they retreat. Now that he saw the content of the summons, after a few breaths, all the news in it was known, and Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. That's great. This land of forbidden gods came so timely. Chu Yan put away the jade talisman of communication, turned to look at Emperor Kuan, and said, "How about, follow me to the forbidden god land to see?" Okay. Of course. Xuanhuan nodded in agreement with excitement on his face. However, the joy on his face froze quickly, and he shook his head and said, "Not yet, I have to seal the forbidden land in the South China Sea and return it to time and space, and the children of the Kuan clan must all settle down before we can go." "Alright then, let's go first and wait for you there." Chu Yan smiled. Immediately, they waved to Xie Yang, and the two of them opened a crack in the void, and their figures disappeared in it. Traveling through time and space, the speed is like electricity. When the two reappeared, they had already arrived at the gate of Nishindao. "Chu Yan, come to the main hall, quickly." The voice in the communication talisman was extremely eager, and Chu Yan twisted his body and flew towards the main hall of Nishan. When Chu Yan arrived at the main hall of Nishan, he saw that the square in front of the hall was densely packed with figures. All of them were strong people in the Tao, and the strong men of the two great clans gathered like a cloud. Standing in the front row were a few acquaintances. They were the 3 Thunder Soul Emperors from the Thunder clan. "Look, Elder Chu is back. It is rumored that Elder Chu has just conceived Dao too, is it true?" "Whether it's true or not, it's only at the Great Emperor realm anyway." "Humph." The appearance of Chu Yan attracted a lot of attention from the square, and aroused countless discussions. These people have heard that Chu Yan, as a great emperor, was named the 9th elder of an Shindao. All of them are not convinced, and their eyes are full of contempt and disdain. Don't talk about an Shindao, even if it is an ordinary sect force, it is impossible to become a core elder with a cultivation base of the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm. Especially the newly joined Thunder Clan and Sea Clan powerhouses were even more unconvinced, and they looked at Chu Yan with unkind eyes. "Humph. Elder Chu Yan, it's really impressive that so many people are waiting for you. The Tianhua Emperor of the Lei clan can't forget that he almost died in the hands of Chu Yan in the forbidden area of the Antarctic Sea. However, Lei clan has joined against God, so of course this kind of internal strife will not be mentioned directly, so he opened his mouth and said coldly and hotly. Sorry. Everyone, I'm late because of retreat, sorry. Chu Yan didn't even look at him, and directly cupped his hands, ringing around the audience, and when he spoke, his figure had already landed beside the white-robed manager. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2502 Forbidden Place. The 3 Thunder Soul Emperors in front of the crowd saw that Chu Yan was ignoring them, and all of them looked gloomy. Damn guy. However, the 3 of them did not attack on the spot, but looked at each other with sneers all over their faces. No matter what, the previous hatred and old hatred will be settled together when Chu Yan leaves Nishendo this time. Now, let's be arrogant for a while. Quiet. Bai Pao Zong Pao nodded to Chu Yan, then turned around, looked around the crowd and shouted loudly. Everyone, the God-forbidden land of the 10th starfield is open, a rare opportunity. Hearing the words of the white-robed manager, the eyes of everyone in the audience lit up, and everyone's faces were full of excitement and excitement. Forbidden Land. If you are lucky, you will break through the bottleneck of your cultivation in one fell swoop and soar into the sky. Boom. Just when everyone was excited, a thunderclap sounded above the sky, and 3 figures appeared in the sky, and the majestic voice resounded throughout the audience. The opening of the God-forbidden land this time is extremely dangerous. The Xingtian Pavilion has sent forces, and they will definitely target me. Aoki Sword God descended from the sky, and the breath around his body was like submerged water, without any leakage. That's right. This time, the horror is not just as simple as practicing in the forbidden area. If there is a battle, the situation will be very dangerous. God Emperor Tianji looked at the elites who were against God in front of him, and his face was also somber and dignified. So this time I will personally lead the team, so as to be sure. Emperor Xuanhuan, who landed at the end, was smiling all over his face. He glanced at Chu Yan, and the smile on his face became wider. The 3 highest against the gods are at the same level. In an instant, the faces of the elite members showed a look of astonishment at the same time, and various discussions rang out. Great! Daoist Xuanhuan leads the team. How is this possible? The Daoist took action himself. Could it be that this time, the land of forbidden gods is really so dangerous? Ha ha ha, so what is the danger? Even if it is a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, I have to go through it. That's right, anyway, my cultivation has been stuck here for almost 50 years. This is a rare opportunity, so don't miss it. The land of the forbidden gods that comes out once in a million years, the inheritance of the forbidden gods. You must grab it. Whether it was Emperor Lei Hun or other members of the God Against God, when they heard that Emperor Xuanhuan led the team, not only did they not have any hesitation, but on the contrary, they were filled with countless confidence and enthusiasm. Of course, there were also quite a few people who frowned slightly, looking at the 3 supremes with dark complexions. There is only one person in the land of the forbidden gods, and the inheritance of the forbidden gods. If even the 3 supremes are so important, then all the sect forces in the 10 directions starfield may all be mobilized. At that time, what kind of scene, how many strong people? If you want to win the inheritance of the forbidden god under such circumstances, it may be as difficult as reaching the sky. Okay. Members who are going to go this time, please take out the Identity Jade Talisman and bless this spirit pattern. The God Emperor Tianji waved his hand. Slowly radiating starlight, densely covering the entire sky over the crowd, like a blue starry sky. These starlights are just one after another special spirit patterns, specially refined by the God Emperor Tianji for this God-forbidden place. Yes. In the crowd, most people looked excited, raised their hands to grab a blue spirit pattern, and directly integrated it into the Identity Jade Talisman in their hands. Chu Yan, Lei Hun, Tianhua, Xuanhuan, and others did not hesitate to fuse the spirit patterns one after another. I go against the way of God, and I have always been hidden from the world. The God Emperor Tianji looked at everyone refining the spirit pattern, and said loudly, "Now, it's not yet the time for me to be born, so this spirit pattern can not only assist you, hide your identity, but also have other functions. Remember, this is the first time in 100,000 years that I have acted against God, and I must not reveal my identity unless it is absolutely necessary." After a few words, all the spirit patterns of all the people present were fused, and they nodded in unison. Okay. Let's go. Divine Emperor Xuanhuan looked around the audience, took a deep breath, and let out his divine breath, howling like thunder. With this sound, the entire gate of the God-defying Tao trembled in unison, and the power of the God Emperor was so terrifying. The next moment, the extremely excited members of Ni Shen Dao all soared into the sky, rushing towards the sky like a dark cloud. At this moment, the situation is almost the same as the situation against the gods. In the 10 Directions starfield, the various sects set off one after another, gathered elite disciples, and the strong led the team towards the God-forbidden land. Hunyuanzong, Xingtian Pavilion, Dark Temple, the 7 Great War clans, and other forces are all moving after hearing the wind. From top to bottom, everything is turbulent. In the past 100,000 years, this is the first time that such a large-scale event has been held in the 10 Directions star field. The vision of returning from the land of forbidden gods affected every sect force and martial artist in the 10 Directions star field, forming a storm that swept across the entire world of martial spirits. Even the sects of some small and medium forces also sent teams to the 10th Forbidden Area. Almost all the forces and powerful people in the world gathered towards the 10th star field. In the team against the gods, Chu Yan walked with the group, seemingly inconspicuous. Even before, all the amazing actions of Chu Yan in the dark world of the Buddha were completely forgotten in front of this prosperous world. If you draw the entire Wuhun world into a map with the 10th starfield as the center, you can see it clearly. From this map, countless people, big and small, are slowly approaching the lake in the center like streams. Everywhere in the sky, there are teams of warriors of different forces, rushing towards the land of forbidden gods. Time, in this dignified atmosphere, slowly passed. Every anxious martial artist feels that time passes extremely slowly and the journey is very far away. After flying for 3 full days, and still being Emperor Xuanhuan, while constantly tearing apart time and space along the way, creating time and space passages, the team against God finally began to approach the legendary 10th star field. 10 directions of star fields, 9 directions are the sky, and one side is the abyss. After the ancient war of gods and demons, the 10th star field connecting the world of spirits and the world of gods completely collapsed and turned into a chaotic starry sky. Filled with all kinds of space-time turbulence and visions of the void, even a demigod powerhouse cannot stay in it for more than 10 breaths. The collapsed 10th star field is like a natural barrier, completely isolating the world of martial spirits from the world of gods. Since then, the God realm, which was originally open to ordinary people, has become extremely mysterious. No one knows what happened to the road leading to the God realm, behind the 10th starfield. However, this time, the return of the Forbidden God land, in addition to selecting the Forbidden God, is it possible to reappear the heavenly road to the God realm? Or in other words, what is the purpose of selecting the Forbidden God among the forbidden gods that do not appear in millions of years? The answers to all these make all the powerhouses who are thinking can only find the final answer in the Forbidden God land that is about to return. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2503 Dragon Master. Boom, boom. The last passage of time and space collapsed, directly behind the large group of anti-Shinto members, turning into nothingness. Arrive. Following God Emperor Xuanhuan's words, the 3-day journey finally came to an end. Including Chu Yan, Emperor Leihun, Emperor Tianhua, and other members of the rebellious Wei suddenly raised their heads and looked forward. This is the 10th starfield. I saw that in front of a mountain range where everyone was located, there was a large expanse of sea water, turbulent and surging, and huge waves pulled the sky. The air is filled with the smell of wet sea water, like being on the shore of a raging ocean. There is nothing special about it. The only thing that surprised everyone was that in the depths of this ocean, where the eyes could see, it was not a scene of sky and sea with water and sky at all. It is a seemingly vast and boundless starry sky, with countless stars shining in the large black screen. This scene is like looking up at the starry sky at night, only to find that the starry sky in the sky is next to the earth under your feet, wrapping the distant ocean. This is the legendary 10th star field. After the ancient battle between gods and demons, even the strongest in the god realm will stop at the end of the world of martial spirits here. However, everyone knows that behind the vast sea of stars here is the God realm that all warriors yearn for. At this moment, standing here, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. and their blood boiled with excitement. Especially seeing that in the vast star field, a huge continuous mountain range is moving across from the star field, and slowly flying towards their position. That is, the land of forbidden gods. What kind of mountain range is this? Any mountain peak is much more majestic than the peaks in the Wuhun world. And these mountains, and ordinary mountains, have a completely different vision. Those mountain peaks that have shown their general appearance can be clearly seen, some are full of fire, some are covered with ice and snow, some are full of water waves, and some are full of crystals. One mountain, one potential, one image. Such a scene, how can it not be shocking, even if it is Chu Yan? Seeing this scene, he is full of surprise. Huh. Someone. Unlike all the other members who were stunned by the place of forbidden gods and stood stiff on the spot, Chu Yan suddenly felt something and turned his head to look. Instead, he saw a large wave of figures in the distance, falling on the spiritual peak of the mountain range 10 miles away, like them, looking at the land of forbidden gods that was born out of the sky. This group of people, all of them have powerful auras, and their cultivation bases are all above the great emperor realm. There are more than 300 people in number. Casual repair. With a sweep of consciousness, Chu Yan immediately confirmed the identity of this group. And beyond this group of casual cultivators of hundreds of people, 30 miles away in mid-air, 3 great emperor peak powerhouses, suspended in the air, the breath of the whole body surged like a tide, looking at the opposite star field mountain, standing still, it seems to be one with the void. These 3 people are not ordinary peak emperors. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly. Looking at those 3 people, she was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, while the forbidden gods' land was still being born, there were so many strong people rushing here. What a scene it will be when the land of forbidden gods is fully born. Turning his head slowly, looking at the land of forbidden gods, born in front of him, in Chu Yan's eyes, a red flame blazed up. That being the case, let's make this grand meeting more violent. Boom, boom. An earth-shattering loud noise suddenly exploded, and in the sky behind him, on the top of a mountain full of thunder and lightning, a 1,000-foot-long black dragon soared into the sky. The black dragon dances in the sky, thunder clouds shake the sky. In the momentum of the dragon's soaring 9 nights, countless thunder and lightning exploded among the mountains and mountains, sweeping the entire world with overwhelming power. After a full 100 breaths of time, like a black dragon out of trouble, roaming the world and covering the sky with dark clouds, it slowly calmed down. At this moment, everyone noticed that a figure stood upright above the giant's head. What? Walking with the dragon. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed in an instant, and he looked at the young man on top of the black dragon with a look of surprise on his face. The dragon is the king of the 9 kings. The head of the 3 supreme beings of the monster clan. Since the records of the dragon clan, the warriors who can subdue the dragon can be counted on one hand. The dragon clan is arrogant by nature, even if it is death, they will not succumb to warriors they regard as ants. Not only Chu Yan, but also the surrounding crowd, there was an uproar at the same time. Countless gazes all looked at the figure floating above the sky, like a god, bowing down to all living beings. This person, about 30 years old, was dressed in a red robe with scarlet cloud patterns, his face was as cold as frost, and his pair of star eyes shone with a faint purple mantra light. You went in. Someone recognized the person and immediately exclaimed. Call. 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 The wind is like a tide, the howling is like a stern, the black dragon is cruising in the sky, gradually approaching. When they got close to the crowd, everyone realized that the black dragon was not a real dragon, but a puppet beast. Puppet beast. It is made of crystal wood, grass, and stone, using the highest level refining method, using different kinds of real fire in the world, and refining it for 100 years. Among the 7 great war clans, the Gu clan is best at all kinds of lost refining methods, whether it is refining tools, alchemy, talisman refining, etc., which have nothing to do with martial arts, but can obtain powerful skills. The Gu clan is proficient in everything. And this Yuwendian in front of him is the son of heaven of the Gu clan, the heir to the patriarch. The son of heaven is equivalent to the holy son of each major sect, and non-Gu clan royal blood cannot succeed. Now that the sons of heaven of the Gu clan have arrived, even the strong ones of the Gu clan may be nearby. Curse power. Chu Yan's unicorn pupil swept towards Yuwendian in the sky, but his face changed slightly. This Yuwendian actually has such a powerful spell power that even my unicorn pupil can't see through it. The power of incantations has always been extremely mysterious, and it is said that only gods can cast and control special secret methods. Although this is just an exaggerated statement, there are also some people in the 10 Directions starfield who specialize in cultivating this weird and unorthodox method. Even Situ Yang, a spirit pattern master, can practice a thing or two, but compared with the spells on Yuwendian in front of him, it's a world of difference. Ha ha ha, Yuwen, I didn't expect you to come too. At this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly resounded, shaking the eardrums of everyone present. Turning his head to look, he saw a strong man with an iron tower who looked like a bear and was nearly 5 feet tall, showing his figure from a cloud. Tread. 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 Just stepping in the air, with feet like dragons and tigers, every time you step out, you will smash a piece of void, and after a few steps, you will reach the void not far from Yuwendian. Stop and stand, and say with a smile on your face. Copper Shan Kuei. Emperor Thunder Soul's face suddenly tightened, his eyes trembled slightly, and he looked at the body of the giant bear in midair with a look of astonishment. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C2504 Xinxingjia. Copper Mountain King. The demon sect's grand sacrificial wine, with status in the demon sect, is equivalent to the son of heaven of the Gu clan. Moreover, this Tong Shan Kuei, who was 5 feet tall and whose whole body was like a thunderstorm, was definitely not weaker than Yuwendian in terms of cultivation. Demon sect, a warrior who cultivates the demon way. From the moment the disciples in the sect awaken their martial soul, they will use the sect's secret method to forcibly fuse with their own beast martial soul. This process will take a full 10 years, and the fastest will take 5 years. After they are fully fused with the beast spirit, their cultivation speed will skyrocket. For warriors of the same level, they can use the spirit to cultivate more than twice as fast. Because they are the only warriors in the world of martial arts who cultivate by devouring demon crystals. Yao Jing, this kind of resource that is like a chicken rib in the martial arts world, in the hands of Yaozong disciples, it is a skyrocketing cultivation base. It takes less than a month for piles of demon crystals to be refined to a higher realm. Moreover, since the demon crystal can only be swallowed by slayed beasts to improve its cultivation, its value is not great, and few people buy it in large quantities, just to improve their own slay beasts. Therefore, such low-priced resources are simply inexhaustible for the disciples of the demon sect. Huh. His breath. Chu Yan's unicorn pupils swept across, and he felt a trace of familiarity mixed with the volcanic power of Tong Shan Kuei. When did this demon sect get involved with Xingtian Pavilion? Smiling slightly, Chu Yan pondered in his heart, this Tong Shan Kuei has the aura of a disciple of Xingtian Pavilion. It seems that Yaozong and Xingtian Pavilion may have also formed an alliance. Not long ago, I received news that Yaozong and Xingtian Pavilion reached an alliance agreement 100 years ago, and both sides sent elders to stay in the other sect. As if feeling Chu Yan's gaze, God Emperor Xuanhuan sent a thought, which made Chu Yan suddenly realize. Sure enough. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold flame flickered out. Xingtian Pavilion, it seems that the picture is not small, and it has been laid out since 100 years ago. Now, there is only one demon sect, and how many other sect forces that have not surfaced, are hidden in the dark, and are inextricably linked to the Xingtian pavilion. Snort. In mid-air, Yuwen, the son of the Gu clan Tian, who faced Tong Shenkui with a wild smile on his face, just snorted coldly and ignored him. Hey, Yuwen, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you're still such a stinky fart. Seeing Yuwen Tian's reaction, Tong Shenkui continued, we actually met each other this time, I hope it's not too bad. With a grin, Tong Shenkui stopped talking, and looked at the distant star field with a strange smile on his face. Although his words were cryptic, they clearly smacked of gunpowder. I hope the other party is not too bad. This means, of course, that you are ready to compete with the opponent. Hee, it's interesting. Chu Yan chuckled, his eyes swept over Yuwen and Tong Shenkui. This unprecedented event. I'm afraid it will become more and more interesting. Time is like water, flowing endlessly. In the sky behind and beside him, forces and some powerful warriors began to appear continuously. These powerful or prestigious forces and warriors all rushed towards the God-forbidden land. The atmosphere in this mountain range, close to the 10th star field, became more and more tense and lively. However, the identities of the Anai Dao people, because the identity jade charms on their bodies have been changed by the spirit patterns, so no one noticed. Boom! 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 A thunderous explosion sounded from a mountain peak behind him, and the Berserk Emperor Wei soared into the sky. This kind of explosion sound was very familiar to everyone present. It was obvious that someone was fighting in that mountain. What happened? Everyone turned their heads to look in unison, their faces full of astonishment. Fighting at this time is of no benefit to him, and the land of forbidden gods is about to return, so if he provokes the enemy, there will be no good results. Ha ha ha, die. I see you flee there. Amidst the unbridled laughter, in the distant mountain peak where battle broke out, a thin old man wearing iron armor and holding a spiritual weapon, his whole body was like a tide, and the spiritual knife in his hand shot out 100 feet of light, towards the figure below, fiercely cut off. The blade pointed at a young man whose cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Emperor Wu realm, who was in a terrible state of distress and had already been seriously injured. Chu Hu glanced at him, his face changed drastically, and he said in surprise. Shen. Xingjia. Absolutely unmistakable, it is Shen Xingjia, a good friend who came out of Haotian continent with Chu Yan. When Chu Yan returned to the Rakshasa Soul Tianzone, he brought out many geniuses and experts from the Haotian continent several times, and let them go to the 10 Directions starfield to practice on their own. There are not many of these people, no more than 100. After all, the geniuses in Haotian continent are too weak in foundation, and they are far behind the warriors in the 10 Directions starfield. These 100 people merged into the 10 Directions starfield like water droplets into the blue sea, and there was no news from them all. Shen Xingjia is among the many people who practice Rakshasa promise and has the highest talent. In addition, he has a good relationship with Chu Yan. Therefore, every time Chu Yan returns to Rakshasa Soul Tianzone and visits Yuer, he will take it with him. A lot of resources are given to him. A few years ago, after his cultivation broke through the Emperor realm, under strong request, Chu Yan also brought him to the 10 Directions starfield. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for more than half a year, Shen Xingjia's cultivation has actually broken through to the 7th heaven of the martial Emperor realm. It seems that this Shen Xingjia must have an adventure in the 10 Directions starfield. Holy Emperor realm, chasing and killing a martial Emperor realm 7th heaven, you are doomed. People around looked at both sides of the battle, shook their heads, and didn't care too much. After all, such a battle has no suspense at all. Strictly speaking, it is not a battle at all. It's as simple as a giant lifting his foot and crushing an ant to death. However, just when everyone was about to look away, suddenly, a thunderous shout rang out in the audience. Court death. Chu Yan, who was in a rage, surged with imperial prestige all over his body. His eyes turned red instantly, the blood in his body boiled, his body turned into a thunderbolt, and shot out wildly. Who is Xinjia? That is his life and death friend of Chu Yan. Back then in Haotian continent, Xinjia helped him a lot, including his father, who gave him great help. Chu Yan has always been unwilling for them to come to the Shifeng starfield, but he just didn't want them. Because of the gap in strength, they were lost in the world of Wuhun. Now, the most worried scene appeared directly in front of him. How could Chu Yan ignore it? Chu Yan, don't expose. Seeing Chu Yan's sudden outburst, God Emperor Xuanhuan's face was startled, and he quickly stopped him. Senior Xuanhuan, this person is my life and death brother. I'm sorry, but I can't ignore it. Chu Yan was like thunder, without a trace of stagnation. At the same time as the divine consciousness transmitted the sound, his figure flashed for dozens of miles, and he had already reached the front, and he raised his hand and punched out. Although, he knew that God Emperor Xuanhuan's reminder was for his own good. If he acted rashly and broke the concealment of the spirit pattern on the identity jade talisman, then, with the fighting breath, Xingtian Pavilion and all other strong men of the sect forces would be able to recognize who he is. At that time, Chu Yan will be in danger. But so what? Brother's loss is in front of my eyes, how can I ignore it? However, just as Chu Yan's fist was about to blast out, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2505 Invincible Sword. Boom, boom. On the top of another mountain in the distance, a sky-shattering palm print appeared, smashing the void as it passed along the way, making a thunderous rumbling sound, and slapped towards the thin old man in iron armor. This palm is thunderous and powerful, half the sky is collapsing, the terrifying power is comparable to the third heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. What? The thin old man's complexion changed drastically, and the long knife in his hand turned sharply. While withdrawing the knife, he moved in the void, and quickly avoided the attack line of the palm print. Such a good opportunity was ruined by someone. Huh. Saint Emperor Realm also made a move. The powerhouses who were watching all around did not expect that there would be a change, they were all startled and looked together. Humph. How courageous. It's only the third level of the Holy Emperor. Suddenly, there was another cold snort, and a figure who walked through the void appeared with Lingbudubu. This figure was tall and mighty, holding a black knife in his hand, with a violent sword aura all over his body, and a white robe fluttering like the wind. As he stepped into the void, the saber aura on his body twisted the surrounding void into nothingness. With this level of cultivation, in the 10 Directions starfield, he is definitely a top powerhouse. This is. In the distant sky, Yu Wendian and Tong Shankue also seemed to be interested, and at the same time turned their heads to look at the person coming. Nantian, God Emperor. There was a sound of exclamation, and everyone was shocked when they saw the appearance of the person coming. It turned out to be the Nantian God Emperor, Ouyang Nantian. Even he is here. Look. What he has in his hand is the Duantin saber. It is said that in the battle when the body was lost, hundreds of demons were killed. Scary. His soul body seems to be different from before. No. This is not a soul body, this is a flesh body. Oh my God. The Nantian Divine Emperor has actually reshaped his body. This. All the warriors around were shocked, including the Thunder Soul Emperor from Chu Yan's camp, who were also shocked. Ouyang Nantian, it is said that he hid in the ancient ruins for hundreds of thousands of years. Because the soul body was banned, he couldn't leave at all, but now, appearing so openly in front of everyone, it turns out that the physical body has been successfully reshaped. Brother Ouyang. Chu Yan was startled, turned his head suddenly, and looked at Emperor Xuanhuan with a look of astonishment. Originally, Chu Yan was wondering, since the last farewell to the Holy Tomb, every time he went back to Anai Shindao headquarters, he never saw Ouyang Nantian, but he didn't expect that brother Ouyang would appear here directly today. Hehe, Ouyang's identity is special and has not been revealed. Therefore, the Thunder Clan and Sea Clan who just joined don't know about it, and most of the ordinary members of my Tao don't know Ouyang. Emperor Xuanhuan smiled all over his face, looking like a shrewd old fox, and continued. I'm waiting in the dark, Ouyang is in the light, it's safer. So it is. Chu Yan suddenly realized. Did not expect. Anai Shindao attached so much importance to this forbidden god place that he prepared another hand before coming here. Nantian God Emperor. Xinjia, who had escaped from birth, looked up at the sky, and when he saw the figure in white robe and black knife, Hershey looked shocked. He didn't expect that the person who rescued him was the famous Nantian God Emperor. Nantian, what are you doing? I am the elder of Tianula, are you crazy? The thin old man in iron armor looked at Ouyang Nantian, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he roared angrily. He has never met Ouyang Nantian in life, let alone has any enmity. As the elder of Tianula, even a demigod powerhouse would not be so domineering, so let's do it. Fellow Daoist Nantian, although you have reshaped your body, Tianyu Tower, are not easy to mess with. As long as you don't interfere now, I can pretend that this incident never happened. Looking at Ouyang Nantian, the thin old man obviously lacked confidence, and his tone soon became calm. Humph. Ouyang Nantian, kill people if I want to. As soon as the words landed, Ouyang Nantian slid across the void like a white phantom, and instantly reached above the thin old man. With a wave of his hand, countless sword auras rushed out. In an instant, the overwhelming saber aura formed a canopy of saber light, directly covering the thin old man below. Oh my god! Such a strong sword intent! There is such a terrifying power of the sword without even drawing the sword. It's terrifying, as expected of the Southern Heaven God Emperor. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses around were all trembling, and their scalps went numb from shock. The Emperor of Nantian, the magic sword is invincible. Not being born for hundreds of thousands of years, killing people as soon as he appears, with such arrogance, there is only Nantian God Emperor in the world. Brother Ouyang's strength has recovered a lot. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth was raised slightly, watching the light of the sword falling from the sky, the fighting spirit on his body slowly disappeared, and his eyes were shining. Of course he knew that the reason why Ouyang Nantian made the move to save Xinjia was because he saw that he wanted to expose his identity just now, so he made the first move. In this way, with Big Brother Ouyang protecting Xinjia, there will be no problem. Tianyu building. It even appeared. Chu Yan's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that among the three major forces, the first one to appear was Tianula. Relying on his status as one of the three major forces, he is defiant, and a Saint Emperor dares to challenge Brother Ouyang who is a demigod. However, at this moment, the mutation regenerated. A cold voice sounded, half of the sky was shaking, and a few figures rose into the sky deep in a mountain. Ouyang Nantian, although he is a demigod, but not everyone can interfere with my Tianyu building. 4 people rushed in, 3 men and 1 woman. The aura of each of them had reached about the 3rd heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. The aura in their bodies was extremely powerful, overflowing the sky and the earth, and stagnating in the void. The aura of these people is mixed with extremely powerful explosive power, which is obviously more powerful than warriors of the same level. The 13th floor of Tianyu, the 4 youngest of the hosts on the 13th floor, have all arrived. Look quickly. The owner of Lingxiao Building, Chong Feng. The owner of Mingyan Building, Duan Qingxi. The owner of Tianmu Building, Sima Jiangnan. The owner of Buer Building, Feng Zizai. These are the 4 great talents of Tianyu Building. The terrifying Tianyu Tower is worthy of being one of the three major powers. These four landlords are all young, and they all have the cultivation level of the Holy Emperor. Who said it wasn't? Among the three major factions, Tianyu Building rarely walks outside. I didn't expect that this time, for people came at once. It seems that even the Tianyu Tower attaches great importance to this place of forbidden gods. For the Tianyu Tower of the three major forces, they sent such a strong lineup, which shocked all the strong players in the field. You must know that Tianula is powerful in the 10 Directions starfield, and ranks at the top, but it rarely appears, and the entire sect has a hint of mystery. Tianyu Building, Xianglai takes staying out of the world and detaching from the mundane as the basis for practicing martial arts. It seems that this time, the opening of the land of forbidden gods will finally allow warriors all over the world to see the splendor of Tianyu Tower. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2506 integrate into the world. It's just that they didn't expect that the Tianjiao on the 13th floor of Tianyu would confront the Nantian God Emperor as soon as they appeared. After all, the Tianyu Building is the leading power, and the 13th building is the top fighter in the Tianyu Building. With such a status for Ouyang Nantian, who is a strong demigod, if this is really done, it will be absolutely wonderful. Tianyu 13th floor. Chu Yan stared at the four of them. It seems that the reason why Shen Xingjia was hunted down was because he offended Tianula. Behind the lean old man in iron armor were these four people. It's up to you, you are worthy. If you want to die, then die. Ouyang Nantian has been silent for hundreds of thousands of years. Although his physical body has just recovered, it is after all the existence of a hero during the ancient war between gods and demons. Even if the strength is damaged, the prestige of the God Emperor is not something that these juniors can blaspheme. The Nantian God Emperor's expression darkened in an instant, killing intent gushed out of his body like silk, and the heaven-breaking knife in his hand was buzzing and trembling, as if it was about to be unsheathed at any time. So what about the Tianyu Tower? Can it compete with the demons who swept the world in ancient times? Even if you don't mention the demon race, just the Nishan Dao where Ouyang Nantian is now is not comparable to Tianyu Tower. Although Ouyang Nantian will not reveal his identity now, and face Tianula with his own strength, the power of Nantian God Emperor is enough. Ha ha ha, Ouyang Nantian really deserves his reputation. Just when the two sides were at war, a loud laugh suddenly sounded. This laughter has a very special power, and it echoes with the laughter, as if the whole world is trembling with it. Words follow the law, and the potential spreads the sky. Hum. A slight tremor broke the tranquility between heaven and earth, and a point in the void trembled suddenly, turning into circles of ripples and spreading. A streak of golden light emerged simultaneously in the ripples and the void, surging the heaven and the earth. As the breath passed, a black figure slowly emerged from the ripples, with a smile on his face, but his heart trembled, and his scalp went numb. This is the fusion of heaven and earth. The highest level teleportation technique. Someone exclaimed, and the voice trembled. Unlike ordinary tearing void, when this person appeared, there was only void fluctuations, without any cracks at all. This is different from a powerful warrior who forcibly opens a passage through the void. This person completely integrates his physical body with the myriad laws of the world, and can freely shuttle between the sky and the earth, and all things, no matter the speed and distance. Both are much stronger. To put it simply, this person is extremely rare, a strong practitioner of the way of time and space. The way of time and space. It's not that you can practice if you want to. Cultivating this way has nothing to do with martial arts, it requires a great understanding. When stepping into the martial way and communicating with the world for the first time, one can directly comprehend the laws of the world. From this condition alone, it can be seen that cultivating the way of time and space is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Therefore, every martial artist who practices the way of time and space, first of all, has a transcendent understanding, and in addition, by virtue of the powerful ability to communicate with the world. The speed of cultivation is several times that of ordinary people. Therefore, the golden silk black-robed warrior in front of him is definitely a powerful existence. As soon as this gold-threaded black-robed powerhouse appeared, with a smile all over his face, he released a powerful aura that even swept away the strong murderous intent and saber intent of the Nantian God Emperor. Heavenly evil. Yu Wenchen and Tong Shankui were dumbfounded on the spot when they saw who was coming. It's really Mo Xietian. The holy name is Tianxia Sanren. What? The ancient battle between gods and demons, that Mo Xietian who fought in and out of the demon emperor's palace. How is this possible? Isn't he lost? It's scary. A Nantian divine emperor and a Xietian Sanren, these are the two legends of the ancient war between gods and demons. Today they are all here. The powerhouses present were not ordinary people. As soon as Xietian Sanren showed up, some big shots recognized this existence, who was even more legendary than the Nantian God Emperor. For a moment, looking at the Nantian God Emperor holding a black knife in the sky, and Xietian Sanren with a grinning face, the atmosphere instantly became oppressive and solidified. You also want to take care of my business? The Nantian God Emperor glanced at Xietian Sanren. His face did not change at all, but his right hand was lightly grasped towards the handle of the knife. The murderous aura and saber intent all over his body suddenly sank, and instantly became extremely solid, and his domineering power became even more violent. Hey, it really is better to be famous than to meet each other. I haven't had a decent opponent for a long time. On Xietian Sanren's body, the faint fluctuations were also becoming stronger and stronger. On a face full of grinning, a pair of eyes were fixed on Ouyang Nantian, with a fierce fighting spirit. Why don't we join hands and teach him a lesson together? Xietian Sanren looked at the 13th building owner Ling Chongfeng, Duan Qingxi, Sima Jiangnan, and Feng Zizai, and smiled. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for the four of them to answer, a purple jade cup appeared in Xie Tiansan's hands, which was crystal clear, and a puddle of clear water was placed in the cup, rippling like waves. Go. Drinking one word, the purple jade cup swished, and the glass of water flew into the air, disappearing in an instant. Nourish! 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 Everyone looked up at the sky with astonishment on their faces. Suddenly, a thin voice sounded, and it began to drizzle from the sky. This is the Faxiang Tiandi rain control technique. Someone exclaimed, and at the same time, his figure began to retreat violently. What? Rain control technique. Not good. Rewind. Exit 10 miles away. Isn't it just controlling the rain? What's the big deal? That's not an ordinary rain control technique. Every drop of rain is a killer move. If you touch it, you will die. Go back. Sure enough, the power of the sky turns into rain, using the power of the sky to kill ordinary people. A group of big men, some of them used the imperial technique and started a large-scale defensive formation, and some of them retreated sharply, heading towards the distant mountains like a tide. Okay. Let's do it together. On the 13th floor of Tianyu, the four of Ling Chongfeng's eyes lit up at the same time. Without any hesitation, they rushed out immediately, ready to deal with Ouyang Nantian and kill Shen Xingjia at the same time. Not good. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's expression suddenly changed. This Dharma aspect heaven and earth is extremely powerful. Coupled with the four hosts of the Tianyu building, Brother Ouyang is probably. The situation in front of him suddenly reversed with the appearance of that Tianxia Sanren. Although Chu Yan didn't understand why Xietian Sanren, who was also a strong man against the demons in ancient times, would fight directly with Brother Ouyang as soon as he appeared. However, in this battle, Ouyang Nantian was trying to help himself, he must not sit idly by. However, at this moment when the battle was about to start, a figure in the clouds in the sky moved. That person seemed to have been on the cloud for a long time, and it seemed that he had never appeared before, so people couldn't remember or see clearly. However, when he plunged down from the clouds, his whole body suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. Roar! With a twist of the body, it exploded in an instant, the violent clouds rolled, and a golden dragon suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This is a real golden dragon with a length of thousands of feet. The terrifying dragon power that rushed away completely shattered the entire sea of spiritual clouds above the sky. With 4 claws waving, the void shattered, and the demon cultivator was comparable to a golden dragon in the 3rd heaven of the Holy Emperor realm, stretching across the sky and the earth. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2507 besieged. On Jinlong's body was a house on his back, and one of the figures sat cross-legged, his spirit sinking like an ocean. Behind this person, there are 4 people standing, and the aura of each person is comparable to the existence of the peak of the Great Emperor realm. This golden dragon that was born out of nowhere shocked everyone. Because there are few dragons in the 10 direction star field, but it is not without them. As we all know, the golden dragon sage emperor of Hunyuanzong is a dragon warrior, possessing 10 star fields, the most terrifying sage emperor with beasts. Hunyuanzong, one of the 3 major factions, is powerful. However, before everyone could react, the mighty power in the sky suddenly broke out again. In the sky hundreds of miles away, a group of black clouds spread from far to near. This dark cloud is condensed and does not disperse, and its speed is extremely fast. At first glance, it is not an ordinary spiritual cloud, and it is obviously controlled by someone. Sure enough, the dark cloud reached the sky above the mountains and stopped, and tall figures in black robes and gold armor appeared above the clouds. There are hundreds of people, and the aura of each person is not weaker than the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Among them, the aura of several people is definitely the Saint Emperor realm. The appearance of such a lineup immediately suppressed Hunyuanzong's aura directly. Only the golden dragon's sacred emperor, who sat cross-legged on the dragon's back, and the breath that erupted afterwards, could compete with it. Oh my God! This is the Dark Temple. The golden dragon emperor of Hunyuanzong, really, has a golden dragon. The people of the Dark Temple have such a powerful aura, they are worthy of being the #1 force in the demonic Tao. This is too scary. The 3 major forces have all arrived. The Hunyuanzong and the Dark Temple are all coming from the Holy Emperor, and the land of forbidden gods is lively. What is this? In my opinion, the appearance of these 2 major forces is only on the surface, and I am afraid that there will be big bosses arriving later. Just as the crowd discussed, by now, everyone could feel that the birth of the God-forbidden land this time had alarmed all major forces. Because of this, even ordinary sects would send Saint Emperor realm experts, but as the 3 major sects, it was impossible for them to be so low-key. Just like Chu Yan's and Aishan Dao, one of the 3 supreme beings was directly sent out, Emperor Xuanhuan, as the leader. Although ordinary sect forces don't have god-level powerhouses, the 3 major forces do not. The 3 major forces arrived together, and the atmosphere of the entire scene changed instantly. The forces of all parties, all the strong men, looked at the scene of big bosses in the sky, and they were all shocked. Even Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui, who appeared before, looked at the sky in astonishment. The Temple of Darkness, that's Senior Jiuxiao and Yu Linglong. Chu Yan looked up at the sky, and immediately recognized 2 familiar figures above the dark cloud. Ever since I arrived in the 10 directions starfield, I have been hearing about the names of Hunyuanzong and the Dark Temple, but I have never seen them before. They appeared as sects. Unexpectedly, today, all the 2 families are together. Tianula and I Hunyuanzong. I belong to the three major forces and have a good friendship. If so, I will help you. Ouyang Nantian, let me see the strength of Nantian, Divine Emperor. While speaking, on Jinlong's body, the golden dragon's sacred emperor suddenly opened his eyes, with two vertical golden pupils staring at Ouyang Nantian closely, and shouted. Go, the golden dragon's sage emperor said. Yes, master. Standing behind the golden dragon's sage, a shirtless man held a golden axe in his hand, respectfully accepted the order, then turned around, flew out of the wooden house on the golden dragon, and flew forward. Ha ha ha, Nantian Divine Emperor, this battle is interesting. The golden axe man's name is Murong Jiuetian. He is the chief disciple of the golden dragon's sacred emperor, and he is also a prestigious existence among the young generation of Hunyuanzong. Ling Chongfeng, Duan Qingxi, Sima Jiangnan, and Feng Zizai are four fellow Taoists. It's been a long time. Wouldn't it be nice for us to join forces to fight against the enemy today? Murong Jiuetian laughed wildly as he exploded a ball of flames with the golden axe in his hand. In the next breath, behind Murong Jiuetian, a huge pattern bloomed, and his whole figure turned into a ball of fire, charging towards Ouyang Nantian. I'm ashamed to say that I am one of the three major forces, and I don't care about the rules of the martial arts world. I really have no shame. Above the dark clouds, Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes swept across the audience, and immediately stopped her gaze on Ouyang Nantian. Yu Linglong was dressed in a white dress, like a fairy, and her silver bell-like voice, although light, resounded through the whole film sky. You guys, fuck me. Beat those shameless people. Immediately afterwards, Yu Linglong waved her hand, and above the dark clouds, hundreds of powerhouses from the dark temple rushed out together and rushed forward. For a moment, the demonic energy was overwhelming, and the evil spirit was like a tide, sweeping the entire world. Is this going to break out into a war? All the martial artists present were horrified when they saw this scene, and the corners of their eyes twitched wildly. What the hell is going on? First, the Nantian Divine Emperor appeared and confronted Tianula, and then Tianxia Sanren teamed up with the 13th Luzhu to deal with the Nantian Divine Emperor. Before doing anything, the appearance of Hunyuanzong also had to deal with Ouyang Nantian, but the young master of the Dark Temple wanted to help Ouyang Nantian deal with all other forces. This is simply a big melee. Moreover, this great melee almost included the top three powers and powerhouses in the 10 Directions starfield. This land of forbidden gods has not yet been opened, and the three major forces of the 10 Directions starfield have directly fought. Don't they know that such a big battle won't do any good to open the land of forbidden gods? Maybe they are all crazy. Crazy? Of course not. As the three major forces, how could it be so mindless? On the contrary, the small calculations in their hearts were crackling, and they were far more shrewd than the other forces present. You must know that the land of forbidden gods is opened, and the powerful sects of the whole world are all gathered here. But, apart from himself, what are the other sects and forces? Definitely an opponent and an enemy. Among these opponents and enemies, so far, Ouyang Nantian's cultivation base is the strongest, reaching the demigod level. The so-called, if a tree is beautiful in the forest, the wind will destroy it, and everyone will push the wall down. The conflict between Tianula and Ouyang Nantian was seen by others, and they all thought it was the best chance to get rid of Ouyang Nantian's formidable enemy. Therefore, Tianyu 13th floor, Shitian Sanren, and Hunyuanzong have the same thoughts in their hearts. The reason why Yu Linglong of the Dark Temple helped Ouyang Nantian was, of course, because of Chu Yan. And what those big brothers said in their mouths, such as seeing the power of the Nantian God Emperor, and the friendship between the sects, are all nonsense. After all, it is not for the sake of having an absolute advantage when the land of forbidden gods is opened. If you want to gain an advantage, you must get rid of a powerful opponent. This principle couldn't be simpler. Boom, boom. The battle in the sky erupted in an instant, and Ouyang Nantian, who was fighting against Tianyu 13th floor and Xietian Sanren with his own strength, could barely handle it. However, the sudden joining of Han Yuanzong broke the balanced battle situation in an instant. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2508 out of the scabbard, only life and death. Ouyang Nantian, with the body of a remnant soul, was imprisoned in the tomb at the bottom of the lake for hundreds of thousands of years, and was later born because of Chu Yan. After finding the Duantian knife and placing it in the Duantian knife, the remnant souls were able to gather together and never dissipate, but their strength still could not be recovered. After Chu Yan arrived at the holy tomb of Anai Dao, Ouyang Nantian's physical body was truly reshaped. After this, the Nantian Divine Emperor has officially returned. However, even so, it took only a few months for Ouyang Nantian to reshape his physical body. Even before the physical body was damaged, the cultivation base was as high as the sky, and it was ranked in the demigod realm, but the weakness of hundreds of thousands of years cannot be recovered overnight. If Ouyang Nantian really returned to his peak combat power during the ancient battle between gods and demons, he would be able to fight 100 demons with a broken knife. The group of people in front of him could not be his opponent at all. And Tianyu, Xietian Sanren and Han Yuanzong naturally understood this truth, so they dared to attack together. No matter how strong the wounded tiger is, it cannot withstand the siege of wolves. In less than 100 breaths, Ouyang Nantian's aura began to become messy and heavy, and scars appeared on his newly molded body. This new physical body has not yet reached the state of the divine body, let alone the powerful defense of the divine body. Several great saint emperors surrounded Ouyang Nantian, and all kinds of powerful and terrifying killing moves, emperor techniques, were continuously displayed. In the distance, the men and horses of the Dark Temple were rushing towards them, and they were about to collide with the intercepting men and horses sent by Tianyu and Han Yuanzong. It's too late. If this happens, the Nantian God Emperor is in danger. All the strong men present, watching the scuffle scene in the sky, most of their eyes were focused on Ouyang Nantian. They are all strong men of various sections. They are powerful and have experienced hundreds of battles. It is natural to see that Ouyang Nantian's situation is extremely unfavorable. You know, the 4 hosts on the 13th floor of Tianyu, Xietian Sanren who is as famous as the Nantian God Emperor, and Morong Jiuetian from Han Yuanzong. Such a strong lineup is enough to fight against any top power in the 10 Directions star field. The other bigwigs present, let alone fighting against them, I am afraid that the aura of these people alone is enough to suppress them. Senior Nantian, don't save me, you go. Xinjia, who was below the battlefield, looked at the battle in the sky, and the senior Nantian God Emperor who helped him was besieged by the enemy, and there was a lot of danger. So he shouted anxiously. Xinjia's character is stubborn. Seeing that the Nantian God Emperor fell into the sky because of helping him, he would rather die himself than drag down those who helped him. It's like, when he was in Outland Continent, his friend Chu Yan was amazingly talented and became stronger and stronger, and after that, he was always willing to drag Chu Yan down, the same reason. Go. Impossible. With the knife out of the sheath, there is only life and death. Ouyang Nantian, the sword came out like a rainbow, and half of the sky was collapsing wherever he swung it. With a slash, he turned his head, looked at Xinjia, smiled slightly, his eyes were full of red, and the flames of war in it were the roaring blue dragon after hundreds of thousands of years of silence. Now that he made a move, the Nantian God Emperor, why did he ever back down? Even in the past, when faced with 100 demon lords of the demon race, and lost in the first battle, the Nantian God Emperor never took half a step back. In today's battle, only the knife sacrifices to the sky, as many as you come, you can kill as many as you want. Humph. The 13th floor of Tianyu, Han Yuanzong, Xietian Sanren. Such a respectable sect and strong man, in front of all warriors in the world, join hands to deal with one person. Is there still justice in this world of 10 directions? Is there still martial arts will? With a soft shout, the sound of thunder rolled. Yu Linglong's face was already extremely cold on the top of the dark clouds in the dark temple. Raising her jade hand lightly, she took out a dark golden jade talisman engraved with a beast's head, and held it in her hand. With her beautiful eyes, she looked at the battlefield in the distance, full of killing intent. Hiss! With one finger stretched out, blood splashed on the jade finger, and a few drops of blood shot out and landed on the jade talisman with the head of the beast. The next moment, all the spiritual energy in the entire world disappeared instantly, as if the entire world had been completely frozen. A glimmer of light emanated from the jade talisman of the first beast, rising slowly. Boom! 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 One sound followed by another, as dull as a drum, as loud as thunder, and the sound of the beating heart resounded through the entire sky. Immediately afterwards, the slowly rising jade talisman exploded suddenly, and a figure flashed out from the spirit pattern, but it was a small beast. Ah! Ah! The little beast, which is less than a foot long, has a whole body, black scales shining, a pair of blood-red eyes, and a delicate growl, like a kitten just waking up. This is... However, just such an inconspicuous kitten-like beast just appeared in front of Yu Linglong. All the bosses in the audience stared wide-eyed and their faces turned pale. 3 devils of hell. Countless eyes stared at the little beast, and seeing it, a breath of hell gushed out, and the whole scene was dead silent. Including Ouyang Nantian, who was fighting, as well as the besieged Tianyu 13th floor, Han Yuanzong and Xietian Sanren. At this moment, they all stopped and looked at the little beast as big as a kitten, with horror in the depths of their eyes. Good. It's the color of fear. The inconspicuous little black beast, and the top bosses present, were all trembling with gods and demons. Only Ouyang Nantian, standing with a knife in his hand, looked at the little beast with sharp eyes. It's really the 3 demon lords of hell. M.O. Murphy's. In the deadly silence, someone finally couldn't bear the suffocating pressure and screamed out. Reaper of life from your own hell. In the war of gods and demons back then, another Xeon plane that participated, the 3 great demons in the abyss of hell, was still alive. Hell 3 monsters. Murphy's, Barto, Nightingale. Back then, he led the Hell Army to attack the Wuhun world, and the God Realm made a judgment. That is to say, the real instigators of the war between the ancient gods and demons are the Hell race. But before the God Realm intervened, in the entire martial soul world, the sea of blood killed by the Hell clan was overwhelming, and corpses piled up like mountains. The corpses of all the strong men above the great Emperor realm had become the source of food and strength for the Hell clan. These Hell monsters who devour flesh and blood and directly transform their power, their desire for flesh and blood keeps them killing without stopping for a moment. Wherever the Legion of Hell has passed, no sect force can exist, and no creature can survive. Even ordinary people who have not practiced martial arts have become the army of Hell, with an endless stream of animal food and rations. That scene made all the martial arts worlds, the unforgettable sea of corpses and bloody sky, even after hundreds of thousands of years, it still made their spirits tremble. Not to mention, in front of them, Murphy's, the 3rd child of the Hell 3 Warcraft brothers, appeared alive in front of them. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2509, the prestige of Moon exquisite. Boom, boom. At this moment, at the far end of the sky, a cloud of 7 colors came galloping from far to near. In front of all the sluggish on-the-spot powerhouses in the audience, they stopped at a patch of sky behind Yu Linglong. See the young palace master. On the 7-colored clouds, a tall man wearing a 7-colored Tianming battle armor, together with 10 generals of the Tianming army, knelt down in front of Yu Linglong and paid respects. This is the Mongolian tribe. The iron-blooded emperor. The seven-color cloud, the Tianming battle armor, is one of the 7 great clans, the symbol of the Mongolian tribe. Therefore, the moment that tall man appeared, someone directly recognized the prestigious iron-blooded emperor of the Mongolian tribe in the 10 Directions Star region. According to legend, the 7 great war clans are all inherited from the period of the ancient gods and demons war, and all have ancient bloodlines. Among them, the Mongolian lineage is said to be the God clan army fighters who fell in the Wuhun world after participating in the gods and demons war in the God realm, lost or seriously injured. After hundreds of thousands of years of reproduction, these warriors of the God realm have formed a lineage of their own, called the Mongols. However, everyone knows that the Mongolians are vassals of the Dark Temple, and even completely obey the orders of the Dark Temple. Now, with the sudden appearance of the Mongols, plus that Murphy's, who can make one's scalp tingle just by looking at it, everyone's eyes are all green. The Mongolian people obey the order, whoever dares to deal with Senior Ouyang, kill me. Yu Linglong stared at Tianyu, 13th floor, Hunyuanzong and Xietian Sanren, and the words from her red lips made people chill. At this moment, everyone's eyes stared at Yu Linglong in unison, dumbfounded. The young master of the Dark Temple, the top arrogance of the 10 Directions Starfield, and the future lord of the Dark Temple, at this moment, in the eyes of everyone, has completely changed. Dressed in a snow-white long dress, blowing without wind, blue hair like a waterfall, snowy neck frost jade, with cold eyes, looking down at the world, and a trace of aura and coercion on the face of stunning beauty, rushing into the whole world. This woman's cultivation was no higher than the 7th heaven of the great emperor realm, but the aura she displayed at this time was enough to shock all the heroes in the world. Even among these people, there are 3 major forces, the 7 great clans, and the hidden world powers, all of which are the overlords of one party. But at this moment, no one doubted that the whole world belonged to the woman in the white dress in front of her. Like a peerless queen of a generation, pointing the river and ruling the world. As soon as the words landed, the Mongolian warriors in armor moved in unison, except for the several strong Mongolian warriors of the Jagged Emperor. The other Mongolian warriors quickly formed a battle formation and presented them in front of Yu Linglong. Kill! 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 All of a sudden, there was a forest of swords and guns, and the army was mighty. All the spears and knives were pointing at the group of top bosses in the 10 Directions Star field in front of them. Just one sentence, killing like iron, coercing the audience. Even if they were as strong as Ling Chongfeng, Duan Qingxi, Sima Jiangnan, Feng Zizai, Jinlong Sacred Emperor, Morong Jiuetian, Xietian Sanren and many other strong men, their hearts were trembling at this moment, and their expressions changed. They knew very well that at this moment, Yu Linglong was really angry, and if she was not careful, it might really lead to a real war. At that time, not to mention their small calculations, I am afraid that it will be lost because of this. It is possible. This. In the mountains below, the Leihun Emperor, Yu Wenchen, Tong Shenkui, and others who were watching the battle were also palpitating, and their spirits were ecstatic, staring at the situation in the sky intently. There is a strong doubt in everyone's mind. This time, the Dark Temple seems to be extremely powerful. Could it be that the recent undercurrent in the 10 Directions Starfield really foretells something? Although a place of forbidden gods is precious, look at it now, all the powerful forces and experts in the whole world are gathered here. His Royal Highness, what do you mean? Among the crowd, Ling Chongfeng from the 13th floor of Tianyu took a deep breath, looked at Yu Linglong, frowned, and asked. After all, the current stalemate is due to the conflict between him and Ouyang Nantian, so he naturally has to take the lead in expressing his opinion. Lord Ling, since you call me your highness, you naturally understand what I meant just now. Yu Linglong raised her eyes and glanced at Ling Chongfeng, her jade lips parted slightly, and continued. My words mean the meaning of the Dark Temple. The words have been spoken, and they will never be taken back. Fight, or go. Every word and every sentence is like thunder, and the soft voice has the momentum of thunder, which makes the expressions of Ling Chongfeng and others change instantly. The power of the Dark Temple is too terrifying. The most important thing is that everyone present came here for the land of forbidden gods, not for the sect battle. Ha ha ha, why bother? Everyone is from the three major forces, so it's easy to talk. Morong Jiuetian holding the golden axe looked at Ling Chongfeng, Ouyang Nantian, and Yu Linglong. With a flash of the golden axe in his hand, he immediately put it away, and said with a smile on his face. Well. Since His Royal Highness you came forward, I still have to give this face. Forget it. Sitting cross-legged on the back of the constantly retreating golden dragon, even if the golden dragon's sage emperor used all his consciousness, he would not be able to let the golden dragon sitting on his seat face Murphy's, who was the size of a kitten. Laughed. Ouyang Nantian, this time, you're lucky. Shitian Samaran kept staring at Ouyang Nantian, with murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He finally spoke. Although he really wanted to take this opportunity to kill Ouyang Nantian, but the matter had come to this point, it was obviously impossible. The only important thing was to retain his strength and seize the opportunity in the God-forbidden land. The 13th floor of Tianyu did not expect that the powerful alliance that had just been formed would collapse in an instant, with a look of astonishment on its face. Let's go. This time, I have recorded it in the Tianyu building. Ling Chongfeng, Duan Qingxi, Sima Jiangnan, and Feng Zizai, the four owners of Tianyu building, knew that there was no chance. Their faces were livid. They turned around and retreated towards a mountain peak in the distance. Up to now, it is impossible for them to kill Ouyang Nantian or that Shen Xingjia. Retreat. Seeing that the situation had changed, Yu Linglong waved her hand, and the Mongolian soldiers in front of her all retracted their guns and stood awe-inspiring. The white dress was like a cloud, fluttering lightly, and Yu Linglong flew straight towards Ouyang Nantian and Shen Xingjia. The face that was full of frost just now had completely disappeared. When facing Ouyang Nantian, the young master of the Dark Temple became Yu Linglong again. This is the end. The various sects and experts who watched the battle from all directions did not expect that a shocking battle should end like this. They didn't expect that this time, Yu Linglong on the side of the Dark Temple would go to war with the whole world in order to help Ouyang Nantian. Moreover, the power she brings is really terrifying. Even if it is a fool, I am afraid that they will not go directly to the Dark Temple, and if they are tough here, they are looking for death. Sister Yu, hee hee. On the mountains below, Chu Yan, who was invisible, looked at the figure in the white dress like snow in the sky, and smiled slightly. His eyes were full of emotion. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2510, the end of the martial arts world. The end of a turmoil is not really the end, but it is just the foreplay of the opening of the curtain. In the following time, because of the shocking battle before, the atmosphere in front of the entire 10th starfield became extremely heated and tense. A strong sense of tension diffused in the void, making everyone's blood boil. Those who can come here, none of them are ordinary warriors, all of them are the top powerhouses and geniuses of the various sects, or the big bosses who lead the team. Therefore, they naturally saw that, in the end, this fight against the Nantian God Emperor was all about a conflict of interests. What is the benefit? Of course it is the land of forbidden gods. Since the land of forbidden gods can attract the entire 10-direction star field, all the top sects and forces, and, in order to seize that slight opportunity and advantage, they did not hesitate to fight. It can only explain one problem. That is, this land of forbidden gods has a fatal attraction for all powerful sects, including the top powerhouses. The land of forbidden gods really deserves its reputation. As time goes by, there are more and more powerful people and forces gathered in the continuous mountains. However, the more people there were, the quieter it became. In the entire mountain range, there was silence, and there was no conflict at all. Everyone is recharging their energy and recharging their batteries, waiting for the arrival of the last moment. And the Nishan Dao where Chu Yan is located occupies a mountain peak, and Emperor Xuanhuan issued a strict order not to allow anyone to speak or do anything, so as not to be exposed. The existence of an Nishan Dao was hardly discovered by the various sect forces present. And one day later, there were as many as 30 powerful sects, before reaching the 10th star field. Countless pairs of eyes stared closely at the 10th star field. In the vast sea of stars, a huge mountain range was slowly moving out of the sky. Boom! 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 The continuous sound of thunder in the void resounded through the sky and the earth, and the 9 colors mountain range shuttled through the star field. As it got closer, the astonishing mountain was gradually clearly presented in front of all the strong people. The mountain peak that was soaring towards the sky, with 9 colors and 9 lines, overbearing and trembling slightly, the main peak with various visions such as sea of fire, huge waves, storms, etc., also began to have frequent visions. Look, the land of forbidden gods has moved. There was a sound of exclamation, and all the sects and powerhouses looked up, even the genius emperors such as Yuanchen, Tong Shenkui, Moron Juetian, and even the overlords such as Shitian Sanren and Jin Longxingdi. They all looked up. It should be soon. The land of forbidden gods is about to return. But, why haven't the people from Xingtian Pavilion arrived yet? Chu Yan's face was slightly stern, and his eyes kept sweeping around, wondering in his heart. Xingtian Pavilion, aren't you coming? Not only Chu Yan, but other sect forces are also thinking about this issue. Moreover, under the Xingtian Pavilion, those powerful forces, including the 7 great clans, and Zolman forces, have not arrived. Boom, boom. Half an hour later, the incomparably majestic mountain range in the Forbidden Land in the star field was far away from the mountain range where everyone was standing. Getting closer, the huge void impact began to hit the boundary. The continuous mountains couldn't bear the land of forbidden gods at all. Hundreds of mountains began to shake crazily under the impact of such a huge mountain range. Fast back. It's about to hit. Everyone retreat to a safe zone. Retreat. Retreat. The forces of the various sects roared loudly and ordered the disciples of their respective sects to retreat towards the rear. However, they far underestimated the size and power of the land of forbidden gods that came crashing into the star field. The mountain peaks under the feet of all warriors collapsed faster than some warriors escaped. Boom! 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 Some powerhouses with slightly slower movement speed and reaction were swallowed by the collapsing mountain before they soared into the sky, and their bodies disappeared into countless layers of rocks and soil. After the chaos, the powerhouses of the various sects just breathed a sigh of relief, and before they turned around, suddenly, the mutation regenerated. Crash! In an instant, in the land of hundreds of peaks that collapsed just now, in the ruins of a large mountain range, countless rays of light shot up into the sky. Between the heaven and the earth, pieces of soul-shocking power are frantically condensing. In less than 100 breaths, a huge aura of spiritual energy appeared at the location of the collapsed mountain range just now. Boom! 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 The Milky Way took shape, and immediately picked up huge waves. The waves were as high as 10,000 feet, and the power rushed straight to the 10th star field, constantly crashing into the land of forbidden gods that moved sideways. In the whole world, the violent impact and huge collision force raged in all directions, with strong winds and huge waves. What's the situation? All the strong men never expected that there would be such a terrifying Milky Way hidden under the mountain they were standing on just now. And as soon as this Tianhe appeared, It frantically attacked the God-forbidden land that wanted to return from the 10th star field. Tianhe Hengkong. With such a vision and such a terrifying power, the faces of the people present were incomparably changed. I understand. This is the great array of heaven and earth blocking the land of forbidden gods. That's right. This formation of heaven and earth should be aimed at the land of forbidden gods and the 10th star field. It should be a powerful formation of heaven and earth that completely isolates the 9-star field of our martial arts world from the 10th star field. With the barrier of this Milky Way, no one can go to the 10th star field. At the same time, the 10th star field, including the land of forbidden gods, cannot return easily. The next day. Is this too terrifying? Who has such great power? The vision in front of them, as well as the battle that broke out between the Tianhe River and the 10th star field, left everyone dumbfounded, trembling, and shocked on their faces. However, this battle between heaven and earth did not last long. After a stick of incense, everything returned to calm, and the vast and majestic mountain range of Forbidden God Land was also surrounded by countless huge waves, trembling constantly. Boom! 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 It seems that a huge hand is beating the door of the sky, and it seems that the horns and drums of the charge are roaring. Surrounded by huge waves, the Forbidden God Land, which had come to a standstill, started up again, rumbling with the power of thunder, and continued to move sideways towards the border of the 9th star field. The moment it started again, all the huge waves were smashed by the collision, turning into large swaths of water mist and heaven and earth aura, rushing in all directions, completely losing the blocking power and sealing effect. The land of forbidden gods moved sideways, with unparalleled momentum and power, moving forward and accelerating continuously. It is getting closer and closer to the 9th star field, which is the border of the Wuhun world. The land of forbidden gods, which has been silent for millions of years, returns completely at this moment. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2511 Forbidden Place. The rumble of the forbidden area crashed into the border of the martial soul world. This earth-shattering scene made everyone's eyes freeze. His breathing was stagnant, and his body was tense, as if exerting force inexplicably in the dark. To be so excited that he couldn't control his body, it was absolutely unbelievable for all the powerful martial arts practitioners present. But, it just happened, and almost everyone does. However, not everyone has never seen the land of forbidden gods. Among the people present, there are several legendary bosses who have walked through this ancient land of forbidden gods. The Forbidden God Land that connects the gods and mortals. Isn't this just an ordinary mountain range? It seems that there is nothing special. Is there something wrong there? The world's #1 Jedi, known as the Forbidden Land of the God Realm, this is a bit of a misnomer. The distance is too close, even the weakest martial artist can clearly see the appearance of the God-forbidden land moving across the star field. It turned out that, wrapped in the 10th star field, the land of forbidden gods, 9 colors and 9 peaks, the power of various attributes appeared on the main peaks. But now, after breaking through the ban on Tianhe, this land of forbidden gods has become so ordinary that it cannot be more ordinary. Originally, everyone was imagining that on the endless mountain range of Forbidden God, there are countless spiritual grasses and fairy medicines, the ground is full of divine crystals and holy stones, and the ruins of the gods stand in the mountains. But now, there is nothing but a huge stone gate. This is the land of forbidden gods. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, staring closely at the mountains coming across the sky, pondering in his heart. Not only Chu Yan, but also Yu Wenchen, Tong Shenkui, Morong Jiutian, Yu Linglong, and other geniuses and powerhouses, all of them were stunned. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. From the beginning to the end, the strong people present had extremely high expectations for the land of forbidden gods, so now, everyone's expressions are a little dull. What is that? Do you feel it? Suddenly, someone spoke, his face was pale, and his body trembled slightly, as if he had discovered something unusual. What? Huh. This breath is not right. What a wonderful breath, what is this? Could it be? This is the will of the God realm. That's right. As the land of forbidden gods approached, in the mountains, the special aura rushed in, swept the crowd, and made everyone feel that in the mountains of this land of forbidden gods, almost every piece of rock, grass, and trees on the ground, they all exude a unique breath of will that makes people palpitate. This breath of will is extremely weak, but it is completely incomprehensible to everyone, and it has never been seen before. Even if it is some big legends, they can't understand it at all. Chu Yan, don't underestimate these breaths of will. Stay close to the sea of consciousness and feel it carefully. A strange sound resounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Turning his head to look, he found that it was God Emperor Xuanhuan, who was transmitting sound to his consciousness with a solemn face. According to the records of Mayanai Shindao, this land of forbidden gods, as an intermediary connecting the world of gods and the world of martial spirits, is a very special mountain. Special mountain range. Chu Yan was startled. That's right. He is the only mountain in the 9 heavens and 10 realms that can cultivate himself. What? Mountains can also be cultivated. Because it is special, it is the origin of cultivation, which is the origin and essence of cultivation. Your talent is good. You have conceived the Tao map, comprehended the rules of heaven and earth, condensed the Emperor's seal, and proved yourself in me. But whether it is the world of martial spirits or the world of gods, they are all under the will of heaven and earth and the constraints of martial arts. If you can comprehend the origin of cultivation in this land of forbidden gods, maybe your martial arts will be completely different. Having said that, God Emperor Xuanhuan fell silent, unable to say anything more. His eyes were fixed on the land of forbidden gods, his eyes were bright. A completely different way of cultivation. Chu Yan's entire sea of consciousness was shaking, his pupils shrank into needles, and he was astonished. In the holy tent before, when I conceived the Tao map and condensed the Emperor's seal, there was an incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao from the 10 directions starfield, who came to stop it. Therefore, Chu Yan also understood that in this world of martial spirits, the martial arts that all warriors think of are actually only martial arts under the will of the 10 directions starfield. Is this kind of martial arts that is controlled by will and forbidden is the real martial arts? Chu Yan was thinking about this question a long time ago, so no matter how difficult it is, Chu Yan has always insisted on practicing the way of self. So, now, when he learned from Emperor Xuanhuan that the mountain range in front of him can also cultivate himself, the impact on Chu Yan's soul can be described as heaven and earth. There is no need to doubt that the way of cultivation in this God-forbidden place in front of him is definitely not the kind of cultivation way allowed by the will of the 10 directions starfield. What kind of way of cultivation would be beyond the rules and restrictions? A mountain range can be cultivated, which is too. As everyone knows, in the world of martial arts, only flesh and blood can cultivate. Whether it is warriors of various races or monsters, at least they are all flesh and blood with spiritual consciousness. But for this land of forbidden gods in front of him, if the body of the mountains can barely be counted as its body, what about the spiritual consciousness? Regardless of other things, at least, this land of forbidden gods should be beyond the control of the will of the 10 directions of the star field, or in other words, the power of the land of the forbidden gods itself has broken through the restriction of the will of the 10 directions of the star field. Chu Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter, shining brightly like 2 stars. This forbidden place made him more and more excited and interested. Quick, take the lead. In the sky, there was a loud shout, and someone rushed towards the mountain range of the God-forbidden land. This sudden change suddenly made the silent crowd of warriors boil instantly. Immediately afterwards, how could the forces of the major sects, including the Gu clan, Yaozong, Tianula, Hunyuanzong, etc., be willing to take the back seat? They all ordered that the disciples and clansmen of the sect all turn into waves and rush to the forbidden area. Land of Gods. One hair moves the whole body, the crowd has already formed, and the warriors from all directions follow closely, each displaying the emperor's supernatural powers. They must rush in first. Everyone, get ready to go. Emperor Xuanhuan raised his eyes and scanned the surroundings. Seeing the scene of the surging tide, he turned his gaze back to the members of the God Defying Taoism behind him. All he saw was a pair of red and excited eyes, all staring at him closely. At this moment, no martial artist can stick to his heart and maintain a trace of clarity. Once we set off, we will be exposed, but now everyone is staring at the forbidden God land. We should not be too conspicuous if we blend in with the crowd. The stone gate of this land of forbidden gods, Han has my order, no one is allowed to enter without permission. Sentence after sentence, he continued to explain, and when he finished speaking, he waved his hand casually, and immediately, the hidden spirit patterns covering the crowd who rebelled against the gods disappeared in an instant. Set off. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2512 God Realm Powerhouse. The anti-Shinto members moved together and merged into the crowd. Although the speed was extremely fast, it still attracted the attention of many people, and many experts looked sideways. That's... Almost in an instant, the complexions of some powerful clan leaders all changed. Xuanhuan, God Emperor. Also, and the strong of the Xi clan. Together. 7 great war clans, Thunder Clan with extremely powerful combat power. Thunder Soul Emperor, Skyfire, Blood Crazy. It's against the way of God. There were exclamations one after another, and many bigwigs even stopped and looked in the direction where Emperor Xuanhuan was with a face full of astonishment. Also, that young man in black robe is Chu Yan. Every strong man, every big boss, including some casual cultivators, recognized the black-robed warrior next to Emperor Xuanhuan, and it was Chu Yan. Above the sky, Yu Linglong and Shen Xingjie cast their gazes, and the expressions on their faces froze for an instant. Only Ouyang Nantian smiled and nodded slightly. Ha ha ha, everyone, long time no see. The Thunder Soul Emperor and the others who rushed to the front of the members of Anai Shindao burst out with aura, and the speed continued to increase, surpassing wave after wave of people, and at the same time they laughed wildly with complacency. Before, seeing Yu Wenchen, Tong Shenkui, and Murong Jiutian and other geniuses, all of them were so arrogant, they were already a little bit overwhelmed. Now, take advantage of this opportunity, of course you have to be arrogant. After all, as the 3 of them, they are similar to these geniuses of various forces. Chu Yan's body was like lightning, but he didn't rush to the place where the gods were forbidden like other warriors, but flew directly to the place where Ouyang Nantian, Yu Linglong and Shen Xingjie were. I haven't seen you for a long time, but seeing you here today, Chu Yan is naturally very happy. Especially before, Big Brother Ouyang and Yu Linglong, in order to help themselves, almost spared no effort. These Chu Yan saw it all. Brother, this is the best 8th grade golden elixir. As soon as Chu Yan arrived, he took out a bottle of 8 legend golden pill and handed it to Ouyang Nantian. In the battle just now, Ouyang Nantian fought alone against Xietian Sanren, Tianula, and Hunyuanzong. Although he barely withstood it, he also suffered some injuries, and his divine essence was consumed a lot. Although Chu Yan didn't know whether the 8-pass golden pill would have any effect on the recovery of Xuanhuan, but how much it could play a role. In the future, I still need to find some alchemy formulas and refine some golden pills to restore the divine essence. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, looked at Ouyang Nantian and nodded with a chuckle, took the golden pill, swallowed it 100 times, and couldn't help but pondered in his heart. Although Chu Yan's cultivation level is only at the Great Emperor level now, most of the golden elixirs he refines are aimed at restoring Emperor Yuan. However, like Ouyang Nantian and the three supreme beings, including some bigwigs in the Holy Tomb, there are also those who are above the demigod level. If these people were injured because of helping themselves, then at least I could come up with some pills to help them recover. Little Chu Yan. What about me? Seeing Chu Yan give Ouyang Nantian the pill, Yu Linglong pouted her mouth and pretended to be angry. What do you want? I still have the elixir, but you don't lack it either. Chu Yan smiled embarrassingly. Today, he had seen the terrifying power of the young lady of the Dark Temple in front of him. He even brought such terrifying existences as the Demon Lord of Hell and Murphy's with him. With her status, she would be short of pills. What is mine, and what you give is yours. Want it? Yu Linglong stomped her feet and stretched out her jade hand, almost touching Chu Yan's face. Good. Good. I'll give it. Chu Yan quickly took out a few bottles of 8-turn golden pills and handed them to Yu Linglong, moving very quickly. Although Chu Yan is obsessed with martial arts cultivation, he is not stupid. Of course he knows that women are not easy to mess with, and unreasonable women are even more difficult to mess with. Quickly snatching 3 bottles of golden pills from Chu Yan's hand, Yu Linglong's face bloomed with a smile like a flower, and her eyes sparkled. Brother Shen, long time no see. After dismissing the tortured goblin, Chu Yan took a deep breath, turned to look at Shen Xingjia with an excited expression. Brother Chu, thank you very much. Shen Xingjia cupped his hands and saluted, his eyes were also shining with excitement. The two of them have known each other since they were in the Haotian continent, so it is impossible not to have a deep relationship. Especially just now, a life and death situation has gone half a circle. Of course, the reunion between life and death at this moment is of course more important. You don't need to thank me, Brother Ouyang and Miss Yu helped you. Chu Yan shook his head and smiled. Well, I know. Shen Xingjia nodded. Of course he knew that the reason why the Nantian God Emperor and the young master of the Dark Temple would act to help him, who was completely unknown and whose cultivation was only at the level of Emperor Wu, was entirely because of Chu Yan. This time, Chu Yan opened his mouth, just about to say something. Suddenly, above the distant sky, a dull thunder exploded directly. Humph. You are right. You are against the gods, but you have come to the land of forbidden gods. Accompanied by the sound of heaven and earth exploding thunder, above the sky, there was a cold snort like the anger of a god, which made the whole sky sink. This is... Shocked by this vast and sea-like voice, all the bosses in the audience trembled and suddenly turned their heads to look. An invisible and powerful coercion surged from the 9 heavens, sweeping the audience. Xuanhuan, shouldn't we have a better understanding of the matter between us? You broke out of the sect back then and insisted on joining this god-defying Tao, why? Tell me. The voice suddenly rose, and the power was rolling like a raging sea. This heavy drink exploded like a thunder. The place where the sound came from, whether it was the sky or the surrounding void, exploded one after another. The sound waves rolled, like shock waves, towards the mountains below, and under the severe suppression, with obvious anger and murderous intent, it made people shake their heads. Only you. On the top of the mountain range, God Emperor Xuanhuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, but he was completely unmoved. The expression on his face was all calm and clear. Such a good opportunity, such a long reunion, how could I be missing? Ha ha ha. Almost at the same time that God Emperor Xuanhuan came out suspiciously, another shocking laughter resounded in the sky. Today is a good opportunity for those who have grudges or grievances to talk about it. Or let's settle accounts. The sound of wild laughter suddenly turned and became extremely cold, and a piercing murderous intent, like a sharp gun falling from the sky, shot straight at the peak of the mountain below. A tall man wearing golden soft armor and holding a black spear appeared from the clouds, with a pair of angry eyes staring straight at the Emperor Xuanhuan below. A few kilometers away from him, a mysterious light shone, and another figure gradually appeared. Good, very good. God Emperor Xuanhuan's eyes swept over the figures of the two, and the light in his eyes, which were originally as vast as stars, suddenly changed, becoming extremely fierce and sharp. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2513 Battle of Gods. At this moment, all eyes were on Xuanhuan. What I saw was an extremely powerful momentum, like a god, rising from the top of the mountain, soaring into the sky, picking up a wave of terrifying air, and sweeping towards the mountains in all directions. Within 10,000 steps of his body, there was a gust of wind, and the might of thunder rumbled. The whole world is shaking. The majesty of the God Emperor shocked the world when he was angry. Who would not be afraid of such power? This is. Everyone's faces were full of astonishment, especially some warriors with weak cultivation bases. They hurriedly urged their true energy to protect their bodies, and their faces turned pale with fright. Above the sky, there are 2 strong men in the divine realm, and on the mountain over there is also a divine realm. The aura of the 3 great gods collided between the heaven and the earth, the void was all turned into dust, and the sky was frozen and completely suppressed. In the 10-direction starfield, 3 gods appeared. Such a terrifying situation has not happened for many years. Xingtian Pavilion, Xuanyun sect. Someone recognized the man in the sky wearing golden soft armor and holding a spear, and another strong man who walked out of the mysterious light. They came to the 10-direction starfield, 2 powerful forces. Shenyunzong. Chu Yan frowned slightly, staring closely at the figure in Xianguangzhong. The strong man of the Xuanyun sect, who came out of the mysterious light, looked extremely ordinary. The old man in the cloth robe had a weak aura, just like an ordinary person. Xuanyun sect, an ancient sect that has been closed for millions of years, is said to be a force from the former god realm. Ouyang Nantian looked at the sky and murmured. The sect of the god realm. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were startled at the same time. That's right. In fact, there are still several sects from the God realm in the 10-direction starfield. Back then, the God realm was destroyed during the battle between gods and demons. Many sect forces moved from the God realm to the 10-direction starfield in order to survive. These sect forces are not real gods. They are just ancient times. They broke through from the world of martial spirits to the world of gods, developed slowly, and gradually took root in the world of gods. It's just that they are all attached to the Protoss. When the Protoss is lost, they lose their protection. Ouyang Nanchan's eyes were on the one who was staring at Xingtian Pavilion, his eyes flickered with brilliance. It's just that I didn't expect that the people from Xingtian Pavilion came a long time ago, but they didn't show up until now. Hearing this, Chu Yan immediately understood. Could it be that Ni Shindao sent a god emperor to lead the team this time? It seems that they should have guessed that Xingtian Pavilion used this time to return from the god-forbidden land to deal with Ni Shindao. After all, for ordinary forbidden lands and absolute domains, Ni Shindao will not send a large number of members to participate, but the land of forbidden gods is completely different. This is a targeted layout. Chu Yan's eyes instantly became full of killing intent, looking at the 2 great gods of Xingtian Pavilion and Shenyunzong in the sky, his whole body tensed up. However, the current situation is that the 3 great gods are confronting each other. In this kind of battle, other people, including Chu Yan, cannot participate at all. And Emperor Xuanhuan. As the 3 supreme beings against God, Chu Yan has never seen his combat power. Except for Ouyang Nantian, Chu Yan has never seen any battle between the gods, and he is completely unfamiliar with the battles between the gods. Even Ouyang Nan Tian, what Chu Yan has seen is only when his strength has not fully recovered. However, at least Chu Yan knew that Emperor Xuanhuan was alone, and the other party was two great gods. Under such circumstances, it is obviously not good for God Emperor Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, in my opinion, your rebellion against the gods is nothing but a joke. The cloth-robed old man crossed the sky, walked on clouds, like walking on flat ground, and said with a sneer on his face. These old men in cloth robes are exactly one of the strongest members of Xinyun sect. The entire Xinyun sect has closed the Sua sect for millions of years, and does not recruit disciples at all. Therefore, almost all of the sect's members are strong men who have reached the sky. Among the hidden sects in the 10 directions starfield, it is considered to be the top existence. Accept the verdict. As soon as the words landed, the cloth-robed old man waved his hand, and a large red spiritual cloud rushed out. Roar! Roar! Within a radius of 100 miles, the roar of the beast resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the moment the raging spirit cloud appeared, it condensed into an extremely tall giant, holding a sledgehammer, roaring the sky and the earth. This giant transformed into a spiritual cloud is 1,000 feet high. The moment it appeared, all the spiritual energy and spiritual clouds between the heaven and the earth continued to gather towards the cloud giant, making its aura continuously increase. Die. On the other side, the strong man in the divine realm of Xingtian Pavilion waved his black spear in his hand, and a huge gun light that was as dazzling as a shooting star was like a bright star falling from the sky in the sea of stars, emitting thousands of black lights, covering the surrounding sky, completely crushed into fine powder. Boom, boom. The sky collapsed in an instant, and the mountains and the ground trembled continuously. Even with 2 attacks, they still hadn't landed. The land and mountains below couldn't bear such a powerful impact at all, and instantly became extremely fragile, as if they would collapse at any time. You guys want to fight here? God Emperor Xuanhuan's face did not fluctuate, looked at the two of them, and spoke softly. This is the boundary of the 10th star field. If the power spreads and the heaven and earth array is affected, don't you worry. When this sentence landed, the 2 gods of Xingtian Pavilion and Shenyunzong frowned. Good. If the 3 god-level powerhouses really fought here, the powerful aftermath of the battle would probably turn into ashes within 100 miles. And the land of forbidden gods is right in front of you, and the heaven and earth formation, connecting the martial soul world and the 10th star field, naturally cannot escape. Once it is touched by the aftermath, the consequences will be immeasurable. A bunch of ants, what have I got to do with you? Good. The 2 gods glanced at the land of forbidden gods in the vastness of the star field, and there were a large group of sluggish warriors, with disdain on their faces. The next moment, above the sky, the mountain-like cloud giant began to swing a sledgehammer, and his whole body's spiritual power rose. And the one in Xingtian Pavilion was holding a black gun, and the power of the gun soared again, and he raised his hand and stabbed out. In an instant, 1 white and 1 black, 2 extremely terrifying attacks turned into a black giant dragon, and a dazzling black beam of light ruthlessly attacked Emperor Xuanhuan. Break! After uttering 1 word, God Emperor Xuanhuan soared into the sky, and with a wave of his right hand, 2 rays of divine light rushed out like water ripples, sweeping across the world like waves passing through the sky. In an instant, the black gun light and the white cloud dragon were directly wrapped tightly by the large waves of water, and they all turned into nothingness under the rolling and strangling. Clang! The sound of the golden sword resounded, and a purple saber appeared in the hands of Emperor Xuanhuan. The blade pointed directly at the sky, 2 great gods. Since you want to fight, then fight. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Emperor Xuanhuan soared into the sky, turning into a dazzling purple light, illuminating the entire world into a purple world. #C2514-9 Dragonlock Sky. Boom. 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 The sound of air explosions that exploded the sky and the earth resounded throughout the sky, and the battle between the three great gods broke out in an instant. In the sky, there are countless vigor, such as mountains rushing, heaven and earth howling, thunder and clouds rolling, almost disappearing immediately after appearing. At the center of the battle, the sky within a radius of 10 miles has all turned into nothingness, and the black holes in time and space are like giant snakes that devour everything, which is extremely terrifying. God. In all directions, those powerhouses who saw this scene were all stunned and trembling. The battle of the gods is so terrifying. Although the figures of the three of them were fighting and walking, constantly heading towards the sky, coupled with their berserk vigor, sweeping the world, they couldn't see the situation of the battle clearly at all. However, that terrifying air wave, the shock wave, can make them feel the fear of their souls. It should be as if, 10,000 feet high in the sky, above the 9 nights, a group of ancient beasts that can devour the world are madly biting and rushing. The power of the explosion caused the whole world to shake. No one doubted that if such battles continued, the entire martial soul world would probably be destroyed. This is the battle between the gods. It's hard to imagine how the spirit world was preserved under countless battles during the ancient war between gods and demons. Good, so strong. Chu Yan's entire soul was trembling, not because of fear, but because this powerful force was far beyond his imagination. This battle of the god-level powerhouse opened his eyes. Unlike other warriors, Chu Yan, who was running the unicorn pupil, saw the battle clearly. Extreme Yuan returns to armor. Above the 9 nights, the cloth-robed old man waved his hands, and spiritual clouds surged one after another, condensing into a large piece of cloud armor around the body of the cloud giant. As soon as the saber energy of Emperor Xuanhuan collided with these cloud armors, it would immediately disintegrate, and at the same time a cloud arrow shot straight back. This extreme element returns to the armor, defending and attacking at the same time. It is the top defensive magic, and its power is astonishing. The cloth-robed old man standing at the far end didn't directly participate in the battle at all, but was completely assisting the cloud giant, constantly rushing to kill. In this way, Emperor Xuanhuan was fighting 3 people at the same time, and the situation was worrying. The cloud giant is extremely powerful, and its attack power is not weaker than the strong ones in the Holy Sky Pavilion. Coupled with this cloud armor defense, its combat power has greatly increased. Moreover, the cloth-robed old man poured divine energy into the giant cloud's body continuously, making its power seem inexhaustible. Cloud arrows shot all over the sky. God Emperor Xuanhuan held a saber. His figure was like lightning. While dodging and moving, he swung the saber across. On the other side, seeing this scene, the strong man in the divine realm of Xingtian Pavilion raised the corners of his mouth, brandished black spears with both hands, and his whole body continued to erupt. Kowloon locks the sky. How could he miss such a fighter opportunity? One after another of black gun lights instantly turned into 9 streaks, like 9 black giant dragons, roaring at the sky and earth, colliding with each other, constantly knocking out large black thunderbolts. Like a cloud of thunder and dragons, it rushed towards Emperor Xuanhuan. After several miles in front of Emperor Xuanhuan, the 9 black strips exploded, facing up, down, left, right, and 8 directions, forming a black dragon pattern, scattered in all directions. It's like a piece of black sea water, enveloping an arc island and trapping it in groups. This is a magical blockade technique, and it complements the divine technique used by the cloth-robed old man of Shenyanzong. They are all magical techniques that limit the movement space of the opposite side. As a result, the range of activities that God Emperor Xuanhuan can fight in is getting smaller and smaller. Ha ha ha, Xuanhuan, you have run out of energy against the gods. Wait to die. After trapping God Emperor Xuanhuan with the move of 9 dragons locking the sky, the strong man in the divine realm of Xingtian Pavilion suddenly became extremely proud and laughed wildly. Really? I don't think so. Above the sky, a heart-piercing voice resounded, and a dazzling black saber light pierced the sky, slashing fiercely at the black dragon surrounding God Emperor Xuanhuan. At the same time, a figure rushed over from the mountains below, with the power of a sword like a tide. Boom! As the sword light passed by, the black dragon burst instantly, turning into a violent black energy, rushing to the sky and the earth. Roar! Roar! One dragon was lost, and the power of the other 8 dragons was greatly reduced. God Emperor Xuanhuan seized the opportunity, slashed horizontally with his sword, and smashed 2 ends in an instant. Huh! You! Unexpectedly, the strong man in the divine realm of the Xingtian Pavilion and the old man of the Xinyun sect did not dare to intervene in the battle between them, and turned their heads in shock. But what I saw was Ouyang Nanshan's white robe flying up, his black knife like blood, like a startled rainbow, coming from the sky. Wherever he passed, the heavenly sword in his hand didn't stop, cutting out one after another, cutting all the remaining black dragons to pieces. On the other side, God Emperor Xuanhuan didn't care, completely ignored the black dragons around him, stared at the cloud giant, and slashed wildly. At this moment, the situation is reversed instantly. When Ouyang Nantian reunited with Emperor Xuanhuan, the 2 divine swords gathered together, and the sword intent and momentum of the 2 of them urged each other, and the entire world was filled with fierce sword light. In front of them, whether it was the cloud giant of the Xinyun sect or the 8 dragons locking the sky, they all turned into dust and scattered in all directions. Ouyang Nantian, are you looking for death? The 2 powerhouses in the divine realm never expected that Ouyang Nantian would suddenly join the battle. Although they also knew that the name of the Nantian God Emperor was a powerful man who had a great reputation during the ancient battle between gods and demons. However, it has been lost for nearly 1,000,000 years, and its strength has long been weak enough to live up to the past. At this time, its cultivation base is only against the Saint Emperor realm. In such a situation, dare to intervene in their true battle. This is not courting death, what is it? The most important thing is that neither of them understand how Ouyang Nantian and Emperor Xuanhuan stand together. You also joined the Tao against God. The eyes of the old man in the cloth robe trembled suddenly, and he looked at Ouyang Nantian with a ferocious expression on his face. Good. Ouyang Nantian nodded and looked directly at the other party with a rainbow-like aura. You. When the cloth-robed old man heard Fong, his face turned purple with anger, and his eyes turned red when he saw Ouyang Nantian Xuanhuan God Emperor standing together. This is you are looking for death. A powerful divine breath continuously gushed out from the cloth-robed old man. In an instant, the vast sea of spiritual clouds above the 9 heavens rumbled, like a dormant volcano, waking up, and it was about to burst out all its anger in the next moment. Yuan Dao Wuji. Above the left hand and the right hand, there are 2 balls of mysterious light, like 2 twinkling stars, bursting out with dazzling light, and the sky trembles when they wave their hands. One left and one right, 2 beams of mysterious light shot straight out, and exploded directly in front of the cloth-robed old man. Boom! Boom! 2 tall cloud giants appeared again, but this time the size of the cloud giants was obviously much smaller than before. The 2 cloud giants, who were only 100 feet tall, each held a white saber, and their eyes were burning like flames, looking directly at Ouyang Nantian and Emperor Xuanhuan. #C2515 God Emperor's Might. Roar! Roar! 2 roars blasted the entire sky, and 200-foot-high cloud giants, armed with cloud soldiers, rushed towards Ouyang Nantian and Emperor Xuanhuan. The battle broke out in an instant. Obviously, the combat power of these 2 miniature cloud giants is much stronger than the previous one. For a while, the battle with Ouyang Nantian and Emperor Xuanhuan ended in a tie. Undead. Hurry up. The eyes of the cloth-robed old man were completely blood-red, shining with a bewitching light, and his hands were in seals, constantly manipulating the two cloud giants. Hey hey. The Black Spear God Emperor of Xingtian Pavilion looked at the battle in front of him with a grin on his face, and he didn't intend to rush to make a move. I can't hold on for long, hurry up. Seeing this, the old man in cloth robe became anxious and roared sharply. Although he used a unique move to deal with the two god emperors at once, which seemed extremely majestic, but he knew very well that this could last for a while. As long as the undead god emperors make a move and attack from behind, there is a chance to severely injure one of the god emperors. In this way, in this 2-on-2 situation, it is possible to take the initiative. Such a good opportunity, the immortal god emperor of Xingtian Pavilion, can't you see it? Why didn't you take action? However, when he was about to speak again to urge the undead god emperor, he saw that the undead god emperor turned around and rushed towards the forbidden god land. What? You. Seeing this scene, the cloth-robed old man's face turned green with anxiety. This immortal god emperor, is he crazy? Could it be that he wants to throw him here and go to the forbidden gods alone? If this is the case, then he will definitely die if he deals with Nantian God Emperor and Xuanhuan God Emperor alone. Ha ha ha, the rubbish who go against the way of God, still want to fight against me, Xingtian Pavilion, I'll die. With a maniacal laugh, the black spear in the hands of the immortal God Emperor suddenly swung it, and a large piece of black gun light, like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, pierced straight towards the crowd below. Hundreds of black gun lights pointed directly at the anti-Shinto members in the crowd. Because the members of the anti-Shinto are all gathered together to watch the battle of the four gods, so they are very dense with each other. If these black gun lights fall, there will be a large number of anti-Shinto members who will be directly lost. This was the attack of a strong man in the God Emperor realm. Among the strong men against God, except for Ouyang Nantian and Emperor Xuanhuan, it was impossible for anyone else to block it. What? Whether it was Chu Yan, or the members of the rebel god, such as the Thunder Soul Emperor, were all stunned, and their expressions changed drastically. They never expected that this undead god emperor would be so shameless. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the cloth-robed old man of Xinyun's sect to delay the two great god emperors with a unique move, he directly attacked the ordinary members who rebelled against the divine way. Boom, boom. Between the sky and the earth, a large number of black gun lights, like a black meteor shower, fell straight down, with overwhelming power. Not good. In Chu Yan's body, a large amount of death energy rushed, and the thick death breath enveloped the whole body in an instant. Such a terrifying attack, and it came out of nowhere, was never thought of beforehand. With his current cultivation level, it was impossible for him and other members to avoid it in time. On the other side, the cloth-robed old man in the sky was stunned when he saw this scene, and let out a grinning laugh. Although the move of the immortal God Emperor is somewhat different from what he thought, the effect is definitely not bad. As a member of the Xinyun sect, he just wanted to settle accounts with Xuanhuan God Emperor and Ouyang Nantian, but the immortal God Emperor belonged to Xingtian Pavilion. So I want to take this opportunity to kill the members who go against the Shinto. You must know that this time, the people who went against the Tao to bring the forbidden gods were all elite members of the Tao, each of whom was a top powerhouse or a genius. If they were all slaughtered, the loss to the god-defying Tao can be imagined. Humph. Xingtian Pavilion, it's still so obscene. Emperor Xuanhuan and Ouyang Nantian, of course, also saw the behavior of the undead god emperor in Xingtian Pavilion, and immediately snorted coldly. The next moment, God Emperor Xuanhuan threw the spiritual saber in his hand fiercely, and towards the distance, the forest of black guns that filled the sky fiercely shot straight out. The light of the sword flew through the sky, the sword intent rose wildly, and the sword rest also skyrocketed. When it rushed to the front of the black gun forest, the huge magic sword covered the sky and the sun, covering almost half of the sky. Boom! 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 Countless black meteor spear lights collided with the giant knife body, exploding countless air explosions, and the sky filled with black air. Hundreds of spear lights instantly turned into black waves and disappeared into the void. As for Emperor Xuanhuan's divine sword, its body trembled, and its size continued to shrink. When all the gun lights disappeared, the divine sword returned to normal. This time, the sneak attack of the undead god emperor of Xingtian Pavilion was directly resolved. Call. Chu Yan and the rest of the members who went against the Shinto breathed a sigh of relief. The cold feeling of death made them palpitate. The power of this god emperor is really too terrifying. Under the radiance of the spears just now, if God Emperor Xuanhuan hadn't shot, at least half of them would have been killed or injured. What is Xuanhuan? There is still energy left. The eyes of the immortal God Emperor of Xingtian Pavilion swept across the Xuanhuan God Emperor in the distance, and he immediately let out a smirk. A spirit weapon, just trying to stop me from dying. Dreaming. As soon as the words landed, a large amount of black aura rose from the body of the undead God Emperor, crazily rising, and rapidly skyrocketed. The terrifying power of the divine aura picked up a large wave and swept across the entire world. In an instant, the sun was still shining all over just now, but in an instant, the entire sky was covered by the black divine breath, as if the night had fallen. In the darkness that filled the sky, a wave of terrifying killing intent surged downwards. If the God Emperor's murderous intent breaks through the barrier of the knife body, the members of the rebellious Dao below can freeze immediately on the spot. At that time all people become fish and meat, and let them be slaughtered. Quick! Rush into the forbidden God. Everyone, hurry up! Looking at the sky, the black breath on the body of the undead God Emperor skyrocketed, and all the expressions changed drastically in an instant. Obviously, the immortal God Emperor was about to come out, shattering Xuanhuan's divine sword in one fell swoop, and at the same time wiped out the members of the rebellious God Dao below. In all directions, the other powerhouses who were watching the battle twitched all over their faces. They dared to stay there and rushed towards the forbidden God land. The ultimate move of the God Emperor, destroy the world. If one is implicated, it will almost be death in vain. Therefore, only by escaping into the land of forbidden gods can one have a chance of survival. Fight. The thunder in Chu Yan's eyes exploded, the Emperor's prestige in his body continued to rise, and the power of the 5 gods and beasts in his body was circulating, and he was ready to make a move, desperately fighting the undead God Emperor. After all, in the current situation, hiding is impossible. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to fight with all your strength. Chu Yan. Seeing that Chu Yan was about to make a move, Yu Linglong, Shen Xingjia, Situ Yang and the others shouted anxiously and prepared to make a move at the same time. However, at this moment, a dazzling ray of light, like a world-shattering meteor, flew towards the distant horizon. #C2516 Judge the Heavens. Boom, boom. The divine light was like lightning, and with the power of thunder and lightning, it slashed straight at the undead God Emperor in the sky. What? The immortal God Emperor was gaining momentum. When he suddenly saw a saber light attacking him, he was astonished, and dared to continue to gain momentum, and shot directly. The black spear was like a mountain, sweeping across the wilderness, and collided with the thunder-like sword light, blasting the billowing air waves all over the sky. This wave of energy was strong and powerful, and it rushed to the sky and the earth, and the entire sky and the earth were completely shrouded. With Eugene passing by, the blood energy in Chu Yan's body suddenly rolled, and his figure retreated a few steps before stabilizing his figure. Fortunately, before that, he had already exercised his whole body's strength, so when that energy came, Chu Yan could deal with it calmly. However, it is impossible for other people, and the crowd of warriors was thrown into disarray by the storm. Many warriors with weak cultivation bases were even sent flying tens of thousands of steps, rolling in the air, scattered in all directions like leaves falling in the wind. With the attack of the God Emperor, the crowd of warriors present was completely reduced by half. After half a breath, whether they were standing or flying into the sky, they all turned their heads and looked over. It could be seen that behind the God Emperor Xuanhuan, the cloud giant was collapsing, and a large amount of divine breath gushed out from the gap in the body of the cloud giant. Obviously, this venerable Yun is finished. Based on this, you want to trap me, Xuanhuan. What a joke. Holding the divine saber, Emperor Xuanhuan's face was full of fighting intent, and the saber intent around his body was like a tide, like a god of heaven and earth, looking down at the undead God Emperor in the distance. And behind him, Ouyang Nanshan's heaven-breaking saber slashed down fiercely, and directly chopped off the cloud giant in front of him. At this moment, the power of the two sword gods, the Emperor of War, exploded completely. The immortal God Emperor of Xingtian Pavilion failed to achieve the conspiracy after 2 consecutive moves, which gave Xuanhuan God Emperor and Ouyang Nantian a chance to react. Now, it is too late to think about making plans. As soon as the sword intent comes out, there is a shortage in the world. Emperor Xuanhuan is not only strong in strength, but also in his bloodline, even the supreme primordial bloodline. With a combat strength, even if it is a powerhouse of the same level of gods, it is absolutely impossible to match it. But now, those who are familiar with Emperor Xuanhuan, including Ouyang Nantian and the cloth-robed old man of Xingyun sect, seem to be able to see that Emperor Xuanhuan is already serious. As the 3 supreme beings against the divine way, the divine power of Emperor Xuanhuan, the top bosses in the entire 10 directions starfield, who doesn't know his horror? 1 sword, 1 knife and 1 talisman, definitely the starfield of 10 directions, the king of the 3 rankings. The sword of Xianwood Sword God, the saber of Emperor Xuanhuan, and the talisman of God Emperor Tianji. If the 3 stand together at the same time, there may be no way for the entire 10 directions starfield and all the bigwigs to get together. Now, the reason why Shenyanzong and Xingtian Pavilion are so anxious to take action against Emperor Xuanhuan is because they saw that his strength has not recovered. Jiyuan, collapse. The Emperor's Daoyun technique. Whether it is the old man in cloth robes or the immortal God Emperor of Xingyuan Pavilion, seeing the divine power of Xuanhuan God Emperor, suddenly his face changed. They dared to hesitate there, they all shot together, and directly displayed the powerful Emperor skill, attacking the Xuanhuan God Emperor. For a moment, above the sky and on the top of the earth, the attacks of the 2 God Emperors soared down to the sky, overwhelming the sky, as if they wanted to pinch Xuanhuan God Emperor between them, so that he could not look at each other from head to tail. My blade judges the heavens, the meaning of the edge, only my universe. The robes are flying, and the divine power is mighty, every word, the ancient blade in the hand, blooming with shocking light, one after another divine blade, the turbulent flame-like power of the blade, towards the surrounding void, like layers of waves, rippling away. It's like a sun composed of countless thorns, born out of the sky, rolling and moving forward, constantly crushing and moving forward. Boom, boom. When this round of attack struck, it collided with the opponent's magical skills, and the huge waves that exploded almost opened a big hole in the sky. The sky was shaking, the whole world was trembling, and even in the Forbidden God land not far away, a large piece of mysterious light gushed out, turning into layers of barriers, blocking all remaining waves of energy. Obviously, the battle between the God Emperors has alarmed the Forbidden God land, releasing power to protect themselves. The situation has changed. Yes, the battle is now in a state of anxiety, and the outcome is unpredictable. Outside the God-forbidden land, warriors from all major forces had planned to watch the battle of the God Emperor, hoping to learn something from it. However, the changes in the battle situation exceeded their expectations. Let's go. It's not suitable to stay here for long. The members who went against the Shinto did not dare to stay any longer. If they were not careful, the immortal God Emperor of the Xingtian Pavilion would be in trouble if he found a chance to deal with them again. Therefore, a group of members who rebelled against the divine way began to rush to the forbidden place and blend in with the crowd. As long as you sneak into the God-forbidden land, you will be safe for the time being. Several members of the anti-Shinto, with extremely fast movement speed, passed the crowd in the blink of an eye, and quickly approached the forbidden place. However, in the void, a red light shot out instantly like a blood arrow. Go back. When Chu Yan saw it, he shouted anxiously, but it was too late. Boom! 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 3 balls of blood exploded directly. These 3 members of the rebel god, relying on the speed of their movements, originally wanted to quickly break into the land of forbidden gods. However, no matter how fast their speed is, it is impossible to match the speed of the God Emperor's attack. At this time, the immortal God Emperor was much closer to the God-forbidden land than Xuanhuan God Emperor and Ouyang Nantian. That is, a random attack could kill any strong man at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Therefore, the actions of the 3 of them, precisely because they were too fast, attracted the attention of the undead God Emperor, and they killed 3 people in a row with a single shot. Seeing the 3 groups of flesh and blood exploding, Emperor Lei Hun and other members of the rebellious way all had expressions of shock on their faces. Ha ha ha, Xuanhuan, it's your turn now. The immortal God Emperor cast a disdainful glance at the 3 members of the God-defying Dao who had turned into flesh and blood, and turned their heads to look at Xuanhuan God Emperor with killing intent on their faces. Now that the battle has been fought, the temptations of both sides are basically over. God Emperor Xuanhuan and Ouyang Nantian on the opposite side only had the combat power of God Emperor Xuanhuan, and they were somewhat threatening. And that Ouyang Nantian didn't even recover half of his strength, so there was nothing to worry about. Therefore, after exchanging glances with the cloth-robed old man of Xinyun sect, the immortal God Emperor was going to attack with all his strength to kill Xuanhuan, or at least injure him severely. In this way, before the land of forbidden gods, the Xingtian Pavilion family dominates and controls the whole audience. Having given divine light, the spirit of the holy sky, sacrifice. After uttering a word, a small golden stone tablet the size of a palm was pulled out from the hands of the undead God Emperor, and he raised his hand and threw it away. The small golden steel rose against the wind, and when it rushed into the air, it turned into a huge steel several tens of feet high. The body of the steel is golden, and a majestic aura of divine power rushes out from the steel. #C2517 Hongmeng Sacred Heaven Steel. All the powerhouses who have not yet entered the God-forbidden land raised their heads to look at the golden steel. All of them were stunned. Because, no matter how you look at it, this steel is very similar to the sacred steel that towers into the clouds on the top of the holy mountain of Xingtian Pavilion. Of course, it's just similar. No one would really think that the immortal God Emperor carried out the sacred steel of Xingtian Pavilion. After all, that sacred monument is the servants of the God realm and the martial soul world, the will to communicate with the divine weapon. Even if the undead God Emperor is really capable of carrying it out, I am afraid that the big bosses of Xingtian Pavilion will not allow it. However, above the golden steel in front of him, there was a mysterious divine will, which was obviously much stronger than the breaths of the God Emperors present. A thunderstorm sounded in the sea of consciousness of many strong men, and everyone was stunned, looking at the sky dully. This is the Holy Heaven Monument. There was a big boss whose pupils trembled and exclaimed. What? Holy Heaven Monument? No. Impossible. Then, that primordial spirit treasure. Oh my God. Is Xingtian Pavilion crazy? Even this fetish has been taken out. Now, trouble. Run away, don't look at it. Quick. Quick. The 3 words of Xingtian monument sounded, causing all warriors in the audience to explode, and everyone's face changed greatly in fright, and they exclaimed endlessly. Because almost everyone present knows that the Holy Sky Monument. According to legend, Xingtian Pavilion has been frantically refining various holy heaven monuments since ancient times according to the orders of the gods. It's just that there are various kinds, not exactly the same. It is because, according to the manufacturing method of the Holy Heaven Monument ordered by the God Realm, it cannot be manufactured in the 10 directions starfield. Just for those materials, the Holy Heaven Pavilion has been searched in the 10 directions starfield for countless years, but has not found a single bit. However, as a slave, Xingtian Pavilion absolutely fulfilled its duties. In hundreds of thousands of years, Xingtian Pavilion sent a large number of strong men to turn the entire 10 direction star field, as long as it is a known desperate danger, all turned upside down, and the rare treasures harvested, and the source of heaven and earth spirits are also in significant number. Among them, there are some extremely precious materials, such as Hongmeng Lingshi. Hongmeng Lingshi, produced in the ancient times, has long been extinct, and only occasionally found in some ancient ruins. Because the materials are too powerful, the craftsmen in the 10 directions starfield couldn't even melt them, let alone use them to refine spirit treasures. At this time, the benefits of Xingtian Pavilion's focus on the God realm are manifested. After some sacrificial offerings, offering a large amount of natural materials and earthly treasures, the master of the God realm finally bestowed the refining method. 100 years later, the Hongmeng Xingtian monument refined from Hongmeng Lingshi was born. In addition, the refining temple in the Holy Heaven Pavilion is still refining the Holy Heaven monument made of various materials. However, this Hongmeng Xingtian monument in the hands of the immortal God Emperor, it can definitely be ranked among the top 10 existences of all Holy Heaven monuments. This time, in order to deal with Emperor Xuanhuan, Xingtian Pavilion even brought the Hongmeng Xingtian monument. Boom, boom. Hongmeng Xingtian monument completed its final evolution and fell into the void. Dazzling golden lights shot out from the monument, like a round of golden sun, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. The huge and sky-like coercion was suppressed within the range covered by these golden rays of light. In the golden light, with a strong willpower, it is obviously similar to the existence of some kind of domain. And the people in this field all felt a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. However, this feeling of powerlessness not only affected the soul, but also reduced the speed of everyone's qi by more than double. The golden coercion field, wherever it passes, suppresses everything, deters the world. It seems that in this world, in the sky and on the earth, there is only one golden holy monument, supreme. Good. What a holy sky pavilion. Even the will of God has been moved out. God Emperor Xuanhuan held the divine blade, looked up at the sky, his sword power, from the original 10 feet away from the body, was slowly suppressed to only about 5 or 6 feet. How many years? The feeling back then has returned. My blood has never stopped boiling. Today, I will use my blade to break the will of your God. A faint aura kept rising all over God Emperor Xuanhuan's body, and the flame, like fighting intent in his eyes, also kept soaring. The lavender divine blade released a quiet and strong sword intent, like a volcano about to erupt, constantly gaining momentum. The wisps of saber intent, like dormant beasts, are stored but not released, but their power is astonishing. Bold blasphemers, die. In the vast sky, a majestic thunderous sound exploded, and the entire golden holy monument was buzzing and trembling, as if filled with endless divine wrath. Boom, boom. The heaven and earth trembled when the divine voice passed by. As the divine voice rushed past, the saber intent on Emperor Xuanhuan's body stagnated for an instant, obviously weakening a bit. Even the impact, when it swept across his body, made him tremble slightly. The power of this primordial sacred heaven monument is so terrifying. Xuanhuan, retreat temporarily. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the direction of the God-forbidden land, resounding in Xuanhuan Divine Emperor's Sea of Consciousness. The owner of this voice is the will of the 10th star field. No need. God Emperor Xuanhuan shook his head lightly without any surprise when he heard this voice. A pair of eyes began to turn into a faint starlight, and then suddenly brightened, like two dazzling stars, shooting out thousands of stars. Use my blade to cut through the haze of heaven and earth, and turn the eternity of the world into the power of heaven and earth. The sky is the witness, the earth is the guide, my blood splashes Xuanhuan. One word and one sound, like the mantra of heaven and earth, resounded through the sky. Around the body of Emperor Xuanhuan, an extremely mysterious purple spiritual energy began to overflow continuously. These purple auras contain terrifying power that makes people tremble. Moreover, it seemed that all the auras of heaven and earth disappeared the moment they saw these purple auras. Just like a courtier, when he sees the king, he doesn't dare to blaspheme at all. At this moment, Divine Emperor Xuanhuan's aura underwent an earth-shaking change, and his long robe was completely wrapped in purple aura. The faint divine brilliance, behind him, condensed into a huge purple giant seal, which continuously projected a large amount of purple light from the Emperor's seal onto the body of Xuanhuan God Emperor. This is the seal of God. Chu Yan was full of astonishment, looking at the blurred purple spirit seal. He was surprised. Not long ago, he had just condensed the Emperor's seal, and when he saw the huge purple spirit seal behind Xuanhuan God Emperor, he immediately thought of it. No. That's not the seal of God. Ouyang Nantian, who had retreated to Chu Yan's side, spoke softly. That is the power of Xuanhuan God Emperor's bloodline inheritance, named Xuanhuan Blood Seal. The Xuanhuan blood seal inherited and bred by the blood of the Xuanhuan family. #C2518 Xuanhuan blood seal. Xuanhuan's blood seal floated into the sky, emitting thousands of purple lights. At this moment, Divine Emperor Xuanhuan, who was bathed in the printing light, continued to recover his divine power, and his aura became stronger and stronger. Invoke the power of the blood, use Xuanhuan's blood seal. The Xuanhuan God Emperor at this time is the real Xuanhuan God Emperor. The sky is full of emptiness, and the sword intent is like a thunderstorm volcano, erupting completely, and there is no power to stop it. Stubbornly obsessed. Above the sky, on the golden holy heaven monument, shouts were like thunder, and the golden light was shining brightly. The power of the domain projected became stronger and stronger, as if it wanted to crush this piece of heaven, earth, and all living beings into dust. Boom! 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 The next moment, before everyone could react, purple light and golden light flashed at the same time. Xuanhuan blood seal and the holy heaven monument collided, and a fierce battle broke out in an instant. There was a series of explosions, and even the sky trembled. Almost every blink of an eye, there would be hundreds of collisions between the two fetishes. Slices of shock waves, together with the shattered void, swept away like rippling shock waves. The Holy Sky Monument is a few steps behind Xuanhuan blood seal. However, God Emperor Xuanhuan had just returned from the Holy Tomb. Although compared to Ouyang Nantian, because of the relationship between blood and strength, he recovered stronger, but he did not fully recover after all. In addition, the Holy Heaven Monument is a solid body after all, while the Xuanhuan blood seal is an incorporeal body. When the two collide, the incorporeal body is naturally at a disadvantage. After 10 breaths, the seal of Xuanhuan's blood began to weaken, and the expression of Emperor Xuanhuan became more and more dignified. No, God Emperor Xuanhuan has been suppressed. The cloth-robed old man of Shenyanzong is still recovering, and he didn't make a move. This immortal God Emperor is so strong that he can even suppress Xuanhuan's blood seal. Fart. With the power of the God realm, the Xingtian monument is only 10 to 20%, but it has something to do with the strength of the undead God Emperor. Let me tell you, the aura on this holy monument is completely different from that of the undead God Emperor. In front of the God-forbidden land, the bosses of various factions watched the battle of the God Emperor in front of them. All of them were stunned and discussed in shock. This level of battle is extremely rare, and of course not to be missed. This Emperor Lei Hun and the others watched the battle of the God Emperors in the sky and heard the discussions of the big bosses all around. All of them were frightened. In the current situation, God Emperor Xuanhuan is in a weak position. If the cloth-robed old man next to him makes a move, the consequences. If Divine Emperor Xuanhuan is defeated, wouldn't all the members of the rebel god here be dead? After all, the undead God Emperor just now planned to destroy the elite members of Anai Shindao and inflict heavy damage on Anai Shindao. Ha ha ha. In the sky, the laughter of the immortal God Emperor resounded, full of complacency and arrogance. Xuanhuan, going against my Xingtian pavilion is simply looking for death. Today, even if you are here against the gods, Aoki and Tianji, you will still be lost. This time I will never let you go. The immortal God Emperor urged the divine essence to continuously infuse the Holy Heaven Monument, still raising the power of the Holy Heaven Monument, while provoking Xuanhuan God Emperor with words. Between Xingtian Pavilion and Nishan Dao, water and fire are incompatible, and there is no end to death. The most important thing is that Xingtian Pavilion has been investigating the secrets of physical body remodeling of Xuanhuan God Emperor and other strong rebels. This time, as long as God Emperor Xuanhuan was captured and his body brought back, everything would be answered. Arrogance. Just relying on you, you want my Xuanhuan to be ruined. It's ridiculous. God Emperor Xuanhuan heard the words, but the corner of his mouth lightly lifted, revealing a hint of sneer, and his gaze towards the undead God Emperor was full of disdain. If his strength had returned to its peak state, how dare this undead God Emperor be so arrogant? However, even now, Xuanhuan's name is by no means something he can blaspheme. Drain the blood. After drinking 2 words, God Emperor Xuanhuan opened his mouth and spit out a blood arrow, wrapped in 3 drops of blood essence, and shot straight at the Xuanhuan blood seal in the midair. Boom, boom. The next moment, 3 drops of blood essence merged into Xuanhuan's blood seal, and the purple light suddenly brightened above the sky, and even Xuanhuan's blood seal swelled against the storm. Good. Very good. As expected of God Emperor Xuanhuan. The majesty remains the same as before. The old man in the cloth robe of Shenyanzong, while adjusting his breath and recovering, looked at the battle below and said with a sneer. Even in such a situation, I didn't expect you to be able to get it back. In that case, I'll see you off for the last time. While speaking, the old man in the cloth robe stood up slowly, his body was full of breath, and he had recovered to his original state. Flipping his hands, he formed a series of mysterious handprints, a magical and ancient skill, constantly evolving. However, when he turned around, he didn't look at Emperor Xuanhuan, but towards the crowd at the far end. Storm cloud extreme sky. With a loud shout, the cloth-robed old man's face, which was full of sneers just now, became ferocious in an instant, and he raised his hand and blasted out with a magical move. The violent divine art brought up a large red cloud tide, rushing towards the crowd in the distance. Obviously, his move followed the plan of the immortal God Emperor, and he was going to attack ordinary members who rebelled against the divine way. In the battle between God Emperors, strength is one aspect, but more importantly, it is the collision of will. Therefore, the cloth-robed old man knew very well that God Emperor Xuanhuan's biggest weakness right now was his need to protect the ordinary members of the God-defying Dao while fighting. Therefore, instead of attacking God Emperor Xuanhuan directly, it is better to attack his weakness and distract him. At that time, as long as there is a slight flaw, the power of the divine breath on the sacred tablet of the immortal God Emperor can directly destroy him. This move, Storm Cloud Extreme Sky Gang, is one of the unique skills of the Xuanhuan sect. Wherever it passes, everything will be swallowed and melted by it, turning into a part of the cloud wave, leaving no scum. No, not good. The crowd watching the battle in the distance, all the strong men, saw the big red cloud attacking, and they were all scared out of their wits. Even some big bosses changed their complexions drastically, and their whole body's aura exploded instantly. However, the God Emperor's unique skill is no joke. The red cloud surged wildly, with the momentum of rushing thunder and flood, and it was in front of the crowd in an instant. Boom, boom. The terrifying red cloud and huge wave rolled towards the crowd, and most people didn't even have time to react. The majestic power of the God Emperor rushed past, and many people couldn't even move the divine breath in their bodies. Call out. Above the heads of the crowd, the divine blade of Emperor Xuanhuan burst out with all the power of the saber, charged forward, and slashed on the top of the red cloud waves. This divine blade is the divine weapon of Emperor Xuanhuan. Its power is astonishing. Before, even if the battle situation was unfavorable, God Emperor Xuanhuan did not recall him, and even used Xuanhuan blood seal to meet the enemy, just to protect the members who went against God. At this time, Xuanhuan divine blade collided with the head of the red cloud waves. The body of the blade trembled wildly, trembling unceasingly, obviously lacking in divine power. In less than a breath, the Xuanhuan divine blade was thrown into the air, and was broken by the red cloud and huge waves. Quick, run away. The faces of the bosses changed completely, and they yelled loudly. Although Xuanhuan Shenblade retreated, they still bought them a moment. #C2519 Heaven and Earth Crash. All kinds of emperors, breath and spirit pattern talismans, like clusters of bubbles in the sea, are constantly expanding. The powerhouses on the scene opened their bodyguards to the limit, and at the same time shot violently, retreating towards the rear. At this moment, escape is the only hope. Die. After the red cloud wave broke through Xuanhuan God's blade, its power soared again, and a huge palm condensed out of the deep cloud layer, and slapped fiercely on the fleeing crowd below. Joke. A group of ants, how could it be possible for them to escape in front of the majestic God Emperor? It is absolutely impossible. Boom, boom. The huge palm print transformed by cloud palm covered half of the sky, falling straight down like a cloud. Before the palm print arrived, the divine power arrived first. Under the pressure of the terrifying divine aura, the fleeing strong men could only feel the chi and blood in their bodies tumbling, and the true chi flowed backwards. And some warriors, with weak cultivation bases, were even directly suppressed and couldn't move, and there was no hope of escaping at all. Quick! Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, you guys go! Ouyang Nanshan's whole body erupted with spiritual aura, and he swung the heavenly sword in his hand like a forest, slashing out a large piece of light from the knife, resisting the big cloud of blood in the sky. Ouyang Nantian, who hadn't recovered at all, after 2 consecutive battles, had consumed a lot of energy. He was already trying his best to protect Chu Yan and Yu Linglong. At this time Ouyang Nantian was like a soldier, knowing that this action would lead to death, but he did not hesitate. He knew very well that compared to Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, his own life was insignificant, so even if it was death, he had to let Chu Yan and Yu Linglong retreat safely. Boom. The thunder shook the sky, and between the lightning and the flint, a huge and incomparably huge knife glow, with a towering red flame, completely ignited half of the sky, and ruthlessly swept down towards the red cloud. In an instant, the huge sword glow swept across like a snow shovel, and all the clouds and waves, like snow, were swept away by more than half. The entire Yunlang offensive was disintegrated in an instant, and it no longer had the terrifying power it had before. The divine power that enveloped the world was broken in an instant, and everyone felt their bodies loosen, and the cold feeling disappeared in an instant. What? Everyone was surprised and turned their heads to look. But all I saw was that Emperor Xuanhuan was holding the Xuanhuan God blade, his robe was flying, his eyes were like fire, and his fighting spirit was rising like a tide. At that moment just now, Xuanhuan God blade, which was flung back, was directly recalled by Xuanhuan God Emperor. Using all the divine power in his body, he slashed out with the most powerful knife, breaking the large-scale attack of the cloth-robed old man. No one imagined that Emperor Xuanhuan could have such terrifying combat power when he was suppressed by the Holy Heaven Monument. Two clowns, just jumping on the beam. God Emperor Xuanhuan's divine power had more than doubled compared to before. When he spoke, he looked at the undead God Emperor and the cloth-robed old man with a sneer on his face, with disdain still in his eyes. Humph. Xuanhuan, don't hold on. Who wouldn't use secret skills to improve your combat power like this? The cloth-robed old man first had a look of astonishment. When he glanced at Emperor Xuanhuan, he immediately sneered. Ha ha ha, Xuanhuan, let me see how long you can last. The undead God Emperor, who laughed wildly, was even more proud, and taunted him directly. Although the cloth-robed old man's attack was broken just now, it seemed that he had lost half a chip, but in fact, under this move, God Emperor Xuanhuan was forced to use a secret technique to increase his combat power. Sure enough, those insignificant ants are the weakness of Emperor Xuanhuan. Continue. Good. The two God Emperors sang together and looked at each other with grinning faces. Immediately afterwards, the old man in the cloth robe of Xingyun Zong flipped his hands again, and began to condense Storm Cloud Extreme Tiangang. Boom, boom. Another cloud of red blood surged out like a raging sea. The overwhelming cloud waves were even more terrifying than the previous wave. Extreme Blade, cut. God Emperor Xuanhuan raised his hand and waved the saber, the purple light rushed into the night, and the saber was like a mountain of light, sweeping out, ruthlessly chopping the blood cloud waves. The saber follows the power of the person, and the power of the saber is assisted by others. Under the blending and blessing, the power of Xuanhuan God Emperor's saber is also stronger than before. Without waiting for the blood cloud wave to roll towards the crowd, the knife light directly chopped it into the powder, turning it into a large cloud, scattered and raging. Gun Thunder 9 Heaven's Thorn. How could the immortal God Emperor sit still? Naturally, he would not miss such an opportunity. He raised the black spear in his hand, and a divine breath spear shot straight out. With a thunderous sound, with a thunderous blow, they exploded at the same time. The two God Emperors did not stop at all, and they continued to unleash their magical attacks one after another. For a moment, the shadow of the gun was like thunder, and the palm prints were like the sea, as if the heaven and the earth were about to collapse, and the world would be destroyed. Die. High above the sky, the Hongming Sacred Heaven Monument glowed with golden light, the realm of divine breath unfolded, and the entire void was completely distorted, and it was suppressed towards Emperor Xuanhuan. At the same time, large pieces of divine aura of golden light turned into phantom soldiers, shooting towards Emperor Xuanhuan violently. The tide of spiritual soldiers bred in these golden divine breath domains is extremely fierce, with cold light shining, rushing towards the sky and covering the earth. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The battle between the God Emperors, the outbreak at this moment, has almost reached its peak, with several waves of power sweeping through. It is extremely terrifying. What's more, the ubiquitous majesty and spiritual energy that filled the space between the heaven and the earth were all strangled and turned into nothingness. Compared with the power of the God Emperor, the power of heaven in the 10 directions starfield can be regarded as an equal existence. Therefore, the collapse of these heavenly powers can make the combat power among the God Emperors unaffected and be promoted to the peak. The 3 great God Emperors and a holy steel fought high above the sky. God Emperor Xuanhuan, who has one enemy against 3, completely blocked the three kinds of divine powers with a single blow by relying on the increase in combat power after the secret skill was upgraded. Not good. The world is collapsing. They're all crazy. This world can't bear it at all. The God Emperor's combat power has exploded. Quick. Go. Don't stay, hurry up and enter the land of forbidden gods. In front of the God-forbidden land, below, all the bosses and powerhouses were completely blown away. All kinds of exclamations kept ringing out, and everyone's face was pale, so there are still people who dare to stand there and watch the battle of the God Emperor. Even the heavens and the earth are collapsing, not to mention how could these Emperor Realm warriors survive. All of a sudden, a large group of people frantically rushed towards the Forbidden Gods land, wanting to enter the Forbidden Gods land first. Before, maybe it was to seize the first opportunity, but now, just to survive. Not good. My chi is freezing. The Thunder Soul Emperor and other people who were against the divine way were all covered by the golden light of the Holy Heaven Monument. Everyone felt that the true energy in their bodies was out of control, and even their bodies were restrained. The domain power of the Xingtian Monument has reached its peak after soaring just now, and it is simply not something they can resist. Moreover, the Xingtian Monument was clearly aimed at members of the anti-Shinto. #C2520 Blood Sacrifice to the Sky. Although the Holy Heaven Monument is the property of the immortal God Emperor, it is now completely controlled by the will of the God Realm. Basically, the Holy Sky Monument became a special kind of sacrifice, connecting the world of spirits and the world of the supreme gods, providing the will of the gods with a cross-level rift to display its divine power. And here, the God Realms will pointed the finger at God Emperor Xuanhuan and all the elite members present against the Shinto. If God Emperor Xuanhuan is destroyed, then one of the three supreme beings against God will be lost. And if the elite members of the rebellious God Way can be eliminated, then the rebel God Tao will also destroy the foundation of growth. Regardless of the result, the God Realm is very willing to see it. Therefore, the will of the God Realm spared no effort, exerting divine power to suppress both sides at the same time, with the help of the power of the immortal God Emperor and the old man in the cloth robe of Shenyunzong, to complete the perfect blow of the gorgeous layout. At this moment, the entire scene fell into panic, even despair. God Emperor Xuanhuan. Chu Yan's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the battle in the sky, his whole body tensed. Xuanhuan, you. In the depths of the God-forbidden land, a figure sitting cross-legged in the darkness, gently opened his eyes. In front of his eyes was the image of God Emperor Xuanhuan, and in that light curtain, God Emperor Xuanhuan was right in front of him. Although God Emperor Xuanhuan said before, he doesn't need to intervene. However, as the owner of the God-forbidden land, seeing the Emperor Xuanhuan and the elite members of the rebellious God Tao falling before the forbidden God land, is it necessary to open the God-forbidden land? Therefore, if Emperor Xuanhuan really couldn't stand it, he would never sit back and watch. However, facing his call, Divine Emperor Xuanhuan's expression was serious, and he still did not speak. Boom, boom. Xuanhuan, this time, you will die. Seeing the complete reversal of the situation, the immortal God Emperor of Xingtian Pavilion shouted loudly with a blushing face, and was extremely proud. From the beginning to the end, their battle with Emperor Xuanhuan was just exhausting. With the strength of him and the old man in the cloth robe, they first consumed Ouyang Nantian, then Xuanhuan God Emperor, and finally completed the most perfect lore in one fell swoop by relying on the Holy Heaven Monument. That is, from the very beginning, they planned that everyone who came to the God-forbidden land against the way of the gods would be lost. Therefore, they never thought about the choice between only killing one Xuanhuan, or only killing the elite members who defied the divine way. What a perfect layout! Xuanhuan God Emperor's face was as usual, except for a trace of solemnity. There was no excessive expression fluctuation, quietly looking at the smug immortal God Emperor, and glanced at the Holy Sky Monument in the sky. A sneer appeared on his face, and the seal of Xuanhuan God behind him was buzzing and trembling. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, and thousands of living beings are worthless. My Xuanhuan family will use the blade in my hand and the blood in my heart to exchange for a sunny world. The universe is eternal, the eternity is eternal, blood, sacrifice, the sky, the sky. Word by word, the cold voice, like Sanskrit, from the mouth of God Emperor Xuanhuan. Keep spitting out. Every word that hits the ground is like a bell from heaven and earth, resounding through the universe, shocking the soul. In an instant, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the wind lingers in the clouds, and everything seems to have returned to calm in an instant. There was no more battles, no more rage, and everything was brought into a deep silence by the eternity of heaven and earth. The whole world fell silent, almost frozen. What? No matter if it was the immortal God Emperor, the cloth-robed old man, or even the other warriors present, they all looked at Xuanhuan God Emperor in astonishment at this moment, deeply shocked. Because, the current situation has completely exceeded the scope of the battle, and it is already considered a vision of heaven and earth. Although everyone knows that the God Emperor integrates all kinds of magic, jumps out of the rules of heaven, and can control the vision of heaven and earth. However, the scope and weirdness of this vision of heaven and earth in front of him far exceeded everyone's imagination and expectations. Emperor Xuanhuan has not recovered, and after repeated battles, his strength is estimated to be less than 30% of his original strength. Under such circumstances, how could it be possible to stimulate such a powerful vision of heaven and earth? This is. The cloth-robed old man's eyes suddenly widened, and a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. Boom! Boom! The immortal God Emperor and the cloth-robed old man seemed to have discovered something at the same time. Their faces changed dramatically, and their divine auras all swelled up, and the protective divine energy on their bodies swelled crazily. Xuanhuan, are you crazy? The forbidden technique will abolish all cultivation. Hearing the taboo technique, the complexions of all the strong and big bosses in the audience changed drastically at the same time, and the eyes that turned to look at Emperor Xuanhuan were also full of horror. Forbidden technique, the strongest divine skill that every God Emperor can display. Its function is only one, and it destroys everything. Originally, such magical skills were used to destroy the world of the kingdom of God created by the God Emperors and powerhouses, and return everything to nothingness. Martial spirit worlds like the 10 Directions Starfield were also created by powerful gods. Therefore, the God Emperor's taboo technique is enough to destroy the entire martial spirit world. Of course, this is only theoretical, and the current strength of Emperor Xuanhuan is less than 2, not that powerful. In addition, before the ancient war of gods and demons, the God realm had revised the rules of the world of Wuhun, and the power of taboo techniques was greatly reduced. However, with God Emperor Xuanhuan's current strength, if he really used the taboo technique to destroy half of the 9th star field, there would be no problem. However, the price to be paid for exerting this kind of power close to God is also huge. Anyone who is strong in the divine realm must pay all his cultivation as the price for activating the forbidden technique. According to rumors, the original masters of the God realm, the primordial God clan, were occupied by the current God realm. Using this forbidden technique as their main method, almost the entire clan was lost in the battle. Since then, the God realm has also changed its master. Therefore, after God realm changed its owner, it immediately revised the rules of heaven and earth, reducing the power of the forbidden technique on a large scale. However, no matter how it is modified, the Xuanhuan God Emperor in front of him, with his divine cultivation base, exploded the forbidden technique and blasted all the hundreds of millions of miles in front of him into powder, without any problem. Because of this, the undead God Emperor and the cloth-robed old man were so terrified. However, the taboo technique is not performed in this way. To sacrifice the power of God requires a very complicated method of sacrifice. But now, the immortal God Emperor and the cloth-robed old man were ready to attack with all their strength to block Xuanhuan God Emperor. Impossible. The sacrificial code of the taboo technique has been completed more than half. Of course God Emperor Xuanhuan knew what the two rival God Emperors were going to do at this moment, and he spoke softly with a rare smile on his face. When these words fell to the ground, it seemed that God Emperor Xuanhuan relaxed his whole body at this moment, letting go of all the burdens and becoming extremely relaxed. What? When? The undead God Emperor was inexplicably terrified. He could only feel that his scalp was numb and his eyes were bloodshot. Look. God Emperor Xuanhuan raised his hand and pointed to Xuanhuan's blood seal above his head. #C2521 Shanks was intended. Hearing God Emperor Xuanhuan's words, following the direction of his finger, the immortal God Emperor and the cloth-robed old man raised their heads in astonishment. The Emperor of Heaven and Earth, the soul is eternal, the body is integrated into the myriad ways, return. Just when the two God Emperors looked at Xuanhuan's blood seal, the last two sacrificial words had already been uttered from Xuanhuan's mouth. Boom. 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 Above the sky, as if above the 9 heavens, above the higher sky, thunder sounds came from far and near. Large purple ripples descended from the depths of the sky and gathered towards Emperor Xuanhuan. Boom, boom. The heavens and the earth are thundering, the void is boiling, and the whole world is shaking, like boiling water, and it can't stop at all. The purple ripples gathered around God Emperor Xuanhuan became more and more intense, wrapping God Emperor Xuanhuan and the blood seal, instantly turning into a huge purple light cluster. From virtual to real, from dark to bright, the purple light cluster is constantly expanding and twisting. In less than 3 breaths, the purple light group evolved into a huge purple banner, like a huge picture scroll, rushing and unfolding with a whimper. This banner covered the sky and the earth, covering all the supernatural powers of the undead God Emperor and the cloth-robed old man, just now. Click. Within the area covered by the flag, whether it was the blood cloud of the cloth-robed old man or the sacred monument of the undead God Emperor, they were instantly sealed and their divine breath disappeared. Just like a large cold wave hit, everything was frozen wherever it passed. Boom. 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 The thunder above the sky became more and more intense, resounding like a thunderbolt, overwhelming people's hearts. No one could move their bodies, and they were all suppressed. Even the strong aura of the gods on the sacred monument that had been arrogant all the time disappeared completely in an instant. Finally, all the purple flags were unfolded, and a wave of purple light formed a huge sky seal on top of the flag, facing downwards and covering it hard. No. Impossible. The gazes of the undead God Emperor and the cloth-robed old man shrank suddenly, trembling like needles. The will of the God realm, since it is here, stay here forever. Emperor Xuanhuan had a smile on his face, and when he spoke softly, it resounded throughout the audience. The divine blade in his hand, raised his hand and threw it, soaring into the sky, directly above the Jiuxiao, and exploded, turning into a large piece of sword intent, which melted into the purple sky flag below like 10,000 stars. At this moment, the flag moved. It began to shrink and roll, and the banner rolled, engulfing the undead God Emperor, the cloth-robed old man, and the holy heaven monument. Hurry up. Attack. Break this taboo barrier. Let's go all out. The undead God Emperor and the cloth-robed old man, their faces were ashes, their divine aura exploded like an angry volcano, and all kinds of magical techniques and magical skills blasted out, slamming hard on the heaven and earth banners that were still tightening around them. However, these attacks, bombarded on the flag, are of no use at all. Like a bunch of bubbles. It hit a rock and exploded, and it was impossible to even shake a thread on the flag. After 5 breaths, the huge banner was rolled up and shrunk into a huge tube, standing between the sky and the earth, which was incomparable to the God-forbidden land not far away. Everyone felt that the violent battle just now disappeared in an instant. Whether it was the terrifying aura from the three great god emperors or the pressure from the divine world brought by the Holy Heaven Monument, they all disappeared at this moment. Between heaven and earth, it is clear. In an instant, everything seemed to be over, and everything returned to silence. Except for the sky, God Emperor Xuanhuan, whose whole body was wrapped in a huge purple light group, was like a round of purple sun, emitting thousands of dazzling rays of light, dyeing the entire world in purple. However, only Chu Yan, who was running the pupil of the unicorn, could clearly see that there was a distinct red light in the purple light, which was constantly fading away. On the other side, at the edge of the god realm, is the Valley of Demon Sealing. Snort. A cold snort sounded, full of anger, in the guarding temple of Fengmogu. With this cold snort, the void in the entire hall was shattered, turning everything into ashes. What a Xuanhuan family! I didn't expect to have such a strong bloodline power. Even my divine power can be restrained. The voice that was exactly the same as the voice of the Holy Heaven Monuments will sounded in the hall. This time, through the Hongmeng Xingtian monument of the immortal God Emperor, he was connected to the martial soul world, although he only had less than 30% of his willpower. However, according to the original plan, it would be no problem at all to kill Emperor Xuanhuan and the person outside the rules. Moreover, everything is going smoothly, and it seems that it is about to succeed. It never occurred to him that God Emperor Xuanhuan would suddenly perform the forbidden art. Moreover, this is a very special taboo technique, which is completely the forbidden technique of the ancient Xuanhuan clan's blood. Without any precautions, the Xuanhuan God Emperor has been performing continuously since the beginning of the battle, and the entire sacrificial process is completely hidden in the battle. This time, everything is in vain. Master, we. The fairy in the green skirt looked at the master above the main seat, and asked, with some hesitation. This green-dressed fairy is the master of the Valley of Sealing Demons in the God Realm, and is responsible for guarding the Valley of Sealing Demons. At the same time, she has another identity, that is, the God Son of Xingtian Pavilion. Basically, all the summons that appeared on the sacred tablet on the sacred mountain of Xingtian Pavilion were all transmitted from her. Don't worry. It's only 30% of the divine power. I can't afford to lose it. Compared with Anishan Dao this time, it's a good deal to abolish Xuanhuan directly. In addition, the original plan remains unchanged. Also, there are two old fellows on Anishan Dao's side, keep an eye on them. If Xuanhuan is abolished this time, with Aoki's temper, I'm afraid he won't let it go. Also, on the other side of the Forbidden God's land, Bujing Tian and the others. Finally, there is also the Xinyun sect at the Xingtian Pavilion. Let them know that when Xuanhuan's taboo technique disappears, report it as soon as possible. Sentence after sentence, the woman in the green skirt memorized everything and nodded slightly. Everything else is easy to say, that is, the Forbidden God land has been opened. According to the original plan, the Emperor Xuanhuan and those who rebelled against the divine way will be wiped out, and the inheritance in the Forbidden God land will naturally belong to Xingtian Pavilion. But now, only God Emperor Xuanhuan has been abolished, and the elites who rebelled against the gods will definitely enter the land of forbidden gods. Yes, Master. The woman in the green skirt bowed, turned around and walked towards the outside of the hall. At the same time, the consciousness in the sea of consciousness poured out, covering the entire Valley of Sealing Demons, and began to give orders. On the other side, in front of the forbidden gods, all the powerhouses who have not entered the God-forbidden land looked up at the sky, at the huge purple star transformed by Emperor Xuanhuan, and their faces were full of astonishment. Now that the danger is over, they are extremely curious about the situation of God Emperor Xuanhuan. This is the end of a horrific God realm battle. And God Emperor Xuanhuan directly banned everything with a taboo technique, then. #C2522 falling into the abyss forever. In the 10th star field, before the God-forbidden land, everything has returned to calm. Everyone felt that the breath of death that had enveloped the whole body was gone, and at the same time he let out a long sigh of relief. Great! Live, survive. Not dead. Ha ha ha, I'm not dead. It's finally over, it's terrible. Cheers erupted in the crowd of warriors, and everyone was thankful that they survived the battle of several god-level powerhouses. After all, the undead god emperor of Xingtian Pavilion and the cloth-robed old man of Xingyun sect not only wanted to deal with Xuanhuan god emperor, but also wanted to kill the members who were against God in the crowd. Although the god-level powerhouses are very strong, it is impossible for them to accurately kill only members of the rebellious god way in a large-scale attack. Moreover, for the strong in the god realm, these emperor realm fighters are like ants. Killing or not killing is just a matter of a thought. Therefore, the immortal god emperor and the cloth-robed old man attacked the crowd again and again, although they were all blocked by Xuanhuan god emperor. However, it still scares the warriors of various forces. The Thunder Soul Great Emperor and other anti-Shinto members were even more pleasantly surprised, almost bursting into tears. Senior Xuanhuan, you. Chu Yan stood there, looking at the Emperor Xuanhuan in the sky. His face was heavy. Although he didn't know what happened, under the unicorn's pupils, he saw the bloody streamers hidden in the purple light all over the sky, so he could guess some of them. The blood essence of Emperor Xuanhuan is constantly flowing away. All the members against Shinto. A light voice sounded from the sky and passed into everyone's ears. God Emperor Xuanhuan looked calm, hanging in the sky, looking down at the crowd of rebellious gods. The next action, I can no longer protect you, please quickly enter the land of forbidden gods, and start to practice. Pay attention to the three major forces, and other top geniuses and warriors from several major clans. In addition, the birth of the land of forbidden gods this time will definitely lead to powerful hidden forces like God Yunzong, so we must be more careful. Divine Emperor Xuanhuan's indifferent words and expressions seemed to be standing in front of the Nishan Lord's hall, muttering instructions to his disciples who were about to go out. Yes. The large group of anti-Shinto elite members all bowed in response. Next, Emperor Lei Hun and the others turned around and rushed towards the God-forbidden land without any hesitation. Now, without the suppression of the Holy Sky Monument, their cultivation and speed are no longer affected, and they all quickly head towards the Forbidden God land. At the same time, although the battle in this God realm battle place is over, the undead God Emperor, the Bupeo, and the terrifying Holy Heaven Monument are all just banned. It would be dangerous if some kind of divine skill broke out all of a sudden, breaking through the barrier, and the war broke out again. Now, if you can go quickly. Senior Xuanhuan. Chu Yan was not moved at all, just looked at the Emperor Xuanhuan in the sky. Opened the mouth again. Chu Yan. God Emperor Xuanhuan lowered his head, looked at Chu Yan with a faint smile on his face, and said softly. This time, I'm afraid I'm going to lose again. When this sentence landed, Chu Yan frowned suddenly, and his face was extremely deep. In the Holy Tomb, thank you for giving us a group of old guys a chance to come back. However, our return, if we don't do something, then return will become meaningless. But Chu Yan was startled, and wanted to speak. However, Emperor Xuanhuan shook his head, stopped Chu Yan, and continued. All of this is planned, including the hiding of Ouyang Nantian, the layout of the Xingtian Pavilion, and our countermeasures against God. This result is the best result. Having said that, looking at the puzzled look on Chu Yan's face, Emperor Xuanhuan stopped, turned his head slowly, and looked at the land of forbidden gods. I know, you will be puzzled. That's because you don't know why the land of forbidden gods is opened. Why is the land of forbidden gods opened? Chu Yan was taken aback. Isn't the opening of the land of forbidden gods due to the return of the 10th star field? Could it be that it is the same as the Antarctic Sea? Could it be that it was turned on deliberately? It's not a natural return. A thought flashed, and Chu Yan suddenly asked in surprise. That's right. You're very smart. God Emperor Xuanhuan's face suddenly showed approval. You should know. In my path against the gods, there are many strong people who came over there. God Emperor Xuanhuan raised his arm full of purple light and pointed in the direction of the Forbidden God. Of course, he was not referring to the Forbidden God, but God Realm. Chu Yan said. That's right. In the ancient battle between gods and demons, you also know that all the god emperors were lost, the entire god race was lost, and even the world of martial spirits was devastated, almost destroyed. Don't you wonder, under such circumstances, why can we escape safely from the god realm? Hee. Emperor Xuanhuan laughed at himself, then his face turned serious, and he asked. And after that, why did the 10th star field connecting the martial soul world and the god realm sink completely? Could it be that this land of forbidden gods has always been under your control? Chu Yan's eyes brightened, and he suddenly realized. Good. The 10th star field, connecting the world of martial spirits and the world of gods, was the only way for all warriors to go to the world of gods before the ancient war of gods and demons. And later, after the great war between gods and demons, the 10th starfield sank, and from then on, no matter whether it was people from the Wuhun world or the people from the god realm, there was no connection. Even in the god realm, which is so mighty and powerful, it can only lead to the Xingtian pavilion and the divine tablet to convey the oracle. For at least the past 1,000,000 years, there has never been a strong man from the god realm in the Wuhun world. From this point of view, someone deliberately destroyed the 10th star field and cut off the road from the god realm to the martial soul world, in exchange for the peace and respite of the Wuhun world for millions of years. And now, the 10th star field restarts, and the land of forbidden gods returns. All these arrangements are related to against God. Chu Yan, cherish this opportunity. I hope you can get what you really need in the land of forbidden gods. If that's the case, all the efforts now are worth it. For this, even if I am really lost and fall into the abyss forever, I will not hesitate. Emperor Xuanhuan seemed to have exhausted all his strength when he said this. Looking at Chu Yan, there was only one pair of eyes, which were shining. But his body seemed to be a little darker than before. At this moment, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly felt a little sore, especially when he saw the body of Xuanhuan God Emperor who was beginning to blur, and his eyes full of expectation and trust. Chu Yan's heart was instantly wrapped in warmth. It turned out that all of this was for myself. Whether it is awakening the 10th star field connected to the God realm, or the return of the forbidden God land, or even God Emperor Xuanhuan, at the cost of losing the 2 God Emperors, and the will of the God race on the Holy Heaven Monument, there is no hesitation. Reason. It turned out to be for myself. #C2523 Path of Hope. Maybe it's the taboo art of Xuanhuan's bloodline that has completed its final evolution, or maybe it's because the divine aura of Xuanhuan God Emperor has been completely exhausted. In the sky, his body began to disappear slowly, turning into the power of countless purple stars, like thousands of fireflies, rushing towards the huge Xuanhuan flag, continuously merging with it, and slowly disappearing. The dazzling purple sun representing God Emperor Xuanhuan gradually dimmed like a candle, and finally went out. Fall into the abyss forever, no matter what. The last sentence echoed in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, making his whole soul tremble. To show one's will with death, to forge one's soul with one's body. A simple sentence, but it represents the incomparably majestic figure of Emperor Xuanhuan. Although Chu Yan didn't know the true origin and past of Emperor Xuanhuan, but at this moment, in Chu Yan's heart, the mountain-like figure of Emperor Xuanhuan would remain forever. Inheritance of the Forbidden God. God Realm Hope. Chu Yan turned around slowly, looking at the land of forbidden gods in the distance, his eyes were shining with strange light. Now, Chu Yan finally understood one thing. Although he has been practicing alone since he stepped into the road of martial arts, in fact, he is not. Big Brother Ouyang, Emperor Xuanhuan, Qingmu Sword God, Qingjia Giant, etc., and many friends such as Yu Linglong, Situ Yang, Little White Bear, Shen Xingjia, Li Mingdao, including his wife Gong Ningyue, Father Chu Jiang, etc., have been with him all the way. Selfless help, endless waiting, complete trust, all of this without any request for anything in return. Senior Xuanhuan, don't worry, I will never let you down. His fists were gradually clenched, and the flames in his eyes rose again. He took a last look at the Xuanhuan flag standing between the sky and the earth, and bowed deeply. Turn around, fly over, and aim directly at the land of forbidden gods. Entering the God-forbidden land this time, he will not fight alone, but for Senior Xuanhuan, for all the people around him. Chu Yan's eyes and heart have become extremely firm. And the moment Chu Yan set off, among the mountains in all directions, including near the forbidden god land, one after another gazes were projected in the darkness. Humph. Chu Yan, you wait. Now is not the time, wait until you enter the forbidden gods, and let you know what is the real pride of heaven. It seems that all of this has something to do with you. Different groaning voices, different gazes, all staring at Chu Yan's figure in the dark, with completely different expressions. This time, with the opening of the God-forbidden land, the number of experts from the martial arts world gathered here is countless. In particular, the news that the three great God realm powerhouses were fighting in the God-forbidden land spread, and many sects and forces that were hesitant at first also hurriedly dispatched elites to rush over. In front of the Nine Colors mountain range in the land of forbidden gods, figures like a tide kept pouring in. His Royal Highness, Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui slipped to Yu Linglong's side without knowing when, and they wanted to invite Yu Linglong to form a team with smiles on their faces. But before they finished speaking, Yu Linglong's white figure had turned into a ray of snow, chasing after Chu Yan's figure. Brother Chu, how are you doing? Asked with a face full of concern, Yu Linglong saw Chu Yan's state just now, and felt a little worried and unbearable. After all, a terrifying battle between the three great god emperors shocked the entire Wuhun world, and even she became nervous. Of course, she was not worried about herself, but because, when she was in danger again and again, she was worried for the first time that Chu Yan would be obliterated by the immortal god emperor, or the will of the gods. As one of the three major forces, and the young master of the Dark Temple, Yu Linglong is so smart. In the words of Emperor Xuanhuan, she had already heard some unusual things, as if the opening of this land of forbidden gods had a great relationship with Chu Yan. At the same time, whether it is the cloth-robed old man of Shenyanzong or the immortal god emperor of Xingtian Pavilion, Chu Yan seems to be among their targets. Otherwise, if the two great god emperors, together with the sacred steel of the will of the gods, go all out and only deal with Xuanhuan god emperor, then the outcome of this battle in the god realm may be completely changed. Whether it is the undead god emperor, the old man in cloth robes, or even the will of the gods who came across the boundary through the holy sky tablet, they all pulled away several times, trying to kill ordinary members of the anti-Shenwei. This point seems to be to cut off the development of rebellious gods, but it is understandable for Xingtian Pavilion to do this, but it is unreasonable for Xingtian Monument, which represents the will of the gods, to do the same. After all, the god realm is so high up, how could it be possible to specifically deal with the generation of young geniuses of a force in the Wuhun world? Based on Yu Linglong's understanding of the god realm, it is only possible that among the members against God, there are top-level sinners of God's edict who can threaten the god realm, and it is possible for the god realm to make such a reckless move. Yu Linglong herself is considered to be half a member of the rebellious god Dao, and she knows a little about the younger generation of the rebel god Dao. She knew very well that if there really was such a young genius in an Aishan Dao, it could only be Coupled with the various performances of Emperor Xuanhuan and Ouyang Nantian, Yu Linglong can almost conclude that the only one that the God realm will deal with and obliterate is Chu Yan. Therefore, Yu Linglong was very worried, afraid that Chu Yan would fall into the layout of Xingtian Pavilion and be damaged in the land of forbidden gods. Huh. Who is that kid? It seems to be called Xiao Chu. Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui were ignored by Yu Linglong, and they stood there in a daze, with astonishment on their faces. One of them is the son of heaven of the Gu clan, and the other is the high priest of the demon sect, but they are not as good as an unknown kid. Moreover, that kid's cultivation is only at the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm. Among all the powerhouses who entered the God-forbidden land, they were almost the lowest existences. Chu Yan, not bad. Ouyang Nantian flickered and landed in front of Chu Yan, nodded and smiled. Just as Yu Linglong expected, Ouyang Nantian had only one mission from beginning to end, which was to protect Chu Yan's safety. Therefore, even if in the end, Emperor Xuanhuan was lost, Ouyang Nantian kept his divine aura and did not make a move. Because, according to their plan before departure, the battlefield in this God-forbidden land completely belongs to Emperor Xuanhuan. He was the first to break the layout of Xingtian Pavilion. But who knows, behind the Xingtian Pavilion, there will be some killing tricks and poisonous bureaus. Against the gods, there must be strong people, and they should stay by Chu Yan's side as much as possible. This is the most important top priority. No way. The Nantian God Emperor also knows that kid. Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui saw Ouyang Nantian appear beside Chu Yan, their eyes trembled in shock. #C2524 completely ignored. After a long time, Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui received the report of the investigation subpoena at the same time, and finally showed a look of astonishment on their faces. Chu Yan. He is Chu Yan. Some time ago, there were many rumors about him. It seems that I heard that the Haoyan in the dark world of Futu is Chu Yan. Finally figured out the identity of that kid, Yu Wendian and Tong Shenkui looked at each other, and at the same time, the corners of their mouths raised slightly. Fight the Holy Emperor on the road to Xuanhuan, and win the destiny on the Antarctic Sea. What a Chu Yan, finally let me meet you. In the world of Wuhun, news about Chu Yan has been spreading all the time. All kinds of stunning performances have even caused some chambers of commerce to list Chu Yan in the top 3 of some young talent lists. However, many top talents in the world of martial arts, after investigation, found that Chu Yan's cultivation was very weak, and they all ignored them and didn't bother to pay attention. But now, whether it is Yu Linglong or Nantian God Emperor's behavior, the two of them suddenly paid attention to Chu Yan. After all, they are about to enter the land of forbidden gods. If there is a strong competitor that they don't understand, it will definitely not be a good thing for them. His Royal Highness, this Chu Yan, can you introduce? The two looked at each other again, their figures flashed, and they appeared behind Yu Linglong, bowed their hands together, and just spoke. However, before she could finish her sentence, Yu Linglong turned her head, her frosty face looked over with cold eyes, which startled them. Roll. After uttering one word, Yu Linglong ignored the two of them again and turned to look at Chu Yan. This? If it was someone else, Yu Wenchen and Tong Shenkui would have been angry long ago, but facing Yu Linglong, they could only be dumbfounded. Okay. Since it's inconvenient to bother you, I'll take my leave. But... Tong Shenkui raised his head, looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flashed coldly, and then said. This brother is Chu Yan. I hope that in the land of forbidden gods, I will have the opportunity to learn from each other. Goodbye. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the two looked at Yu Linglong with some disappointment, then turned around and flew towards the land of forbidden gods. Brother Chu, don't give me face. If you meet them, beat them hard. Yu Linglong looked at the two leaving figures, snorted softly, waved her pink fist, and said to Chu Yan. Hee hee. Seeing Yu Linglong's appearance, Chu Yan immediately smiled lightly, and nodded. Seeing Chu Yan smiling, Yu Linglong breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her face at the same time. She was extremely happy. Let's go. Chu Yan, from the 3 major forces and the 7 major clans, has almost entered. Ouyang Nantian looked in the direction of the forbidden gods and reminded him. Okay. Chu Yan nodded. Take this. Ouyang Nantian took out some jade talismans and handed them to Chu Yan. Yu Linglong and Shen Xingjia, Situyang said. This can be used to send messages in the Forbidden God land. If they are separated, use this message. Heard that. Chu Yan and the others nodded, and put away Ouyang Nantian's jade talisman. Humph. Damn, Xingtian Pavilion, Hunyuanzong, and Tianyu Tower, just wait for this girl. Yu Linglong was a little annoyed. She waved her fist at the land of forbidden gods. Her spiritual eyes were full of fighting spirit. Yes, yes. Shen Xingjia nodded. For him, especially the Tianyu Tower, he almost died in their hands. Senior Xuanhuan, let's go first. Chu Yan turned around, looked at the huge Xuanhuan flag in the distance between the sky and the earth, and said in the distance. The heavenly Xuanhuan banner suppresses the undead God Emperor, the cloth-robed old man, and the holy heaven monument. The spirit of Xuanhuan God Emperor is temporarily guarding here. After finishing speaking, Chu Yan withdrew his gaze, and flew towards the land of forbidden gods together with Yu Linglong and others. At this time, the powerful people of all the major forces in the surrounding area are still pouring into the God-forbidden land in a steady stream. Like a tide, there is no end at all. The 10 directions starfield, that is, the entire Wuhun world. In the 9 regions, there are countless sects and forces. As long as they can be called names, almost all of them are coming to the land of forbidden gods. Forbidden Land of the Gods, the legendary Forbidden Land of the Gods. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is currently the first forbidden area in the 10 directions starfield. Therefore, the number of forces and warriors attracted is probably the largest in the Wuhun world in the past 1 million years. At the same time, the land of the forbidden gods at this time also gathered all the powerful talents from the world of martial arts, including some mysterious strong men who can't hide from the world. As time went by, the 9 colors mountains in the land of forbidden gods was like an ocean. In front of the sea, countless streams kept coming together and merged into the boundless sea, all of which disappeared. And Chu Yan and the others flew to the huge stone gate archway in the land of forbidden gods, paused for a while, and then passed through the door directly. A flash of light flashed in front of my eyes. It was like walking through an ordinary gate, without any feeling of traveling through time and space at all, and the eyes suddenly opened up again. However, when Chu Yan opened his eyes and looked around, he found that everything had completely changed. Haha, this is the land of forbidden gods. Huh. No, why is the 9 colors mountain range so far away? Could it be that this is the outer area? Look, there is a plant of fairy grass. Damn, rank 9. Immortal rank 9. Wow. There is a level of monsters, my god, the 3rd heaven of the Holy Emperor realm. Is this too scary? That's the 7-flower blood-eyed beast, an ancient demon species that was extinct 1 million years ago in the Wuhun world. I didn't expect to see it here. 7-flower blood-eyed beast, there are 7 flowers, but there are only 4. Are you an idiot? Qihua is at his peak, and this one is still in his infancy. Hiss. At the 3rd level of the Saint Emperor realm in childhood. If it was at the peak of Qihua, no. That's right. At least it's in the divine realm. It's also called Divine Beast. The noise all around became silent in an instant amidst the voice of the demon sect powerhouse explaining. Everyone's faces were full of shock, staring straight at the monster flying in the air. They were all dumbfounded. God, divine beast. They never imagined that there are still divine beasts in this world. Moreover, they appeared in front of him alive and witnessed it with their own eyes. Then, there are more over there. What kind of monsters are these? Why have I never seen them before? In the silence, someone exclaimed again. Stupid you, that's not a monster, even a spirit beast. A spirit beast that only exists in the heavens. The demon sect disciple spoke again, but this time, his eyes on those spirit beasts were extraordinarily bright. As everyone knows, the beast control skills are the strongest among the demon sect disciples, and the most important thing in the beast control skills is the strength of slayed beasts, which directly determines the strength of the demon sect disciples' combat strength. So, when that demon sect disciple saw the spirit beasts everywhere, his eyes immediately turned red. #C25259 Barbarian Holy Emperor. Chu Yan's gaze, following the shouts of those people, suddenly brightened. I saw that in a huge lake in the distance, there were hundreds of towering trees growing in the lake, overflowing with aura. On every big tree, there are at least 3 spirit beasts hovering on the branches. There are fairy birds and ferocious beasts, but they live in harmony with each other, and there is no intention of being hostile to each other at all. This shows that these beasts are definitely spirit beasts, with wisdom not inferior to humans. Historical records show that in the ancient times, the owner of the land of forbidden gods especially liked rare birds and animals, especially ancient beasts, and regarded them as treasures. It seems that this rumor is true. The eyes of Yaozong's disciples were full of excitement. If the rumors were true, then he would definitely benefit from the experience in the Forbidden God land this time. However, without exception, including Chu Yan, none of the birds and beasts on the big tree knew each other. That's right. The more precious the bloodline, the more the owner of Forbidden God land likes it. Tong Shankue of the demon sect walked to the edge of the lake and looked at the hundreds of trees in the distance with greed in his eyes. What he didn't know at all was that Yu Linglong, who was standing beside Chu Yan not far from him, was watching him quietly, her spiritual eyes sparkling. I heard that among the slave beasts of Tong Shankue, there is a rare breed with ancient blood. Do you want to get it here? At that time, if you meet the owner of the god of the Forbidden Land, it will be a good meeting gift. Yu Linglong's little thought, if Tong Shankue found out, she would probably run away immediately, and definitely not staring at the forest and the lake over there with a greedy smile on her face like now. Huh. How could Chu Yan be with Yu Linglong? Among the crowd, the Thunder Soul Emperor and the others frowned slightly, looking at Chu Yan's back, and pondered. It should be just a coincidence, even if we know each other, it's no big deal. Emperor Lei Hun knew about the relationship between Yu Linglong and Anai Shindao, so he was not surprised. Moreover, the relationship between the Thunder Clan and the Dark Temple is not bad. However, no matter what, this time in the land of forbidden gods, as long as there is a chance, Emperor Lei Hun and the others will never be soft on Chu Yan. Boom. 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 A series of gas explosions exploded, and above the sky, it seemed that a thundercloud descended suddenly, making muffled thunder continuously. Ha ha ha, welcome everyone. Thunderclouds rushed to the surface of the lake, the thunder stopped suddenly, and at the same time as a loud laugh sounded, a figure appeared above the thunderclouds. I am the 9-man Sage Emperor, on behalf of my master, welcome everyone. When the sound sounded, everyone immediately looked up. I saw, above the thunder cloud, a man with a bare upper body, showing muscles and scars on his face, appeared above the cloud, and spoke to the people below. 9-man Saint Emperor. You are 9-man Saint Emperor. When someone heard the man's self-introduction, he was shocked. This 9-man Saint Emperor. He was also the strongest in the battle between gods and demons in ancient times. However, unlike Ouyang Nantian, the reputation of the nine-man sage emperor is notorious, even notorious. Although he didn't seek refuge in Xingtian Pavilion or the God Realm, he took advantage of the chaos in the world to burn, kill and loot everywhere, sweeping away the treasure houses of many powerful sects. When the battle between gods and demons was over, several major sects looked back to seek revenge on him, but found that in the entire martial arts world, he could no longer be found, as if the world had evaporated. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the nine-man Saint Emperor had entered the God-forbidden land and had been silent for millions of years in the 10th star field, isolated from the world. Hey, why, someone knows me. That's good. Now that I'm from the land of forbidden gods, what can you do? Ha ha ha. The crowd below gathered almost all the top forces and sects in the Wuhun world, and of course those sect forces that were looted by him during the ancient war between gods and demons. However, as he said, now that he has the identity of the forbidden god land, no one dares to provoke him. If he is provoked, who is in the range of the forbidden god land? In addition, millions of years have passed, and those long-standing enmities have gradually faded away. Therefore, in the crowd, there were a lot of red eyes, and it was okay to stare at him a few times. No one would really fight him. Okay. Let's stop talking nonsense, let's talk about the return from the forbidden god land. Sage Emperor Jiuman smiled smugly, swept across the crowd, and then spoke. I know many of you, before coming here, you have checked the historical records in the Zonman about the land of forbidden gods, I might as well tell you directly that I haven't done nothing in the millions of years of silence in the land of the forbidden gods. At least, I can guarantee that many of the materials about the land of the forbidden gods recorded in your sect are outdated. The current God-forbidden land, after millions of years of transformation by my master, is completely different. This time, the return of the forbidden god land is mainly to find the forbidden god. In order to successfully select the forbidden god among you people, I will tell you the general situation of the forbidden god land. As the nine-man emperor said, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he had a smile on his face. So good. Among the crowd, almost more than half of the people looked at the nine-man sage emperor suspiciously. After all, there are very few materials to provide for warriors to practice in the forbidden area, and they all rely on themselves. As for the land of forbidden gods, in the ancient times, it was the continent connecting the god realm and the martial soul world. Strictly speaking, it even belonged to the god realm. The difficulty of such a top-level forbidden area can only be imagined. How could there be any information to provide? Moreover, the reputation of the nine-man Saint Emperor is not very good, which makes people even more suspicious. It seems that you don't believe it. Seeing everyone's expressions, the nine-man sage emperor grinned, then raised his hand, and a huge map of animal skins appeared in front of everyone. See clearly. With a wave of his hand, a huge map unfolded in the air and appeared in front of everyone. Look there, the location marked by the big tree is where my master is. It's in the middle of the map. Anyone who is not blind should be able to see it. Nine-man sage emperor pointed to a towering tree in the middle of the map and introduced it. And around the big tree on the map, all kinds of complicated roads and terrains surrounded the big tree, marking the difficulty level one by one, and even the places of death, all displayed on the map very clearly. However, when everyone present saw the map, their faces were slightly gloomy and their brows were slightly frowned. Thousand Worlds Profound Treasure Tree. Chu Yan's gaze fell on the map tree, and his consciousness suddenly trembled, his eyes brightened. #C25260 Realm Mysterious Treasure Tree. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan's eyes fell on the mysterious treasure tree of Thousand Realms, he knew the giant in the green armor in the sea, and sent a message directly. This tree can help the gods. One sentence is crisp and concise, but the information it represents is extremely terrifying. Psychic. Chu Yan's eyes froze suddenly, and his face changed instantly. What is psychic power? In Chu Yan's understanding, the blue-armored giant's guidance will never be wrong, and what he said about the power of the gods is very likely to have the same meaning as what Emperor Xuanhuan said. In other words, the hope of the divine realm in the land of forbidden gods refers to this 1,000 worlds profound treasure tree. If you can reach this place, you will have the hope of peeking into the road to the god realm. Everyone, don't worry. The 9-man sage emperor glanced over the crowd and saw that all the strong men were concentrating on recording the map. He immediately grinned and reminded him. Except for the core land and the treasure tree, all other paths and restrictions will evolve and move every hour. That is to say, in the entire land of forbidden gods, all terrains and dangerous places are not fixed. Yes. He. In the laughter, full of teasing, the words of the 9-man sage emperor stunned everyone present. Not fixed. In this way, it is really useless to write down this map. How do we get to the treasure land and inheritance in the God-forbidden land? Someone asked loudly in dissatisfaction. Obviously he had shown the guide map, but now he said that the map is useless. This feeling of giving hope and then taking it away is worse than having no hope, and it is too tortured. Ha, everyone, please be blessed. It's definitely not that easy to get the benefits of my God-forbidden land. The 9-man Saint Emperor was not angry when he heard the other party's tone, but said with a more intense smile on his face. This? Everyone's face sank at the same time, and they looked up at the giant picture in midair, and their gazes fell on several positions marked with death at the same time. Those places of death all have attractive benefits, but it is written very clearly that in this place of death, even those at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm are close to death. Even at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, it is a narrow escape. This is a fart. There is no guidance, and it changes every hour. That is to say, even if you don't run wild, every other hour, those dead places, that even the peak emperors are close to death, may appear directly beside you. Luck. This completely uncontrollable mystery made them tremble directly, and gasped in their hearts. After all, in this land of forbidden gods, it is impossible to die at any time. It seems that everyone is a little afraid of death. The 9-man sage emperor laughed. Nonsense. Compared with loss, any benefits are worthless, even if you get treasures or inheritance, even if you lose your life, what's the use? In that case, my lord is merciful. I specifically asked me to give you a chance. Hearing the words of the 9-man sage emperor, everyone's eyes lit up immediately. What chance? Someone asked anxiously. Let's play a game, everyone voluntarily participates. I will bestow a spirit tattoo on anyone who wins the first place in the game. In the land of forbidden gods, you will encounter a dead place at most once, and if you come second, you will encounter a dead place. To the second death, the third is 3 times. And so on, until the 9th place. Simple. Of course, the benefits are not only that, but if you can only get the top 3 names, then my lord guarantees that in the land of forbidden gods, there will be no danger of life. The 3rd to 9th, when encountering a situation that must die, my lord will also give life-saving reminders to increase the chance of survival to more than 50%. Speaking of this, the 9-man Saint Emperor stopped talking. But the large group of warriors all frowned and thought about it, and even many warriors from the same clan directly got together and discussed carefully. After all, the 9-man sage emperor said, voluntarily. Participating or not may have a great impact. Whether you can get greater benefits or save your life depends on how you choose. It seems, looks like, maybe, might be an opportunity. Not bad. It's an opportunity. If we can get the top 9, depot and survival will be guaranteed. The important thing is, it seems that there is no punishment in this game, that is to say, there is no harm. In fact, from my point of view, it means that among the large group of people, 9 seeds will be selected first. It makes sense, these 9 people may all have the opportunity to enter the core place. After all, this time, the Forbidden God place is to select the Forbidden God. Returning in 1,000,000 years, I think it is impossible for them to wait another 1,000,000 years. Okay. That's it. In less than 100 breaths, the dense crowd, the discussion went from boiling to quiet, and soon the discussion was over. After all, those present are all top experts and elite geniuses from various sects and forces. They are all so shrewd. Hee, it seems that you have all discussed it. Seeing the crowd quiet down, the 9-man Saint Emperor spoke again, and continued. That's right. This time I came back from the God-forbidden land to select the God-forbidden one. This matter is greater than the sky. My lord, I did not hesitate to take all the treasures and inheritances collected from the ancient times in the land of forbidden gods. As the welfare and rewards of everyone this time, I just hope that I can attract the real geniuses in the 10 directions starfield. However, the forest is so big that there are all kinds of birds. What's more, there are actually too many warriors entering the Forbidden God land this time, and my lord is too lazy to pay attention to everyone. Thus, those who can enter the top 9 will receive key observations from my lord, and will most likely become God-forbidden ones. After some explanation, the whole group of experts and geniuses immediately nodded in unison. This result is exactly the same as the result of their discussion and guessing. With so many people, there is little hope of entering the top 9. The 3 major forces, the 7 great clans, and even Xingtian Pavilion and Nashendo have come. Their elite geniuses and powerhouses are simply not comparable to us. I don't even mention the rules and content of the game. If it's a life and death battle, forget it. That's right, after finally entering the land of forbidden gods, if you die in the life and death battle at the gate, then I don't care what kind of forbidden god he is. As long as I can find the ancient inheritance and break through the cultivation base, it will be true. Look first before talking. The crowd was full of people with different sentiments, so many people, each with their own thoughts. It was exactly what the 9-man sage emperor said, the forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. Since there are no doubts, great. However, let me remind you. The smile on the face of the 9-man sage emperor always makes people feel frightened. This time, in my God-forbidden land, the selection of the forbidden god is different from all the inheritors you have experienced, seen, and heard about in the assessment. #C2527 Games start. As soon as the words of the 9-man Saint Emperor landed, several figures flickered and rushed to the front of the crowd. Excuse me, what's the difference? The words came out, and the powerful aura created a wave of air, rushing in all directions. Wherever the air wave passed, a large group of strong people, like the wind blowing wheat, picked up waves one after another, and countless people were staggering to and fro. Oh my God! That's Lin Xianfeng. With an exclamation, countless pairs of eyes looked forward in unison, and when their gazes came into contact with the black-robed figure, they all showed astonishment. Swish! Swish! Immediately after, the other 2 figures landed on the left and right of Lin Xianfeng at the same time, looking at the 9-man sage emperor in midair with expressions of concern. Of these 3 people, one had a deeper aura than the other, and the aura of the 2 who arrived later was no worse than that of Lin Xianfeng before. Li Mutian, the Western Emperor of Jin. How did they arrive at the Forbidden God land? All the eyes trembled together, looking at the 3 powerful figures. All of them were full of astonishment. Lin Xianfeng, the second genius in Xingtian Pavilion, top 10 in the heaven list, is rumored to be a master of martial arts. Even his master is astonished as a heavenly man. As for Li Mutian and Jin Shihuang, they are the first disciples of Hun Yuanzong and Tianyula respectively. They are ranked in the top 10 in the Tianbang, and both of them are famous top geniuses in the world. Especially Jin Shihuang, who is the holy son of Tianyu building, has fought for 100 years without fighting. Because, in the entire Tianyu building, no one dared to challenge Jin Shihuang for 100 years. The appearance of these three people is much stronger than the previous Yu Wendian, Tong Shankue, and others. How did the three of them come? Yu Wendian and Tong Shankue in the crowd all frowned and their faces darkened. However, in comparison, Bu Jingtian, Qin Yuyao, and Yun Huashan have not yet appeared, and they might come. The top three of the three celestial rankings are even more terrifying. At least half of the eyes of everyone in the audience were on Lin Xianfeng and the three in the front, while the other half were also looking around, as if they were checking whether Bu Jingtian was present. Bu Jingtian, didn't you come? Chu Yan ran the unicorn pupil and quickly scanned the crowd, but he didn't find Bu Jingtian at all. If this time, the land of forbidden gods returns, and Bu Jingtian and the other three come here, then at that time, there will be a chance to have a good battle with the top three in this day's list. And at the same time that Chu Yan withdrew his gaze, deep in the crowd, two cold gazes were quietly looking at Chu Yan. Everyone, stay safe and don't get bored, please listen to what I have to say. The nine-man sage emperor waved his hand, calming down the noisy scene quickly. The eyes that were originally looking at Lin Xianfeng and the other three turned to look at the nine-man sage emperor in midair. About my lord, this time choose the God-forbidden one. You should all understand that there is only one God-forsaken. Just for the sake of solemnity. My land of forbidden gods has specially formulated the strictest assessment plan. The specific rule is that in the land of forbidden gods behind me, there are countless secret realms of various Jedi, but some of them contain forbidden talismans. Anyone, as long as they can get 300 forbidden god talismans, they can directly become forbidden god. There are no other conditions. Nine-man Saint Emperor said. If you get 300 forbidden god talismans, you can become a forbidden god. When these words landed, the eyes of all the experts in the audience were red, and their breathing became short of breath. It turned out that it was not a battle of life and death, but a collection of tokens. If this is the case, it means that everyone has a chance. Because, unlike a life and death battle, it is completely combat power, the only criterion. However, if it is to collect tokens, it does not necessarily mean that the stronger the combat power, the more collected. The means, luck, mind, strategy, power, and other aspects are different, and the impact on the final result will have a huge impact. Also, those who want to go to the Thousand Worlds Profound Treasure Tree must use 30 forbidden talismans to make the treasure tree emit divine brilliance and help everyone understand martial arts and break through the realm of cultivation. Hearing this sentence, all the strong men and big bosses frowned. Now, get ready to start the game. The nine-man emperor waved his hand, and a yellow altar appeared in front of him. On the altar, there were 9 small flags of different colors fluttering. Who will come first? After getting ready, the nine-man Saint Emperor turned around and looked at the important crowd. I come. With a soft shout, a strong man in the 9th heaven of the great emperor realm, because he was relatively close to the altar, stood in front of the altar one step ahead. Release the emperor's breath. Nine-man Saint Emperor said. Hearing the words, the strong man was inspired, and a strong imperial breath gushed out, rushing towards the altar. Call. The emperor's breath merged into the altar, and the entire altar shook, starting to light up from the bottom, and after rising to the top of the altar, 2 of the 9 small flags lit up. 2 flags. The nine-man sage emperor glanced at it and snorted disdainfully. 2 flags. The other powerhouses and bosses who were watching were all stunned. 2 flags are shining, that is, 2 flags, judging by the reaction of the nine-man sage emperor, the results should be extremely poor. In this way, the more flags that can be lit, the better the result. I'll be next. Another great emperor rushed out, stood in front of the altar, and the emperor's breath, which had been activated a long time ago, blasted out directly. 5 flags, light up. Go away. The 9-man Saint Emperor didn't even bother to look at it. Next, one after another, the strong men walked to the altar and began to try at an extremely fast speed. Among the first 100 people, only one person lit up the 7 flags, and the 9-man Saint Emperor took a look, and shook his head and waved his hands. It seems that even the results of the 7 banners are not good at all. Why is it so bad? Hurry up, waste my time. With an impatient look on the face of the 9-man sage emperor, he urged, thought for a while and continued. I tell you, don't think that being able to light up the 9 banners is the best. Lighting the flags is only the first step in the 9 dragons cloud banners forum. The best result is not only to light the 9 flags, but also to let the 9 dragons sound from the 9 flags, which is the best result. That is to say, up to now, none of you have even completed the first step. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned at the same time. Lighting up the 9 banners is just the first step. Let the 9 flags make the sound of 9 dragons. Next, hurry up. Following the sound of urging, a strong man in green robes, with a serious face, strode up to the altar, clapped his hands, and pressed hard against the altar. Hum. Roar. Roar. As his emperor's breath entered the altar, the 9 banners on the top of the altar were instantly lit up, and at the same time, 2 earth-shattering dragons' voices sounded. 9 flags are all bright, 2 sounds of dragon's throat. This result is definitely the best result so far. #C2528 different from others. The place where the gods are forbidden, beside Baoshu Lake, the atmosphere is extremely warm. One after another, the strong men stepped forward one after another, and smashed the emperor's breath into the altar of the 9 flags, watching the changes of the 9 colored flags nervously. However, with the continuous progress, both the strong who have already done it and the strong who have been watching have discovered something. The movement of the 9 flags was completely irregular. Some of Emperor Wu's 2 heavens can also activate 6 colorful flags, and some old monsters that have lived for hundreds of thousands of years can also activate 7 flags. Obviously, the result of the 9 banners altar has nothing to do with cultivation or talent. Only just now, when the green-robed warrior came up, he aroused the altar's dragon spirit, which made everyone's eyes shine. 9 banners double dragon. Fan Etienne's face was full of surprise and excitement, and he suddenly raised his head to look at the 9-man sage emperor in midair. His test result is currently the best among nearly 1,000 people. Is there any chance to enter the top 9? Not only Fan Etienne himself, but also the surrounding powerhouses and bosses all looked over in amazement. Top 10 on the emperor list, Fan Etienne from Wuliangzong. It's no wonder that such achievements can be achieved. Fan Etienne is a direct disciple of the suzerain of the Wuliang sect. This achievement is justified. I just don't know if this result can make it into the top 9. Amidst the discussion, everyone looked at the 9-man emperor in the sky. Qualified. Facing everyone's eyes, the 9-man Saint Emperor raised his hand in midair, and a huge forbidden character talisman appeared in front of him. With a push of the holy breath, the forbidden character talisman moved towards Fan Etienne below. Fall. Hum. The forbidden character talisman shot directly, and disappeared into Fan Etienne's brow in an instant. And Fan Etienne, who was stunned, had a strange aura outside his body, making everyone who looked at him feel that Fan Etienne was completely different from before. Moreover, the mysterious voice on his body is somewhat similar to the spiritual power of heaven and earth in this land of forbidden gods. Everyone was stunned for a moment, their eyes brightened. But what does qualified mean? Could it be that Fan Etienne won one of the 9 places? If you can pass this way, if it's me, there should be no problem. Just when everyone was astonished, a thunderous sound sounded, and He Meng strode out of the crowd, with the boiling emperor's breath directly pressing on the altar. Emperor He Meng's breath was strong, his momentum was like a rainbow, and he walked like a dragon and a tiger, appearing quite confident. Moreover, his voice attracted the attention of many people present, and he was obviously not an ordinary person. 9 Banner Samling. Qualified. The 9-man Saint Emperor glanced at the altar, swung a forbidden character talisman again, and shot it at He Meng. Ha ha ha, it looks like the timing is good, I'll try it too. The Thunder Soul Emperor saw this scene. Unable to bear it any longer, he let out a loud laugh, rushed out of the crowd, and landed in front of the altar. As a strong member of the Thunder clan, the Emperor's breath on the Thunder Soul Great Emperor carries the power of thunder and lightning. Wherever he passes, the sound of thunder rolls like a startling cloud. The result also made him quite satisfied. He got a 9 banners and 4 poisons, and a forbidden character talisman followed him back to the crowd. Several people in succession obtained forbidden characters, so that Lin Xianfeng, Li Mutian, Jin Shihuang, Yu Wenchen, and Tong Shenkui among the crowd couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward one after another. These powerful geniuses with extraordinary identities and strengths have achieved good results, and almost everyone has obtained the forbidden character talisman. Oh my God, how many of these are there? They were able to confirm the distribution of altar dragons, and the top 10 of these emperor rankings and heaven rankings are all good. It seems that there are some rules in this forbidden god talisman. It's just that if things go on like this, I'm afraid there will be a lot of forbidden characters, right? Who knows, that Jiuman has a weird personality, let's watch it first and then talk about it. Regardless of whether it has been done or not, seeing this group of geniuses with extraordinary identities, each of them has obtained the forbidden character talisman, it is natural to be extremely jealous. However, they also know that these geniuses are either in the top 10 of the emperor list, or the top 10 of the heaven list. In addition, they have extremely high status in their respective sects, and they are simply not comparable to them. I'll try it too. Both Yu Linglong and Shen Xingjie got good results. After getting the forbidden characters, Chu Yan also talked and smiled, and was ready to go forward. Swish. The black robe fell like the wind, and stood in front of the 9 banners altar. Chu Yan. He is Chu Yan on Huangquan Road. Yes, in the past few years, this Chu Yan has a great reputation in the 10 Directions Starfield, and he has the potential to be a dark horse. See what happens to him. The appearance of Chu Yan caused a lot of waves in the crowd of warriors. Including Emperor Lei Hun, Yu Wendian, Tong Shankui, Lin Xianfeng, and others all looked over with concern. They knew more about this Chu Yan, not just on Huangquan Road. This Chu Yan also did earth-shattering things under the pseudonym Haoyan in the dark world of the Buddha. Growing the Tao map, condensing the Emperor's seal. In the depths of the crowd, the 2 gloomy gazes of Xingtian Pavilion, and some people who knew Chu Yan's situation in Nishan Dao paid more attention to him. The strength of Xingtian Pavilion is not only in power, he also knows a little about the situation in Nishan Dao. Although, some news has not been confirmed, but according to the information they collected, and Chu Yan's level on the list of gods and sins in Xingtian Pavilion, and his level is constantly improving, this Chu Yan definitely needs to be paid attention to. In short, this Chu Yan will kill whenever he has a chance. Chu Yan, right. In this game, you are a little different from other people. Just when Chu Yan was about to activate the Emperor's breath, suddenly, a voice sounded in the sea of consciousness, which made Chu Yan startled. Slightly raising his head, he saw that it was the 9-man Saint Emperor with a strange smile in midair, transmitting sound through his spiritual consciousness. Huh. Different. Chu Yan was a little confused. That's right. My lord specifically mentioned you to me. After adjustments, your result this time is different from others. As the 9-man Emperor said, his tone became serious, and he changed from his playful expression towards others. Why is it different? Chu Yan asked. About the land of forbidden gods, I believe God Emperor Xuanhuan has already told you something, so, this time, only my lord knows your real result. And the result that will appear on the Kowloon altar, the result that will be shown to everyone, will be the worst appearance. And, this time, your land of forbidden gods will be more difficult than everyone else. You have to be mentally prepared. Finally, my lord has someone tell you that the 10 Directions Starfield Heavenly Dao, the bureau network set up by Xingtian Pavilion, has entered the God-forbidden land, and it should all be aimed at you. Be careful yourself. When the spiritual consciousness came here, the eyes of the 9-man Saint Emperor looking at Chu Yan became extraordinarily shining. He didn't understand why the master had to treat him specially when he was only in the 5th heavenly layer of the Great Emperor realm. #C2529 Worst result. Of course, the 9-man sage emperor also discovered that those warrior geniuses who had just carried out, as long as they got the forbidden characters, they seemed to be paying attention to the result of Chu Yan. Could it be that this Chu Yan is really different from other people? Xingtian Pavilion, it seems that it has been discovered. Chu Yan nodded. Although what the 9-man Saint Emperor said was the words of his master, it was similar to what the Emperor Xuanhuan said. I have been retreating in the dark world of the Buddha for so long, I never thought that these people in the Xingtian Pavilion would still not forget me. Feeling moved in his heart, Chu Yan smiled slightly, and Chu Yan nodded to express his understanding. Thank you, Senior. According to Emperor Xuanhuan, the owner of this land of forbidden gods is a friend rather than an enemy. Therefore, Chu Yan will have no objection to his arrangement. Immediately, Chu Yan stopped thinking about it, condensed an emperor's breath, and waved it towards the 9 banners altar. The land of forbidden gods will be more difficult than anyone else. So what? Since Chu Yan stepped into martial arts training, he has traveled all the way and experienced many lives and deaths. So now, Chu Yan has understood why the road to martial arts has always been called the road against the sky. If you want to go against the sky, how can it be so simple? This time, Chu Yan's goal for the trip to the land of forbidden gods is the hope of the gods. This goal, I am afraid that among the warriors in the audience, like Chu Yan, they can be counted on one hand. What does this mean? Could it be that none of the warriors present wanted to become a god-level powerhouse? Of course not. Rather, they know that hope for the divine realm is too slim, so slim that they have lost even the courage to pursue it. Is it possible to go against the sky without this courage and determination? Therefore, for what the Forbidden God Lord said, this time it will be extremely difficult. Chu Yan doesn't care at all, and even thought of it a long time ago. You know, when Emperor Xuanhuan made blood sacrifices to Xuanhuan Banner, Chu Yan knew that this time, the land of forbidden gods might be extremely simple. A strong man in the divine realm was lost. There has never been a case where a powerful person will be lost before even entering the gate of the forbidden domain. Dixie rushed into the altar of the 9 banners, causing the altar to tremble immediately, and the 9 color flags on the top were all flying without wind, whistling. However, at the same time, the shining 9-color altar seemed to be suppressed by some mysterious force. Suddenly, all the 9 flags dimmed. When it finally stopped, there was only a black flag emitting a very faint light. One flag. The audience was stunned, everyone's eyes widened instantly, and the eyeballs almost flew out. Such a result made everyone's faces full of disbelief. You know, from the beginning of the test to the present, among the tens of thousands of people, there are as many as phoenix feathers, and even fewer than those who have obtained the Forbidden God Talisman. Why? Because this time the warriors gathered in the Forbidden God land. That one is not an elite genius or a powerful warrior from the powerful sect of the 10 Directions Starfield. How could there be any difference in such a group of people? Of course, the crowd base is too large, and it is normal for some people to make up for their numbers. But this Chu Yan, whether it is fame or rumored strength, is definitely at the same level as Yu Wendian and Lin Xianfeng. Among the people at this level, all of them got forbidden characters. So that's how it is. Suddenly, in the silent crowd, someone spoke loudly. I believe everyone can see that the result of the 9 banners altar has nothing to do with the talent and strength of the warrior. Therefore, although Chu Yan's talent and strength are not weak, but in other aspects, there are some. Ha ha. The Thunder Soul Emperor's laughter resounded throughout the audience, causing a look of amazement to appear on everyone's faces at the same time. That's right. The 9 banners altar in the God-forbidden land is not a test of talent and strength, but a test of the qualifications to become a God-forbidden. Only 1 flag, this result is really interesting. It seems that this Chu Yan, the name does not match the reality, it is not good. Even if it has nothing to do with talent and strength, at least, there is no threat in this land of forbidden gods. In this way, this Chu Yan does not have the qualifications or conditions to become a forbidden god at all. Don't worry about him. Look at others. The voices of all kinds of people, as well as the thoughts in their hearts, were in a mess. Almost everyone had different ideas, but they all had one thing in common, that is, the attention to Chu Yan disappeared. Even among the crowd, the 2 eyes that had been hiding all this time were frowning tightly, and the sea of consciousness was in a mess. Just 1 flag, isn't this Chu Yan the target? For a while, the 2 members of Xingtian Pavilion were a little confused about the situation, so they made wild guesses. However, at least the 2 of them have seen Chu Yan's results, and they have already confirmed it. This Chu Yan, no matter whether his previous rumors are true or not, at least he is now in the Forbidden God land, and it is almost impossible for him to finally reach the 1,000 Worlds mysterious treasure tree. 1 flag. Not only the others, but even Yu Linglong and Shen Xingjiao were stunned and completely dumbfounded. According to what the 9-man sage emperor said before, in this land of forbidden gods, it is extremely dangerous and there is a risk of loss at any time. That's why this Kowloon altar was created, to give everyone some survival guarantees. Judging from Chu Yan's results, it doesn't mean that he will encounter countless powerful dangers and will definitely lose. This can't be true. When Chu Yan returned, not far away, Yu Wendian and Tong Shankue walked over with smiles on their faces. Forbidden land and absolute domain experience rely on talent and strength, as well as wisdom experience. At least, if you encounter danger in the land of forbidden gods, you still need to rely on strength to resolve it. So, Brother Chu, don't care about this result, it's just the land of forbidden gods' own standard. That's right. As long as you persevere, with Chu Yan's strength and talent, it's easy to reach the 1,000 Worlds mysterious treasure tree. The 2 of them sang in chorus, and the words were very nice, and the smiles on their faces were full of sincerity. However, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong's complexions instantly sank, and their brows frowned slightly. How could Chu Yan not know their thoughts? It was simply fear. Seeing this result, Chu Yan directly gave up entering the core of Forbidden God land. In that case, how can you encounter danger, how can you lose? Therefore, as soon as they saw Chu Yan's result, the 2 of them looked at each other, quickly hid their sneers, and ran over to comfort and persuade Chu Yan. It is hoped that Chu Yan will not give up and continue to go deep into the core of Forbidden God land, and it would be best if the loss falls in front of them. Moreover, the 2 of them looked at Yu Linglong intentionally or unintentionally, with a hint of arrogance on their faces. They all got the forbidden character talisman, which is obviously countless times stronger than Chu Yan, who is only 1 banner. Yu Linglong ignored them.